Chapter 1, Leave the House, System Activation. At the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the cold autumn rain fell softly, hitting Chen Feng's face and mixing with the warm liquid sliding from the corners of his eyes. It was hard to tell whether it was rain or tears. His fingertips were white as he tightly gripped a dark red certificate. The three large gold-plated characters "divorce certificate" on the cover were particularly eye-catching under the gloomy sky. After 3 years of marriage, in the end, all I got in return was this thin booklet and a hollowed heart.
Chen Feng, don't look at me like that. Let's part ways amicably.
A cold yet familiar female voice echoed beside him. Lin Wan, the woman he had once been willing to give everything for, now held an exquisite lattice umbrella. Her makeup was impeccable, and her eyes held no trace of nostalgia, only a sense of relief.
Chen Feng remembered the price of the new luxury brand windbreaker she was wearing.
He had worked overtime and ran 3 projects last month to save enough money to buy it for her as a wedding anniversary gift. Now, when she wears this dress, it looks like a gorgeous costume prepared for someone from another world. Chen Feng's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was hoarse as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper.
Part ways amicably?
You asked me to transfer the house and car to your name, saying it was to provide security for the child, but then you turned around and told me you weren't pregnant at all, and it was just to get a bigger share of the property in the divorce.
Lin Wan, is this what you call part ways amicably?
His question was like a stone thrown into a lake, but it failed to cause any ripples on the other side. Lin Wan even chuckled, that laughter filled with undisguised pity and mockery. Chen Feng, you are still so naive.
How much do you earn after working so hard every month? What you give me is completely different from what I want.
I have been married to you for 3 years, which has been the biggest mistake of my life.
Now I am just cutting my losses in time. Cut your losses in time.
Chen Feng chewed on these 4 words, his mouth filled with bitterness. For the sake of this family, he had given up promotion opportunities, rejected high-paying overseas assignments, worked from dawn to dusk, lived frugally, and given her the best. In the end, it was all a mistake, an investment that needed a cut loss. At this moment, a black phantom coupe slid silently to the side of the road and stopped. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and smiling.
Xiao Wan, are you done? The man spoke in an intimate tone.
The coldness on Lin Wan's face instantly melted, turning into a pool of spring water. She responded softly, yes, it's done, Brother Zhao. She moved lightly and elegantly and sat in the passenger seat, as if the mean woman who had just confronted her ex-husband was just an illusion. The man called Brother Zhao then turned his gaze to Chen Feng, who was standing in the rain with contempt, as if he was looking at a homeless stray dog.
You must be Chen Feng, right?
You've taken good care of Xiao Wan for 3 years. He pushed his glasses up, a playful smile on his face. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Kai, and I'm Xiao Wan's boyfriend.
Oh no, I think he's her fiancé now. Boom!
A thunderclap exploded in Chen Feng's mind. He looked at the 2 people snuggling together in the car. One was his ex-wife whom he loved with all his heart, and the other was Zhao Kai, a well-known local rich second generation whom he had met several times at business cocktail parties. It turns out that the so-called emotional breakdown and incompatibility of personalities were all carefully woven lies.
Zhao Kai seemed to enjoy Chen Feng's expression at the moment.
He took out a bank card from the storage compartment, flicked his finger, and the card drew an arc in the air and fell into the water under Chen Feng's feet.
Here's 50,000 yuan as compensation for you. Take the money and don't bother Xiao Wan anymore. She and you are no longer from the same world.
The card floated in the muddy rainwater, as if mocking all of Chen Feng's efforts and dignity over the past 3 years.
Insult, blatant insult. Chen Feng's body trembled slightly because of anger.
He stared at Lin Wan in the car, hoping to see a trace of guilt or reluctance on her face.
However, there was nothing.
Lin Wan just glanced at him indifferently and urged, Brother Zhao, let's go.
I don't want to see him again.
Okay.
Zhao Kai smiled dotingly and started the car.
The engine of the speedy sports car let out a low roar, splashing water that all hit Chen Feng's trouser legs, and then it sped away. The world finally became completely quiet. All that's left is the cold rain and a broken heart. Chen Feng seemed to have lost all his strength. He slowly squatted down, letting the rain soak him. He didn't pick up the card, it was the final blow to him. He lost, miserably. He was kicked out of the house, penniless, and without even a place to live. He laughed at himself, his laugh hoarse and full of despair. The rain was getting heavier, blurring his vision. Chen Feng didn't know how long he had been squatting on the roadside until his legs went numb and his consciousness was a little hazy.
He stood up shakily and walked forward aimlessly.
He needed to find a place to shelter from the rain, but in such a big city, there was no place for him to stay. When he reached an intersection, the green light came on and he numbly followed the crowd across the road. Suddenly, a burst of rapid exclamations was heard.
Ouch! My food!
Chen Feng turned his head subconsciously and saw a white-haired old lady who had fallen to the ground due to slippery ground. The shopping bag she was holding broke, and the apples, potatoes, and tomatoes inside rolled all over the ground, scattering everywhere. The passers-by walked hurriedly, some walked around with umbrellas, some glanced at me and continued on their way, no one stopped. The old lady struggled to get up, but because of her old age and the pain from falling, she failed after trying several times. Her face was full of anxiety and helplessness. Looking at this scene, Chen Feng's numb heart seemed to be gently pierced by something. He himself had fallen to the bottom and was about to die, but when he saw the helpless old man in front of him, he still couldn't turn a blind eye. Almost instinctively, he walked over quickly and carefully helped the old lady up.
Grandma, are you okay? Did you fall anywhere?
His voice was a little hoarse from the rain, but the concern in his tone was very sincere.
Oh, thank you, young man.
The old lady held her waist and took a deep breath.
I'm fine, it's just that my legs and feet are useless.
Oh, these vegetables. She looked at the vegetables and fruits scattered on the ground and felt distressed.
Don't move, I'll pick it up for you.
Without hesitation, Chen Feng immediately squatted down and braved the heavy rain to pick up the vegetables that had rolled all over the wet road one by one. Passing cars honked their horns as they drove past him, splashing water on his back, but he didn't care. He pocketed the vegetables he had picked up with the hem of his wet coat, then helped the old lady walk slowly to the eaves of a roadside house to shelter from the rain.
Thank you so much, young man. Look at you. You've gotten soaked to help me.
The old lady took out a clean handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Chen Feng. Wipe your face quickly.
You're such a good boy.
Chen Feng took the handkerchief and wiped his face carelessly, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying. It's okay, Grandma. At this moment, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding!
The host has been detected to have completed a helpful behavior, meeting the system binding conditions.
The Helping Women for Fun system is being activated. Activation successful. Host, Chen Feng.
Mission, help any woman in need and receive a system reward. The higher the level of your help, the more sincere the woman's gratitude, and the greater the reward. Chen Feng was stunned, thinking that he had a fever from being caught in the rain and was having hallucinations.
What system? What is the joy of helping women?
He shook his head, trying to get rid of the absurd voice. However, the mechanical sound rang out again, clearly. Novice mission completed, help the old lady who fell. Task assessment, the host, despite being in dire straits, remained kind and offered a helping hand. This act was pure, earning the other party's sincere gratitude. Task reward, a novice gift pack will be issued, with a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The reward has been issued via bank transfer, please check it carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, the old mobile phone in Chen Feng's pocket, which he had used for 3 years and had some cracks on the screen, suddenly vibrated and the screen lit up.
A bank text message notification was clearly displayed on the screen.
Tianyuan Bank, a transfer of 100,000 yuan was completed to your savings card account ending in 8848 at 4:42 p.m. on October 15. Current account balance, 100,000.32 yuan. Chen Feng's eyes were fixed on the long string of zeros, and his pupils suddenly contracted.
100,000. How come there was suddenly an extra 100,000 yuan in his card?
There was only 32 cents left on his card, which was all his belongings. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unlocked his phone, and opened the banking app with trembling fingers.
Log in to check your balance.
When Chen Feng saw the extremely clear 6-digit balance, he felt his heart skip a beat. The numbers are red, so bright that they seem like an illusion. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Not more, not less, exactly 100,320 cents. All of this is true.
Chapter 2 I want this dress.
The cold numbers lay quietly on the screen, but like a flame, they instantly ignited Chen Feng's almost extinguished heart. He was not dreaming. This is all true.
Young man? Young man?
The old lady's concerned voice brought him back from his great shock. Chen Feng snapped back to his senses. Looking at the kind-faced old woman before him, an indescribable warmth welled up in his heart.
If he hadn't helped her, he'd probably still be wandering hopelessly in the rain.
He took a deep breath, put his phone back in his pocket, and said solemnly to the old lady, "Grandma, it's raining so hard.
It's not safe for you to go home alone. Let me take you home."
"Oh, that's too embarrassing.
It's too much trouble for you." "No trouble."
Chen Feng's tone was firm. He helped the old lady and stopped a taxi on the roadside. He carefully helped her into the car, put the vegetables and fruits away, then told the driver the address and paid the fare in advance.
"Young man, what's your name? You really met a good person today,"
the old lady asked gratefully through the car window. Chen Feng shook his head, his face showing the first genuine smile since the divorce. "My name is Chen Haoren."
"Grandma, please be careful on the road."
Watching the taxi merge into the traffic and disappear, Chen Feng turned around and re-examined this city that felt so unfamiliar to him. The rain was still falling, but his mood was completely different at this moment. The coldness of his body and the soaking wet clothes reminded him of the most pressing issue. He felt the few dozen dollars in cash remaining in his pocket, then thought about the large sum in his bank account. Without further hesitation, he walked straight towards a rather impressive 4-star hotel not far away. When they were together before, they wouldn't even stay in a decent budget hotel, let alone a 4-star hotel. Lin Wan always said they wanted to save money for their future home. Thinking about it now, it was really ironic. Walking into the brightly lit hotel lobby, the warm air washed over him, dispelling some of the chill. Chen Feng, dressed in cheap wetsuits and with disheveled hair, stood out from the crowd of smartly dressed guests.
The receptionist's gaze was scrutinizing and wary.
Chen Feng didn't care about these things. He walked to the front desk and said calmly, "Open a room." The receptionist smiled professionally, but her eyes unconsciously looked him up and down. "Sir, our cheapest room is 888 per night."
The implication was obvious, he didn't look like someone who could afford it.
Chen Feng said nothing more, but took out the bank card from his pocket and placed it on the marble countertop. He had used this card for several years when he first started working. Seeing this ordinary savings card, the receptionist's expression became even more subtle. However, when Chen Feng entered the password in the POS machine spit out the receipt showing that the payment was successful, the contempt on the receptionist's face instantly froze, and was replaced by a standard professional smile. "Sir, your room card is for room 2208, on the 22nd floor.
I wish you a pleasant stay."
Her attitude took a 180-degree turn and became respectful. Chen Feng took the room card without a ripple in his heart. He had experienced the fickleness of human nature today. Entering the room and throwing himself onto the soft big bed, Chen Feng finally felt like he had survived a catastrophe. He lay there for a long time, until the chill on his body was gradually dispelled by the room's heating, and then he got up and walked into the bathroom. The boiling hot water gushed out from the shower head, washing over his cold body, and also seemed to wash away all the grievances and fatigue he had experienced in the past 3 years. In the mirror, a disheveled man appeared. His eyes were sunken, his face was covered with stubble, and his gaze was filled with confusion and pain.
This isn't him, or rather, it shouldn't be him.
He recalled his college days, when he was full of energy and was hailed as the most promising person in his department. He also recalled his early career days, when he was a workaholic who could stay up 3 days and 3 nights on a project.
When did he become what he is now?
Because of Lin Wan's words, "I don't like you being so busy," he gave up his promotion. Because of Lin Wan's words, "I don't feel safe," he handed over his entire salary card. Because of Lin Wan's words, "Let's work together," he willingly took on all the housework so that she could dress up and enjoy life. He thought it was love, but it turned out to be a complete scam. Chen Feng turned off the water and dried himself with a towel. When he looked in the mirror again, his eyes had changed. There was no longer confusion and pain, but a hint of cold sharpness. "Lin Wan, Zhao Kai. I will take back all the shame you have brought to me, bit by bit. And now, the first step is to say goodbye completely to the humble self of the past." He needed new clothes, something to match his new status. There was a large shopping mall downstairs from the hotel. Chen Feng changed into the bathrobe provided by the hotel and took the elevator directly down to the mall. He was now penniless. Apart from the 100,000 yuan in his card, he didn't even have cash to buy clothes.
He walked into a high-end men's clothing store.
The salesperson was taken aback when she saw him in a bathrobe, then a look of understanding crossed her face. Someone who could stay in this hotel and be so unfussy about it must be either wealthy or noble. "Hello sir, welcome. How can I help you?" The shopping guide greeted him enthusiastically.
Help me find a set of clothes that fit me from the inside out.
Chen Feng said lightly.
Yes, sir, this way please. Half an hour later, Chen Feng walked out of the store.
He wore a well-tailored black casual suit, a fine white shirt underneath, and a pair of polished Italian-made leather shoes. He was already tall and handsome, but his unkempt appearance had made him look downcast.
Now, with his new clothes, he looked completely refreshed, his demeanor instantly elevated. As he passed by the women's clothing store next door, a loud argument caught his attention.
Miss, this skirt is the latest model in our store and is worth 18,800 yuan. If you keep touching it like this, it will get fingerprints on it or wrinkles will appear, and it will be difficult for us to sell it. A female shopping guide with a sharp voice was facing a young girl, her tone full of disdain. The girl was wearing a washed-out business suit and a pair of half-worn high heels, looking a little awkward. She was pretty, with a simple ponytail and no makeup, but her delicate features were barely concealed.
Sorry, I'm just looking.
The girl quickly withdrew her hand and apologized in a low voice.
Take a look? Can you afford it?
A glamorously dressed woman nearby folded her arms and laughed sarcastically.
This is a limited edition piece from a luxury brand. Is your monthly salary enough to buy a sleeve?
Seriously, anyone dares to enter a store like this these days.
It's such a low standard. The female salesperson immediately nodded and bowed to the woman. Mrs. Wang, you're right. Some people just don't have any self-awareness.
The girl's face flushed crimson instantly, and she clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She seemed to want to retort, but ultimately chose to remain silent, her eyes slightly red as she turned and tried to leave.
Chen Feng frowned.
He seemed to see in this girl the humbled version of himself not long ago. He felt the embarrassment and helplessness of being humiliated in public but unable to refute.
Perhaps it was the influence of the system, or perhaps it was his inner instinct, but he walked over without thinking.
He stood in front of the girl, blocking her way. The girl looked up in surprise and was stunned when she saw a tall man with outstanding temperament. Chen Feng didn't look at her, but turned his gaze to the light blue dress hanging on the mannequin in the window, and then said to the sarcastic female salesperson, "I want this dress." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the corner. The female shopping guide and Mrs. Wang were both stunned.
The female salesperson was the first to react.
She looked Chen Feng up and down. Although he was dressed well, who knew if he was just pretending?
She curled her lips in disdain. Sir, are you sure? This dress is not cheap. It's 18,800 yuan, not on sale. I heard it. Chen Feng's tone remained calm.
He took out the bank card he had just swiped and said, "Swipe the card." Seeing Chen Feng's decisiveness, the female shopping guide's expression changed.
She didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly took off her skirt and carefully prepared to pack it. Mrs. Wang, standing by, looked a little grim.
She had just been looking at the same dress, but she thought the price was a bit high and wanted to ask the salesperson for a discount, but she hadn't expected someone to show up midway.
"Humph, stop pretending.
If the balance on the card is insufficient, I'll see how you'll end up," she muttered softly, standing aside with the mentality of watching the show.
The girl named Su Qingyan was also completely confused. She didn't know the man in front of her, so why did he suddenly buy this skirt that she couldn't afford?
"Sir, you..."
She was about to say something.
Chen Feng turned his head and smiled at her gently. "Don't get me wrong, I just think that this dress will look good on you." His smile was clean and sincere, without a trace of impurities. Su Qingyan's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks blushed involuntarily.
Drop.
The crisp sound of the POS machine interrupted the silence at the scene.
Payment successful. The smile on the female shopping guide's face instantly became as bright as a flower.
She handed the wrapped gift box to Chen Feng with both hands, and her voice was so sweet that it was sickening. "Sir, your clothes." Mrs. Wang's face became as colorful as a palette, sometimes blue, sometimes white. Finally, she snorted in disappointment and turned away. Chen Feng took the gift box and handed it directly to Su Qingyan.
"For you." "Ah?" Su Qingyan was completely dumbfounded.
She waved her hands repeatedly. No, this is too expensive.
I can't accept it."
"Just consider it my apology for their rudeness just now."
Chen Feng's excuse was a bit lame, but he really couldn't think of a better one. Or, you can think of it as a battle robe. Put it on and defeat those who once looked down on you. Battle shirt? Su Qingyan's eyes flickered.
She had come to see this dress today because the company was having a crucial annual meeting in 3 days, which would determine whether she could be hired as a full-time employee. She wanted to buy herself a decent dress, but she hadn't expected the price to be so outrageous. Chen Feng's words seemed to touch her heart. Seeing that the girl was still hesitating, Chen Feng smiled slightly, stuffed the gift box into her arms, then turned and left without any reluctance.
Hello? Sir. What's your name? Su Qingyan chased after him 2 steps while holding the gift box and asked anxiously.
Chen Feng didn't look back, just waved.
Good man Chen. 2 words, floating elegantly in the air.
Su Qingyan stood there blankly, holding the gift box worth nearly 20,000 yuan, watching the man's tall figure disappear at the end of the mall, with mixed feelings in her heart. As Chen Feng walked out of the mall, the familiar mechanical sound rang in his mind again.
Ding.
Detected that the host has completed the act of helping others.
Mission target, Su Qingyan.
Mission details, help Su Qingyan, a newcomer in the workplace who was publicly humiliated, and maintain her dignity. Mission assessment, the host acted decisively and appropriately, not only resolving the target's pressing need but also providing spiritual encouragement. The target is extremely grateful. Congratulations to the host, you have received the mission reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. Reward of Consumer Rebate Card Level 1. Cash rewards have been issued, please check carefully. Chen Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. Chapter 3 50,000 yuan is only enough to buy a few mobile phones. 500,000. Chen Feng stood in the busy aisle of the shopping mall and felt like his breathing had stopped. If the previous 100,000 yuan was a timely help that helped him climb out of the icy cave of despair, then the 500,000 yuan was like a sun that appeared out of nowhere, completely dispelling all the coldness in his body. He quickly walked to a secluded corner and opened the bank app again. A series of numbers came clearly into his eyes. Balance, 581,232.32 yuan. After deducting the more than 19,000 yuan he spent on buying clothes and a skirt for the girl, he still had 580,000 yuan quietly lying in his card. This was a figure he had never dared to imagine before. He and Lin Wan had been married for 3 years, living frugally, and their savings at best were only around 100,000 yuan, all of which was in the house that Lin Wan had swindled out of them. Chen Feng leaned against the cold wall and slowly exhaled. He was now finally 100% certain that the system called Helping Girls for Fun really existed. System, what is that consumption rebate card? He muttered to himself. A stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. Consumer Rebate Card Level 1, the host will receive a 10% cash rebate on any purchases made by the host. The rebate amount will be automatically deposited into the host's bank account within 24 hours. Note, purchases made to complete system tasks and gifts to others are not counted towards the rebate. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. This is simply a perpetual motion machine. As long as he spends money to improve himself, he can continue to receive rebates, and the more money he spends, the more money he will have. This system seems to not only allow him to help others, but also encourage him to live for himself again. Live for yourself. Chen Feng chewed on these words, his heart filled with mixed emotions. For the past 3 years, he had become Lin Wan's appendage, a tool to make money and do housework, but he had never lived a single day for himself. From now on, everything will change. The first thing he had to do was to replace all the old things on his body. Chen Feng looked down at his old mobile phone with a cracked screen, turned around without hesitation, and walked towards the most conspicuous Jilian Technology official flagship store in the mall. The store was crowded with people, and the latest models were displayed on bright stands, exuding the unique charm of technological products. He walked directly to the booth of the latest flagship model and said to a salesperson, "Hello, this is the top model. Give me a new one." The salesperson was a young man. Seeing Chen Feng's extraordinary temperament, he was very enthusiastic. "Okay, sir, what color would you like?" "The one with the largest memory is 1 terabyte, and the price is 13,999 yuan. I want this configuration, the color doesn't matter." Chen Feng said lightly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Just as the shopping guide turned around to go to the warehouse to pick up the goods, a sarcastic female voice sounded behind him. "Hey, who was that? Isn't this Chen Feng? Why are you here?" Even if Chen Feng turned into ashes, he would recognize this voice. "It's Lin Wan." He slowly turned around and saw the face he once loved, but now only loathed. Next to Lin Wan, still standing was the man with gold-rimmed glasses, Zhao Kai. The two of them seemed to be here shopping. Lin Wan was carrying several shopping bags of luxury brands with a satisfied smile on her face. But the moment she saw Chen Feng, that smile turned into a complex expression mixed with surprise and contempt. Zhao Kai had a condescending attitude. He pushed his glasses and his eyes swept over Chen Feng's brand new outfit, then fell on the mobile phone stand in front of him, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why, are you tempted to squander the 50,000 yuan I gave you as compensation so soon? What are you doing at Jilian Technology Store? Buying a phone case? There should be enough phone cases here for you to buy one. His words caused Lin Wan beside him to cover her mouth and chuckle, and that laughter was full of a sense of superiority. In their eyes, Chen Feng was just a poor guy who had been kicked out of his home, and it was a huge joke that he appeared here. If it were a few hours ago, facing such humiliation, Chen Feng would probably be so angry that he would tremble all over, his face would turn red, but he would not be able to say a word of rebuttal. But now, he just looked at them calmly, with no anger or resentment in his eyes, only a calm indifference, as if he was looking at two strangers who had nothing to do with him. This look made Lin Wan feel strangely uncomfortable. She frowned. Chen Feng, where did you get the money to buy all this clothes? Did you do something stupid? Her tone sounded like she was concerned, but in reality, she was wondering if he had used some dishonorable means. At this time, the shopping guide came over with a brand new mobile phone. Sir, your phone. Chen Feng ignored Lin Wan and Zhao Kai. He took the phone and said to the salesperson, swipe the card. As he said that, he handed over the bank card. Zhao Kai's smile widened. Are you really going to buy this? Why are you pretending? Is there any money in your card? Don't wait until the balance is insufficient. That would be really embarrassing. He just wanted to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself. He enjoyed the pleasure of trampling on other people's dignity, especially in front of Lin Wan. Chen Feng still didn't look at him, but just waited quietly. Drop. The POS machine emits a clear confirmation tone. The salesperson handed back the bank card and receipt with both hands, a standard and warm smile on her face. Sir, the payment has been successful. Do you need me to open the package and activate it for you? No, thank you. Chen Feng took the card and phone, turned around and was about to leave. The smile on Zhao Kai's face froze. Lin Wan's eyes flashed with disbelief. He actually bought a 14,000 yuan phone without blinking an eye? Where did he get the money? Could it be? A thought flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered that Chen Feng had a close college classmate whose family was in business and very wealthy. Could he have borrowed money from his classmate? Yes, that must be the case. He was just trying to show off in front of her. Thinking of this, Lin Wan's condescending attitude returned. She crossed her arms and sneered. Chen Feng, why bother? Borrowing money to buy these things is fun. You have to pay back the money you owe to others. Chen Feng stopped. He finally looked the couple straight in the eye, and for the first time, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, a cold smile without any warmth. Don't worry about that, Miss Lin. There is no relationship between us anymore. The words Ms. Lin were like a needle that pierced Lin Wan's heart. In the past, he always called her Xiao Wan and wife with a tone full of doting. But now, these three words instantly widened the distance between them. Also, Chen Feng turned his gaze to Zhao Kai, his tone calm but every word piercing his heart. Mr. Zhao, next time you want to insult someone with money, I suggest you use a larger amount. He paused and gently weighed the new phone in his hand. After all, 50,000 yuan is only enough to buy a few mobile phones. After saying this, he stopped looking at the two people's expressions, which had suddenly become extremely wonderful, and walked out of the flagship store with his long legs. Behind him, Zhao Kai's face had turned purple. It's just enough to buy a few mobile phones. This sentence was like a loud slap in the face. The 50,000 yuan he had used to show off and insult Chen Feng became so worthless in the other person's mouth. This is a reverse humiliation, more heartbreaking than any angry roar. How dare he talk to me like that? Zhao Kai was a little exasperated. Lin Wan's mood was equally complicated. As she watched Chen Feng's tall and straight figure depart, she felt a strange feeling in her heart for the first time. The man who was always humble and obedient to her in her impression seemed to have completely changed into a different person in just a few hours. That kind of calmness and indifference was something she had never seen before. But Chen Feng walked out of the store in an extremely calm mood. He unpacked the new phone, replaced the SIM card in the old one, and then threw the old phone, which carried countless memories, into the trash can on the side of the road without any nostalgia. It was like throwing away his shameful past. This chance encounter with Lin Wan and Zhao Kai not only did not make him angry, but instead made him more determined in his thoughts. The best revenge is not hysterical quarrels or humble begging, but to stand at a height that they can never reach, so that they can only look up to you. By then, all their sarcasm and ridicule will turn into slaps in their own faces. He looked down at the glossy screen of his new phone, which reflected his chiseled face. The look in his eyes had completely changed. He opened the bank app and took a look at the balance. Then he opened the map software and started searching for the nearest car city nearby. A mobile phone is just the beginning. He needed a car, one that matched his new status. Chapter 4 This car, I want it. Binhai International Automobile City, with its vast territory, houses nearly every renowned global auto brand. Among them, the Xingyao Auto Forest dealership, located in a prominent position, exudes both style and value with its iconic star emblem and transparent, bright glass curtain wall. Chen Feng took a taxi here, stood at the door, and looked up at the huge logo. Before their divorce, he and Lin Wan had been here once. Back then, Lin Wan had taken a fancy to a red Xingyao C-Series coupe and pestered him to buy it. But the price, over 300,000 yuan, was nearly all he had at the time. He could only promise to buy it for her when he earned enough money. He still remembers Lin Wan's disappointed look at that time. Now that she thinks about it, perhaps what she wanted was never the future he promised, but a present that could immediately satisfy all her desires. Recovering his thoughts, Chen Feng stepped into the exhibition hall. In the spacious and bright hall, there are several brand new star-shining sedans and SUVs on display. Under the illumination of lights, the paint on the car bodies is radiant, exuding a cold metallic texture and the smell of money. The air was filled with the unique smell of leather and plastic mixed with new cars. Perhaps it was a weekday afternoon, so there weren't many customers in the showroom. Groups of sales consultants were enthusiastically introducing customers. When Chen Feng walked in alone, no salesperson immediately came forward to greet him. Most of them just glanced at him and saw that although Chen Feng was well dressed, he was alone and still young, so they subconsciously classified him as a potential customer who just came to take a look or had insufficient budget and was not worth wasting too much energy on. Chen Feng didn't care about any of this. He wandered around the showroom, his eyes scanning the cars one after another. Just as he walked to a black Xingyao E-Series sedan, a slightly shy voice sounded beside him. "Hello sir, are you interested in this Xingyao E300L? Chen Feng turned around and saw a young woman in a business suit with a badge that read Trainee Sales Consultant Xiaoya on her chest. She looked like she had just graduated, with a hint of student spirit on her face. She seemed a little nervous when facing the client, but her attitude was very sincere. "Can you introduce me?" Chen Feng nodded. Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a positive response, and quickly and enthusiastically introduced, "Sir, this is our best-selling executive sedan, the Xingyao E300L Fashion Edition. It's equipped with a 2.0T turbocharged engine, the latest intelligent driving assistance system, and a dual-screen design. It's very suitable for both commercial and home use. Would you like to sit in and experience it?" Although her introduction was a little awkward, it was well organized and well prepared. Chen Feng opened the car door and got in, gripping the steering wheel and feeling the delicate leather and solid workmanship. It had to be said that the experience of driving a luxury car was a world apart from the domestically produced car he had driven in the past, which cost around 100,000 yuan. Just as Xiaoya was about to introduce the interior functions to him, a sarcastic voice interrupted. "Oh, who was it? Isn't this Chen Feng?" Chen Feng's brows furrowed slightly. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a saleswoman with heavy makeup, a tight skirt, and a voluptuous figure walking towards him in high heels, twisting her waist. The woman's face showed exaggerated surprise, but deep in her eyes, there was undisguised contempt and sarcasm. Chen Feng searched in his mind before he remembered who the woman in front of him was. Li Wan, his college classmate. Their relationship was mediocre during school, as she always despised the poor and favored the rich, preferring to associate with those from well-off families. After graduation, they had no further contact. "I didn't expect to meet her here. Long time no see." Chen Feng responded lightly and then withdrew his gaze, obviously not intending to communicate with her any further. Li Wan, however, refused to give in. She walked over to the car, leaned against the door, and struck a pose she thought was seductive, looking Chen Feng up and down. "Chen Feng, aren't you married to our school beauty, Lin Wan? Why are you here alone to see Xingyao? Where's Lin Wan? You weren't bragging at home about buying her Xingyao, and now you've secretly come here to take some photos so you can report back?" Her voice was quiet, but clear enough for the surrounding sales consultants to hear. Several eager eyes immediately turned to her. In turn, Xiaoya stood aside, somewhat at a loss. She could sense that the atmosphere was not right, but she didn't know what to do. Chen Feng's face darkened. He hadn't expected Li Wan to be as sharp-tongued as she was in college. Whether I buy a car or not seems to have nothing to do with you. Why is it okay? We're all old classmates, so why not show some concern? Li Wan chuckled, then changed the subject, but seriously, Chen Feng, I'm not looking down on you. Our car isn't something a working-class person like you can afford. This Xingyao E300L has a price tag of over 500,000 yuan. Would your 3 years' salary be enough for the down payment? This was a blatant humiliation for her. Xiaoya's expression changed a little, and she whispered to Li Wan, Sister Wan, this is my client. Your client? Li Wan said, as if she had just heard something ridiculous. Xiaoya, you're still too young. I've seen a lot of people like him. They just come to enjoy the air conditioning and have a good time. Don't waste your time on him. Go over there and greet Mr. Zhang. He's a truly high-quality client. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to the two of them, twisted her waist and walked towards a middle-aged man with a big belly not far away. Xiaoya's face showed a look of grievance and embarrassment. She apologized to Chen Feng repeatedly, I'm sorry, sir, Sister Wan. It's okay. Chen Feng interrupted her, his expression having returned to calm. He got out of the car, closed the door, and said to Xiaoya, this is it. Black, stylish. Can I pick it up now? Xiaoya's brain froze instantly, and she wondered if she had heard it wrong. Sir, you mean, you want to buy this car? Yes. Chen Feng's answer was clear and concise. Full payment. Let's go through the formalities. Full payment. These two words, like a thunderclap, rang in Xiaoya's ears. She was completely stunned. Happiness came too suddenly, and she didn't know how to react for a moment. Li Wan, who had just walked halfway, stumbled and almost sprained her ankle when she heard this. She turned around suddenly and looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Pay full price for the Xingyao E300L? This old classmate who she thought was so poor? He must be crazy. Chen Feng, stop trying to be so pretentious here. Do you know how much the full payment is? Do you know what documents are needed to handle the formalities? Don't delay our business here. Li Wan's tone was sarcastic and she believed that Chen Feng was just acting. The other sales consultants around also cast questioning glances. Chen Feng didn't bother to pay attention to her. He just looked at Xiaoya, who hadn't recovered yet, and repeated, take me to handle the formalities. Oh. Okay. Sir, please come this way. Xiaoya finally reacted. The huge surprise made her little face flush red. She hurriedly led the way and brought Chen Feng to the VIP negotiation room. Li Wan's face turned pale and blue. She didn't believe it, so she followed him and wanted to see with her own eyes how Chen Feng made a fool of himself. In the negotiation room, the manager was also alarmed. After all, it was very rare for a customer to pay in full and pick up the car within 10 minutes of entering the store. Hello sir, I am the sales manager of our store, my last name is Wang. Manager Wang handed over his business card enthusiastically. Chen Feng took the business card and nodded, my last name is Chen. Please be quick, I'm in a hurry. Okay, no problem. Soon, the car purchase contract and POS machine were ready. Li Wan stood at the door, arms folded, with an expression of anticipation. She wanted to see how Chen Feng would end up if he couldn't pay. Under the gaze of everyone, especially Li Wan, Chen Feng took out the bank card and handed it over without changing his expression. When Xiaoya, with trembling hands, deposited over 500,000 yuan, the air in the entire negotiation room seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the small POS machine. Time seemed to have passed as long as a century. Drop. A crisp sound broke the silence. Immediately afterwards, a long receipt was slowly spit out from the POS machine. Payment successful. The sarcastic smile on Li Wan's face froze in an instant, and her whole body was frozen in place as if she had been cast under a spell. Manager Wang and Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, with bright smiles on their faces. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming a distinguished owner of a prestigious Xingyao car. Manager Wang personally stepped forward and shook hands with Chen Feng. Chen Feng withdrew his hand, but his eyes passed the manager and fell on Li Wan, who was petrified at the door. Then, he said something to Manager Wang, something that made Li Wan feel like she was falling into an ice cave.
Manager Wang, the person serving me today is Miss Xiaoya.
I hope that all the commission from the sale of this car will go to her alone. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat cold. As for some senior salespeople who look down on others and only use words to humiliate customers, I think they might not be suitable for such a high-end brand store.
Chapter 5 Get out of my sight.
Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but in the quiet negotiation room, it was like thunder from a clear sky, clearly reaching everyone's ears.
Who was Manager Wang?
To be able to manage a luxury brand 4S dealership like this, he must have mastered the art of reading people's expressions.
He understood the whole story almost immediately.
A customer who could pay over 500,000 yuan in full for a car without blinking an eye was definitely a VIP who needed to be fully protected. And Li Wan, a veteran employee who usually bullied newcomers by relying on her looks and achievements, had clearly hit a wall today. His face instantly darkened. He turned to look at Li Wan, who was standing at the door with a pale face, and said sternly, "Li Wan,
what's going on? Are you being rude to a customer again?"
Li Wan's body trembled violently. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton and she couldn't utter a word. The facts were right in front of her. The long purchase slip on the POS machine was the loudest slap in her face. Her experience in knowing people, which she was proud of, has become a huge joke today. Xiaoya stood aside, surprised and delighted. She was surprised that Chen Feng would actually stand up for her, but she was delighted that this huge order had truly landed on her head. According to her commission rate, she could get at least a bonus of nearly 20,000 yuan for this order, which was more than her base salary for the past few months combined. She looked at Chen Feng's profile, her heart filled with gratitude.
Manager Wang, Chen Feng didn't even look at Li Wan.
He knew that ignoring someone like her was the most complete form of contempt. He turned to Manager Wang, his tone still calm. "Can you meet my request?"
"Yes.
Of course." Manager Wang answered without hesitation, then immediately shouted at Li Wan, "Li Wan, apologize to Mr. Chen immediately.
Then go to the Human Resources Department to complete your resignation procedures. We don't need unprofessional employees like you on our Xingyao team."
Manager Wang made a decisive and quick decision. He clearly distinguished between an intern who could bring in over 500,000 in sales and a veteran employee who had offended a major client. Furthermore, a client like Chen Feng had inestimable connections and spending potential, and he absolutely couldn't afford to offend him just because of a single employee.
Resignation procedures.
These 4 words, like 4 heavy hammers, hit Li Wan's heart hard. She was completely panicked. Her sales job at the Xingyao 4S dealership was something she was proud of, something she boasted about to her classmates. If she was fired, where would she find another such respectable, high-paying job?
"No.
Manager, I was wrong.
I was really wrong."
Li Wan no longer cared about her face and rushed in, begging almost in tears, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not recognizing a great man. I can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time.
I won't dare to do it again."
She even wanted to pull Chen Feng's sleeve, but was forced back by Chen Feng's cold look. Chen Feng looked at her crying bitterly without any sympathy in his heart.
"If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place?"
If she hadn't been so sarcastic at the beginning, if she had maintained the most basic respect for every client, how could she have ended up like this?
"I don't accept your apology."
Chen Feng's voice was icy cold without a trace of warmth.
"I just hope that you disappear from my sight right now."
After that, he no longer paid attention to Li Wan, but said to Xiaoya, "I'll trouble you with the rest of the procedures."
Okay, Mr. Chen."
Xiaoya nodded quickly, suppressing her inner excitement, and began to handle the subsequent car pickup procedures for Chen Feng. Li Wan collapsed on the ground, watching the man she once despised being treated like a distinguished guest by her manager, while she herself was abandoned like a stray dog. The huge contrast and regret made her burst into tears. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world.
Half an hour later, all the procedures were completed. Manager Wang personally sent Chen Feng and Xiaoya to the parking lot. A brand new black Xingyao E300L had been cleaned and was parked there quietly, waiting for its new owner. "Mr. Chen, this is your car key. All the vehicle information is in it. If you have any questions about the car in the future, please feel free to contact Xiaoya or call me directly." Manager Wan's attitude was extremely respectful. "Thank you.
Chen Feng took the key, then looked at Xiaoya, whose eyes were still red, and said to her, "Thank you for troubling you today. You performed very well." Xiaoya felt warm at the client's recognition and bowed quickly. "It's not a big deal. This is what I should do. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. This thank you comes from the bottom of my heart." Chen Feng not only gave her a performance that was enough to change her current difficult life, but more importantly, when she was most confused and helpless, he protected her dignity and gave her the confidence to persevere. Chen Feng nodded, said nothing more, opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. The brand new interior and the familiar star emblem made him feel as if he were in another world. He started the car, the engine emitting a steady and pleasant roar. He lowered the window, waved to the two people who were still bowing outside, then stepped on the accelerator and smoothly drove the car that carried his new life out of the Forest store. In the rearview mirror, the Forest store building became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Just like his shameful past, it was completely left behind. The car was driving on the wide city avenue, and soothing music was playing on the car speakers. Chen Feng felt calmer and more relaxed than ever before. At this moment, the familiar voice in my mind arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the behavior of helping women for fun. Mission target, Xiaoya. Mission details: help Xiaoya, a newcomer in the workplace who is being bullied by her colleagues, to achieve her performance goals and maintain her professional dignity. Mission assessment: the host, with swift action, not only helped the target complete a massive order but also completely resolved their workplace dilemma, leaving them deeply grateful and deeply inspired. Mission completion, perfect. Congratulations to the host, you have received the mission reward, 2 million yuan in cash. Reward: mastery of driving skills. Cash rewards have been distributed. Driving skill mastery has been automatically integrated, and the host has mastered the world's top driving skills. Boom! Chen Feng felt as if an electric current was passing through his brain. 2 million. He slammed on the brakes and stopped the car in the emergency lane on the side of the road. He didn't even have time to appreciate the changes brought about by the so-called driving skills mastery. Instead, he immediately took out his mobile phone and opened the app that he was most familiar with and liked most. Log in and refresh. A string of numbers so long that it made him dizzy appeared on the screen. Balance: 2,015,333.32 yuan. 2 million. Adding the remaining amount from before, his current savings has exceeded the 2 million mark. Chen Feng's breathing became a little rapid. From being kicked out of the house penniless in the morning, to now having over 2 million in cash in his bank card and a Starlight car worth over $500,000 in his name. All this happened in less than 6 hours. This feeling is 10,000 times more exciting than riding a roller coaster. He took several deep breaths before he managed to calm down his excitement. Only then did he notice some strange changes in his body. He didn't feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity with this new car. It felt as if he'd been driving it for 8 or 10 years. He could clearly sense every bit of the car's data, every rub of the tires against the road. In his mind, countless driving techniques, racing level cornering routes, and emergency handling methods were deeply imprinted like instinct. Is this what driving mastery means? Chen Feng couldn't help but tighten his grip on the steering wheel. He restarted the car and slowly merged into the traffic. This time, it felt completely different. The car seemed to become an extension of his body, a oneness between him and the car, free to do whatever he pleased. Every acceleration, lane change, and braking was done with fluidity and precision. This feeling of being in control of everything fascinated him. The system, this golden finger that suddenly appeared, is completely changing his life in a way he can't imagine. The car was driving steadily on the road. Chen Feng turned on the car's Bluetooth, and several message notification sounds came from his mobile phone. He opened it with the voice assistant and found it was a friend request from an unfamiliar person. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Xiaoya. I've sent you my personal phone number and email. If you have any questions in the future, you can always contact me. Thank you again. Chen Feng smiled, accepted her friend request, and simply replied okay. Immediately afterwards, he saw another message from a college classmate he hadn't contacted for a long time, and also his former best brother Fatty Wang Lei. Fengzi, are you divorcing that bitch Lin Wan? I just heard Li Wan crying in the class group, saying that you bought a Xingyao car in full today and made her lose her job? Holy shit, is that true? Chapter 6 Fatty's phone call. Seeing the news about Fatty Wang Lei, Chen Feng couldn't help but curl up his lips into a warm smile.
Aside from Lin Wan, Wang Lei was the closest person to him in this city. He'd slept on the upper bunk for 4 years of college, and after graduation, they'd stayed in Binhai City together to make a living. However, after they got married, Lin Wan always disliked his association with Wang Lei. She felt that Wang Lei was outspoken and a spendthrift, and she was afraid that he would lead Chen Feng astray. In order to consider Lin Wan's feelings, Chen Feng gradually distanced himself from Wang Lei. Now that I think about it, I was such a fool that I ignored my brother who treated me sincerely for a scheming woman. He drove the car into an underground parking lot, parked it, and then made a voice call directly to Wang Lei. The call was answered almost instantly. Fuck. Fengzi. Did you really mention Xingyao? The fat man's signature loud voice came from the receiver, making Chen Feng's ears buzz. Just picked it up. Chen Feng leaned back in the driver's seat, feeling the comfortable wrapping of the leather seat, and felt extremely relaxed. Awesome, bro, the fat man on the other end of the phone yelled excitedly. I knew you were something special. Come on, what's going on? Did your distant cousin who was sent overseas as a senior executive come back and invest in you? Chen Feng was amused by the fat man's wild imagination. I don't have any distant cousin. What's going on? You didn't win the lottery, did you? That's about right. Chen Feng said half-truthfully. The system thing was too unbelievable, and he didn't plan to tell anyone. Anyway, I'm rich now. I'm completely done with Lin Wan. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then the fat man's relieved voice came. It's good that it's broken up. Damn it, I've known that woman for a long time. When you got married, I wanted to say that the way she looked at you was not like looking at a lover, but like looking at a long-term meal ticket. It's you, kid, who was blinded by love and plunged into it without looking back. It's not too late to turn back now. Chen Feng sighed. It's not too late. It's damned late, the fat man said excitedly. Brother, where are you now? I'll go find you. We have to celebrate. Celebrate your escape from suffering and your new life. I'm in the underground garage at Brilliant City. I just picked up my car. Glorious City? Okay, wait, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I must be drunk tonight. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. This is what a brother is. When he is down, he may not be able to provide substantial help, but his sincere concern is more precious than anything else. While waiting, Chen Feng began to think about his next plan. First, he needed a place to live. A hotel wasn't a long-term solution. With his current financial resources, a house was more than enough. Secondly, he couldn't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. While the system was powerful, he couldn't rely solely on completing missions to make a living. He needed a career of his own. He majored in financial investment in college and always ranked among the top students. However, for the stability mentioned by Lin Wan, he gave up the opportunity to work in investment banks and securities companies and chose to work in finance at an ordinary company. Now, he may be able to pick up his old dream again. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden sound of brakes and the fat man's loud voice came from afar. Fengzi. Chen Feng looked up and saw a flashy red Tornado sports car parked next to his Xingyao. The window was lowered, revealing Wang Lei's chubby face, which was smiling like Maitreya Buddha. Fuck, it's really shining. Wang Lei jumped out of the car and circled around Chen Feng's E-Class several times, praising him. Not bad, brother, it's quite calm and consistent with your reserved and coquettish temperament. Chen Feng got out of the car with a smile and gave the fat man a tight hug. You kid, you are still so showy. He hit the fat man's shoulder and pointed at the Tornado sports car. Hey, a man should always have some aspirations. The fat man patted his car proudly. Come on, buddy, I'll take you to a nice place to welcome you back. Having said that, he pulled Chen Feng into his Tornado sports car without saying anything. The roar of the sports car echoed in the underground garage. The two of them sped all the way to the top private club in Binhai City, Yunding Pavilion. It operates a membership system with strict security and high privacy. It is a place for recreation and entertainment for the richest and most powerful people in Binhai City. Fatty, you are doing pretty well now. You can even get membership in a place like this? Chen Feng was a little surprised as he looked at the magnificent building in front of him. Wang Lei chuckled and said mysteriously, I don't have that ability. A friend of mine brought me here. Her family is a big business owner, and there happened to be a party here tonight, so I thought I'd bring you here to see the world and introduce you to some connections. Chen Feng nodded and didn't refuse.
He knew that the fat man was really thinking about him. As soon as the two entered the club, they were greeted by a waiter in Cheongsam and respectfully led them to a private room called Tinjiuxuan. The door of the box was ajar, and bursts of sweet voices and men's teasing could be heard from inside. The fat man pushed open the door, and a scent mixed with high-end perfume and cigars hit him in the face. Inside the private room, decorated in an antique style, the lighting was somewhat ambiguous. Several young girls, dressed up in fancy clothes, were surrounding a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, smiling sweetly and urging him to drink. On the sofa on the other side, there was a woman sitting. She was dressed in a smart white suit and skirt, her long hair tied up, revealing her slender swan neck. She didn't join in the commotion over there, but sat there quietly, gracefully swaying her red wineglass. Her eyes were cold and her temperament was outstanding, making her seem a little out of place in the surrounding environment. When she heard the door open and subconsciously raised her head, Chen Feng's eyes met hers. The moment their eyes met, they were both slightly stunned. Chen Feng knew this woman. Or rather, we met once. Her name is Qin Ruoxue, and she is the president of Binhai Qin Group. She is a legendary woman known in the business world for her iron fist and beauty. Chen Feng knew her because a few days ago, his company had a cooperative project with the Qin Group. At that time, as a financial representative, he had gone to the Qin Group to deliver documents and had met the beautiful CEO from a distance. But he didn't expect to see her again here, in this way. Qin Ruoxue looked at Chen Feng, and a hint of subtle surprise flashed in her cold eyes. She seemed to recognize this ordinary employee who had delivered documents a few days ago and looked a little dull and honest. However, the man in front of him was wearing a suit of designer clothes, and his temperament was calm and composed, completely different from that day. "Brother Lei, you're here." A delicate girl saw Wang Lei and immediately came forward to greet him. Wang Lei smiled and put his arm around the girl's waist, then said to the middle-aged man in the main seat, "Mr. Li, let me introduce you to my best brother, Chen Feng." The man called Mr. Li glanced at Chen Feng with sleepy eyes, nodded perfunctorily, and continued to focus his attention on the beautiful woman beside him. Obviously, he had no interest in an unknown little person like Chen Feng. Wang Lei didn't care. He pulled Chen Feng to sit down and introduced him in a low voice, "That's Mr. Li, he's in real estate and he's rich. The one next to him is the friend I told you about, Mr. Qin Ruoxue." Chen Feng's gaze fell on Qin Ruoxue again. She seemed to notice his gaze, looked over, and then nodded to him politely as a greeting. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open again. A man in a suit, with sleek hair and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he walked straight to Mr. Li and handed him a glass of wine with a smile on his face. "Mr. Li, I'm late, I'll drink 3 glasses as a punishment." As he said this, he drank 3 cups in a row. Seeing this, Mr. Li laughed out loud. "Xiao Zhao, you are really good at handling things." But when Chen Feng saw the face of Xiao Zhao clearly, his eyes instantly turned cold. The person who came was Zhao Kai, whom I had just met this morning. Zhao Kai seemed to have noticed that there were 2 unfamiliar faces in the box. He put down his wineglass and glanced over casually. When his eyes fell on Chen Feng's face, the smile on his face froze instantly. Instead, there was extreme shock and disbelief. How come he is here? Is this kind of top-level club a place where a loser like Chen Feng can enter? Zhao Kai's eyes swept back and forth between Chen Feng and Wang Lei, and finally fell on the keys of Wang Lei's flashy sports car, with an expression of sudden realization on his face. It turned out that he had hooked up with a friend who had a little money and was brought in to broaden his horizons. Thinking of this, the shock in his heart immediately turned into deep contempt and disdain. Holding a wineglass, he walked straight to Chen Feng, looked down at him, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this Chen Feng? What a coincidence, we meet again." His voice was not loud, but it was enough to draw the attention of everyone in the box. "I didn't expect you to be so capable as to sneak into Yunding Pavilion. So, are you here to be a waiter?" Chapter 7 You are not qualified. Zhao Kai's voice carried a deliberately exaggerated frivolity, like a poison needle, precisely piercing the atmosphere in the box that had just relaxed. In an instant, all the noise stopped. The young women surrounding Mr. Li stopped trying to persuade him to drink and looked curiously at the young man at the door who had suddenly been called. Their eyes were full of scrutiny, as if they were evaluating the value of a commodity. Wang Lei's chubby face instantly turned the color of liver. He was about to stand up, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, and a surge of anger shot up his spine. How could he allow his brothers, the place he had brought to the world, to be humiliated like this? Chen Feng calmly reached out his hand and gently pressed it on Wang Lei's thigh. That hand was steady and powerful, conveying an undeniable calmness.
Wang Lei was stunned. He met Chen Feng's deep, unmoved eyes. His anger was like being poured over by a basin of ice water, and he was forced back. He saw Chen Feng shook his head slightly.
Mr. Li, seated at the head table, held his wineglass and watched the scene with great interest. A hint of a playful smile graced his portly face. He was accustomed to this kind of showmanship among the rich young men, and even enjoyed it as a spice of the wine table. In the entire box, the only one whose expression did not change much was Qin Ruoxue. She continued to recline on the sofa, her posture elegant, but her cold, phoenix-like eyes now rested silently on Chen Feng. Her gaze held neither contempt nor sympathy, only pure, emotionless observation. She seemed curious as to how this ordinary employee, who only a few days ago had been wearing cheap work clothes and had been so nervous he could barely speak in her presence, would react to such a blunt humiliation. The air in the entire space seemed to become sticky because of Zhao Kai's words. Zhao Kai really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, especially the pleasure of stepping on Chen Feng. The corners of his mouth widened, and he took 2 steps forward, his voice filled with condescending mockery.
Why are you silent? Did I say something wrong? The hourly wage for waiters at Yunding Pavilion is not low. If you really work here, I will say hello to your manager and give you a bigger tip. He deliberately emphasized the word tip, and the meaning of humiliation was self-evident. Chen Feng finally took action. He ignored Zhao Kai, not even giving him a spare glance. He simply slowly picked up the teacup on the table in front of him, took a sip, and then put the cup back in its place with a crisp, soft sound. The whole process was calm and unhurried, as if there was no difference between Zhao Kai and the air under his feet. After doing all this, he raised his eyelids, but his gaze passed over Zhao Kai and directly looked at Mr. Li in the main seat. He nodded slightly and said in a calm tone, "Mr. Li, it's our first meeting. I'm really sorry to disturb your elegance." When he spoke, everyone was stunned, including Zhao Kai. He had anticipated countless reactions from Chen Feng, perhaps an angry defense, a cowardly verbal attack, or shameful silence. But he never expected that Chen Feng would choose to completely ignore it. This kind of disregard was more damaging than any vicious curse. It sent a clear signal: in my eyes, Chen Feng, you, Zhao Kai, are not worthy of having a conversation with me. Zhao Kai's face turned pale in an instant. He felt like he had punched cotton. All the force was dissipated into nothingness, and he almost sprained his waist. Mr. Li's smile faltered slightly, and he re-examined Chen Feng with some surprise. This young man, facing Zhao Kai's provocation, remained neither humble nor overbearing. This kind of mentality was quite good. "Ha, young man, it's no big deal." Mr. Li laughed, but obviously had no intention of standing up for Chen Feng. He just responded vaguely. Chen Feng's goal had been achieved. He wanted to break the atmosphere created by Zhao Kai where he was the center of attention. He turned his head and his gaze finally fell on Zhao Kai, whose face was turning pale and blue, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This Mr. Zhao, right?" He pretended to think, as if trying to recall an insignificant name. "You're right, I'm not here to be a waiter." He paused, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. "Because the waiters here are more educated than you." The moment the words fell, the temperature in the box seemed to drop several degrees. Wang Lei couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Then he felt something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. However, his shrugging shoulders revealed his gloating at the moment. Zhao Kai's face turned completely purple. "What the hell did you say?" He was furious. A pauper, a worthless person who was kicked out by Lin Wan like trash, actually dared to mock him for being uneducated in front of so many people? Wasn't I clear enough? Chen Feng's tone remained calm, but beneath that calmness, a heart-pounding sense of oppression was hidden. "I say, your upbringing is not even as good as the waiters here. At least they know what respect is." "Respect? Ha ha ha." Zhao Kai acted as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. He pointed at Chen Feng and said to Mr. Li, Qin Ruoxue, and the others, "Mr. Li, Mr. Qin, listen to this. A poor bastard who only got here through life thanks to his friends is actually talking to me about respect? I'm telling you, his name is Chen Feng, and he's the ex-husband of my fiancée, Lin Wan. A loser who couldn't even afford a decent house after being married for 3 years and was kicked out by my fiancée. How can such a person even be respected?" He almost roared, revealing Chen Feng's old secrets mercilessly. He thought that once these words came out, Chen Feng would be so ashamed that he would become the laughingstock of the whole audience.
However, there was still no trace of embarrassment or anger on Chen Feng's face. He just listened quietly and waited until Zhao Kai finished speaking before he slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone.
Are you done? Zhao Kai was stunned. That's it, it's my turn,
Chen Feng said, standing up from his seat. Instead of walking towards Zhao Kai, he walked straight to the door of the box and pressed the service bell. No one knew what he was going to do, and all eyes were focused on him. Soon, the door of the box was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a black suit with a lobby manager badge on his chest walked in respectfully. "Sir, how can I help you?"
Chen Feng didn't turn around, but asked calmly, "What is the best wine in your Yunding pavilion?"
The lobby manager was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting such a direct question from the guest. However, he was highly professional and immediately replied, "Sir, we have a collection of top-quality wines in our cellar. The best of the best would be a bottle of 1982 Imperial Cuvée. It's just that the price."
"Open it now."
Chen Feng uttered 3 words lightly.
The entire box fell into silence in an instant.
You can hear a pin drop.
The Imperial Brew of 1982. Except for those inexperienced girls, who among those present didn't know what this bottle of wine meant?
This wasn't just about money, it was a symbol of status and taste. There weren't many bottles of this level of wine in the entire Binhai city. Each one was like liquid gold, priceless and in short supply. Even Mr. Li, who had always been sitting on his sturdy back, sat up straight, his eyes gleaming with shock. Although he himself was wealthy, the most he usually drank at social events was a few 100,000 yuan worth of red wine from a well-known winery. He had only seen the legendary Wine King, the Imperial Brew, once, at a few top-tier drinking parties. Zhao Kai was like a duck with its neck strangled, his mouth wide open, unable to utter a single word. To curry favor with Mr. Li, he had specially ordered a bottle of rare red wine worth over 100,000 yuan, thinking it would be enough to impress. But his rare red wine was a complete joke compared to this bottle of imperial wine. The lobby manager was also confused. He subconsciously reminded, "Sir, the price of this bottle of wine is very expensive, and once opened, it cannot be returned."
"I'm not planning on returning."
Chen Feng turned around, pulled out his wallet, and pulled out a black card, casually handing it over. "Swipe the card, the password is 6/8. Also, bring up your top-quality cigars and fruit plates." It was a completely black card with only a gold bank logo embossed in the corner. The moment the lobby manager saw the card, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the professional deference on his face instantly turned into a look of genuine humility and fear. He took the card with both hands, bending almost 90 degrees.
"Yes, sir. I'll arrange it for you right away." He didn't even dare to ask another question.
He took the card and retreated respectfully, as if he was holding an imperial edict.
The atmosphere in the box was extremely weird. If Chen Feng's performance before only surprised everyone, then at this moment, his behavior has completely overturned everyone's cognition.
Wang Lei stared at his good brother with his mouth hanging open. He knew Chen Feng was rich, but he had never imagined he was this wealthy.
That was the imperial wine.
He had only seen it in financial magazines. The smile on Mr. Li's face had completely vanished, replaced by a solemn and thoughtful expression. He looked at Chen Feng, his eyes full of inquiry. This young man was definitely not the simple useless ex-husband that Zhao Kai had described. Zhao Kai's expression was beyond description. He felt his cheeks burning with pain, as if they were being repeatedly slapped by countless invisible hands. He wanted to say that Chen Feng was just showing off, that the card must be fake. But the Yunding Pavilion lobby manager's deeply humble attitude ruthlessly shattered all his fantasies. In a place like Hentaying Pavilion, the black card that makes the lobby manager so odd must represent financial resources that are beyond his imagination. Xin Ruoxua, who had been watching coldly, finally had a trace of real emotion in her calm eyes. She looked at Chen Feng's back. It was exactly the same figure she had seen in her office a few days ago, but the feeling it gave her was completely different.
Who is he? For the first time, this question emerged so clearly in Xin Ruoxua's mind.
Soon, the lobby manager, accompanied by 2 waiters, carefully brought in the legendary bottle of red wine in an exquisite thermostat.
A decanter and stemware were also provided.
Following suit, premium Cuban cigars and a carefully crafted fruit plate of imported fruit were also served. The whole process was quiet and solemn, as if it was a sacred ceremony. When the mellow wine red liquid with a complex and charming aroma was slowly poured into the decanter, the air in the entire box seemed to become expensive. The lobby manager personally poured the first glass of wine for Chen Feng, and then respectfully returned the black card and the signed bill. Chen Feng took the card and put it back in his pocket without even looking at the number on the signature form. He picked up the glass and swirled it gently, the crimson liquid flowing in graceful arcs along the glass's walls. He didn't drink, but instead held the glass in hand and walked over to Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, this is just a little wine, not a token of respect. Just consider it as my apology for my previous rudeness." He personally handed a glass of wine to Mr. Li. Mr. Li was flattered and quickly stood up. He took the wine glass with both hands, his face full of smiles. "Mr. Chen, you are so polite. It is my honor to drink this glass of wine from you." The way he addressed him changed from young man to the respectful Mr. Chen. Chen Feng personally poured wine for Qin Ruoxue and his good brother Wang Lei. Qin Ruoxue did not refuse for the first time. She took the wineglass and raised it towards Chen Feng. There was a subtle inquiry in her cold voice. "Mr. Chen, you are very secretive." Wang Lei's face flushed with excitement. Holding the wineglass, he patted Chen Feng's shoulder heavily, and everything was said without words. Chen Feng held his wineglass and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on Zhao Kai, who had been left aside from beginning to end and whose face was as colorful as a color palette. Zhao Kai clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He felt like a clown, putting on a ridiculous and absurd show from beginning to end. Chen Feng looked at him, slowly raised his wineglass, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This glass of wine is a toast to my past." He raised his head and drank the liquid in the cup worth tens of thousands of dollars. Then, he gently placed the empty wineglass on the table in front of Zhao Kai, looked into his eyes, and spoke word by word. "As for you, you are not qualified to drink my wine." Chapter 8 The Tip of the Iceberg. "As for you, you are not qualified to drink my wine." Chen Feng's voice was as calm as a deep pool, but it stirred up huge waves in Zhao Kai's ears. These words were like an invisible hammer, smashing his last bit of dignity and pride to pieces. "You, what did you say?" Zhao Kai's eyes were instantly bloodshot. He stared at Chen Feng intently. Even the pair of gold-rimmed glasses that looked like a gentleman could not hide the madness and humiliation in his eyes. He couldn't accept it. An hour ago, this man was his worthless ex-husband, whom he could trample on and humiliate at will. But now, he was the center of attention, while he himself had become a clown who was ignored by everyone. This drastic change almost drove him crazy. "Chen Feng, stop playing tricks on me." Zhao Kai's voice became shrill and piercing due to his excitement. "Where did you get the money? Huh? Tell me. Did you borrow money from a loan shark just to act like this in front of me today? I'm telling you, Lin Wan is my woman, and you can forget about it in this life." "That's enough." A low shout interrupted Zhao Kai's hysterical roar. The person who spoke was not Chen Feng, but Mr. Li, who was sitting in the main seat. Mr. Li had already put down his glass at some point, and his chubby face, which had once been a bit tipsy, was now covered in a frost. He glanced at Zhao Kai coldly, his tone carrying unquestionable authority. "Mr. Zhao, I think you've had too much to drink. This is Yunding Pavilion, not a place for you to act crazy." Mr. Li's sudden outburst choked Zhao Kai, his anger instantly extinguished as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. Only then did he realize that the person he was fawning over was looking at him with extreme disgust. "Who is Mr. Li?" "He has been working in the real estate industry in Binhai City for half his life, and his vision is very sharp." He saw clearly that Chen Feng's composure from beginning to end was definitely not an act. That kind of lavish spending ethic, that kind of indifference in the face of humiliation, must have been supported by a strong foundation. Such a person was either a scion of a wealthy family with unfathomable wealth, or a rising star who had come across a great opportunity. Regardless of which one, Zhao Kai couldn't afford to offend. In his opinion, Zhao Kai's behavior tonight was no longer arrogant, but stupid. To offend a powerful enemy whose depth was unclear for the sake of a woman was simply a taboo in the business world. "Mr. Li, Zhao Kai opened his mouth and wanted to defend himself. Mr. Li was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and shouted directly to the door, "Send Mr. Zhao out to sober up." Immediately, two tall security guards came in, stood on Zhao Kai's left and right, and made a polite but unyielding please gesture. Zhao Kai's face completely turned the color of liver. This is kicking him out like trash in front of everyone. He glanced at Chen Feng with resentment, then looked at Mr. Li with a cold expression, and finally turned his gaze to Qin Ruoxue, as if hoping that the beautiful president could say something for him. However, Jean Ruoshua just held the wine glass and shook it gently, as if everything happening before her had nothing to do with her. Zhao Kai knew that he had lost all his men today. Okay, very good. He gritted his teeth, squeezed out a few words, and suddenly shook off the security guard's hand. He straightened his messy suit and said in a timid tone, "Chen Feng, you wait for me." After saying that, he walked out of the box quickly without looking back under everyone's amused gaze. His back looked a bit embarrassed, as if he was fleeing in a panic. With Zhao Kai's departure, the oppressive and awkward atmosphere in the box instantly disappeared. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Mr. Li immediately put on a warm smile, took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and toasted Chen Feng. I, Old Li, am a rough man. When making friends, I don't consider anything else but character. I look down on people like Zhao Kai from the bottom of my heart. Come, Mr. Chen, let me toast you. Chen Feng smiled indifferently and clinked glasses with him. He knew that Mr. Li was a typical opportunist. He had been silent when Zhao Kai was being arrogant, but now that he had the upper hand, he immediately stepped forward to intervene. Although he felt disgusted, Chen Feng understood that this was the social order of the adult world. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Mr. Li, you're welcome. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became lively again. The girls who had been surrounding Mr. Li now all turned their gazes, intentionally or unintentionally, to Chen Feng. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, admiration, and a hint of undisguised charm. This young, wealthy, and mysterious man held a fatal attraction for them. Wan Lei was so excited that his face flushed. He leaned close to Chen Feng's ear, lowered his voice, and said excitedly, "Fengzi, awesome. Those few moves you made just now were simply awesome." Seeing that idiot Zhao Kai being so frustrated, I felt happier than drinking honey. Chen Feng smiled and patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. At this moment, Jean Ruoshua, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. "Mr. Chen, if I remember correctly, you used to work in the finance department of Dixin Group?" Her voice was clear and melodious, like a spring flowing from a mountain stream, instantly suppressing all the noise in the arena. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Chen Feng and Jean Ruoshua. Chen Feng's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect that Jean Ruoshua not only recognized him, but also remembered the company and department where he worked before. This memory, or rather, this ability to observe, is truly extraordinary. He met Jean Ruoshua's inquiring eyes and nodded neither servilely nor arrogantly. Boss Jean has a good memory. But that's all in the past. Jean Ruoshua swirled the wine glass, the deep red liquid looking particularly tempting between her fair, slender fingers. She continued, "Mr. Chen, do you have any new plans now? Are you planning to start your own business, or return to the financial industry?" This question is asked with great insight. It did not blatantly inquire about Chen Feng's background and financial resources like Mr. Li did, but it also quietly tested his strength and ambition by asking about his future plans. Mr. Li and others also pricked up their ears immediately, as this was also what they wanted to know most. Chen Feng looked at Jean Ruoshua and suddenly smiled. "Is Mr. Qin observing me?" he asked half-jokingly. For the first time, a subtle change of expression crossed Jean Ruoshua's face. She seemed to have not expected Chen Feng to ask such a direct question. She was slightly startled, and then the corners of her mouth curved up in a faint arc. The smile was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, fleeting. "I'm just a little curious," she admitted frankly. After all, it's rare to see someone change so drastically in just a few days. Her words were brief, but they revealed an important message. She remembered very clearly that the Chen Feng a few days ago was completely different from the Chen Feng now. Chen Feng understood. He knew that the more he tried to hide his true feelings, the more suspicious he would become. It would be better to be frank and respond to the other party's probing in a more enigmatic way. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Qin. I was only at Dixin before, just to experience life and hone my character. Now that my worldly ties are over, it's time for me to return and inherit the family business." Inherit the family business. These 4 words exploded in the box like a heavy bomb. Wang Lei's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. He had known Chen Feng for so many years, so how come he never knew that there was a family business to inherit? Mr. Li's eyes instantly lit up like 2 light bulbs. So this was a wealthy young man experiencing life. That made sense. No wonder he was so bold. He secretly felt fortunate that he had decisively drawn a line between himself and Zhao Kai. The way those girls looked at Chen Feng was so hot that it almost melted him. Only Jean Ruoshua remained calm. A glint flashed in her eyes, but she didn't completely believe Chen Feng's words. Someone of her background knew very well what a true child of a wealthy family looked like. Although Chen Feng had a calm demeanor, he lacked the noble air he had been imbued with since childhood. However, she didn't point it out. I see. She nodded and stopped asking questions. She took out a simple business card from her exquisite handbag and handed it over. This is my business card. If Mr. Chen has any ideas about financial investment in the future, perhaps we can find an opportunity to discuss it. Her action stunned Mr. Li, who was standing beside her. Who was Qin Ruoxue? She was the head of the Qin Group, a notorious ice queen in Binhai's business community. She wouldn't even offer her business card even if someone wanted to meet her. They had to make an appointment and queue up in advance. Today, she actually took the initiative to show her affection to a young man she met for the first time. Chen Feng calmly took the business card with a faint fragrance. There was only a name and a private phone number on it, without any title. Thank you, Mr. Qin. There will be a chance. He put the business card away carefully. After sitting in the box for a while, Chen Feng felt that the atmosphere was right, so he stood up and said goodbye. Mr. Li, Mr. Qin, my brother and I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Tonight's bill has already been settled, everyone have a great time. Mr. Li quickly stood up to see him off, saying warmly, take care, Mr. Chen. Keep in touch. Qin Ruoxue also stood up and nodded slightly to him as a farewell. Chen Feng and Wang Lei walked out of the box, leaving behind a room full of people with different thoughts. It wasn't until he got into the flashy red tornado sports car that Wang Lei seemed to come alive. He punched the steering wheel, making a dull thud, then turned his head and looked at Chen Feng as if he were a monster. Fengzi. Tell me honestly, who the hell are you? And you want to inherit the family business? How come I didn't know your family has a mine? Chen Feng was amused by his exaggerated expression and casually said, don't you know my distant cousin? He has no children, so he left all his overseas properties to me. Holy crap! Is this true? Wang Lei's eyes widened, clearly believing it to the point of believing it. After all, he couldn't think of any other explanation besides this one. Really? Chen Feng nodded sincerely. Awesome. Wang Lei let out another strange cry, then slammed his foot on the accelerator. The tornado sports car roared and rushed out of the underground garage. Let's go. Brother, we've made a fortune, we must go have another meal. If I don't get all your secrets tonight, I'm not one. The vehicles merged into the dazzling night of Binhai City, and the neon lights outside the car windows quickly receded. Chen Feng leaned on the passenger seat, looking at the glittering city night scene outside the window, feeling peaceful in his heart. He knew that from today on, his life would be completely different. And at this moment, that familiar voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Special mission target detected, Qin Ruoxue. Target status, crisis ridden, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Mission summary, the Qin group is plagued by internal turmoil and surrounded by powerful external enemies. As the group's leader, Qin Ruoxue is facing a massive crisis that could overturn everything. Mission triggering conditions, the host's personal assets reach 100 million yuan, or they gain significant influence in Binhai City's business community. Quest reward? A series of information flooded into Chen Feng's mind like a tide. His pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Ruoxue? That woman who looked as powerful as an ice queen was actually full of dangers, strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Moreover, the conditions for triggering this task are surprisingly harsh. 100 million in assets. Chen Feng's heart suddenly became hot. This is no longer simply helping girls for fun. It is a huge challenge, but also foreshadows an extremely rich reward. He looked out the window. Binhai City in the night looked like a crawling giant beast. And he will create his own storm in this city. Chapter 9 Lin Wan's phone call. As the night deepened, Wang Lei drove his tornado sports car and took Chen Feng to an open-air barbecue stall on the beach. Unlike the splendor of Hentang Pavilion, this place is filled with the hustle and bustle of everyday life. The sea breeze carries a subtle salty aroma, the skewers sizzling on the charcoal fire emit an alluring aroma, and the diners chatter in the air. Everything seems so authentic and down to earth. It's still the best here. Wang Lei took off his suit jacket, revealing his floral shirt underneath, and generously brought over 2 cases of beer. In a place like Hentang Pavilion, drinking is like taking medicine. It's so frustrating. Chen Feng also smiled in agreement. To him, this kind of place is far more intimate than those so-called high-end clubs. The two found a spot by the sea and sat down, ordering a large table of barbecue and seafood. After drinking ice-cold beer, they began to talk.
Fengzi, honestly, I felt like I was dreaming tonight.
Wang Lei took a long gulp of beer and said with emotion, seeing you beat that bastard Zhao Kai like a dead dog, I felt so good. You don't know, ever since you got married, that guy has been making up stories about you, saying that Lin Wan was a flower stuck in cow dung and would have to leave sooner or later. Chen Feng picked up a piece of roasted pork belly, dipped it in some hot sauce, and calmly put it into his mouth. He was not surprised at Zhao Kai's arrangement. I was stupid before, mistaking a fisheye for a pearl. Chen Feng said calmly, now, whoever wants this pearl can take it.
Well said.
Wang Lei slammed his hand on the table, drawing the glances of those at the neighboring tables.
That's how it should be. It's not worth it for that kind of woman.
Brother, what are your plans for the future?
Are you really planning on taking over your distant cousin's business?
Wang Lei obviously believed in the statement of inheriting the family business, and there was a bit of envy in his eyes when he said this.
Chen Feng smiled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Fatty, what about you? You've been changing jobs for so many years since graduation. What do you want to do?
When Wang Lei mentioned himself, the excitement on his face suddenly faded.
He scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, what can I do? I'm the only one in the family, and my parents just want me to live a stable life.
I'm currently working as a planner at an advertising company, just muddling through.
Chen Feng knew that Wang Lei's family was actually quite well off.
Both of his parents worked in public institutions and owned 2 apartments in Binhai City, making them upper middle class.
However, Wang Lei himself had an erratic personality and was unsettled. Have you ever thought about doing something yourself?
Chen Feng looked at him.
I've thought about it, Wang Lei sighed and opened another beer.
I want to open a car modification shop. I like cars and I have some technical knowledge.
But my parents won't agree.
They say it's not a proper career.
I'll invest hundreds of thousands of dollars and not even see any return.
Chen Feng's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at his good brother, and a bold idea began to brew in his mind.
If I gave you 500,000 yuan and asked you to open this car dealership, would you dare to do it? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Lei choked and didn't swallow a mouthful of beer.
His face turned red and he started coughing violently. He looked at Chen Feng in disbelief, thinking that he was hallucinating because he was drunk.
Fengzi, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Chen Feng's expression was extremely serious. I'm serious.
You have the skills and the connections, all you need is the startup capital.
This 500,000 is my investment.
If we make a profit, we brothers will share it. If we lose, it's mine.
Wang Lei was completely confused. He stared at Chen Feng blankly, unable to utter a word for a long time. He knew Chen Feng wasn't joking.
The trust and support in those eyes were something he had never seen in his parents' eyes. A warm current suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart to my eyes.
Fengzi. Wang Lei's voice was a little choked.
He was a fat man of about 1.8 meters tall, but he was speechless at the moment.
Okay, man, don't make it seem like we're parting forever.
Chen Feng smiled and handed him a skewer of grilled kidneys.
Let me ask you, do you dare to do it?
Wang Lei wiped his face suddenly, took the kidney, took a big bite, then drank the beer in the glass and slammed the glass heavily on the table.
Fuck it. Why the hell not?
A fiery light rekindled in his eyes. It was a long-suppressed dream, and a passion ignited by his brother. Seeing Wang Lei's renewed fighting spirit, Chen Feng smiled from the bottom of his heart. This 500,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket compared to his current financial resources. But if it could help his good brother realize his dream, then this investment would be far more valuable than the money itself. The two drank until late at night and talked about a lot of things. They talked about interesting things in college, their future plans, and those dreams that were once out of reach. It was not until the beer bottles on the table piled up into a small mountain that the two of them, still a little drunk, each called a designated driver and went their separate ways. Chen Feng did not return to the hotel, but asked the designated driver to take him directly to a famous high-end residential area in Binhai City, Binjiang Mansion. It is surrounded by mountains and the sea, has a beautiful environment, strict security, and the residents are either rich or noble. Before he came, he had already contacted an agent specializing in high-end properties through the real estate software on his mobile phone. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the community, a middle-aged woman in a professional suit who looked smart and capable came to greet me.
Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Wang Fong from Xiaolu Real Estate. Hello, Sister Wang. Chen Fong nodded politely.
Wang Fong looked at the young man in front of her and the brand new Star E class behind him, and had already made a preliminary judgment in her mind. Mr. Chen, the owners of the houses you want to see have already informed us.
We can go up and look at them now. Trouble. Under Wang Fong's guidance, Chen Fong visited 3 large flats in succession.
Each one was luxuriously decorated and had a wide view, offering a panoramic view of the entire Binhai city night scene.
Finally, he chose a duplex apartment on the top floor. It has 2 floors, a total area of over 400 square meters, and a huge open-air balcony and private swimming pool. That's it.
Chen Fong stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bright city lights outside the window, his tone calm.
Wang Fong's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed her inner ecstasy and confirmed, Mr. Chen, are you sure?
The total price of this house is not cheap, it's 18 million.
Yes. Chen Fong nodded. Let's go and handle the formalities tomorrow morning.
I'll pay the full amount.
Full payment. 18 million.
Wang Fong felt like she was about to stop breathing. She had been in this business for over a decade and had met countless wealthy people, but this was the first time she had met a client like Chen Fong, who had spent less than an hour viewing a house and then immediately made a purchase worth 18 million yuan, and demanded full payment.
Okay. Mr. Chen.
I will prepare all the contracts tomorrow morning.
Wang Fong's voice trembled slightly with excitement.
If she succeeds in this deal, the commission alone will be enough for her to work hard for several years. After finding a place to stay, Chen Fong felt completely relaxed. He declined Wang Fong's enthusiastic offer to take him back to the hotel and walked alone in the Binjiang community. The summer night breeze blew away the smell of alcohol on his body and made his mind clearer. He took out his cell phone and checked the balance on his bank card. After spending nearly 1 million yuan at Yunding Pavilion, he still had more than 1.1 million yuan left in his card.
It was obviously not enough to pay the rent tomorrow. However, he was not worried. He opened the system's consumer rebate interface.
His total spending at the Xingyao 4S store in Yunding Pavilion today totaled over 1.5 million. Based on a 10% rebate rate, he could get another 150,000 in cash back.
Moreover, he has a trump card.
The consumption rebate card that the system rewarded after helping Su Qingyan in the mall. Consumer rebate card level 1, this card can be used when a single individual spends more than 1 million yuan. After use, the card will receive a 50% cash rebate on that spend.
Note, this card is a one-time consumable item. This card is tailor-made for him to buy a house.
A house worth 18 million, after using this card, he can directly get a rebate of 9 million.
Not only can he easily pay for the house, but his personal assets will also skyrocket to tens of millions in an instant.
Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The power of the system once again exceeded his imagination.
Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It's an unfamiliar number. Chen Feng frowned and answered the phone. Hello.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him came, with a hint of crying and grievance.
Chen Feng, it's me, Lin Wan. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold instantly.
He never thought that Lin Wan would actually call him on her own initiative.
Something?
His voice was emotionless and as cold as a piece of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Lin Wan on the other end of the phone seemed to be choked by his cold tone and cried even louder.
Chen Feng, what did you do to Zhao Kai? He just came back and got mad at me and slapped me.
He said it was all because of you that he lost face in front of Mr. Li, and now Mr. Li has announced that he will completely ban their business.
Whoa. Chen Feng, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have divorced you. Can you come back? Can we remarry? Zhao Kai is a bastard. He's not sincere to me at all.
Lin Wan was crying on the phone, her words sincere, like a love-struck woman who had suffered a lot of grievances and finally came to her senses. If it were the old Chen Feng, he would have softened his heart after hearing her words. But now, there was only cold ridicule in Chen Feng's heart. He didn't even need to think to guess the real purpose of Lin Wan's call. Zhao Kai had lost someone at Yunding Pavilion and was coming back to take it out on her. She realized that Zhao Kai's ship might be sinking, and from some unknown source, she heard the news of her own rapid rise to prominence. So she immediately called and tried to win back this potential stock of hers with tears and old feelings.
How ridiculous. Are you done? Chen Feng waited until she finished crying before speaking coldly.
Lin Wan's crying stopped.
That's all, let's hang up now. Chen Feng's tone was without any nostalgia. From the moment we walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, there is no longer any relationship between you and me.
Whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with me.
No. Chen Feng, you can't do this to me.
Lin Wan screamed, have you forgotten our 3 years of love?
Have you forgotten how you swore to me? You said you would treat me well for the rest of your life.
Oh.
Chen Feng let out a mocking chuckle. Feelings?
Lin Wan, are you worthy enough to talk about feelings with me?
Who was it that chose to betray me when I needed support the most? Who was it that teamed up with your new lover to trick me out of my home and trample on my last bit of dignity? Now that you see Zhao Kai has lost his power, you want to come back to me? What do you think of me, Chen Feng? A garbage dump that you can summon and dismiss at will?
Every word Chen Feng said was like a sharp knife, stabbing Lin Wan's heart and tearing her hypocritical mask into pieces. Lin Wan on the other end of the phone was completely speechless.
Lin Wan, I'm telling you one last time.
Chen Feng's voice turned incomparably cold.
Don't bother me again.
Otherwise, I don't mind letting you and Zhao Kai experience true despair together. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation and blacklisted the number. The night wind blew, but Chen Feng's mood was as calm as a still pond. The last ray of thought in his heart about Lin Wan completely vanished with this phone call. From now on, this woman will be just an insignificant stranger in his world. And his future is the sea of stars.
Chapter 10 New Home and New Mission.
The next morning, sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the five-star hotel onto Chen Feng's face. He woke up from the soft and comfortable big bed, no longer tired and numb, feeling refreshed and energetic. This was his last night in this hotel. After washing up, he changed into some new casual clothes and stood by the window, overlooking the city just awakening below him. The rows of tall buildings and the endless stream of cars seemed to announce the beginning of a new day. The same goes for his life. Chen Feng opened the mobile banking app and looked at the balance displayed on it, 1,265,333.32 yuan. This was the figure after the rebate arrived last night. 1,260,000 is a huge sum for the average person, but it's still a far cry from the 18 million penthouse apartment.
After last night's drunkenness and impulsiveness faded, Chen Feng's mind regained absolute composure.
Although he had a consumer rebate card, that card required consumption, not the ability to conjure money out of thin air.
He had to first be able to pay in order to trigger the rebate. You can't get fat in one bite.
Far from feeling discouraged, he felt a stronger fighting spirit.
The penthouse, like a beacon in the distance, pointed out the next goal he needed to conquer. He took out his cell phone and called real estate agent Wang Fong.
The call was answered almost instantly, and Wang Fong's enthusiastic voice came over immediately. Good morning, Mr. Chen.
I have prepared the contract and documents. How about we meet at the trading center at 9 o'clock, or?
Sister Wang, there is a slight change in the plan. Chen Feng interrupted her calmly. Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat on the other end of the line, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind.
Did the client change his mind? Was there a funding problem? Or had another intermediary poached the order? Mr. Chen, is there anything you are not satisfied with about the house? We can still discuss the price with the owner.
There was already a hint of subtle nervousness in her voice.
I'm very satisfied with the house.
Chen Feng smiled and soothed. It's just that I have some funds on hand that I can't withdraw for the time being.
So I think I won't buy it for now. Wang Feng's heart sank to the bottom. I want to rent it first. Chen Feng's next sentence made her return to heaven from hell in an instant. Rent?
Yes.
Chen Feng's tone left no room for doubt. Rent Binjiang Mansion.
It has to be a high floor, at least 300 square meters, and well decorated.
It's best if you can move right in.
The lease term is 1 year, and the rent can be paid in full in one lump sum. Wang Feng's brain started working rapidly. Instead of buying, I'd rent. Even though the $18 million deal fell through, leasing this kind of luxury home was still a big deal. The annual rent was at least several $100,000, and the commission was also substantial.
Moreover, judging by Mr. Chen's tone, buying that house is only a matter of time.
This super potential stock must be firmly grasped.
No problem, Mr. Chen.
Wang Fong immediately regained her professionalism and enthusiasm.
Please wait a moment.
Our company happens to have an exclusive property that perfectly meets your requirements. It's in the building you viewed yesterday, on the 32nd floor, 320 square meters, with a first-line sea view. It's been meticulously renovated by the developer, and the furniture and appliances are all brand new.
The owner hasn't even lived there for a single day. I'll send you the information right away.
If you're satisfied, we'll be available for a viewing in half an hour.
Good.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng soon received pictures and videos of the house sent by Wang Fong.
The house is really nice, with a modern and simple decoration style.
The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows bring the sea view into the room without reservation, and the space layout is also very reasonable.
Chen Feng was very satisfied.
He checked out and drove his Xingyao directly to Binjiang Mansion. Half an hour later, he saw Wang Fong again. The two went upstairs together, and the moment they opened the door, even Chen Feng, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but be dazzled.
The spacious living room, the bright sunshine, and the endless blue sea and sky together form a refreshing picture.
Standing here, it feels like the whole world is at your feet.
How is it, Mr. Chen?
Wang Fong had a confident smile on her face.
Not bad. Chen Feng nodded, walked around the room, and finally asked, how much is the rent?
The owner's asking price is 80,000 a month. If you can pay annually, I can negotiate it down to 75,000.
No need to talk.
Chen Feng said directly, just 80,000 a month, sign the contract. I'll pay a year's rent, plus 2 months' deposit. The annual rent is 960,000 yuan and the deposit is 160,000 yuan, totaling 1.12 million yuan.
Chen Feng's decisiveness once again refreshed Wang Feng's impression of him.
This was the first time she had seen a client so straightforward in renting an apartment.
The subsequent procedures went exceptionally smoothly.
After signing the contract at the Property Management Center, Chen Feng directly transferred 1.12 million yuan via mobile banking. When Wang Fong received the information from the owner confirming the payment, the look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Feng was filled with admiration.
Mr. Chen, here are your access card and keys. Welcome to become the most distinguished owner of Binjiang Mansion.
Wang Fong handed over the keys with both hands.
It's a tenant. Chen Feng corrected with a smile. I'll be the owner soon. Wang Fong said sincerely.
After seeing Wang Fong off, Chen Feng stood alone in this empty and new home.
This will be the starting point of his new life. He walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down.
He took out his cell phone, found Wang Lei's message, and without any unnecessary nonsense, he directly transferred 500,000 yuan. Then he sent a message.
Fatty, go chase your dream.
Almost instantly, Wang Lei called, his voice changing in tone with excitement.
Fuck. Fengzi. Are you serious? 500,000. You.
I told you, I'll invest in the company. Chen Feng leaned back on the sofa, listening to his brother's incoherent thanks, feeling a warm feeling in his heart.
Stop talking nonsense and make a good plan. I've given you the money, how you spend it is up to you, but don't let me down. Don't worry. Wang Lei's voice became incomparably firm. Fengzi, thank you. Really?
I, Wang Lei, have admired very few people in my life, and you are one of them. Just wait, I will definitely build you the most awesome car modification shop in Binhai City. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng showed a knowing smile on his face. After settling down his residence and supporting his brother's dream, he felt full of energy. He walked onto the open-air balcony, feeling the slightly salty sea breeze as he gazed at the distant horizon. Just as he was about to plan how to use the remaining hundreds of thousands of yuan to test his hand in the financial markets, the system notification chime rang out again in his mind.
Ding! A new request for help has been detected.
The Helping Girls for Fun task has been generated.
Here we come. Chen Feng cheered up. Mission target, Lu Feifei. Stage name, Feifei.
Target identity, live streamer in the music section of the Jujing live streaming platform, folk singer. Target dilemma, Lu Feifei is a talented original folk singer, but she's tightly controlled by her MCN agency, Xinghai Media, through a contract with predatory terms. Xinghai Media not only appropriates the vast majority of her live streaming income and song copyright revenue, but also forces her to engage in various non-music related commercial activities and suppresses her original musical development. If Lu Feifei requests to terminate her contract, she faces a hefty penalty of 10 million yuan. Mission details: unable to endure the oppression, Lu Feifei suffered an emotional breakdown during last night's live broadcast, expressing suicidal thoughts. She has been suspended and is in extremely critical condition. Mission requirements: help Lu Feifei break free from Shanghai Media's control, terminate the unequal contract, and allow her to regain her freedom and pursue her musical dream. Mission reward: 5 million 10 million yuan in cash, depending on mission completion. Additional reward: 1 special skill treasure chest. A series of information clearly appeared in Chen Feng's mind. His brows furrowed slightly. It's not just unfair terms, but also sky-high liquidated damages. He's seen this kind of MCN agency exploiting anchors and artists all the time in the news. But I didn't expect that the target of this mission would face such a desperate situation and even have thoughts of committing suicide. This is more than just helping, it's saving lives. Chen Feng's eyes became sharp. For him, a cash reward of 5 to 10 million yuan is the best way to solve his current financial problems. With this money, he can not only buy the apartment in advance, but also have more sufficient capital to start his own business. And that special skill treasure chest made him full of anticipation. He still vividly remembers the changes his mastery of driving skills brought him. He wonders what kind of amazing skills he will be able to display this time. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng silently said in his heart, "Accept the mission." He immediately returned to the living room, opened his newly bought laptop, and entered a few keywords in the search bar. Shark Live, host Feifei. Soon, the relevant page popped up. At the top of the page were several news reports about her breakdown during a livestream last night. In the video, a pretty, haggard-looking girl, clutching a guitar, sobbed in front of the camera, repeatedly saying, "I really can't hold on any longer, and why can't I sing properly?" The comments in the video are full of fans' concerns and anger. "Feifei, don't cry. We support you. Shanghai Media, get out here. Bullying a little girl is nothing. It's this rubbish company again. I heard they forced several anchors to leave." Chen Feng clicked on Lu Feifei's livestream. The page was black, displaying the host is taking a break. However, the number of followers on the livestream reached 3 million, indicating that she was quite popular. He found her personal blog again. The latest one was posted late last night. The content only consists of a black picture and a sentence. "If the sun doesn't rise tomorrow." The tens of thousands of comments below are all anxious messages from fans, advising her not to do anything stupid. Chen Feng's expression became somewhat solemn. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. The key to resolving this matter lies in the unequal contract and the 10 million yuan penalty for breach of contract. For companies like Shanghai Media, contracts are their lifeblood, the legal cover they use to exploit their artists. It's impossible to get them to let go easily. Just use money to attack her? Give her 10 million to help her terminate the contract? Chen Feng shook his head. This is not his style. Firstly, he didn't have that much money right now. Secondly, even if he did, directly paying him back would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause, and it would be too cheap for a blood-sucking company like Shanghai Media. What he wanted was not only to restore Lu Feifei's freedom, but also to make this stinking company pay the price it deserved. A cold light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He closed the news page, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, and began searching for the name of another company. Shanghai Media. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. He wants to investigate this opponent thoroughly first. Chapter 11 Fatal Flaw. The internet is a huge treasure trove of information. As long as you have enough patience and skills, you can dig out anything you want from it. Chen Feng had minored in information security in college, and though he hadn't used it in years, he still had some basic search and analysis skills. He made a cup of coffee, sat down at his computer, and began a comprehensive dissection of Shanghai Media. The company's official website is bright and beautiful, filled with photos of contracted artists and anchors. Among them is Lu Feifei, who has a sweet and sunny smile, completely different from the girl who collapsed and despaired in the live broadcast last night. The company profile is filled with fancy words such as industry-leading, top resources, and dream incubator. Chen Feng simply ignored these superficial articles and instead used business information platforms such as Shangting Bayo to dig deeper into the equity structure and legal litigation information behind it. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Shanghai Media has been involved in over 30 labor contract disputes over the past 3 years. Most of these were termination lawsuits filed by artists, but without exception, the artists lost all of them. The reason is simple.
Shanghai Media's contract is flawless.
It was a contract of sale meticulously crafted by a top legal team, with harsh terms and a profound imbalance of rights and responsibilities.
Yet, it remained within the legal framework, making it difficult to find obvious loopholes.
Once signed, artists were like moths entangled in a spider's web. The more they struggled, the tighter they became.
Chen Feng's frown deepened.
It seems that it is extremely difficult to start from the contract itself.
He turned his attention to the company's founder and legal representative, Zhou Hai.
Zhou Hai in the photo is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He looks gentle and refined, but his eyes reveal the shrewdness and calculation of a businessman.
There is not much public information about him.
We only know that he started from scratch and relied on his keen business sense to quickly establish an MCN agency at the beginning of the live broadcast industry and earned his first pot of gold. Chen Feng changed his search strategy and was no longer limited to commercial information. Instead, he began to search for keywords related to Zhou Hai and Shanghai Media in various social media, forums, and even some information trading areas on the dark web.
This is an extremely mentally taxing process.
It is difficult to distinguish the truth from the falsehood of a huge amount of information, and it requires extremely strong discernment. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky outside the window gradually changed from a bright afternoon to a gorgeous dusk. The area in front of Chen Feng was already piled with coffee cups and takeout boxes. Just when he felt his eyes were about to go blurry, a help post published half a year ago in an inconspicuous legal aid forum caught his attention.
The poster is an anonymous user and the post is very short. Help! My sister was deceived by Shanghai Media and signed an unfair contract. Now she has developed depression because of their pressure.
We want to sue them, but we can't find evidence to prove they committed contract fraud.
Is there a lawyer who can help us?
There were only a few replies to the post, most of which expressed sympathy or advised them to give up.
But one of the replies made Chen Feng's pupils shrink suddenly. Opie, when you say contract fraud, do you mean they used a yin-yang contract when signing the contract, deliberately concealing some key terms? The original poster never appeared again after this reply. Yin-yang contract.
These 4 words, like a flash of lightning, cut through the fog in Chen Feng's mind. A so-called yin-yang contract typically refers to 2 or more contracts signed by 2 parties regarding the same transaction, each with different contents. One contract, intended for internal use, represents the true intentions of both parties. The other, intended for external use, is often intended to circumvent the law or obtain illicit benefits. In the signing of MCN agencies, although this operation is covert, it is not without precedent. The agency may first present a seemingly loose, positive contract to the artist for review, or even have them take it home to show their family and lawyers. When the time comes for the official signing, they'll use various excuses, such as "this is the standard format" or "everyone's the same," to pressure the artist into signing a negative contract with completely different terms and details. Many young people who are inexperienced in the world can easily fall into traps in such situations due to carelessness or information asymmetry. Once signed, the yin contract becomes a formal document with legal effect, while the previous yang contract becomes a useless piece of paper. If Shanghai Media really used this method, then this is not a simple contract dispute, but suspected contract fraud.
Once it constitutes fraud, the signed contract will be invalid from beginning to end.
The so-called 10 million yuan in sky-high liquidated damages will naturally no longer exist.
This is the key to breaking the deadlock. Chen Feng's spirit instantly became excited.
But he knew that this was just a guess, a breakthrough without evidence.
He needs evidence.
The anonymous user who posted the request for help was likely another victim. If we could find her, we might be able to obtain the most crucial evidence. Chen Feng immediately began trying to track the source of this anonymous IP. This was beyond the scope of conventional searches and required some hacking techniques. Fortunately, he had dabbled in this area extensively in college, so although he was a little rusty, he still had the basics. He turned on the virtual machine, connected the agent, and his fingers turned into afterimages on the keyboard. The code flows across the screen like water.
This is a race against time.
He doesn't know how long Lu Feifei can hold on, so he must find a breakthrough as soon as possible.
The night is getting deeper and deeper.
The lights of thousands of homes in Binhai City gradually went out, but in Chen Feng's mansion of more than 300 square meters, the light from the computer screen was still as bright as daylight. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when a green success popped up on the screen, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes bloodshot, but a victorious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
He found it.
Although the other party's IP had been redirected and encrypted many times, he was able to follow the clues and eventually locked onto a mobile phone number located in the old town of Binhai City. He didn't make the call immediately. It's late at night now, and contacting her rashly will only arouse her vigilance and disgust. He needs a more appropriate time and a more suitable identity. Chen Feng turned off the computer, walked to the balcony, and felt the cool sea breeze, which allowed his extremely tired brain to relax a little. He glanced at his phone and saw several unread messages. There was a message from Wang Lei, saying that he had gathered a few car-loving friends overnight and was drawing the design drawings for a modified car shop in the studio. His words were full of excitement as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Feng, a real estate agent, sent a message asking him if he was used to living there and if he needed housekeeping services. There was another message from an unexpected person, Xiaoya, a sales trainee at Xingyao Forest store.
Hello, Mr. Chen. Sorry to bother you. I wonder if you're free tomorrow?
We just received a batch of high-performance Star Glory cars, and we'd like to invite you to an internal tasting.
By the way, I'd also like to thank you in person once again.
Looking at the message sent by Xiaoya, Chen Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind. A perfect plan began to take shape in his mind. He needed an identity, one that would allow the person seeking help to let down his guard and be willing to trust him.
A professional identity that can provide them with help.
He picked up his phone and replied to Xiaoya's message.
I won't be going to the tasting.
However, I do have something tomorrow that I might need your help with. The next morning, Chen Feng drove his Xingyao to a residential building in the old city of Binhai City. He did not go upstairs immediately, but parked the car on the side of the road and waited quietly. About 10 minutes later, a red Xingyao C-Series coupe stopped behind his car. The car door opened, and a girl in a business suit and delicate makeup stepped out. It was Xiaoya. Today, she looks much more confident than when she was at the 4S store, with a capable and heroic look between her brows.
Mr. Chen. Xiaoya walked quickly to Chen Fengche and greeted him respectfully. Excuse me.
Chen Feng nodded and pointed to the passenger seat next to him.
Get in the car and let's talk.
Xiaoya got into the car and looked at Chen Feng curiously. Mr. Chen, you asked me to come here, is there anything you need my help with? Chen Feng did not answer directly, but took out a document and a brand new badge from the glove box of the passenger seat and handed them to her.
Take a look at this first.
Xiaoya took the document in confusion. It was a power of attorney agreement.
Party A was signed by a name she didn't recognize, while Party B's agent was clearly named Xiaoya.
Behind her name, there are two words written in brackets: legal affairs. She picked up the badge again. On it was her photo, below which was her name and a prominently displayed position.
Xingchen Capital Chief Legal Counsel Xiaoya.
Xiaoya was completely stunned, her mind was blank, and she had no idea what was going on.
Mr. Chen, this is.
Chen Feng looked at her shocked expression and explained calmly, I recently registered an investment company called Xingchen Capital. Today, I'm going to meet with a very important client to discuss a contract dispute.
But it's not convenient for me to go alone.
He paused and looked directly into Xiaoya's eyes. So, I need you to temporarily act as my chief legal advisor.
Chapter 12, The Disappearing Girl. Chief Legal Counsel?
Xiaoya squeezed the heavy badge, feeling her heart pounding. To a recent college graduate and intern working as a car salesperson at a 4S dealership, these 4 words seem like a distant fantasy.
Mr. Chen, I can't do this.
She subconsciously wanted to refuse. I studied marketing in college and know nothing about law.
I'm afraid I'll mess up your business.
Although she was grateful to Chen Feng, she really had no confidence in this kind of thing.
You don't need to understand the law. Chen Feng's tone was convincing and calm.
You just need to sit next to me and hand me documents or nod when I need you.
Leave everything else to me.
He looked at Xiaoya's face, which had turned a little pale with nervousness, and continued, I'm looking for you not because of anything you need to do, but because your image and temperament are very suitable for this role.
Professional, rigorous, and approachable. This is very important to what I want to discuss today.
Chen Feng's words were like a warm current that flowed into Xiaoya's heart. It turned out that he was not making things difficult for himself, but really felt that he could do it. This feeling of being trusted and affirmed gradually calmed her originally panicked heart. She remembered that day at the 4S store, how Chen Feng chose her without hesitation and defended her dignity when everyone despised her. This time, she didn't want to disappoint him again. Xiaoya took a deep breath, raised her head, and her eyes flashed with a determination she had never seen before.
Okay. Mr. Chen, I promise you. I will definitely try my best to play this role well. Very good. Chen Feng nodded approvingly. This was exactly the energy she had. He handed her a pre-prepared folder. Here's some information about the Shanghai media contract dispute. Take a quick look while you're upstairs and just remember a few key terms. Later, just follow me. Talk less and observe more. Yes. Xiaoya took the folder solemnly and immediately began to read it carefully. Chen Feng looked at her focused expression and smiled with satisfaction. There are 3 reasons why he chose Xiaoya. First, she has a good image and temperament. When she wears professional attire, she does look like an elite legal officer and can hold her own. Second, she is grateful and loyal enough not to reveal her plans. Thirdly, and most importantly, he needed to cultivate his own team. Wang Lei was his business partner, and if Xiaoya performed well this time, Chen Feng wouldn't mind recruiting her as well, making her a cornerstone of his future business empire. What he wanted was never to fight alone. After they were ready, they got out of the car together. Chen Feng walked in front, his well-tailored suit making him appear even more upright and composed. Xiaoya, clutching a folder and wearing high heels, followed closely behind. Together, they looked like a boss with an elite subordinate heading out for a negotiation. They followed the address and found room 502 of the dilapidated residential building. The door was an old iron door covered with rust. Chen Feng adjusted his tie and walked forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was particularly clear in the quiet corridor. After a long time, there was a sound of dragging footsteps and an old and alert voice coming from inside the door. Who is it? Hello, we are volunteers from the Binhai City Legal Aid Center. Chen Feng's voice was gentle and sincere. We are here because of a post your daughter posted online 6 months ago asking for help regarding Shanghai media. He did not directly reveal his identity as the boss of an investment company, but chose a more public-spirited and confusing identity. The voices from inside the door fell silent. Another full minute passed, and just when Chen Feng thought the other party would not open the door, with a creak, the iron door was opened a little. A wrinkled, haggard face appeared from the crack in the door. It belonged to an old woman who looked to be in her 60s, her eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance. You have the wrong person. We haven't posted anything. After saying that, she was about to close the door. Auntie, please wait a moment. Chen Feng quickly extended a hand to block the door from closing. We have no ill intentions. We simply want to help you and your daughter escape the troubles of Shanghai media. We know that your daughter's stage name is Meng Meng, and her real name is Zhang Xiaomeng, correct? When Chen Feng accurately said her daughter's name, the old woman's body trembled violently. A layer of mist suddenly appeared in her cloudy eyes. Chen Feng knew that he had made the right bet. He continued in a gentle tone, Auntie, we know what you're going through. Please believe us, we're here to help. Perhaps, can we go in and talk? As he spoke, he took a half step back, leaving himself and Xiaoya completely exposed to each other's sight, to show that he posed no threat. The old woman looked at the 2 well-dressed and decent-looking young men in front of her, and then looked at the folder with the words legal aid printed on it in Xiaoya's arms. Her inner defenses finally began to loosen. She hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed and opened the door completely. Come in. The room was small and dimly lit, with a faint aroma of Chinese medicine in the air. The furniture was old and the furnishings were simple, making it seem out of place in this bustling city. Auntie, where is your daughter? Chen Feng looked around but did not see the young girl. When she mentioned her daughter, the old woman could no longer hold back her tears and they began to fall. She pointed to the tightly closed door in the inner room and said with a choked voice, Inside, inside. Ever since that incident, she has refused to go out or see anyone. She locks herself in the room all day long, sometimes not saying a word for a whole day. The doctor said she has severe depression, and if she continues like this, she will be ruined. Xiaoya felt a pang of grief at the sight of the old woman, and hurried forward to support her, comforting her softly. Chen Feng's expression also became solemn. He didn't expect that Shanghai media's exploitation would cause such serious harm to a young girl. This further strengthened his determination to completely bring down the company. Auntie, can you tell us in detail what happened when the contract was signed? Especially regarding the contract, did they give you more than one copy? Chen Feng got to the point. The old woman wiped her tears and began to tell the story in a halting manner. The course of events was roughly the same as Chen Feng had guessed. At the beginning, the talent scouts from Shanghai Media were impressed by Zhang Xiaoming's talent and promised her various favorable terms.
They first took out a contract that looked formal and had relatively loose terms and asked them to take it home to read. Zhang Xiaoming and her mother didn't understand the law, so they asked a relative to take a look, and the relative didn't think there was any big problem. But on the day of the official signing, the other party brought a much thicker new contract and urged them to sign it quickly on the grounds that this is the company's standard final version. The content is the same, but it is more detailed. There were several newcomers signing contracts at the scene, and the atmosphere was very lively. Zhang Xiaoming, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, had never seen such a scene before, so she signed without thinking, under the urging and inducement of others. When she got a copy of the contract and took a closer look at it at home, she realized that this contract was completely different from the previous one. The revenue split went from 50-50 to 90-10, with the company taking 90%.
The contract term went from 3 years to 10.
Most frightening of all, the penalty for breach of contract went from a symbolic 1 million to an astronomical figure 20 million. We went to argue with them, but the manager, surnamed Zhou, pulled out the contract and said it was written in black and white and that we had signed it ourselves. We wanted to sue them, but after asking several lawyers, they all said we couldn't win the case. The old woman burst into tears. My poor daughter, she just wanted to sing, but she met this devil who eats people without leaving any bones.
Auntie, is the contract they showed you at the beginning still there? Chen Feng asked the most crucial question.
This is the most direct evidence to prove that the other party has committed contract fraud. The old woman was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, a look of despair on her face. Back then, after we signed the new contract, they took the old one away, saying they were going to keep it on file. We don't have any evidence at all.
No evidence. Chen Feng's heart sank suddenly.
He had planned everything, but he hadn't expected Shanghai Media to be so meticulous that they even destroyed the only physical evidence. Without that positive contract as a comparison, it would be almost impossible to accuse them of fraud.
Could it be that this clue was broken just like that?
Just as Chen Feng fell into deep thought and the atmosphere on the scene was dead silent, the tightly closed door of the inner room suddenly clicked and was opened from the inside. A girl in pajamas, with disheveled hair and a pale face, appeared in front of everyone, holding onto the doorframe. She is Zhang Xiaoming. Her eyes were empty and numb, as if she had lost interest in everything in the outside world. But when her gaze fell on Chen Feng and Xiaoya, a faint light suddenly flashed in her dead eyes. She didn't look at Chen Feng, but stared at Xiaoya. Her lips moved and she made a sound so weak that it was almost inaudible.
Sister, I think I've seen you. Xiaoya was stunned.
She looked at the girl in front of her carefully, making sure she had never seen her before. Zhang Xiaoming seemed to be lost in some memories. She struggled and walked out of the room, her eyes never leaving Xiaoya.
I remember now.
Half a year ago, when I went to Shanghai Media to sign the contract, I saw you in their legal department. You were with manager Zhou at the time.
Boom!
Zhang Xiaoming's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the small living room.
Xiaoya's face turned pale in an instant. She was completely stunned and waved her hands repeatedly. No, you've got the wrong person. I have never been to Shanghai Media.
At this moment, Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. An absurd, yet very possible thought crazily flooded into his mind. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Xiaoya, his eyes so sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. He remembered Xiaoya's resume, which showed that she graduated from Binhai University with a major in marketing. He remembered Li Wan's evaluation of Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you are still too young. He remembered Xiaoya's awkwardness and nervousness when facing clients.
She didn't seem like someone with other work experience at all. But what if Zhang Xiaoming didn't recognize the wrong person? What if Xiaoya really appeared in the legal department of Shanghai Media half a year ago? So who was she? Why was she there? And why did she hide all this and go to the Xingyao Forest store to work as a sales trainee? What secrets are hidden behind all this?
Chen Feng looked at the panicked chief legal advisor whom he had personally selected, and felt for the first time that the development of things seemed to be completely beyond his control. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang frantically. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Chen Feng answered the call with a frown. A man's cold and complacent laughter came from the other end of the line.
Chen Feng, is that right? I'm Zhou Hai.
I don't care who you are or what you want to do.
I just want to remind you that Lu Feifei is in my hands now.
If you want her to live safely until tomorrow morning, come alone to my office on the top floor of the company. Chapter 13 Double Crisis. On the other end of the phone, Joe High's sinister laughter seemed to have substantial penetrating power, passing through the receiver and echoing in the silent room.
Lu Feifei, you are in my hands now.
Come to my office on the top floor of my company alone. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Zhang Xiaoming's mother instantly lost all color, covered her mouth and let out a suppressed cry, looking at Chen Feng with eyes full of fear. Although she didn't know who Lu Feifei was, she heard the devil's name clearly: Zhou Hai. Zhang Xiaoming, who had just struggled out of his memories, began to tremble violently all over, and his already empty eyes were shrouded in deeper despair. Xiaoya, who had been pointed out by her, couldn't even think of defending herself. Her mind went blank, and she felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head.
Kidnapping? Hostages?
These scenes, only seen in movies, were actually happening right before her eyes. The whole room seemed to be suffocated by an invisible hand. Only Chen Feng was still standing there, without any panic on his face. His eyes were as calm as water, and even the hand holding the phone did not tremble at all.
I see.
He calmly uttered 4 words into the phone, then hung up the call neatly. This extraordinary calmness caused the other 3 people in the room to involuntarily focus their attention on him. In their eyes, this young man seemed to be the only reef they could rely on in the turbulent sea. Chen Feng ignored their gazes. The first thing he did was walk to the window and calmly observe the situation downstairs. The streets were bustling with people, everything was normal, and he didn't notice any suspicious vehicles or people following him. This shows that Zhou Hai's target is very clear, that is himself.
He is not willing to take action against a small character like Zhang Xiaoming for the time being.
After doing all this, he turned around and glanced at the 3 women in front of him with different expressions.
His gaze first fell on Zhang Xiaoming and her daughter.
His voice was steady and powerful.
Auntie, Meng, you don't have to be afraid.
This incident started because of me, and I will never let you be implicated in any way.
From now on, there's only one thing you have to do:
lock the doors and windows. Don't open the door to anyone, and don't answer any unfamiliar calls.
Wait for my news.
His words carried an unquestionable power, causing the already bewildered mother and daughter to nod subconsciously, as if they had found their backbone. Then, Chen Feng's gaze, like 2 sharp swords, shot straight at Xiaoya, whose face was pale.
Now, it's your turn.
Xiaoya's body trembled violently, her lips quivering as she tried to explain, Mr. Chen, I really don't know her.
I swear, I've never been to Shanghai media. Your oath means nothing to me now.
Chen Feng interrupted her coldly. His voice was low, but every word was heartbreaking. I only believe in 2 things now: evidence and logic. He took a step forward, and the strong sense of oppression made Xiaoya involuntarily take half a step back.
Logically, Zhang Xiaoming is a patient with severe depression.
Her mental state is very unstable, and there's a high possibility of memory deviation. However, Chen Feng's tone suddenly became more serious. A patient, in the midst of extremely painful memories, will firmly remember the details that impressed her the most. She can misremember the time and the place, but it's difficult for her to fabricate a person she's never met. He pointed at Zhang Xiaoming, who was still trembling. The way she looked at you, she wasn't lying.
I didn't. I really didn't.
Xiaoya was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She felt that she had no way to defend herself and was in great grievance and panic. Chen Feng ignored her defense and continued in a calm, almost cruel tone, so, there are only 2 possibilities before me now.
First, Zhang Xiaoming recognized the wrong person.
You and the person she met just look very similar.
Second, you are lying.
He stared into Xiaoya's eyes, as if trying to see into the depths of her soul.
I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, who are you? What's your purpose in approaching me? Xiaoya was almost on the verge of collapse under his gaze.
She desperately shook her head, tears finally streaming down her face.
Mr. Chen, I really didn't lie to you.
My name is Xiaoya, and I graduated from Binhai University in marketing. My home is in the neighboring city, and my parents are ordinary workers.
I really don't know what happened.
If I lie to you, may the heavens strike me with lightning and I die a miserable death. The oath she uttered, with a crying tone, echoed in the room.
Chen Feng was silent.
He saw no deception or cunning in Xiaoya's eyes, only extreme fear, grievance, and confusion. A person's acting skills may deceive the eyes, but the emotional fluctuations that come from the heart are difficult to fake.
Could it be that Zhang Xiaoming really made a mistake? Or, is there a deeper secret hidden behind this that even Xiaoya herself doesn't know? Chen Feng's mind was working rapidly.
But now was not the time to pursue these matters. Zhou Hai's invitation was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment.
Lu Feifei's safety was his top priority.
He had to make a decision immediately.
Okay, I'll trust you for now.
Chen Feng suddenly spoke, and Xiaoya's crying stopped abruptly. He looked at her deeply, his tone unquestionable, but before I find out the truth, you must stay within my sight. He turned to Zhang Xiaomeng's mother and said, Auntie, please take good care of Meng Meng.
Remember what I just said. Lock the door and don't trust anyone.
After saying that, he grabbed Xiaoya's wrist, turned around and walked out the door.
Mr. Chen, where are we going?
Xiaoya staggered as he pulled her and asked in panic.
Go to Xinghai Media. Chen Feng's voice was cold and firm. Didn't you say you were innocent? Then come with me to see Zhou Hai.
Whether it's true or not, we'll confront each other face to face, and everything will come to light.
Xiaoya's body froze. To meet that man whose voice on the phone sounded like a demon? To that dangerous place?
She instinctively wanted to resist, but looking at Chen Feng's irrefutable profile, she suddenly realized that she had no choice. From the moment she agreed to play the role of chief legal advisor, she was drawn into this vortex that she could not understand at all. The Xingyao E300L was driving smoothly and quickly on the road, and the atmosphere inside the car was so oppressive that it seemed to be solidified. Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat, clutching the seatbelt tightly with both hands, her body trembling slightly, not daring to say a word. Chen Feng held the steering wheel with one hand and his mobile phone with the other, concentrating on planning the route on the map, seemingly not affected by the incident just now. His calmness made Xiaoya feel frightened but also inexplicably at ease.
Navigation, Xinghai Media Headquarters Building.
Chen Feng gave instructions to the vehicle system.
Okay, we've planned the best route for you. It's estimated to take 25 minutes. The female navigation voice sounded, breaking the silence in the car.
Chen Feng did not drive there immediately, but parked the car on a secluded roadside and turned off the engine. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoya, who was still in shock, and said slowly, Are you scared?
Xiaoya nodded subconsciously, then shook her head quickly.
Her lips moved, but she couldn't speak.
It's normal to be afraid.
Chen Feng's tone softened a little. People like Zhou Hai are ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals. He dared to kidnap people directly, which means he is ready to tear his relationship apart.
We may be in danger this time. Hearing the word danger, Xiaoya's face turned even paler. Then why did you go? She couldn't help but ask. We can call the police. Call the police? Chen Feng shook his head. Calling the police now is the worst option. First, we have no direct evidence of Zhou Hai's kidnapping. It's hard to mobilize the police immediately with just a phone recording. Second, if the police are alerted, given Zhou Hai's personality, he might become desperate and harm the hostages. Then, what should we do?
Xiaoya's voice was filled with tears.
Do you really have to face him alone? Who said I was alone?
The corner of Chen Feng's mouth suddenly curled up into a meaningful arc. He ignored Xiaoya and took out an exquisitely crafted black and gold stamped business card from the inside pocket of his suit. There is only a name and a phone number on the business card. Xin Ruo Xue. This is the most powerful and mysterious trump card he currently has. He hadn't intended to use this card so early, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Zhou Hai's crazy behavior forced him to prepare an insurance for himself in advance. He dialed the number. The phone rang 3 times and was connected. Hello? From the other end of the phone came a female voice as cold as ice and snow, yet with a hint of magnetism. Just one word made Chen Feng feel as if he was back in that night at Yunning Pavilion, feeling the powerful aura of the icy female president that kept people at a distance. Hello, Mr. Qin, I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and was as calm as if he was greeting an old friend. Xin Ruoxue on the other end of the phone seemed stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chen Feng to contact her so soon. Mr. Chen? Is there something wrong? Her voice was still cold, but compared to hello, it seemed to have a hint of human emotion. I'm having a little trouble. I'll need to delay Mr. Qin for a minute. Chen Feng said calmly, looking at the tall buildings ahead. I'm on my way to Xinghai Media's headquarters. Their boss is Zhou Hai. I have some personal grudges with him. I might have an unfriendly business negotiation with him in his office later. He deliberately emphasized the words personal grudge and business negotiation. Chin Ruoshua was so smart that she immediately understood the deep meaning of his words. This is not a business negotiation at all, but a hongmen banquet.
So? There was no emotion in her voice. Nothing. Chen Feng smiled.
I just thought, what if this negotiation doesn't go well, or if I can't get out of their company in an hour? I hope someone in Binhai City knows where I'm going.
He didn't ask for help, didn't make any requests, and didn't even show the slightest sign of weakness. He was just stating a fact. This is an extremely clever conspiracy. He told Chin Ruoshua about his situation in an almost equal manner.
If he was safe and sound, then this phone call would be just an insignificant report, and would even deepen the impression of him as mysterious and powerful in Chin Ruoshua's mind. But if something really happened to him, then Chin Ruoshua, as the only person who knew about it, would not sit idly by, whether out of moral obligation or out of curiosity about her identity as the heir. By then, once the Chin Group, this behemoth, is started, not to mention a small Shanghai media, even 10 of them will be crushed into powder in an instant.
This was the most expensive insurance he had ever bought for himself.
There was a long silence on the other end of the phone.
Xiaoya was horrified as she listened to this.
She had no idea what Chen Feng was doing. She felt like he was walking on a tightrope on a cliff, and every step was full of deadly danger. After a long time, Chin Ruoshua's voice sounded again, still cold, but with a hint of imperceptible solemnity.
I understand. Stay safe.
After saying that, she hung up the phone. Chen Feng put away his phone and a confident smile appeared on his face. He knew that his goal had been achieved. He restarted the car, and the Xingyao E300L was like an arrow shot from a bow, merging into the traffic flow heading towards the city center.
Hold on tight,
he said softly, his eyes already filled with a cold fighting spirit.
Chapter 14 Dragon's Lair and Tiger's Den.
The headquarters of Shanghai Media is located in the CBD core area of Binhai City, where every inch of land is valuable, in a skyscraper called Shanghai Tower. The entire building adopts a streamlined glass curtain wall design, which sparkles in the sun like a sword piercing the sky. It is full of modernity and oppression, demonstrating the ambition and strength of its owner.
The Xingyao car slowly pulled into the VIP parking space in front of the building. This spot was usually only open to the company's top executives.
Clearly, Zhou Hai had already rolled out the red carpet for Chen Feng's arrival. The car door opened, and Chen Feng got out first. He looked up at the towering building, his eyes calm and composed, as if he was not in a dangerous place, but an ordinary office building. He walked around to the passenger side and opened the door for Xiaoya, who was still a little timid.
Get out of the car.
His voice was soft, but it carried an irresistible command. Remember, from now on, you are the chief legal counsel of Star Capital.
Stand up straight and put away your fear. Your aura is my face. Xiaoya looked into Chen Feng's deep eyes.
There was no fear in them, only a quiet confidence. This emotion infected her, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath and try to suppress the panic in her heart. She stood up straight by holding the car door, adjusted her business suit, and tried to make herself look more professional and calm. The two walked side by side towards the door of the building. The security guard at the door had already been notified, and not only did he not stop them, but he respectfully opened the heavy glass door for them.
The lobby on the first floor was magnificently decorated.
The gleaming marble floor, the dazzling crystal chandelier, and the 4 flamboyantly gilded characters on the reception wall, Shanghai Media, all flaunted the company's financial resources. A receptionist wearing a professional suit and delicate makeup immediately came up to us with a standard and distant smile on her face.
Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Feng? It's me. Mr. Zhou is already waiting for you in his office on the top floor. Please come this way. She gestured please and led them to an exclusive VIP elevator.
Throughout the process, her eyes swept over Chen Feng and Xiaoya, with a subtle hint of curiosity and pity in her eyes. Inside the elevator, the metal wall reflected the blurry figures of the two people. As the elevator steadily ascended, the floor numbers flickered across the screen, and Xiaoya's heart leaped into her throat. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat, like a drum. Later, no matter what you see or hear, don't make a sound, and don't show any unnecessary expression. Chen Feng's voice rang out in the small space, clearly reaching Xiaoya's ears.
Just remember, you are mine.
As long as I'm here, no one can touch you. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, relaxing Xiaoya's tense nerves a little. She nodded heavily, a hint of determination in her eyes.
Bite. The elevator reaches the top floor. As soon as the door opened, a breath of luxury hit me. The entire floor seemed to be connected, covered in thick wool carpet that made no sound when stepped on. Everywhere you looked, you'd see priceless artwork and antiques. A wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Binhai City's bustling scene. This is Zhou Hai's kingdom. The huge space was empty and eerily quiet. There was only a middle-aged man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, standing with his back to them in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, shaking it gently, overlooking the countless people below him. He is Zhou Hai. Hearing the elevator sound, he slowly turned around. He had a cat-and-mouse smile on his face, and his eyes first fell on Chen Feng, with a look of scrutiny and evaluation. "Mr. Chen, you are much younger than I expected." Zhou Hai's voice was gentle, sounding like an elegant businessman, but the eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were as sharp as an eagle. "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your compliment." Chen Feng walked over calmly, as if completely ignoring the powerful aura emanating from the other party. "Mr. Zhou's way of inviting people is quite unique." "Ha, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures." Zhou Hai laughed and turned his gaze to Xiaoya behind Chen Feng, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Who is this?" "My legal advisor, Xiaoya." Chen Feng introduced lightly. "Legal advisor?" Zhou Hai's smile widened. "Mr. Chen is such a refined person, talking about private matters and even bringing a lawyer alone. What's going on? Are you afraid I'll bully you?" As he spoke, he walked to the huge mahogany desk and sat down in the large leather boss chair. He stretched his arms and placed them on the armrests, assuming an attitude of being in control of everything. "Please sit down." "You're welcome." He pointed to the sofa opposite the desk. Chen Feng did not sit down. He looked around the extremely luxurious office and finally fixed his eyes on Zhou Hai's face. "Mr. Zhou, let's be frank. I didn't come here today to have tea and chat with you. Where are my people?" His directness made the smile on Zhou Hai's face pause slightly. He originally wanted to overwhelm this ignorant young man with his momentum, but he didn't expect that the other party would not play according to the rules at all. Young people are just impatient. Zhou Hai put on his smile again and snapped his fingers. An inconspicuous secret door on the side of the office was opened. Two burly bodyguards in black came out, carrying a haggard and terrified girl. The girl was wearing a white dress, and it was Lu Feifei. There were clear marks of strangulation on her wrists, clearly a sign of struggle. When she saw Chen Feng standing in the middle of the office, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in her already dim eyes. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen." Her voice was weak and trembling. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold the moment he saw Lu Feifei. An invisible rage rose in his heart, but he controlled his emotions well, and his face remained calm. "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean?" "It's nothing." Zhou Hai leaned back in his chair and shook the red wineglass in his hand comfortably. "I just want to tell Mr. Chen a truth. In Binhai City, not everyone can be offended. And not every trivial matter can be meddlesome." He took a sip of red wine and his eyes became sinister. "I've checked you out. You're a newly divorced loser. I don't know what kind of luck you've gotten into, but you're driving a Star Glory and can afford to rent a riverside mansion. Do you really think you've become a phoenix?" He placed the glass heavily on the table, making a dull thud. "I don't care who's behind you, or where your money comes from. Lu Feifei is a contracted artist of Shanghai media. It's not your turn as an outsider to meddle in her affairs." Zhou Hai's true intentions were revealed, but Chen Feng was not moved at all. Chen Feng laughed instead. "Mr. Zhou's intelligence work isn't quite up to par." He pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. His posture was even more relaxed than Zhou Hai's. "You only found out that I'm divorced, but not why?" Zhou Hai frowned. Chen Feng said slowly, "Because the old man at home doesn't like that woman and thinks she is not worthy of our family. There is no other way. In order to go home and inherit the billions of assets, I can only endure the grievance and get a divorce first to go through the motions." His tone was so calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter, but the content of his words was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in Zhou Hai's heart. "Billions? Heir?" Zhou Hai's eyes instantly became serious. He stared at Chen Feng intently, trying to see even the slightest hint of guilt or flaw on his face. "But, no." Chen Feng's face was filled with a calmness and indifference that didn't match his age. That kind of temperament was definitely not something an ordinary person could fake. "Could it be that I really hit a wall?" For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became subtle. Zhou Hai's original full confidence began to waver. This is exactly the effect Chen Feng wants. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is a paper tiger. What he needs to do now is to use a fictitious identity that cannot be easily falsified to cover himself with an indestructible armor. Mr. Zhou, let's talk business. Chen Feng broke the silence. What do you want in exchange for releasing Fei Fei and terminating her contract? Zhou Hai's expression was gloomy.
If Chen Feng really had a powerful background, then it would be unwise to completely offend him for a little Lu Fei Fei.
But if he let her go so easily, where would Zhou Hai's face be? He pondered for a moment and decided to test Chen Feng's bottom line first. Okay, for Mr. Chen's sake, I can release him.
We can also negotiate the contract.
He raised a finger, but I have two conditions. Explain. First, Lu Feifei's liquidated damages are 10 million, not a cent less.
Second, Zhou Hai said with a cruel smile, I want you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to apologize for meddling in my business. He wanted to use this method to verify Chen Feng's identity. If Chen Feng was really just a bluffing upstart, he would be furious when faced with such humiliation. But if he really came from a wealthy family, then his inherent pride would definitely not allow him to kneel. If the negotiations broke down, he would take the opportunity to attack and see how much weight the other party really had. No matter what Chen Feng chooses, he is sure to win. When Lu Feifei heard this condition, she closed her eyes in despair. Xiaoya was so angry that she was shaking all over, and her nails were almost digging into her flesh. But Chen Feng smiled. He shook his head, as if he had heard some huge joke.
Mr. Zhou, did you make a mistake? He stood up and slowly walked to the desk.
He placed his hands on the table, leaned forward, and looked directly into Zhou Hai's eyes.
Now, I'm the one giving you a chance. You're not the one making conditions for me. You. Zhou Hai was angered by his arrogant attitude.
Just when he was about to explode, his gaze passed over Chen Feng's shoulder and inadvertently fell on the legal advisor behind him who had not said a word since entering the door and was like an invisible man. Before, he only thought Xiaoya was a vase assistant with little presence. But now, when he looked carefully at Xiaoya's face, which was slightly pale due to tension and anger, his pupils suddenly contracted. This face looked so familiar. He narrowed his eyes, his brain rapidly searching his memory banks. Suddenly, a name and picture that he had forgotten in the corner suddenly jumped out. A trace of surprise first flashed across Zhou Hai's face, then the surprise turned into extreme shock, and finally, all the emotions turned into an extremely strong smile with cruelty and ecstasy. He no longer looked at Chen Feng, but stared at Xiaoya, speaking word by word, his voice full of teasing and amusement.
I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, Miss Xiao. What a rare guest.
You're a rich family's daughter, but you're not the one who's doing this anymore.
Why are you working as someone else's assistant? Boom.
Zhou Hai's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly leaving everyone in the room feeling burnt on the outside and tender on the inside.
Lu Feifei opened her eyes wide in shock. At that moment, Chen Feng's body completely froze.
Xiaoya seemed to have had all her strength and soul drained away in an instant. The blood color on her face faded away completely in an instant, leaving only a deathly paleness.
Chapter 15, The Trump Card Showdown. Time seemed to be paused at this moment.
Zhou Hai's words Miss Xiao were like an invisible bomb that exploded in the office, and the shockwave tore everyone's thoughts to pieces. Chen Feng froze in place, his mind racing, trying to comprehend this subversive information.
Xiaoya? The daughter of a wealthy family? The intern who secretly wept at the 4S dealership because she'd lost a client? The girl who, for a single word from him, was willing to accompany him through such a dangerous situation? How could this be possible?
Countless conflicting images crisscrossed his mind, causing him to doubt his own prideful judgment for the first time.
Lu Feifei's face was full of disbelief.
She looked at Xiaoya, who was pale and on the verge of collapse, and then at Zhou Hai, who was confident of victory and had a playful look on his face. She had no idea why the situation had taken such a strange turn. Xiaoya, at the center of the storm, felt as if she had been stripped of all her disguises, exposed naked to the scrutiny of everyone. She bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, her body trembling violently with extreme fear and shame.
Zhou Hai enjoyed this moment very much.
He liked the feeling of having everything in his hands, and especially liked watching the expressions of his prey change from self-righteousness to panic. He stood up from his boss chair, walked slowly to Xiaoya, and looked down at her as if he was admiring an interesting work of art.
Why, Miss Xiao, don't you recognize me? He smiled like a cunning fox. No wonder.
Your father, Chairman Xiao Zhengxiong, is a big shot in Binhai City.
If he stomps his foot, the entire real estate industry will tremble. A princess like you, born with a silver spoon in your mouth, naturally can't remember a small character like me. Xiao Zhengxiong. Xiao Group.
As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng's heart suddenly sank. Although he had only recently returned to Binhai City, he was no stranger to this renowned name. The Xiao Group, the leading real estate enterprise in Binhai City and even the entire Jiangnan province, was a behemoth with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Its chairman, Xiao Zhengxiong, was a legendary figure in the business world.
Xiao Ya is actually his daughter?
This information is 10,000 times more real and shocking than the lie of inheriting billions of fortunes.
I don't know you. You've got the wrong person.
Xiaoya was still making her last futile struggle.
Her voice was trembling and completely unconvincing. Wrong person?
Zhou Hai laughed heartily, as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke.
Miss Xiao, you underestimate me.
6 months ago, I waited outside your father's office for 3 hours to get the construction license for that project in the south of the city.
At that time, you just came out and had a huge argument with your father.
I saw it all clearly. He leaned closer to Xiaoya, lowered his voice, and said in a volume that only a few people could hear, I still remember what you shouted at that time. I would rather go to a restaurant to wait tables than marry that lame man named Ma.
How about the game of running away from home? Are you having fun?
Every word Zhou Hai said was like a sharp knife, stabbing Xiaoya's heart and completely destroying her last psychological defense. She could no longer hold on, her body went limp, she staggered back 2 steps, tears bursting out.
Everything is true. Zhang Xiaoming hadn't mistaken her.
She had indeed appeared at Xinghai Media 6 months prior. Perhaps she had accompanied her father to inspect this small company, which he had completely despised. In order to escape the business marriage arranged by her family and to live a so-called ordinary person life, she hid her identity and went to a forest shop as an intern, but by accident, she was involved in Chen Feng's world. All the lies were ruthlessly exposed at this moment. Zhou Hai proudly admired Xiaoya's collapsed look, then he turned his victorious gaze to Chen Feng, who had the same ugly expression.
Now, it's your turn. Mr. Chen.
Zhou Hai's address remained unchanged, but the sarcasm and contempt in his tone were no longer concealed.
Now, do you still think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me?
He pointed at Xiaoya, then at Chen Feng, and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. A runaway rich girl, and a poor boy who appeared out of nowhere.
The two of you put on such a ridiculous rich family game together. Star Capital? And the chief legal advisor? I'm dying of laughter. The situation was reversed in an instant.
Chen Feng's carefully constructed, mysterious air character seemed so vulnerable when compared to Xiaoya's true identity, like a clumsy clown. Zhou Hai was 100% certain that Chen Feng was just bluffing. He walked back to his boss chair and sat down, completely relaxed. He put his feet up on the desk and said in a condescending tone, Boy, for Miss Zhao's sake, I'll give you another chance. I'll change the 2 conditions you set before. He held up 3 fingers. First, I still want the 10 million yuan in liquidated damages. Second, you kneel down and kowtow 3 times.
That's not less.
Third. His eyes moved greedily over Xiaoya, and that look made Xiaoya feel nauseous and trembling. Let Miss Xiao have a drink with me here, chat, and talk about life.
As long as she serves me well, today's incident will be over. What do you think? Am I kind enough? Blatant humiliation and threats.
He not only wants money and Chen Feng's dignity, but also wants to get his hands on Xiaoya. He was sure of what he had in his hands. One was a liar who had been exposed, and the other was a lamb who had run away from home and dared not reveal his identity. They were on his territory and could only be slaughtered by him. Lu Feifei, who was being held by the bodyguards, had the fire of hope that had just ignited in her eyes completely extinguished, leaving only dead ashes. Xiaoya, who was in a state of collapse, suddenly raised her head after hearing Zhou Hai's dirty words. For the first time, flames of anger and determination burst out from her tearful eyes. She stared at Zhou Hai intently, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her bones.
There was deathly silence in the office.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Feng.
See how he chooses. Should he kneel down in humiliation and gain temporary peace? Or should he rage helplessly and be thrown out by Zhou Hai's bodyguards after having his limbs broken? It seems that no matter what choice you make, it will be a dead end. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Feng smiled. Instead of anger or fear, he let out a soft laugh. The laughter was very light, but like a sharp awl, it instantly pierced through the complacent aura Zhou Hai created. Mr. Zhou, do you know what your biggest problem is? Chen Feng slowly raised his head. There was no panic in his dark eyes. Instead, they flashed with a heart-pounding, sharp light that could see through everything. Your vision is too small. As he spoke, he calmly adjusted his suit and tie, as if all the turmoil he had just experienced had nothing to do with him. Do you think that by exposing Xiaoya's identity, you've gained leverage over me and have the upper hand? Chen Feng shook his head, a look of pity on his face. No, you've only exposed your own ignorance and shallowness. You simply don't understand what you're facing. Zhou Hai's smile froze on his face. He had never expected that Chen Feng could say such words under such circumstances. Is this his final act of stubbornness? Or, does he really have some hidden card he's not aware of? I already knew Xiaoya's identity. Chen Fengyu will not stop until he has shocked the world. He turned to Xiaoya, whose face was covered with tears and who was looking at him in shock. His eyes instantly became gentle and apologetic. Xiaoya, I'm sorry. I wanted to let you experience the life of an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that I would drag you into this. His tone was so natural, as if this was the way it should be. Xiaoya was completely confused. He knew it a long time ago? How is this possible? I disguised myself so well. Chen Feng didn't give her time to think. He turned his gaze to Zhou Hai again, and his eyes had become icy cold. The reason I didn't reveal her identity is that I felt it was unnecessary. There's no need to bring up the Xiao family's name to deal with an opponent of your level. I thought my own identity was enough. He sighed, a hint of disappointment on his face. But now it seems that I overestimated you. Your vision only allows you to see the mighty Xiao family, but you can't see that in my eyes. The Xiao family is just a decent partner. Boom! If Zhou Hai's exposure of Xiaoya's identity was a bomb, then what Chen Feng said at this moment is a nuclear bomb that is enough to destroy everything. Mad. Too crazy. They actually said that the Xiao group, the leader in Binhai City, is just a pretty good partner? These words completely overturned Zhou Hai's cognition. He subconsciously wanted to accuse the other party of bragging. However, when he met Chen Feng's deep eyes, he found that he could not say a word. Because the innate confidence and control that Chen Feng exudes is too real. It was so real that he began to doubt whether there really existed a higher level in this world that he could not reach at all. You, who are you? Zhou Hai's voice trembled for the first time. You don't deserve to know who I am. Chen Feng no longer gave him any chance. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards Zhou Hai. His pace was not fast, but every step seemed to be stepping on Zhou Hai's heart, making him feel suffocated. Now, it's my turn to make conditions for you. Chen Feng walked to the desk and looked down at Zhou Hai, who had slid down from the chair. First, immediately, release Lu Feifei. Secondly, all unequal contracts between you, Lu Feifei, and all artists in your company are null and void. I want to see a termination notice on your company's official website by tomorrow. Third, Chen Feng's mouth curled up with a cold arc. You, kneel down, kowtow and apologize to the three of them. He made the conditions Zhou Hai had just proposed even more severe and returned them all. You're dreaming. Zhou Hai roared fiercely, slamming the table and standing up. Do you think I was scared? Someone come. The two bodyguards in black immediately stepped forward and stared at Chen Feng ferociously. But Chen Feng didn't even look at them. He just slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket. In front of Zhou Hai, he dialed a number and turned the screen towards him. On the screen, the three words Xiao Jingxiong are clearly visible. Mr. Zhou, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Chen Feng's voice was calm and without a trace of emotion. After 10 seconds, if I don't get a satisfactory answer, this call will be made. I'll tell Director Xiao that his precious daughter was frightened and threatened in your office. Tell me, with Director Zhao's temper, how will he deal with you? Will he make your Xinghai media disappear from Binhai City tomorrow, or will he make you disappear from this world? Zhou Hai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He stared at the phone screen intently, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like a waterfall. He didn't dare to gamble. He believed 100% that if this call was really made, everything Chen Feng said would come true. 10. 9. Chen Feng began to count down in a cold tone. Every number was like a death warrant from the god of death, striking at Zhou Hai's nerves. 8. 7. Zhou Hai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. His proud business empire seemed as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the word Xiao Group. 3. 2. I promise. At the moment when Chen Feng was about to count to 1, Zhou Hai finally collapsed. He let out a shrill roar and collapsed on the chair. Chapter 16, The Dust Settles. Zhou Hai slumped in his chair, gasping for breath like a fish thrown ashore. Sweat soaked his expensive shirt, clinging to his back. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were filled with fear, humiliation, and disbelief. He lost. The defeat was complete and utter. From the moment he exposed Xiaoya's identity and thought he was in control of the situation to the moment he was completely defeated by Chen Feng with a phone call that was both real and fake, the entire process took only a few minutes. But these few minutes felt like a watershed in his life, dragging him down from his throne in the clouds and plunging him into a muddy abyss. Chen Feng looked at his distraught appearance, without a trace of pity in his eyes. "Mr. Zhou, my patience is limited." His cold voice, like a death knell, rang again. Zhou Hai shuddered, snapping out of his trance. He glanced at the phone in Chen Feng's hand, which seemed poised to call out at any moment, then at the two equally frightened bodyguards. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiaoya, whose face was covered in tears, but who had regained her composure thanks to Chen Feng's force. He knew that he no longer had any choice. "Release them." He squeezed out two words from between his teeth with difficulty. The two bodyguards were as if they had been pardoned and quickly released their arms that were holding Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei's body went limp, and she nearly fell to the ground. Chen Feng quickly stepped forward and held her steady. "It's okay," he said softly. His voice was not loud, but it had the power to calm people's hearts. Lu Feifei leaned in Chen Feng's arms, feeling the solid and reliable support. The fear and grievance that had been suppressed for so long finally turned into silent tears and burst out at this moment. Chen Feng helped her and let her sit on the sofa next to him. Then he turned around again and locked his cold eyes on Zhou Hai. "I only completed the first of my conditions." Zhou Hai's face instantly became uglier than a dead person. He knew that the most humiliating moment was coming. He struggled, trying to preserve the last shred of his dignity. "Mr. Chen, please leave some space for us so we can meet again in the future. I will definitely take care of the contract tomorrow. You are not qualified to talk to me about the future." Chen Feng interrupted him mercilessly. "I want to see your sincerity now." He pointed to the floor in front of Zhou Hai. That action, silent, was filled with the most extreme humiliation. Zhou Hai's body trembled violently, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had never suffered such a terrible humiliation in his life. However, when his gaze met Chen Feng's calm eyes again, all his anger and unwillingness instantly turned into cold fear. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no again, the call would really be made. In the face of absolute power, dignity is worthless. Zhou Hai closed his eyes, and two lines of tears of humiliation slid down from the corners of his eyes. He walked around the desk tremblingly, and every step he took felt like he was dragging a 1,000-pound yoke. Finally, he walked in front of Lu Feifei and Xiaoya. With a thump. The boss of Xinghai Media, who had been so arrogant just now and controlled the fate of countless anchors, suddenly felt his knees go weak and he knelt heavily on the cold marble floor. This scene was deeply imprinted in the eyes of everyone in the office. The two bodyguards in black were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe and wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lu Feifei covered her mouth, her tearful face filled with shock and disbelief. She had never imagined that the devil who had pushed her into despair and made her want to give up her life would one day kneel before her. Xiaoya was even more shocked. She looked at Zhou Hai, who was kneeling on the ground, and then at Chen Feng, who stood beside her with an indifferent expression, as if he had only done something insignificant. An unprecedented complex feeling, a mixture of awe, gratitude, and a hint of strange emotions, grew wildly in her heart. I'm sorry." Zhou Hai's voice was as hoarse as an old bellows, and every word was filled with endless humiliation. He bent down and knocked his usually proud head heavily to the ground. Bang! The first one was for Lu Feifei. Bang! The second time was for Xiaoya. Bang! The third was for his own foolish arrogance and ignorance. After caught out 3 times, Zhou Hai felt as if all his energy and spirit had been drained away. He collapsed to his knees on the ground and could not get up again. Chen Feng didn't even look at him again. He walked up to Lu Feifei, took off his suit jacket, and put it on her shoulders, which were cold due to fear. "Let's go." He helped Lu Feifei up and walked towards the door.
Xiaoya quickly wiped away her tears and hurried to catch up.
From beginning to end, Chen Feng didn't say another word to Zhou Hai.
Because, for an opponent who has been completely defeated, any words are redundant. Ignoring is the most complete contempt. When the three of them walked out of the office, the heavy door slowly closed behind them, isolating Zhou Hai's humiliating figure like a defeated dog into the past forever. In the elevator, the atmosphere was still silent. Lu Feifei leaned in Chen Feng's arms, her body still trembling slightly, but her emotions had stabilized a lot. She looked at Chen Feng's resolute profile, her eyes full of gratitude and dependence. Xiaoya, on the other hand, stood in the corner with her head down, not daring to look at Chen Feng. Her identity has been exposed, and she doesn't know how Chen Feng will look at her or how he will treat her. She didn't believe a single word of the "I knew it a long time ago" statement. It was clearly a lie Chen Feng had fabricated in a hurry to deal with the crisis. She deceived him. This realization filled her with guilt and uneasiness. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. When they appeared in the magnificent lobby again, the receptionist saw them and the expression on her face was extremely wonderful. She saw the three people go up with her own eyes, and she knew that her boss had set up a tight net to deal with the ignorant young man. But now, the young man walked out unharmed and even took away the hostage held by the boss. Behind him followed the legal advisor whom she had previously treated as a vase. Although Xiaoya's eyes were red at this moment, she exuded a special temperament that made her dare not look directly at him. A kind of temperament that she had only seen in those truly wealthy and noble people. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to even look again. It was not until Chen Feng and the other two disappeared outside the door that she picked up the internal phone with trembling hands and dialed the number on the top floor. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou?" From the other end of the line came a suppressed roar, like that of a wounded beast, and the sound of precious porcelain being smashed to pieces. Inside the Xingyao car, Chen Feng drove the vehicle steadily and merged into the river of cars in the city. He glanced in the rearview mirror at Lu Feifei in the back seat. She was curled up in the corner, wrapped in his suit, and seemed to be tired from crying and had fallen into a deep sleep. The nightmare is finally over. The atmosphere in the car was still depressing. The source of silence came from the co-pilot. Xiaoya held the folder with Xingchen Capital printed on it tightly in her hands, lowered her head, and said nothing like a child who had done something wrong. Chen Feng didn't speak immediately. In his mind, he quickly reviewed everything that happened today. Xiaoya's identity was a huge surprise. This surprise almost caused him to lose everything. But fortunately, he took advantage of this surprise and turned the tables, not only rescuing Lu Feifei but also completely breaking Zhou Hai's psychological defenses. It can be said that Xiaoya is his weak point, but also his sharpest weapon. He was indeed deceiving Zhou Hai. The moment Zhou Hai said Miss Xiao, although he was shocked, he immediately connected Zhang Xiaoming's identification with Xiaoya's reaction, and instantly judged that what Zhou Hai said was true. So, he took advantage of the situation and made himself into a more mysterious and powerful existence that even the Xiao family had to look up to. This is a psychological game. What he was betting on was the bullying of the weak and fear of the strong by people like Zhou Hai, and his fear of unknown power. He won the bet. But now that the crisis is over, he has to face the accident itself. He drove the car to a viewing platform by the Binhai River, where there were few people and it was quiet at night. He stopped the car and turned off the engine. The only sounds left in the car were the two people's even breathing and Lu Feifei's light snoring in the back seat. "Go ahead." Chen Feng finally spoke, breaking the silence. His voice was calm, and no emotion could be heard. Xiaoya's body trembled violently. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, guilt, and anxiety. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I lied to you. What I want to hear is not an apology." Chen Feng looked at her. "I want to know why." Xiaoya's lips moved a few times, as if she was organizing her words. After a long time, she told her story in a choked voice. She is indeed Xiao Zhengxiong's daughter, the only daughter of the Xiao family. But since she was a child, she has disliked the arranged life. She has no business talent and does not like the intrigues of the business world. Her dream is to become a fashion designer. But her father, Xiao Zhengxiong, was a man with a strong desire for control. He planned every step of her life, from which school to attend, what major to study, to who to marry in the future. The conflict had flared up just 6 months earlier. Her father, in an effort to consolidate the family business, had arranged a business marriage for her. The man was the son of another wealthy family, but he was a notorious playboy who had even been left slightly disabled by a car accident. Xiaoya refused to obey, and after a big quarrel with her father, she ran away from home in anger. She froze all her bank cards and only carried a little cash with her, wanting to prove that she could survive on her own. She concealed her identity and applied for a job at a forest dealership simply because she liked cars and thought selling cars was a decent and reliable job.
I didn't mean to lie to you.
Xiaoya's tears fell like beads from a broken string.
I just wanted to live an ordinary life. I was afraid that after you knew my identity, you would look at me differently like everyone else, or want to get something from me.
She looked at Chen Feng, her eyes full of pleading. Mr. Chen, you are the first and only person since I left home who truly treats me as an ordinary person, is willing to help me, and trusts me.
I really cherish you. She was sobbing and couldn't speak anymore.
Chen Feng listened quietly without interrupting her.
After listening to her story, the last bit of resentment in his heart disappeared.
This is a girl who is a little naive and rebellious, but deep down she longs to be treated equally.
Her deception stems from self-preservation, not malice.
Chen Feng sighed, took out a tissue from the storage box and handed it to her.
Wipe it off.
His tone softened.
Xiaoya took the tissue in a daze.
A rich girl came here to experience life, but she almost got involved in a kidnapping case. Chen Feng looked at her face, which was crying like a little cat, and suddenly found it a little funny.
What are you trying to do? This remark, with a hint of sarcasm, instantly eased the originally tense atmosphere. Xiaoya stopped crying.
She wiped her tears sheepishly and muttered softly, I didn't know it would be like this.
From now on, don't lie to me again. Chen Feng's expression turned serious again. What happened today was very dangerous.
If it weren't for my good luck, none of the three of us would have been able to leave that building.
Your identity is your secret, but with me, what I require is absolute honesty. Do you understand?
Yes. Xiaoya nodded heavily, as if taking an oath. I promise, I will never do it again. Seeing her like this, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly and smiled. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in his mind.
Ding! Helping Girls for Fun Quest, Rescue Lu Feifei, key part completed. Task progress, 90%. Mission evaluation, perfect.
The host, with extraordinary wisdom and courage, achieved a stunning comeback despite being at an absolute disadvantage. Not only did they successfully rescue the target, but they also completely destroyed the villain's will. Mission completion rating has been upgraded to S rank. Host, please confirm within 24 hours that Shanghai Media has officially terminated all unequal contracts with Lu Feifei.
This will complete the mission and allow you to claim the final reward. Done.
A huge joy surged in Chen Feng's heart.
S-level evaluation.
This means that the 10 million cash reward and the mysterious special skill treasure chest are just around the corner.
Chapter 17 A New Beginning.
On Binjiang Avenue at night, the streetlights lengthen the shadows of the vehicles and also lengthen the moods of the people inside the vehicles. The joy brought by the system notification was quickly replaced by Chen Feng's inner calm.
The mission wasn't 100% complete.
Although Zhou Hai had been defeated, he had to be on guard against the fickleness of such people. Before seeing the official termination announcement, everything was still uncertain.
He glanced at the back seat.
Lu Feifei was still asleep, her even breathing showing that she had finally relaxed from her extreme fear. This day and night's experience had taken a toll on her mental state.
Let's send her home first,
Chen Feng said to Xiaoya beside him.
Yeah. Xiaoya nodded obediently. After the confession, she seemed to relax.
Although she was still a little reserved, the heavy burden between her brows had disappeared. Chen Feng restarted the car and drove towards an ordinary residential area in the west of the city according to the community address that Lu Feifei had previously revealed in the live broadcast. The car fell into silence again, but unlike the previous depression, the silence at this moment had a subtle and warm atmosphere. Xiaoya secretly glanced at Chen Feng out of the corner of her eye. This man had appeared at her most desperate moment, giving her dignity. When she was in dire straits, he had powerfully calmed the storm in a way she could never have imagined. He was clearly just an ordinary man, yet he possessed wisdom, courage, and determination far beyond the ordinary. He seemed shrouded in a thick fog, making her unable to see through him, yet she couldn't help but want to be close. In particular, after she revealed the identity she most wanted to hide, he did not despise or flatter her as she had worried, but instead accepted her secret with an attitude of near equality and gave her the respect she needed most. This feeling was something she had never experienced since she was a child from those so-called friends and suitors who were surrounded by the halo of the Xiao family.
What are you thinking about?
Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her wandering thoughts.
Ah? No, nothing.
Xiaoya was startled and quickly looked away, her cheeks feeling a little hot. Chen Feng saw her blushing cheeks in the rearview mirror, smiled, and didn't ask any more questions.
What are you going to do about your family?
He changed the subject.
You can't just keep wandering around like this, right? When talking about family matters, Xiaoya's eyes dimmed. I don't know.
She shook her head in confusion. I don't want to go back, and I don't want to marry someone I don't like.
But, it seems like there's nothing I can do except run away from home. Escape won't solve the problem. Chen Feng's tone was very flat, as if he was stating a fact.
Your father is a business tycoon, and he has his own principles. If you want him to respect your choice, you must show him the capital that can convince him.
Capital?
Xiaoya looked at him in confusion.
Yes.
Chen Feng looked ahead, his tone firm. Only when you prove that you can live well without relying on the Xiao family, and even create your own value, will he truly regard you as an independent individual, rather than a tool for marriage.
Only then will you be qualified to have an equal dialogue with him.
Chen Feng's words were like a key that instantly opened the locked door in Xiaoya's heart. Yes, she has been avoiding and resisting, but has never thought about how to win her father's respect. For the first time, she began to seriously think about what else she had besides the identity of the eldest lady of the Xiao family.
Can I, she asked unconfidently. Why not?
Chen Feng asked, you have the best education, a vision and resources far beyond the average person.
All you lack is an opportunity and a little courage.
He turned his head and looked at her, his eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart. If you're willing, Star Capital welcomes you to join at any time. Of course, not as Miss Xiao, but as an ordinary employee who needs to start from scratch and prove himself with his own strength.
Star Capital.
The company he made up to deal with the crisis.
Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat.
She knew that these were probably just words Chen Feng said to comfort her, but for some reason, when they came out of his mouth, they seemed so real and so alluring. It was as if a brand new world full of unknowns and challenges was slowly opening its doors to her. She opened her mouth, wanting to agree, but hesitated.
Don't rush to answer me.
Chen Feng seemed to see through her thoughts. Think carefully about what kind of life you want.
Once you have figured it out, come back to me.
The vehicle slowly drove into the residential area where Lu Feifei lived.
This is an old community that is not very good, but it is full of the breath of life. Chen Feng parked the car downstairs and gently patted Lu Feifei in the back seat.
Feifei, wake up, we're home. Lu Feifei slowly woke up. She looked confusedly at the familiar environment outside the window, then looked at Chen Feng in the driver's seat. For a moment, she could not distinguish between reality and dreams.
Mr. Chen. Let me take you upstairs.
Chen Feng said, then unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car.
Xiaoya also hurriedly followed. The two men supported the still weak Lu Feifei on both sides and walked into the corridor. Lu Feifei's home is on the 5th floor and there is no elevator.
Her room was small, a one-bedroom and one living room layout, but it was kept clean and tidy. Musical elements could be seen everywhere in the room, an acoustic guitar leaned quietly in the corner, and posters of folk singers were posted on the wall. This is where her dream began. Chen Feng helped her sit down on the sofa, and Xiaoya considerately went to the kitchen and poured her a glass of warm water.
Thank you. Lu Feifei held the water cup and looked at the two people in front of her.
Her eyes were red again.
If it weren't for you, I really don't know. I might have. It's all over.
Chen Feng interrupted her gently, have a good night's rest. Tomorrow, everything will start anew. He glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it was almost midnight.
We won't disturb your rest. Remember, from today on, you are free. Make the music you want and live the life you want. If anyone dares to bully you, feel free to call me. Chen Feng entered his cell phone number into Lu Feifei's phone, then stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. Chen, wait a moment. Lu Feifei suddenly called him.
She stood up from the sofa, walked to Chen Feng and bowed deeply. I don't know how to repay this kindness.
From now on, if you need anything, I, Lu Feifei, will do my best to help you.
Her voice was trembling with the feeling of surviving a disaster, and was sincere from the bottom of her heart. Chen Feng accepted her bow calmly.
Singing well is the best reward for me.
After saying that, he turned around and left with Xiaoya. The moment the door closed, Lu Feifei could no longer hold back. She squatted on the ground and burst into tears. There was fear and grievance in that cry, but more importantly, it was liberation and rebirth.
On the way back, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than when we came.
Xiaoya's mood seemed to have come out of the previous gloom and became a little cheerful.
Chen Feng.
She suddenly spoke, and for the first time, she did not use the address Mr. Chen.
Your Star Capital, are you still hiring?
She tilted her head and looked at Chen Feng, her eyes sparkling in the night like two stars.
Chen Feng smiled. Why, have you figured it out?
Yeah. She nodded heavily, her tone filled with unprecedented determination.
I want to give it a try.
You're right, running away is useless.
I want to rely on my own abilities to build a career and let everyone see that I, Xiaoya, am not a parasite who can only rely on my family.
Looking at the fire burning in her eyes, Chen Feng knew that this girl had finally found her own direction after a night of transformation.
Okay.
He nodded, his tone tinged with admiration. Then starting tomorrow, you'll be the first and currently only employee of Star Capital.
As for your position, for now, just be my assistant.
But let me make it clear, there's no salary, no social security, and my boss might be even harder to please than your father.
It's okay.
Xiaoya waved her hand nonchalantly, a bright smile on her face.
As long as food and lodging are provided, that's fine. Chen Feng was amused by her appearance.
A wealthy young lady worth hundreds of billions came to work as an assistant to the boss of a shell company and even asked for free food and accommodation.
If this story were to be told to others, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Don't worry about where to live.
Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, the apartment I rent has 4 rooms.
They're empty anyway. If you don't mind, you can move in first.
He rented that 300 square meter mansion to enjoy life.
Now with one more person, it will be more lively. Really? Xiaoya's eyes lit up even more. That's great. I've had enough of that shabby bed in the dormitory.
The two chatted and laughed all the way, and the previous estrangement and awkwardness had disappeared unknowingly. Chen Feng first sent Xiaoya back to her university dormitory, asked her to pack up important things, and would pick her up tomorrow. Afterwards, he drove back to Binjiang Mansion alone. Back in the spacious and luxurious apartment, Chen Feng stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling night view of the city below, with a sense of peace in his heart. This day was thrilling. From locking onto the target, to forming a makeshift team, to entering the tiger's den and making a comeback, every step was treading on thin ice. But the result is good. Not only is he about to receive a huge sum of tens of millions of dollars and a mysterious skill reward, but he also unexpectedly gains an assistant of extraordinary status and a favor from a folk singer who is devoted to him. His fictional Xingchen capital seems to be slowly turning from a lie into reality.
Everything is moving in a good direction.
He took out his cell phone and looked at the time.
It was already 1 a.m.
He casually refreshed the news page. A piece of entertainment news that just popped up with the label explosive instantly attracted his full attention.
Late night news.
Xinghai Media's official Weibo account released a statement announcing the peaceful termination of contracts with dozens of its artists.
Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. He clicked on it immediately.
Xinghai Media's official Xinghua blog released a heartfelt announcement half an hour ago. The announcement stated that due to strategic adjustments and business transformation, the company had decided to unconditionally terminate all management contracts with over 30 live streamers and artists, including Lu Feifei and Zhang Xiaoming Meng, and waived any alleged liability for breach of contract.
The announcement concluded by wishing these artists bright futures. This announcement caused an uproar on the internet late at night. In the comments section, countless fans and onlookers were excited. What the hell? Am I seeing right? Zhou Paopi has become a vegetarian? Unconditional termination? And waiving the penalty? The sun is rising from the west? Fei Fei is free. Meng is free too. Woohoo, I'm crying my eyes out. There must be someone behind this who's helping me. Chen Feng looked at the announcement. Just as he had expected, Zhou Hai had even gone further. Not only did he terminate Lu Feifei's contract, he also released Zhang Xiaoming and all the other artists bound by unequal contracts.
This is a typical case of cutting off the tail to survive. He was scared. He was afraid that the unfounded man behind the Xiao family would liquidate him. So, he used this method to express his submission and fear. Just as Chen Feng was reading the news with a smile on his face, the system's notification sound came as expected.
Ding!
Detected that Shanghai Media has issued a contract termination notice. Mission target Lu Feifei has regained her freedom.
Mission, rescue Lu Feifei, completely completed. Final mission evaluation, S level. Rewards being settled.
Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 10 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward, a special skill treasure chest.
Here we come.
Chen Feng's heart began to beat violently uncontrollably. 10 million in cash. And that, the special skill treasure chest he had been looking forward to for a long time.
Chapter 18 Eye of Insight.
10 million in cash. When the system prompt sounded, Chen Feng could even feel his heart contracting violently because of this string of numbers. He immediately opened the mobile banking app, and because he was so excited, he tried unlocking the phone with his fingerprint twice before he succeeded. When the familiar string of numbers suddenly soared from hundreds of thousands to 8 digits, even though Chen Feng was determined, his breathing couldn't help but quicken. Available balance, 10,143,511.32 yuan.
1,104,000.
This was no longer a cold string of numbers, but a key. A heavy golden key that could open the door to his brand new life. With this money, he can buy the top floor mansion in Binjiang Mansion. He can turn the fictitious Xingchen capital into a real business entity. He can provide the most solid material security for himself and those around him. It took less than a week for him to go from being kicked out of his home and penniless to now having tens of millions of assets.
This feeling is like a dream, yet extremely real. Chen Feng let out a long breath, slowly calming his inner agitation. He knew this was just the beginning.
His eyes fell on another reward on the system interface.
That special skill treasure chest emitting a mysterious halo. Compared to the direct impact brought by tens of millions of cash, this unknown treasure chest made him even more excited.
Mastering driving skills has already benefited him a lot.
I wonder what kind of surprise the system will give him this time. Open the treasure chest.
Chen Feng muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient yet ornate treasure chest in the virtual interface before him began to glow with dazzling light. The lid slowly opened, and a soft golden beam of light shot up into the sky, eventually condensing in mid-air into a line of words emitting a mysterious aura. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special skill, Eye of Insight Elementary.
Eye of Insight? What kind of ability is this? Chen Feng's heart was filled with curiosity.
He immediately looked up the detailed description of the skills.
Skill name, Eye of Insight. Skill level, primary. Skill effect, the host can actively activate the skill on any human target within their sight. Upon activation, the target's basic information, status, and hidden traits will be obtained via a digital panel.
Note 1, the primary Eye of Insight can be used 3 times a day.
Each use lasts for 1 minute.
Note 2, the effectiveness of this skill is affected by the difference in mental power between the two parties. If the target's mental power is far greater than the host's, information acquisition may fail or become blurred.
Note 3, please use this skill with caution.
Those who can see into people's hearts will also be seen by their hearts.
This series of explanations made Chen Feng's heart surge with emotion. This is simply a magical skill. Get other people's basic information, status, or even hidden characteristics.
This means that from now on, whether in business negotiations or interpersonal interactions, he will have an unstoppable hack. He can easily see through the other party's disguise and understand their true state and potential intentions. This is more valuable than any wealth.
Chen Feng couldn't wait to try out this new skill.
He looked around, no one was around. He thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and clicked on Lu Feifei's moments. The latest post, a recent one from her, was simple, new life. The accompanying image was her beloved acoustic guitar.
Activate, Eye of Insight.
Chen Feng's gaze was focused on Lu Feifei's portrait, and he silently recited in his heart. In an instant, a light blue translucent data panel that only he could see appeared above the phone screen.
Target, Lu Feifei. Identity, folk singer, former anchor of Shark Platform.
Current status: surviving a catastrophe, emotionally agitated, and mentally exhausted. Favorability towards the host: 95. Gratitude, dependence, admiration. Hidden trait: voice of music, possessing musical talent far beyond that of ordinary people, a natural singer. It really works. An irrepressible light of excitement shone in Chen Feng's eyes. This information was incredibly accurate. A favorable impression rating of 95 indicated Lu Feifei's complete devotion to him and her commitment to him. Furthermore, the hidden trait of the sound of music further confirmed her potential. This skill is so powerful. Chen Feng closed the system interface and felt full of endless energy. He walked to the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of red wine, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and quietly savored the joy of victory and his infinite longing for the future. He slept exceptionally soundly that night. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Chen Feng opened his eyes on time. No hangover headache, just a refreshing feeling. After washing up, he changed into casual clothes and made himself a simple breakfast. Sitting at the dining table, he enjoyed the food while dialing the familiar number again on his mobile phone. Good morning, Sister Wang. Wang Feng, the real estate agent on the other end of the line, was still enthusiastic. Good morning, Mr. Chen. How can I help you? I'd like to ask, has the duplex apartment on the top floor of Building A at Riverside Court that I was interested in been sold? Not yet. Wang Feng replied immediately, a hint of excitement in her voice. Although the owner has listed it, the total price is too high. There are many people looking at it, but few people can actually afford it. Mr. Chen, are you? Prepare the contract. Chen Feng's tone was calm but full of unquestionable determination. Let's stick to the 18 million we agreed on before. I'll transfer the full amount today. Wang Feng on the other end of the phone, after a brief moment of unconsciousness, burst into a scream of ecstasy. Okay, Mr. Chen. I'll do it right away. Please wait for my news. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng showed a knowing smile on his face. That house was the first goal of his new life and also a symbol. Now, he finally has the ability to truly take it into his pocket. He still had a consumer rebate card that he hadn't used. As long as he completed this 18 million transaction, he would immediately receive a 50% rebate, which was 9 million. By then, his available funds will not only not decrease, but will skyrocket again. Just as Chen Feng was planning his future business empire and thinking about how to use this money to officially register Xingchen Capital, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. The place of origin is Binhai. Chen Feng thought that there was something going on with the agency, so he picked up the phone. Hello. It's me. Only 2 words came from the other end of the phone. But these 2 words made Chen Feng's pupils shrink instantly. That voice was as cold as the ice on the top of a snowy mountain, carrying an innate arrogance and alienation. It's her. Xin Ruo Xue. Chen Feng's mind raced. Why had she called him? Was it because of his report call last night that had aroused her suspicion? Or had she found out something? Boss Qin? Chen Feng's tone remained calm. I didn't expect you to call me in person. Is there something wrong? You home? Xin Ruoxue didn't answer his question, but asked directly. Her tone was not so much a question as a confirmation. Exist. I'm downstairs at your place. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up cleanly. Chen Feng stood there holding the phone, frowning slightly. What is she here for? Come in person? This icy female president who runs a business empire worth hundreds of billions of dollars is indeed decisive and does not play by the rules at all. Chen Feng didn't have time to think about it. He quickly walked to the entrance, changed his shoes, and walked quickly towards the elevator. Regardless of her purpose, he had to go down to greet her. This was not only a courtesy, but also a fundamental requirement for his role as the mysterious heir. The elevator went down steadily, but Chen Feng was quickly thinking through various possibilities and response strategies in his mind. He knew this meeting would be a true high-level game. His opponent's wisdom and experience far surpassed those of Zhou Hai and his ilk. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. Bite. The elevator arrives at the first-floor lobby. Chen Feng straightened his collar, took a deep breath, and walked out with steady steps. As soon as he walked out of the building, a luxurious car that was completely black, with smooth and elegant lines and exuding top-level luxury, slid silently in front of him and stopped steadily. In the sunlight, the iconic and unique sign shines with dazzling light. The back seat window slowly lowered. A beautiful side profile that was so perfect that it was almost unreal appeared in Chen Feng's sight. Still wearing the same well-tailored black professional suit, and still with that cold and frosty face, Qin Ruoxue sat quietly in the car, her eyes falling on Chen Feng through the window. Her eyes were like a bottomless cold pond, calm, yet seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The moment he looked into her eyes, Chen Feng subconsciously activated the new skills he had just acquired. Eye of Insight, activate. In an instant, a light blue data panel quietly appeared above Qin Ruoxue's head. Target, Qin Ruoxue. Identity, President of Qin Group. Current status, uneasy, outwardly strong, inwardly weak, surrounded by crisis. Favorability towards the host, 5 curiosity, 90, vigilance, 5. This information was basically within Chen Feng's expectations. However, when his eyes swept across the column at the bottom of the data panel, his heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand and suddenly stopped beating. In the hidden traits column, which held the most core secret, 2 blood-red characters, filled with ominous and murderous intent, were clearly displayed. Being hunted. Chapter 19 Hunting under the iceberg. Being hunted. When these 3 blood-red words appeared on the data panel above Qin Ruoxue's head, Chen Feng felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an icy hand, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. This is not business competition, it is not suppression by competitors, nor is it a simple trouble. The word hunting carries a primitive and bloody connotation, filled with deadly murderous intent. It implies that one party is the hunter and the other is the prey, a hunting game that will never end. And this cold female CEO who is in charge of a business empire worth hundreds of billions and is admired by countless people is actually the prey being chased. What frightened him even more was the 4 words in the status column: strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This shows that beneath her seemingly indestructible and cold shell, she is already lurking in danger, and may even have reached an extremely dangerous critical point. All this happened within a second. Chen Feng's heart was in turmoil, but his face remained calm. He simply nodded slightly, his gaze calmly meeting the pair of sharp eyes in the car, as if he had just seen an ordinary beautiful face. Get in the car. Qin Ruoxue opened her red lips slightly and uttered 2 words. No requests, no negotiations, only unquestionable orders. If it were the old Chen Feng, he would probably obey subconsciously under this powerful aura. But now, he just smiled faintly. He didn't walk towards the back door. Instead, he pointed at the magnificent apartment building behind him and said calmly, Boss Qin, you are so honored to be here. If you don't have a drink of water at my place before leaving, people will say that I, Chen, don't know how to entertain guests. His voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly inside the car. A flicker of surprise flashed across the eyes of the driver and the bodyguard in the front row. They had been with Mr. Qin for many years, but they had never seen a young man dare to speak to him in such an equal, even dominant, tone. Qin Ruoxue's eyes froze slightly. She looked at Chen Feng deeply, as if trying to discern something from his calm expression. But she failed. On that young face, there was only a calmness and composure that was inconsistent with his age. Silence lasted for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds may not seem like anything to others, but for Chen Feng and Qin Ruoxue, it is a silent game. Was it she who brought him into her sphere, or he who brought her into his? This determines the direction of the subsequent conversation. Finally, Qin Ruoxue slowly withdrew her gaze. Okay. Her voice was still cold, but it showed that she had made a concession. Click. The sound of the car door locking was heard. Qin Ruoxue pushed open the car door and stepped out. When her slender legs wrapped in black stockings stepped onto the ground, and her high heels made a crisp sound against the marble tiles, an invisible sense of oppression instantly spread. She was too tall, at least 1.75 meters tall, and with her high heels, she was almost eye level with Chen Feng. Her flawless face was expressionless, and her eyes were so cold that they seemed to freeze the air around her. Please come in, Mr. Qin. Chen Feng made a gesture of invitation, turned around, and walked calmly in front to lead the way. He did not deliberately show enthusiasm or flattery, just like he was welcoming an ordinary visitor. Qin Ruoxue followed behind him, her sharp eyes calmly observing Chen Feng's back. He stood tall and steady, his steps neither hurried nor slow, without a trace of nervousness or panic caused by her presence. The curiosity in her heart grew stronger. She investigated Chen Feng. According to his profile, he came from an ordinary family. After graduating from university, he joined a small company and worked diligently for several years, but he was still a clerk. He had just divorced his ex-wife 2 weeks ago because of her infidelity, and he was left with nothing. How could a man with such a mediocre resume, one could even say he was a failure, be reborn in just a few days? He drives a Xingyao car, goes in and out of top clubs, and can calmly spend millions of cash in the face of Zhao Kai's provocation. He even dared to give himself an inexplicable report call under the circumstances last night. All of this is full of contradictions and mysteries. So, she came here in person today. She wanted to see with her own eyes what secrets this man was hiding. The two walked into the luxuriously decorated apartment lobby, one in front and one behind. The security guards and the front desk staff in the hall were so shocked when they saw Chen Feng leading in such a beautiful woman with a breathtaking aura that she could not help but look at him with wide eyes. They quickly bowed respectfully and greeted him. Chen Feng didn't look away and took Qin Ruoxue directly into the exclusive elevator. The narrow space inside the elevator made the cool and subtle fragrance of Qin Ruoxue even more distinct. Chen Feng could feel that although the woman beside him seemed calm, her body was always in a state of high alert and tension. This is an instinct that is developed after being in a stressful and dangerous environment for a long time. This once again confirmed the information seen by the eye of insight: she was indeed a prey being hunted. The elevator reaches the top floor. Chen Feng opened the fingerprint lock of the apartment. "Come in." Qin Ruoxue walked in. When she saw this penthouse apartment of over 300 square meters with an unbeatable river view, her eyes did not reveal the slightest surprise. This level of luxury house is commonplace to her. What she cares about is the details. The apartment was clean, but lacked a sense of life, and many of the furnishings were still model apartment furnishings, indicating that he had only recently moved in. She glanced around and saw the suit jacket casually thrown on the sofa. There seemed to be a faint scent of perfume on the jacket, which did not belong to men. Qin Ruoxue's eyes flickered slightly. "Sit wherever you like." Chen Feng pointed to the sofa in the living room, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. He didn't open the valuable bottle of red wine, nor did he brew any expensive tea. He just took out a bottle of ordinary mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrewed it, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Qin Ruoxue. This action surprised Qin Ruoxue again. Every man she met tried his best to show off his financial resources, taste, and background in front of her. But Chen Feng did the opposite. He seemed to not care what she thought of him at all, and was too lazy to create a high-end atmosphere. This feeling is very strange. It was as if, in his eyes, he was not the high and mighty CEO of Qin Corporation, but just an ordinary person who needed to drink water. "Boss Qin has come personally to visit us. I wonder what advice you have for us." Chen Feng sat down on the sofa opposite, leaned back, relaxed his posture, and spoke first to break the silence. He threw the initiative back. Qin Ruoxue didn't touch the bottle of water. She folded her hands elegantly on her knees, looking at Chen Feng with a cold gaze, her voice devoid of emotion. "What did the phone call last night mean?" She came straight to the point. Last night, after receiving Chen Feng's call, she was indeed somewhat concerned. She immediately asked her assistant to check the background of Xinghai Media and Zhou Hai. The result was that although Zhou Hai had some influence in Binhai, it was far from enough to pose any threat to her. She originally thought that this was just Chen Feng's way of being mysterious. But just this morning, she received a piece of news that shocked her. Xinghai Media issued an announcement overnight, unconditionally terminating the contracts with dozens of its artists. Zhou Hai himself seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and all businesses were suspended. It was rumored that he had fled Binhai overnight. A local tyrant was uprooted overnight. This forced Qin Ruoxue to re-examine the significance of Chen Feng's phone call last night. The sentence "I may have some minor trouble here, let me report it to you now" sounds not like a report, but a confident declaration. "Nothing serious." Chen Feng replied casually, "I just encountered a barking dog and dealt with it casually. I was afraid that the noise would disturb Mr. Qin, so I gave him a heads up. Now it seems that I was overthinking it." A barking dog. Just dealt with it casually. Chen Feng's tone was so calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter, but to Qin Ruoxue's ears, it was like thunder. She knew very well how terrifying the energy it would take to make someone like Zhou Hai crumble overnight. This was definitely not something an ordinary divorced man could do. Her eyes became sharper. "Mr. Chen, let's be frank." She leaned forward slightly, her imposing aura rising again. Your behavior at Yunding Pavilion, your actions last night, are completely different from the person described in your profile. Who are you? And what is your purpose in approaching me? Here it comes. The real test finally came. Chen Feng's mind was clear. He knew that this was the most critical moment. He didn't answer Qin Ruoshua's question, but smiled instead. Does who I am really that important? He picked up his water cup, took a sip, and then asked slowly, I'm even more curious. Why would a big shot like you, President Qin, who's so busy with all sorts of affairs, be so interested in a small character like me? You even went so far as to come here in person to question me in person? Chen Feng's gaze became deep, as if he could penetrate Qin Ruoshua's cold mask and look directly into her heart. Unless, you've been living a restless life lately. To the point where anyone who appears around you with even a hint of uncertainty is enough to make you wary. These words, like an invisible needle, accurately pierced the most sensitive part of Qin Ruoshua's heart. Qin Ruoshua's pupils suddenly contracted. Her body leaned back subconsciously, and for the first time, a slight, almost imperceptible waver appeared on her icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. How could he know? The recent undercurrents within the group, the joint attacks from several rival companies, and the pressure from within the family have really made her exhausted and feel like she is walking on thin ice. She is like a queen walking on a tightrope. On the surface, she still looks radiant, but only she knows that there is an abyss under her feet. That's why she cares so much about Chen Feng, the sudden variable. She was afraid that he was a pawn sent by the enemy. But now, the other party actually revealed her true inner state in one sentence. What do you mean? Qin Ruoshua's voice was even colder than before, but beneath the coldness, there was a hint of nervousness that she herself had not noticed. Chen Feng looked at her subtle reaction and had an idea in his mind. He did not continue to press the issue, but changed the subject and looked her up and down with an almost scrutinizing gaze. Then he shook his head, with a hint of inexplicable regret in his tone. Nothing, he said. I just think it's a pity. What a pity. Qin Ruoshua finally frowned. It's a pity that although you have a strong aura, you are also very good at disguising yourself, Mr. Qin. Chen Feng leaned on the sofa with his hands spread out. His posture was free and easy, but every word he said was heartbreaking. But the smell on you is wrong. That's not the smell of a real hunter at the top of the food chain. It was a beautiful prey. To avoid being eaten in the dangerous jungle, it desperately erected its spines, bared its teeth, and let out a threatening growl, trying hard to disguise itself as a hunter. Buzz. Chen Feng's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Ruoshua's heart. At this moment, her face turned pale. Chapter 20 The Devil's Deal. Prey. This word, like a black lightning, instantly split open the fortress called Strong that Qin Ruoshua had carefully built for more than 20 years. The fortress made of ice, snow and steel collapsed at this moment, revealing the tired, frightened and even helpless soul inside. Her face instantly turned pale, drained of all color. For the first time, those phoenix eyes, always sharp as a knife, revealed unconcealable shock and horror. She subconsciously clenched her hands in her lap, her cold fingertips turning slightly pale from the force, and even trembling slightly. The self-control that she was proud of completely collapsed in the face of Chen Feng's seemingly casual but heart-wrenching words. You are talking nonsense. She opened her mouth to refute, but her voice was no longer as cold and arrogant as before. Instead, it carried a hint of hoarseness and trembling that she herself hadn't noticed. This pale and powerless denial sounded more like a self-consolation that was outwardly strong but actually weak. Chen Feng looked at her quietly without saying anything. There was no change in the expression on his face. There was neither the triumph of pursuing a victory nor the pleasure of exposing someone else's disguise. There was only a calmness that was almost indifferent. But it was this calmness that gave Qin Ruoshua an unprecedented, suffocating sense of oppression. It was as if the person in front of her was not a young man in his 20s, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, with a pair of eyes that had long seen through all the vanity and disguise in the world. She felt like a naked person in front of him, with all her secrets and weaknesses exposed to his sight. This feeling made her feel an unprecedented fear. You're just playing tricks. Qin Ruoshua forced herself to calm down. She took a deep breath and tried to regain the initiative. You think you can fool me with a few charlatans' words? Mr. Chen, I don't have time to play these boring mind games with you. She stood up and prepared to leave. She couldn't stay any longer. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would completely lose control. However, just as she turned around, Chen Feng's unhurried voice sounded again from behind her.
3 months ago, on the Binjiang elevated road, it was a rainy night.
Qin Ruoshua's footsteps suddenly stopped, and her whole body froze in place, as if she had been cast under a spell. Chen Feng's voice, like the devil's whisper from the netherworld, reached her ears clearly. Every word was like an ice spike, piercing her nerves fiercely. A blue heavy truck lost control, and a perfectly timed brake failure squashed your car into a discus, missing it by less than half a meter. The official investigation concluded that it was an accident. The truck driver's fatigue and the slippery road surface led to this unfortunate accident. But you know in your heart that it wasn't an accident, right? Because the driver died of a heart attack in the detention center the day after his arrest. His perfect medical report was buried in the archives of the city center hospital.
Boom!
If the previous words were a heavy hammer, then this series of details now was a nuclear bomb that detonated Qin Ruoshua's entire world. She turned around abruptly, her pale face filled with disbelief and deep-seated fear. She stared at Chen Feng intently, her body trembling violently due to the huge emotional fluctuations. This incident is the biggest secret in her heart and also the beginning of her nightmare. Apart from her core bodyguards and assistants, no other outsider knew such details. Brake failure, blue truck, driver's sudden death, medical examination report, these details, like sharp knives, peeled off her disguised shell layer by layer, revealing the bloody truth.
How would he know? Who is he?
At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through her mind.
Was he part of some mysterious organization? Was he sent by her father to test her? Or was he a new assassin sent by those who wanted her dead? No, that's not right.
If it was a killer, he wouldn't do it this way. He was more like a ghost standing outside the chessboard, coldly watching the fight between everyone on the chessboard, and knowing the fate of every chess piece.
You, who are you? Qin Ruoshua's voice was trembling uncontrollably.
She could no longer maintain her superior CEO demeanor. At this moment, she was like a child who had been lost in the darkness for a long time and suddenly saw a strange light, filled with both longing and fear. Seeing her defense completely collapse, Chen Feng knew that the time had come. He slowly stood up from the sofa and walked towards her step by step. His steps were slow, and his leather shoes made a steady and rhythmic sound on the floor, each one of which seemed to be knocking on Qin Ruoshua's heart. He walked in front of her, and they were only half a meter apart. He was half a head taller than her, and he looked down at her eyes that were filled with panic and confusion. His tone was still flat, but with a kind of indifference as if he was looking down on all living beings.
It doesn't matter who I am.
The important thing is, I know, they are here.
That car accident was just the beginning, a warning.
Now, they have lost their patience.
The real hunt is about to begin.
Your carefully planned daily schedule, your seemingly loyal bodyguards, even your Qin group's impregnable headquarters building, in front of them, they are nothing but paper decorations easily shattered. Chen Feng's voice was soft, but full of bewitching power.
The smell on your body tells me that you've already sensed it.
That's why you're like a frightened hedgehog, wary of everyone.
Unfortunately, your resistance is meaningless. Because you don't even know who your enemy is. The last sentence completely broke down Qin Ruoshua's psychological defenses. Yeah, she doesn't know.
This was what she feared most.
She only knew that an invisible net was tightening around her from all sides. She could sense the deadly danger, but she couldn't see the hunter hiding in the shadows, weaving the net.
She was like a blindfolded gladiator, facing an unknown beast alone in the dark arena.
Qin
Ruoshua's lips moved, wanting to say something, but she found her throat too dry to utter a single sound. A huge feeling of powerlessness and despair overwhelmed her like a tide. At this moment, a cold system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind.
Ding!
The current status of the high-level mission target Qin Ruoshua has been detected. She is in a fatal crisis, and her mental defenses are on the verge of collapse.
Special long-term mission, the Queen's Guardian, is triggered. Mission name, Queen's Guardian. Mission level, SSS.
Mission description, the hunt has begun, and the Queen is about to fall. Host, please intervene in this deadly game, protect Qin Ruoshua, eliminate all threats, and help her transform from a hunted prey to a true queen who controls her own destiny and reigns supreme over the Qin family.
Mission Stage 1, gain the Queen's trust. Stage requirements, within 24 hours, make Qin Ruoshua willingly accept your protection.
Stage rewards, 50 million yuan in cash, a special item called Absolute Safe House worth 1 billion yuan, special skill Business Mastery Intermediate. Total mission completion reward, 1 billion yuan in cash, 30% of the original shares of the Qin Group. Special title, King of the Dark Knight.
A series of system prompts shocked Chen Feng. SSS level mission.
This was the first time he had encountered such a high-level task since he had obtained the system.
And the reward is so generous that it is outrageous.
The rewards for the first stage alone include 50 million in cash, an absolute safe house worth 1 billion, and the magical skill of business mastery. The reward for the overall mission, 1 billion in cash and 30% of the shares of Qin Group, is enough for him to ascend to the top and become one of the richest men in this country.
The huge temptation made Chen Feng's breathing pause for a moment.
But he soon calmed down.
High rewards also mean high risks.
The difficulty of this mission is absolutely hellish. He will face a terrifying force that can threaten the heir of the Qin Group.
But fortune and wealth are achieved through risk.
A scorching light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was on the verge of collapse, and had already made up his mind. He accepted this task. He collected his thoughts and refocused his gaze on Qin Ruoshue's face. He slowly stretched out his hand, but did not touch her. He just used his fingers to gently brush the air in front of her, as if brushing away the invisible dangers around her. His movements had a strange soothing effect.
I can help you. He finally said this.
These 3 words were like a ray of light that penetrated the endless darkness and instantly illuminated Qin Ruoshue's heart, shrouded in despair. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Chen Feng with a look as if she was grabbing the last straw.
Help me?
Her voice was hoarse.
Why are you helping me? What do you want?
She doesn't believe that there is kindness in this world without reason. Especially in her position, any helping hand offered would inevitably come with a high price.
That's a good question. Chen Feng smiled.
He withdrew his hand, distanced himself from her again, and returned to his lazy and casual state. He sat back on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and then spoke slowly.
I'm helping you, but it's not charity. I see it as a transaction. Or an investment. Deal?
Qin Ruoshue's eyes were full of vigilance and doubt.
Yes.
Chen Feng nodded, his eyes sharpening, like a businessman examining his wares. I will help you resolve all your problems and securely take the position you've always dreamed of. I will transform you from a prey that could be devoured at any moment into a true hunter.
And you?
He paused, looked at Qin Ruoshue, and said word by word, the price to be paid is also very simple. I want 10% of the shares of the Qin Group under your name.
What?
When Qin Ruoshue heard this condition, her eyes widened instantly, as if she had heard something out of the ordinary. 10% of Qin Group's shares.
What does that mean?
Based on the Qin Group's market value of nearly 1 trillion yuan, that means it's worth nearly 100 billion yuan.
Is this man crazy?
He actually dared to ask for a price so high that it would make any country take notice.
You?
She was so angry that she was shaking all over and couldn't speak for a while. She felt that the man in front of her was not here to help her, but a devil who came to take advantage of her misfortune. However, Chen Feng ignored her reaction. He just looked at her calmly and continued, I know what you're thinking.
Do you think my price is too high? Do you think I'm dreaming? No.
He shook his head.
This price is very fair. Because what I sell to you is nothing else. It's your life. And your entire future empire. Trading 10% of your future for the present of being able to survive and have everything.
This deal, Mr. Qin, I think, is a good deal.
There was a faint smile on Chen Feng's face.
In Qin Ruoshue's eyes, that smile was scarier than the devil. She looked at him, her heart awash with emotions. Her mind told her that the man in front of her was a lunatic, a swindler who was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But her intuition was screaming at her like crazy.
Believe him. Only he can save you.
The thought made her shudder.
I'll give you 24 hours to think it over.
Chen Feng stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. You can go back and use all your resources to investigate my background. Or you can treat my words as a joke. But remember, my patience, like that of a hunter, is limited.
This time tomorrow, I'll need your answer. Now, you can go.
Chen Feng made a gesture of invitation and ordered them to leave. Qin Ruoshue stood there, her expression changing constantly. She looked at Chen Feng deeply, as if she wanted to carve this man's appearance into the depths of her soul. Finally, without saying a word, she walked out of the apartment that had broken her heart with somewhat shaky steps. When the door closed behind her, she leaned against the cold wall and realized that her back was already soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 21: Consumption and Trust Crisis. Shin Ruoshua left. When she left, her back no longer had the queen-like strength and composure she had when she came. Instead, it was a little flustered and messy, like a defeated lioness. Chen Feng closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long breath. A fine layer of cold sweat also seeped out of his back. In the previous confrontation, it seemed that he took the initiative throughout and played Shin Ruoshua, the icy female president, in the palm of his hand, but in fact, the consumption of his mental strength was enormous. He is gambling. He bet that the information seen by the Eye of Insight was accurate enough, that he had a good understanding of Shin Ruoshua's psychology, and that she had been forced into a desperate situation and urgently needed a life-saving straw. Fortunately, he won the bet. Judging from Shin Ruoshua's panicked reaction at the end, the deal he proposed had already been deeply buried in her heart like a seed. Now, he just needs to wait quietly for this seed to take root and sprout under the watering of fear and despair. 10% of the shares. Chen Feng muttered to himself, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason why he offered such a high price was not entirely out of greed. On the one hand, it was to match the difficulty of the SSS level mission with his own value. On the other hand, and most importantly, he needed to use this seemingly impossible condition to completely anchor his image in Shin Ruoshua's mind, a collaborator with great ambitions, a mysterious background, but with something to ask for. What people fear most is not an enemy who demands too much, but a devil who has no desires or demands. Having something to ask for means there is a possibility of cooperation and that there are boundaries that can be controlled. If he acted too selfless, the suspicious Shin Ruoshua would think he had bigger plans and would be even less willing to trust him. This psychological game has been full of danger from the very beginning. Chen Feng rubbed his swollen temples and temporarily suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The confrontation with Shin Ruoshua was just the beginning. He now had more important and practical things to do. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The call from real estate agent Wang Fong came in almost on time. Mr. Chen. The contract is ready. We've also communicated with the owner, and we can sign the contract at any time. When is convenient for you? The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with irrepressible excitement and excitement. This is a huge order worth 18 million. The agency fee alone is enough for her to complete her annual performance. I'll be there now. Chen Feng answered decisively. Okay. I'll wait for you at the company. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng changed into some decent clothes, took his car keys, and went straight downstairs. He didn't notice that shortly after he left the apartment, someone in an inconspicuous black car parked on the road opposite the community picked up a camera and continuously pressed the shutter button at his departing back. Half an hour later, in a high-end real estate agency in the CBD of Binhai City Center, Chen Feng walked into the VIP room after being respectfully greeted by Wang Fong and the store manager. The owner of the house, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s and had an elegant temperament, had been waiting here for a long time. When the two sides met, there was no excessive greeting. With his lawyer and real estate agent present, Chen Feng carefully reviewed every clause in the purchase contract. After confirming everything was correct, he picked up his pen and signed his name on the thick document. When he signed the last piece, everyone in the VIP room held their breath. Next comes the most exciting part: payment. Mr. Chen, here's your bank card. Wang Fong held the POS machine in both hands and carefully handed it to Chen Feng, her voice trembling. Chen Feng took out the bank card he had prepared long ago and handed it over. Drop. Swipe the card. Please enter your password. Chen Feng calmly entered the 6-digit password and clicked confirm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. In the VIP room, everyone's eyes were fixed on the small POS machine, waiting for the receipt that would determine the success or failure of a multi-million-dollar transaction. Zzzz. Accompanied by a slight printing sound, a long purchase slip was slowly spit out from the POS machine. Transaction successful. Call. Wang Fong and the store manager breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and bright smiles instantly appeared on their faces. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Chen. The elegant owner also stood up and extended his hand to Chen Feng with an admiring smile on his face. Heroes emerge from youth. At such a young age, he has already paid in full for the top floor of Binjiang Mansion. His future is limitless.
You're too kind.
Chen Feng shook hands with him and smiled modestly. And at the moment he shook hands, the system prompt sounded in his mind as expected.
Ding.
Detected that the host has completed a huge consumption of over 1 million.
Consumption amount 18 million yuan.
The special item Consumer Rebate Card Level 1 has been automatically activated.
Rebate calculation in progress.
Congratulations to the host, you have received a cash rebate of 9 million yuan. The rebate amount has been automatically transferred to the host's bank account, please check it.
Here we come. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat.
He suppressed his inner excitement and completed the subsequent handover procedures with a normal expression. It was not until he walked out of the door of the real estate agency and got into his own Xingyao car that he could not wait to open his mobile banking again. I saw that the balance that had just shrunk significantly due to the huge payment suddenly soared back in an even more ferocious manner.
Available balance 1,143,511.32 yuan. This is what is left after paying for the house. And immediately afterwards, a new deposit information popped up.
Your savings card account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 9 million renminbi at 10:48 a.m. on XXXXXX. Current available balance 10,143,511 renminbi and 32 cents.
Wrong.
Chen Feng looked at the final balance and frowned suddenly.
More than 11 million plus 9 million should be just over 20 million.
He quickly refreshed the page. Available balance 20,143,511.32 yuan.
200 and 114,000.
Looking at this string of brand new, visually impactful numbers, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
There must have been a delay in the banking system.
It only took him 1 week to go from an ordinary person with less than 5-digit savings to a wealthy man with a net worth of over 20 million.
This feeling is unreal, yet extremely exciting. Now, I have a house and I have the startup capital.
Next, it is time to turn Xingchen capital from a lie into reality. Chen Feng started the car and drove towards the university where Xiaoya was studying in a happy mood. He had promised to pick her up and help her move. At the same time, in Binhai City, in the Qin Group headquarters building, in the president's office on the top floor, Qin Ruoxue sat expressionlessly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the matchbox-sized city below her. In front of her stood a middle-aged man in a black suit with a capable look. He was Qin Ruoxue's chief bodyguard and confidant, a Biao.
Miss, I've found out.
A Biao's voice was deep and powerful. Chen Feng, 26 years old, a local from Binhai. His parents are ordinary workers and have retired. He graduated from Binhai University of Technology and joined a small company called Hongtu Technology as a software engineer, with a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. A week ago, his ex-wife Lin Wan cheated on him with the company's vice president Zhao Kai, and they divorced and left the house empty-handed. The information reported by Biao was almost exactly the same as what Qin Ruoxue had learned before.
I know all of this. Qin Ruoxue's voice was emotionless. What I want is something different. Yes. Biao nodded and pulled out a new document from the tablet he carried with him. From the day he divorced, his life trajectory took a strange turn. On the day of the divorce, he paid in full for a Xingyao E300L worth over 500,000 yuan at a forest dealership. That night, he hosted a banquet at Yunning Pavilion, spending nearly 1 million yuan. He clashed with Zhao Kai and ultimately crushed him with his absolute financial advantage. Yesterday, he established a shell company called Xingchen Capital and, as an investor, intervened in the contract dispute between Xinghai Media and its anchor Lu Feifei. You already know what happened next.
Biao paused and continued, our people just received news from the real estate transaction center. Just half an hour ago, Chen Feng bought the duplex apartment on the top floor of Building A of Binjiang Housing in full for 18 million. All of his funding sources are extremely bizarre, as if they appeared out of thin air.
Our technicians are unable to track any transfer records.
Qin Ruoxue listened quietly, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table unconsciously. The expression on her face was still cold, but her heart was already in turmoil. A man who had just been kicked out of his house, in just a few days, had a huge sum of money exceeding 20 million yuan of unknown origin. This kind of thing has gone beyond common sense.
Miss, there's one more thing. Biao's expression became a little serious.
We found out that the woman who went to Xinghai Media with him yesterday has a very special identity.
Explain.
Her name is Xiaoya, and she's a junior in the design department of Binhai University.
But she has another identity.
Abiao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, she's the only daughter of Xiao Jingxiong, the son of Xiao Real Estate Group.
Xiao Zhengxiong?
A hint of genuine surprise finally flashed in Qin Ruoshue's eyes.
Xiao Real Estate is a well-deserved local tyrant in Binhai City. Although it is far smaller than the Qin Group, its local influence is deeply rooted.
Xiao Jingxiong himself is known for his ruthless tactics and protective attitude towards his subordinates.
Chen Feng is actually involved with Xiao Zhengxiong's daughter?
According to our investigation, this Miss Xiao seems to have run away from home, concealing her identity to experience life outside. She and Chen Feng met at a 4S dealership.
Abiao added, and just now, our people filmed Chen Feng driving into Binhai University, picking up Xiaoya, and the two of them leaving in the same car, heading to Binjiang Mansion. Living together? Qin Ruoshue's brows were tightly furrowed. Things are becoming more and more complicated. Who was this Chen Feng? Why were there so many people of different identities gathered around him? Was that crazy deal he proposed to himself a well-thought-out plan, or a complete scam?
Miss, this Chen Feng is too weird. Abiao couldn't help but say, he's like a ghost, suddenly appearing, full of mysteries.
We can't trust him easily.
Especially, the conditions he proposed are simply a fantasy.
Qin Ruoshue didn't say anything.
She slowly stood up and walked to the French window. The sunlight was dazzling, but she could not feel any warmth, only a coldness that penetrated deep into her bones. She knew very well that trusting a man of unknown origin was a gamble. If you lose the bet, there is no recovery.
But, does she have any other choice?
At this moment, her personal cell phone suddenly vibrated.
She glanced at the caller ID and her pupils shrank suddenly.
The call was from a spy she had planted inside the family.
She walked to the corner of the office and pressed the answer button. Explain.
Miss, this is bad. A voice filled with suppressed fear and anxiety came from the other end of the line.
Grandpa.
Grandpa just suddenly announced at the board meeting that he would hand over all of the group's mining business in South America to second master.
What? Qin Ruoshue's expression changed drastically in an instant.
South American mineral resources are one of the most core and profitable business segments of the Qin Group and have always been firmly controlled by her father's lineage.
Now, Grandpa is actually going to hand over this piece of fat meat to her ambitious second uncle? This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal.
This means that her position within the family is being shaken.
Why?
Grandpa, why did you suddenly make this decision? She asked sternly.
No. I don't know. The voice on the other end of the line was trembling.
I only heard that Second Master invited a big shot from overseas to celebrate Old Master's birthday. After Old Master and that big shot had a secret conversation for half an hour, he announced this decision.
Big shot? Qin Ruoshue's heart sank bit by bit.
She knew that what her grandfather valued most was the expansion and inheritance of the family. The power behind the big shot who could make him make such a concession was absolutely beyond her imagination.
The invisible net was closing in faster and tighter.
After hanging up the phone, Qin Ruoshue stood there, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. For the first time, she felt real despair.
Miss, are you okay?
Abiao looked at her worriedly.
Qin Ruoshue did not answer.
She slowly turned around and looked at the bustling city outside the window again. For a long, long time. She picked up her phone and found the unfamiliar number that she had only called once. Her finger hovered over the dial key for a long time. Finally, she closed her eyes and pressed it down hard with an almost resolute attitude. She decided to take a gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance. Because the man who claimed that he could sell her life was her only and last choice now. Chapter 22, The First Day of Star Capital. Riverside Mansion, top-floor duplex apartment. The afternoon sun shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled light and shadows on the floor, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere.
Xiaoya was humming a tuneless tune, flitting busily around the spacious living room like a happy butterfly.
She hadn't brought much luggage with her, just a large suitcase and a few drawing boards. She was now enthusiastically packing her belongings into the guest room Chen Feng had arranged for her. This guest room was larger than the entire university dormitory she had lived in before. It also had a separate bathroom and dressing room, and the window offered an endless view of the riverside.
Wow! It's so great here.
She lay on the soft big bed, rolled around comfortably, a satisfied and bright smile on her face. For her, this was more than just a change of residence. It's more like a rebirth. She finally broke free from the suffocating identity of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family and began a new chapter in her life as a brand new, independent individual Xiaoya, assistant of Xingqian capital. And the one who gave her all this was the man who was in the kitchen preparing lunch for her. Xiaoya peeked through the crack in the door, watching Chen Feng's back as he bustled about in the open kitchen. He wore a simple white t-shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms. His movements were skillful and focused, and the sunlight shone on his profile, creating a comforting and warm scene. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. This man, sometimes powerful and mysterious like a god, and sometimes gentle and considerate like the big brother next door, has a contradictory yet charming aura that makes her fall in love with him. Chen Feng didn't know that he was being spied on. He was meticulously preparing the ingredients. Despite his multi-millionaire fortune, he wasn't accustomed to a life of easy food. For him, cooking was a form of relaxation and enjoyment. At this moment, the cell phone placed beside him suddenly vibrated. Chen Feng wiped his hands, picked it up and took a look. The caller ID showed the number he had saved with only the 2 words Mr. Qin. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even faster than he expected. It seems that the situation on her side is worse than he thought. He didn't answer the call immediately, but let it ring. He slowly poured the chopped vegetables into the pot and stir-fried them. Sizzle. The sound from the pot, accompanied by the ringing of the cell phone, formed a wonderful symphony in the quiet apartment. Xiaoya also heard the ringing sound, and she stuck her head out curiously. It was not until the phone rang for almost half a minute and was about to hang up automatically that Chen Feng turned off the fire, pressed the answer button, and turned on the hands-free function. Hello. His voice was calm and composed, as if he was just answering an insignificant sales call. It's me. On the other end of the phone came Qin Ruoshua's voice, which was still cold, but with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and hoarseness. I know. Chen Feng responded calmly, What do you think, Mr. Qin? I agree to your terms. Qin Ruoshua's answer was so straightforward that it surprised Xiaoya, who was eavesdropping on the side. Agree? What conditions? Chen Feng was not surprised at all. A wise choice. He picked up the spatula, turned on the fire again, and continued to stir the food in the pot. His tone was as casual as if he was chatting with a friend. Where's the contract? Are you ready? Qin Ruoshue on the other end of the phone seemed choked by his nonchalant attitude. She was silent for 2 seconds before she said coldly, The equity transfer agreement is no joke. It needs to be reviewed by the board of directors and the legal department, and it will take at least 3 days. I can't wait 3 days. Chen Feng interrupted her rudely, My rule is to pay the deposit first and then do the work. Deposit? Qin Ruoshue's tone was filled with anger. What kind of deposit do you want? It's very simple. Chen Feng said, I want you to transfer 50 million in cash to the account I specify immediately in your personal name. 50 million? Qin Ruoshue's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. You are blackmailing me. You can understand it that way. Chen Feng's tone remained calm. But this money is not for me. It's for you to buy a ticket to enter this game. You. Boss Qin, you need to understand one thing. Chen Feng's voice suddenly turned cold. Right now, it's you who needs me, not me begging you. My time is precious, and I don't have time to bargain with you. 50 million, not a cent less. Once the money arrives, our deal will officially begin. Otherwise, there's no room for negotiation. After saying this, he didn't give Qin Ruoshue any chance to refute. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll send your account information to your phone later. Beep. He hung up the phone decisively. The whole process was smooth and domineering. Xiaoya, who was standing by, was stunned. Her mouth opened wide, her face full of disbelief. 50 million? Deposit? And he asked for it in such an almost commanding and unquestionable tone from the boss Qin who sounded so imposing? This world is crazy. Chen Feng hung up the phone, but continued to cook calmly as if he had done something insignificant. He took out another spare phone, edited a text message, and sent it to an anonymous overseas bank account. After doing all this, he threw his phone aside and put the fried dishes on a plate. What are you daydreaming about? Come and help serve the dishes. It's time to eat. he shouted to Xiaoya, who was still in a daze. Oh oh. Here it comes. Xiaoya woke up as if from a dream, ran over quickly, and hurriedly helped Chen Feng bring 3 dishes and a soup to the table. The meal was simple: homely scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, but it was fragrant and colorful. The two sat opposite each other, but the atmosphere was a little weird. Xiaoya ate the rice in the bowl, but from time to time, she secretly glanced at Chen Feng, her eyes full of curiosity, awe, and a hint of worry. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? She finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It requires a 50 million deposit, is it okay? In her opinion, this is simply naked extortion and is illegal. Chen Feng picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and placed it in her bowl. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a business where one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. Let's eat." He didn't explain much. Because he knew that Qin Ruoxua would definitely transfer the money. Because, for a drowning person, 50 million is not expensive at all to buy a reed that can allow him to breathe. This money is both his startup capital and a test of Qin Ruoxua's obedience. Only when she paid the money obediently would it mean that she had completely let go of her arrogant attitude and truly put her fate in his hands. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, the spare phone received an encrypted text message from an overseas bank. Dear customer, your account number XXXXXXXX has been credited with $50 million at XX time. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. $50 million? What he wanted was RMB, but Qin Ruoxua directly gave him US dollars. According to today's exchange rate, this is more than 300 million renminbi. This woman. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on Chen Feng's face. She is more decisive and willing to spend more money than he thought. This was her way of showing herself her financial resources and determination, and at the same time, she was also indirectly urging herself to get things done since she had taken so much money. Interesting. A playful smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips again. The game is becoming more and more interesting. What's wrong? Xiaoya asked with concern when she saw that he had a strange expression. Nothing. Chen Feng put away his phone and shook his head. The deposit has arrived. It's a little more than I expected. He picked up a piece of shredded meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully, as if he was tasting a unique delicacy. From today on, Star Capital is officially open for business. After lunch, Xiaoya took the initiative to clean up the dishes. When she came out of the kitchen, she found that Chen Feng had changed into a formal suit and was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, talking on the phone. Fatty Wang, how are the preparations going at the car dealership? Brother Feng. Don't worry, everything is settled. The venue has been rented and is being renovated. The first batch of equipment and accessories has also been ordered. Wang Lei's signature loud voice came from the other end of the phone, full of energy. Very good. Chen Feng nodded. I have a job for you. Brother Feng, just give me your orders. I need you to use all your connections to help me find a group of people. They need to be absolutely reliable, skilled, and preferably retired. They should know some rules. Also, help me find a few top-notch computer experts, the kind who can hack into the federal building. Wang Lei was stunned for a moment on the other end. Brother Feng, are you going to? I want to form a team. Chen Feng's gaze turned to the vast sky outside the window, his eyes becoming deep and sharp. A team that can handle any trouble. He knew very well that what he was going to face next was definitely not a small fight. He needs to build his own real power. No problem. Leave it to me. Although Wang Lei didn't understand what Chen Feng was going to do, out of trust in his brother, he agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng dialed another number. Hello, Fei Fei? Mr. Chen. Lu Feifei's surprised and respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. You looking for me? Yes. Chen Feng said, do you still have the contact information for those artists whose contracts were terminated by Shanghai Media? Yes. Of course. We created a group and everyone is thanking you. Very good. Chen Feng's lips curled up slightly. Please ask them if they are interested in finding a new owner. I plan to set up a new media company. Since he wants to expand Xingqiang capital, the media and entertainment sector will be his first breakthrough into the market. Lu Feifei and those rescued anchor artists who have their own traffic and fans are his first batch of ready-made teams. Really? Mr. Chen, you're going to start a company? Lu Feifei's voice was trembling with excitement.
Great. I'll be the first to sign up. No. We're all willing to follow you.
To her and the other anchors who were also being exploited by Joe Hai, Chen Feng was their savior.
Now that the savior had raised his arm and called out, how could they not respond?
I'll let my assistant discuss the specific matters with you. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone, turned around, and looked at Xiaoya, who was already a little dazed after listening. He gave her a gentle smile.
Assistant Xiao. Ah.
Here. Xiaoya shuddered and stood up straight subconsciously.
Congratulations.
Chen Feng walked up to her, adjusted his tie, and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "On my first day in office, I received 2 big projects.
First, assist Wan Lei in establishing our security and information team. You will be in charge of background checks and salary packages for the personnel.
The second one is responsible for contacting Lu Feifei, drafting the artist contract for the new company, and handling all the preliminary preparations such as company registration and site selection."
Startup capital.
Chen Feng took out the mobile phone containing a huge amount of money and operated it a few times in front of Xiaoya.
Soon, Xiaoya's cell phone vibrated.
She looked down and saw a bank deposit text message, which made her eyes widen instantly and even stopped breathing. "Your savings card account ending in XXXX has 10 million renminbi credited to it."
10 million?
Xiaoya suddenly raised her head and looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. This is the company's startup capital." Chen Feng's tone was calm and nonchalant, as if he was transferring not 10 million but 1,000 yuan.
"The password is your birthday. From now on, you will be in charge of Xingchen Capital's accounts." This is too much. I can't do it." Xiaoya panicked.
Although she was a wealthy lady, she had never managed such a large sum of money since she was a child. Moreover, this involved setting up a company and recruiting people, things she had never encountered before.
"I trust you."
Chen Feng looked at her eyes that were filled with panic and anxiety, but his tone was full of unquestionable certainty. "I said, what I need is an employee who can prove himself with his own strength, not a vase.
Now, here's your chance. Xiaoya, don't let me down." Chapter 23, Hunter's Fangs. Don't let me down.
Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like an electric current that instantly struck Xiaoya's heart. She looked at Chen Feng's deep and trusting eyes, and her originally panicked heart miraculously calmed down bit by bit.
From childhood to adulthood, she had heard countless compliments and flattery.
People praised her beauty, her good family background, and her talent. But no one had ever said to her, "I believe you," in such a serious tone as Chen Feng did. This is pure trust without any impurities. This kind of trust can stimulate a person's potential and fighting spirit better than any material reward. She tightly grasped the phone containing the 10 million yuan. The cold metal casing now seemed to be scorching hot. This was no longer a huge sum of money that made her panic, but a heavy responsibility and an opportunity to prove herself. She took a deep breath, and the timidity and uneasiness in her beautiful eyes slowly faded away, replaced by an unprecedented firmness and determination.
"Yes, boss."
She straightened her back and nodded vigorously at Chen Feng. Her voice was not loud, but clear and powerful, full of the courage to fight to the death. This was the first time she had truly accepted a challenge for her own life. Seeing the fire rekindled in her eyes, Chen Feng smiled with relief. He knew that this dusty pearl was finally about to begin to shine with her own light.
"Very good."
He nodded, his tone returning to a relaxed tone. "Then get to work, my dear assistant Xiao.
I'll give you 1 day. I need to see a complete action plan."
After saying that, he said no more, turned around and walked into the study, leaving the huge living room and the 2 difficult tasks to Xiaoya alone.
He doesn't really care about anything.
He just wanted to use this method to bring out Xiaoya's potential. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. He can point out the direction for Xiaoya, but she must explore the specific path on her own, encounter obstacles, and grow. Xiaoya looked at the closed door of the study and stood alone in the empty living room. Huge pressure and unprecedented excitement came over her at the same time. She paced a few times, like an ant on a hot pan, but soon she forced herself to calm down. Chen Feng was right, she couldn't let him down. She took out her cell phone, but instead of contacting Wang Lei or Lu Feifei immediately, she opened the search engine.
How do I register a media company? How to write a standard artist management contract? Security personnel salary standards and industry norms.
Like a dry sponge, she frantically absorbed this new knowledge. Her eyes were focused and serious, and the energy that belonged to a top student was completely stimulated at this moment.
She spent the entire afternoon immersed in this intensive study and planning.
In the living room, the only sounds were the crisp sound of her typing on the keyboard and the rustling sound of the pen tip moving across the paper. In the study, Chen Feng was not idle. He sat at his desk, his mind working rapidly, constructing a huge and detailed plan.
Qin Ruoshue's line is the core of all his current plans. Protecting her was not just about completing the system's SSS-level mission and obtaining the outrageously generous rewards.
It was also about leveraging the Qin Group's commercial powerhouse to provide the most solid backing and broadest platform for his newly established Star Capital.
This is a big gamble. He must proceed step by step and cannot make the slightest mistake.
He turned on his computer and began to use the rudimentary hacking skills he had learned from his previous company to search the internet for all public or semi-public information related to the Qin Group. What he needed to understand was the power structure within the Qin Group, the background information of Qin Ruoshue's second uncle Qin Jinxiong, and the mysterious big shot who could make even the old man of the Qin family give in. However, he soon discovered that with his current abilities, all he could find were superficial and insignificant details. The real core secrets are hidden behind layers of encrypted firewalls.
It seems that Fatty Wang needs to speed up.
Chen Feng muttered to himself.
He needs top professional talent.
Just then, his cell phone rang again.
This time, it was an unfamiliar local number. Chen Feng frowned slightly and answered the phone. Mr. Chen?
A respectful and steady male voice came from the other end of the phone.
It's me, who is it? I'm Mr. Qin's driver, a Biao. Qin Ruoshue's people. Chen Feng understood.
What's up? Boss Qin asked me to tell you, a Biao said, his tone devoid of emotion. She has already paid the deposit as you requested. Now, she needs to see your sincerity.
Sincerity? Chen Feng smiled.
My sincerity is that she can still sit peacefully in the office instead of lying in the morgue.
Is this sincerity enough?
A Biao on the other end of the phone obviously stopped breathing.
Chen Feng's words were extremely arrogant, but he couldn't refute them. Ms. Qin means.
A Biao paused, as if trying to organize his words. She hopes you can provide some substantial help.
For example, finding the mastermind behind the runaway truck. Investigating cases is the job of the police. Chen Feng's answer was still nonchalant. I'm not a detective, I'm a businessman.
I'm only responsible for solving problems, not finding the causes of problems.
Can. No buts.
Chen Feng interrupted him. Tell your master to prepare a complete itinerary for the next 3 days. The more detailed the better. Accurate to the minute, including every person she will meet and every word she will say. Then, tell her to stay in her office and not go anywhere until I tell her.
Is this an order? A Biao's tone finally showed a hint of dissatisfaction. No. Chen Feng said calmly, this is the only way to survive.
After saying that, he simply hung up the phone again. He wanted to use this strong and domineering attitude to completely destroy the last bit of luck and temptation left in Qin Ruoshue's heart. He wanted to make her understand that from the moment she called for help, the initiative in this game was firmly in his hands. After doing all this, Chen Feng stood up and stretched. He walked to the window of the study and looked at the setting sun outside the window, his eyes becoming deep and cold.
The game begins.
Now, it is time to let those hunters hiding in the dark have a taste of what it feels like to be treated as prey. He took out his cell phone and dialed another number. A person whom he had only met once in Yunding Pavilion, but who left a deep impression on him.
Mr. Li Wenba.
The man in Binhai City who is known as the know-it-all with extensive connections.
The phone rang a few times and was quickly connected. Hello? Who is this?
Li Wenba's signature cheerful voice with a hint of gangsterism came from the other end of the phone.
Mr. Li, it's me, Chen Feng. Brother Chen? Li Wenba's voice instantly became enthusiastic.
Oh, what a rare guest.
I thought you had forgotten about me. What's the matter? You're free today and you thought of looking for me for a drink? You can drink anytime. Chen Feng smiled and said straight to the point, I came to see Mr. Li today because I want to ask you something. Hey! Why are you being so polite to me?
Li Wenba patted his chest and assured, in this small piece of Binhai, there's nothing I, Li Wenba, don't know.
You tell me. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, I want to know if there have been any shady crossing river dragons entering Binhai recently?
The dragons crossing the river he mentioned did not refer to legitimate businessmen, but those professional killers or mercenary gangs that walked in the gray area and specialized in handling some dirty work for others. The threat Qin Ruoxue faced was no ordinary business tactic. Since the other party was able to orchestrate a car accident scenario, they must have hired professionals. These professionals are like bloodthirsty sharks. Wherever they go, they will inevitably leave behind some bloody smell that ordinary people cannot detect but people in the circle can smell. Li Wenba is the one who can smell something. Li Wenba on the other end of the phone stopped laughing when he heard the three words Guojianglong. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. He was silent for more than 10 seconds before he spoke in a low, extremely serious voice. Brother Chen, you're asking this, have you gotten into some trouble? It's not me. Chen Feng said lightly, it's a friend of mine. I advise you to tell your friend not to go out recently. Li Wenba's voice was full of warning. Binhai has been uneasy lately. Oh? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Don't ask if you shouldn't. Li Wenba's tone was more serious than ever. This water is too deep and too muddy. Not to mention me, even a local tyrant like Xiao Jingxiong wouldn't dare to get involved easily. Brother Chen, listen to my advice. Isn't it better to make money and pick up girls in peace? Why bother getting involved in this muddy water? Li Wenba's reaction completely confirmed Chen Fang's guess. In Binhai City, a group of terrifying beings really came, the kind that even a local tyrant like him was afraid of. And their target is most likely Qin Ruoxue. Thank you, Mr. Li, for the reminder. Chen Fang's tone remained calm. But I will keep this friend of mine. You? Li Wenba seemed to be annoyed by Chen Fang's stubbornness. Do you know who you might be facing? They are a group of real demons who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Devil? Chen Feng smiled. His smile, in the afterglow of the setting sun, seemed a little cold, even with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. That's perfect. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like hunting the devil. Li Wenba on the other end of the phone was completely shocked by Chen Feng's extremely arrogant words. He opened his mouth and after a long time, he squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Madman, you are such a madman. Tell me where they are. Chen Feng's voice was emotionless but full of unquestionable orders. Li Wenba, on the other side, was caught in a dilemma. He didn't want to offend Chen Feng, the mysterious young man, and he didn't want to provoke that group of real desperados. In the end, the instinct for survival overcame the so-called Brotherhood of the Underworld. West of the city, the abandoned Binjiang Wharf, Pier 3 warehouse. Li Wenba spoke quickly, almost whispering, they just took over there last night. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Beep, beep. He hung up the phone in panic. Chen Feng put away his phone and looked out the window at the sky dyed blood red by the sunset glow. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc. The fish has taken the bait. He turned around and opened the study door. In the living room, Xiaoya was still working hard, with various materials and drafts spread out in front of her. When she heard the door open, she looked up, her tired face showing a hint of excitement and a sense of accomplishment. Boss. I'll give you my preliminary plan. Boss, you. She was halfway through her words when she suddenly got stuck. Because she saw that Chen Feng at this moment was completely different from his usual gentle and lazy self. There was no expression on his face, but his dark eyes seemed to be burning with two cold flames, filled with heart-pounding murderous intent and brutality. It was a look that she had only seen in movies, on generals about to go to the battlefield. Put the plan aside for now. Chen Feng walked to the entrance and took out a long object wrapped in black cloth from the secret compartment of the shoe cabinet. He slowly pulled open the black cloth. Buzz. A cold light instantly illuminated the entire living room. It was a tang sword with a simple shape but extremely sharp. The blade is long and narrow, with smooth lines. Under the light, it flashes with a cold light that drinks blood. Boss, what are you going to do? Xiaoya was so frightened by the murderous aura that came towards her that her face turned pale and her voice trembled. Chen Feng didn't answer her. He stretched out his finger and gently ran it across the cold blade. The movements are gentle, as if caressing a lover's skin. Xiaoya. He spoke, his voice calm, yet filled with an irresistible authority. Stay home, lock your door, and don't open it to anyone. Don't leave here even a single step until I come back. After saying this, he wrapped the tang sword in black cloth again, put it on his back, turned around and walked towards the gate. His back, in the dim light, looked lonely and desolate. It was like a god of death who was about to step into hell and hunt down demons. Chapter 24: Prey and Bait. The night, like spilled thick ink, enveloped the entire Binhai city. A sudden downpour added a chill to the night. Bean-sized raindrops pounded furiously against the Xingyao car's windshield. The wipers spun furiously, but the road ahead remained difficult to see. In the rearview mirror, the neon lights of the city gradually stretched and became blurred, and finally disappeared completely in the decline and darkness of an industrial area. Chen Feng's hands gripping the steering wheel were as steady as a rock. There was no expression on his face. His eyes, reflecting the occasional light of the street lamps outside the window, were deep and cold, like two bottomless abysses. The car slowly stopped in a hidden corner 1 kilometer away from the abandoned dock. He turned off the engine, pulled out the car keys, put on the tang sword wrapped in black cloth, pushed open the car door, and quietly blended into the stormy night. The rain instantly soaked his hair and clothes, and the icy touch penetrated his bones along his skin. However, this chill made his already extremely calm mind even clearer and more sharp. He didn't take the main road, but chose a path covered in weeds and mud. His footsteps were light and soundless, like a cheetah stalking in the darkness, blending his figure perfectly with the surrounding environment. Soon, the Pier No. 3 warehouse, standing in the wind and rain like a steel behemoth, appeared in his sight. The warehouse was enormous, its outer iron walls rusted with age, creaking in the wind. Most of the window panes were shattered, leaving only dark holes like the gaping maw of a giant beast, ready to devour anyone. There was only one room on the second floor of the warehouse, with a dim light on. That little bit of light seemed particularly abrupt and deadly in the deadly darkness. It's like the will-o'-the-wisp fire in the abyss of hell that lures lost lambs. Chen Feng was not in a hurry to get closer. He hid behind a pile of abandoned containers, letting the cold rain wash over his body, his eyes fixed on the only light. He is waiting. Wait for an opportunity. Also wait for your body to completely adapt to the darkness. Time passes by minute. His body seemed to have merged into one with this rainy night. Finally, a dazzling flash of lightning cut through the dark night. Boom! The thunder that followed, like a war drum, exploded in the sky. Now is the time. The moment the thunder sounded, Chen Feng moved. His figure, like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly shot out from the shadow of the container without making any extra sound. After a few rises and falls, he had quietly approached the rusty wall of the warehouse. Like a ghost, he moved quickly along the wall to under a broken window. He listened attentively. Amid the raging wind and rain, he keenly caught a few faint, unnatural sounds coming from the second floor. It was the sound of a man talking, mixed with the soft thud of cards falling on the table. They are very relaxed. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He grabbed the windowsill with one hand, exerted force on his arm muscles, and his whole body flipped into the warehouse lightly like a monkey. The warehouse was pitch black, and the air was filled with a fishy smell mixed with rust and seawater. Chen Feng's eyes instantly adapted to the darkness. He was like a natural king of the night. This was his home turf. He did not take the main staircase that had long been demolished, but instead fixed his eyes on a row of iron racks next to it that were used to lift goods. He used his hands and feet to climb up silently. Soon, he arrived outside the lighted room on the second floor. The door was closed, but the window next to it was ajar, leaving a gap. He slowly moved his eyes closer. The light in the room was dim. 4 sturdy men in black combat uniforms were sitting around a simple iron table, playing poker. Their faces held the arrogance and fierceness typical of desperate criminals, and beside each of them lay a military issue pistol, gleaming with a cold metallic gleam. In the corner of the room, there was a man sitting on a chair with his back to the window, slowly and methodically wiping a shiny sniper rifle with a white cloth. Judging from the heavy and solemn aura he exudes, he is the leader of this group. 5 people. They are all professional killers who have experienced many battles. They were extremely alert, and even when playing cards, their eyes would occasionally glance towards the door and window. But no matter how much they planned, they could never have expected that their enemies would cling to the ceiling above their heads silently like geckos. Chen Feng's gaze swept over the 5 people one by one. Finally, his gaze fixed on the leader who had his back to him. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. He slowly pulled out the tang sword wrapped in black cloth from behind his back. He untied the black cloth, revealing the cold blade that was as clear as autumn water. He didn't act immediately. He is waiting.
waiting for an opportunity to kill with one strike. Time seemed to stand still again. Inside the room, a bald, burly man slammed the cards in his hand onto the table, cursing, "Damn it! I lost again. Scorpion, are you cheating?" The tall and thin man known as Scorpion chuckled and said, "Don't blame me for your bad luck. Okay, stop arguing." The leader, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep, like two pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. "Everyone, cheer up. There should be news from Viper soon." "Boss, you're too cautious," the bald man said nonchalantly. "It's just a woman, why do we need to split into two teams? I think we can just rush into the Qin building and tie her up, right?" "Shut up." The leader's voice suddenly turned cold. "Viper's mission is to test that sudden variable. The employer said that man is the biggest threat to this operation. No one is allowed to attack the target until he is dealt with. He's just a pretty boy, what threat can he pose? Even a lion will fight a rabbit with all its might," the leader said coldly. "This is the rule of our blood wolf. Anyone who dares to break the rules..." He didn't finish his words. But the temperature in the room suddenly dropped a few degrees. The four men playing cards subconsciously shrank their necks and dared not say anything more. And at the moment when their attention was attracted by the leader, Chen Feng moved. He was like a falcon descending from the sky, silently, hanging down from the ceiling beam. The Tang sword in his hand drew an arc of death under the dim light. Puff! There was a slight sound of a sharp blade entering flesh. The leader, who was wiping his sniper rifle, suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened in disbelief and he slowly lowered his head. A sharp knife tip pierced through his chest, dripping with warm, bright red blood. He opened his mouth, wanting to sound the alarm, but only spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Life force receded from his body like the tide. All this happened within a second. It was not until the leader's body fell limply that the four men who were still playing cards finally reacted. Enemy attack. The man named Scorpion reacted the fastest. He roared, overturned the table, and reached for the pistol at his waist. But it was too late. Chen Feng's figure had already fallen to the ground like a ghost. He lightly tapped the fallen corpse with his toes, and his whole body turned into a black lightning, instantly rushing into the remaining four people. The knife light shines. It was a blade light that was extremely fast and extremely cold. It was like the scythe of the god of death suddenly lighting up in the darkness. Puff! 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 4 consecutive, almost random sounds. The 4 professional killers who were about to draw their guns to fight back froze in an instant. Their faces still maintained expressions of horror and ferocity, but the light in their eyes was rapidly fading. The next second, 4 lines of blood bloomed at their necks at the same time. 4 heads shot up into the sky. Warm blood, like a fountain, dyed the entire room red. Chen Feng's figure slowly walked out from the blood rain. He shook his wrist, and all the blood on the knife was shaken off. The long and narrow Tang sword was still as bright as new, without a speck of dust. The entire process, from the moment he started to the moment he finished, took no more than 5 seconds. 5 battle-hardened professional killers were killed without even firing a single shot. Chen Feng walked to the body of the man known as the leader, squatted down, and took out a miniature walkie-talkie from his tactical vest that was still in use. "Boss? Boss? Please answer if you hear me. Viper calling Blood Wolf." A hurried and alert voice came from the intercom. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Viper? Another team? Their target is themselves? A bold and crazy idea instantly formed in his mind. He picked up the intercom, pressed the talk button, and said slowly in a hoarse and low voice imitating the leaders, "The target has been eliminated." Clean and neat. There was silence on the other end of the intercom for 2 seconds. "Roger that." The voice called Viper seemed relieved. "We're also in place. The security system of the Qin building has been taken over by our people. We can execute the elimination plan on the ultimate target, Qin Ruoxue, at any time." What? Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape. This is a trap. A serial killing scheme targeting him and Qin Ruoxue. The information Li Wenbo gave him was both true and not true. This group of people were indeed coming for Qin Ruoxue. But they also included themselves in the scheme. They deliberately revealed this stronghold in order to lure him here. Then, another team would take advantage of the opportunity to swoop in and eliminate Qin Ruoxue. What a cruel plan! Action! Chen Feng suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Clear! Viper's excited voice came from the other end of the intercom. The game is over. Chen Feng stood up slowly. He looked out the window at the stormy city night scene illuminated by lightning. His eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. No. The game has just begun. He took out his cell phone, and the screen showed a number that had just been dialed and was currently on the line. It's Xiao Ya's. He had already dialed the number before he took action and kept the call going. He put the phone to his ear. Xiao Ya. Boss. Are you okay? I seem to hear. Xiao Ya's crying voice, full of worry and fear, came from the other end of the phone. Listen to me. Chen Feng's voice was terrifyingly calm. I now authorize you to use all funds in Xingqing Capital's account. Contact Wang Lei and have him activate the highest level of security. At the same time, notify Qin Ruoxue's bodyguard, a Biao, and tell him that there's a mole inside the Qin's building. The most important point. Chen Feng's gaze penetrated the rain curtain, as if he saw the skyscraper in deep crisis. Tell Qin Ruoxue to trust me. Reinforcements will be here soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He glanced at the corpses scattered all over the ground, his eyes devoid of any mercy. He walked to the window and without any hesitation, jumped down from the 2nd floor. The body drew a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily on the ground full of water, splashing water. Without stopping at all, he ran towards the direction where he parked the car like a black lightning. And less than a minute after he left, in the room stained with blood, the leader who should have been dead because he had stabbed his heart with a knife, moved his fingers strangely. He struggled to take out a peculiarly shaped silver mask from his arms and slowly put it on his face. The mask covered his bloodless face, revealing only a pair of eyes full of resentment and mockery. He pressed a hidden button on the intercom. There's been a change of plans. His voice was no longer hoarse as before, but became sharp and strange. Bait is much stronger than we thought. Start. Plan B. Have Doc prepared to welcome our new guest. After saying this, he died completely. And on that silver mask, there was a gorgon head carved in ancient Greek, which flashed a strange and evil light under the dim light. Chapter 25 Heartbeat in the Iron Jungle. Torrential rain poured down, washing over the night of Binhai City. On the highway west of the city heading toward the city center, a black Xingyao E300L tore through the thick rain like an angry cheetah. The engine roared furiously, the tachometer needle stuck firmly in the red zone. At top speed, the car's body kicked up a wave of water more than a meter high, like a sword splitting the Black Sea. Inside the car, Chen Feng gripped the steering wheel with one hand, the other steadily resting on the gearshift. His eyes were as calm as the Siberian frozen ground. His soaked black clothes clung to his body, outlining his rock-hard muscles. Icy rain dripped down his jet-black hair, streaking across his angular profile, but it failed to cool the rage in his eyes that threatened to ignite. Driving skill mastery was pushed to the extreme at this moment. The entire car seemed like an extension of his body, every turn and every acceleration as precise as a scalpel. On the slippery, flooded highway with visibility less than 5 meters, he sped at a near suicidal speed, yet always, on the brink of losing control, he managed to pull the car back on track with an incredible micro-maneuver. At this moment, his brain is an ultra-high-precision biological computer. Wind speed, rainfall, road friction coefficient, dynamic trajectory of the vehicle in front, countless data streams converge and analyze in his mind, and then in an instant, the optimal driving instructions are output. The Viper team believed that he was trapped at the west dock of the city and might even have died at the hands of Blood Wolf. This huge information gap is his only and greatest advantage at the moment. He must rush to Qin's building before the other party reacts. He must smash the fangs of those poisonous snakes one by one before Qin Ruoxue dies. In the distance, the steel jungle of the city, illuminated by lightning, revealed a ferocious silhouette for a moment. And the towering Qin Group headquarters, piercing the sky, was like a lonely island shrouded in dark clouds and the aura of death, awaiting him, the only reinforcement. Riverside Mansion, top-floor apartment. Unlike the violent storms outside, it is so quiet here that you can hear your own heartbeat. Xiaoya stood in the middle of the living room, her soul dazed, her knuckles turning white from the strain of clutching the now hang-up phone. Chen Feng's last, eerily calm words, "Reinforcements are coming soon," still echoed in her ears, sending a chill through her heart. Insider. Assassination.
These words that had only appeared in movies now felt like two heavy mountains, weighing her down so much that she could hardly breathe. Her mind went blank, and the huge fear and panic overwhelmed her like a tide. What to do? Chen Feng asked her to mobilize all funds, contact Wan Lei, and notify the bodyguards. But she was just a girl who had just graduated from school and had never even had a formal job. How could she possibly handle a crisis like the plot of a war movie? She subconsciously wanted to retreat, wanted to scream, wanted to hide in the room and cover her head with the quilt, pretending that nothing had happened. However, just when she was about to be swallowed by panic, Chen Feng's deep and trusting eyes once again appeared in her mind.
I trust you. Don't let me down. No. I can't let him down.
Xiaoya bit her tongue hard, the intense pain instantly bringing her back to consciousness. Tears welled up in her eyes, but the pride and resilience that belonged to the eldest daughter of the Xiao family were completely aroused at this moment. She rushed to the coffee table in the living room, grabbed a pen and paper, and with trembling hands, quickly wrote down the 3 steps that needed to be taken, forcing her chaotic brain to restore order.
First, contact Wan Lei and activate the security plan. Second, contact the bodyguard named Biao and pass on the alert. Third, funds.
When Chen Feng said to mobilize all funds, that meant regardless of the cost. She took a deep breath and dialed Wan Lei's number.
The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Sister-in-law. Xiaoya? Where's brother Feng?
Wang Lei's loud voice came from the receiver.
Wan Lei.
Xiaoya's voice was a little sharp due to nervousness, but it was unusually clear.
Listen. The situation is extremely urgent.
The boss has authorized me to convey the highest instructions to you.
The highest order? Wang Lei was stunned. Activate the highest level security plan. Xiaoya practically shouted, the boss's life is in danger. So is President Qin of the Qin Group.
I don't care what methods you use, who you call, mobilize all your connections.
Immediately. Immediately.
Send the most elite forces to seal off all intersections around the Qin building. I want only one result, not even a fly can fly out of that building.
Wang Lei on the other end of the phone was silent. There was 3 full seconds of dead silence. To Xiaoya, these 3 seconds felt as long as a century.
Just when she thought Wang Lei would be frightened by this sudden news, a low growl of suppressed rage came from the other end of the phone.
Damn it! Who dares to touch my brother? Give me the address.
I'll bring people there myself. Wang Lei's voice no longer had the usual playful smile, but was replaced by a heart-pounding ruthlessness.
Qin Group Headquarters Building. Got it.
Within 5 minutes, all the brothers on the road in Binhai City will receive the news. Within 10 minutes, my people will surround that place completely. After Wang Lei finished speaking, he hung up the phone without any unnecessary words. At this moment, huge energy was instantly ignited by this fat man who looked honest and simple on weekdays. Xiaoya's tense nerves relaxed a little. She knew that Chen Feng had not trusted the wrong person.
She didn't dare to delay and immediately found the unfamiliar number belonging to Biao and dialed it. At the same time, in the Qin building, in the president's office on the top floor,
Qin Ruoxue was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city swing and the wind and rain. There was a trace of indelible fatigue and worry on her face. The relentless pressure from her second uncle Qin Jinxiong, the undercurrents in the board of directors, and the pressure from the mysterious big shot made her feel like she was walking on a thin tightrope and could fall into the abyss at any time.
Can the man named Chen Feng really be her life-saving straw? She doesn't know.
But that $50 million was the last and craziest bet she could make. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Chief Bodyguard Biao pushed the door open and walked in, his face looking extremely solemn.
Boss Qin. How is it? Have you contacted him?
Qin Ruoxue turned around, with a barely perceptible expectation in her cold eyes.
I've made contact. Biao's tone was a little complicated.
He said that you should send him the detailed itinerary for the next 3 days, and then stay here and wait for his notification.
Wait? Qin Ruoxue's brows furrowed instantly. What does he mean?
I paid him $50 million, not for him to order me around.
Biao remained silent and did not respond.
At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently.
It's an unfamiliar number.
He subconsciously wanted to hang up, but for some unknown reason, he hesitated, walked to the corner, and pressed the answer button.
Hello, who is this? I'm Chen Feng's assistant, Xiaoya. A young girl's hurried but clear voice came from the other end of the line. Listen, I don't have time to explain. Chen Feng asked me to tell you that there's a mole inside the Qin building. The security system has likely been taken over. The assassin's target is President Qin. They're about to strike. What? A Biao's pupil shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape in an instant. His first reaction was that it was a prank. But the other party accurately said Chen Feng's name, and the urgent tone he used did not sound fake at all. Why should I believe you? He asked sternly, lowering his voice. You don't need to believe me, you just need to verify it. Xiaoya's voice was filled with unquestionable power. Check the surveillance. Especially the VIP elevator and fire escape leading to the top floor. If the surveillance is normal, then I called the police in error. If the surveillance has been tampered with, or there's a looping picture, you should know what that means. A Biao's heart sank suddenly. As a top security expert, he immediately grasped the crux of the problem. Monitor. In any security system, surveillance is the core of the core. If the surveillance is hacked, the security of the entire building is rendered useless, turning it into an unprotected cage that allows the enemy to enter and exit at will. I see. After a Biao hung up the phone, his face was completely drained of color. He didn't even report to Qin Ruoxue, because he knew that before the situation was clear, any slight movement might cause unnecessary panic or even alert the enemy. He walked out of the office quickly and gave instructions in a very low voice to the two trusted bodyguards guarding the door. Xiao Wu, go to the security center and tell them I told you to retrieve the real-time surveillance footage from the CEO's elevator and see how they react. Monkey, come with me. Let's check the fire escape. Remember, don't make any noise. Yes, Brother Biao. Although the two bodyguards didn't understand what was going on, they immediately followed the order and left. A Biao's eyes became as sharp as a hawk. He scanned every staff member, every security guard, and every cleaner passing through the corridor. At this moment, everyone in his eyes could be the deadly traitor. The bodyguard named Xiao Wu quickly took the elevator downstairs. A Biao took the monkey and walked quickly towards the fire escape at the end of the corridor. He pushed the heavy fire door open. Inside was a deep and silent stairwell, with only the emergency indicator light emitting a dim green light. Everything seems to be normal. But Ah Biao's heart was hanging in the air, but he didn't let it go at all. He winked at the monkey, and the two of them, one in front and one behind, back to back, took a tactical stance and carefully searched downwards. And it was less than half a minute after they left the top floor. Bite. A crisp sound broke the silence of the corridor. The VIP elevator, which was supposed to be used only by Qin Ruoxue and a few senior executives, actually went silently from the first floor directly to the top floor. The elevator door slowly slid open to both sides. A thin figure wearing a cleaner's uniform, pushing a cleaning cart, and wearing a mask and a hat, walked out from inside. He lowered his head and skillfully placed a yellow warning sign that read "Cleaning in progress, be careful of slippery floor" at the elevator door. Then, he pushed the ordinary-looking cleaning cart and walked slowly towards the president's office. The gurgling sound of the cleaning wool rolling in the empty corridor seemed particularly clear and also particularly harsh. Chapter 26 The deathly silence on the top floor. On the top floor of Qin's building, in the corridor outside the president's office. The marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the cold light from the spotlight on the ceiling, as well as the thin figure pushing the cleaning cart slowly forward. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of the rolling wheels was infinitely amplified in the silent corridor, like an invisible hand strangling the flow of air. The two black-clad bodyguards guarding the CEO's office noticed the cleaner still working late at night. They exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward and reached out to stop him. This is the president's office area. It does not need to be cleaned for the time being. Please leave. The bodyguard's voice was low and powerful, full of unquestionable vigilance. The cleaner stopped walking upon hearing this. He raised his head, his hat and mask covering most of his face, revealing only a pair of calm eyes, like a bottomless pool of stagnant water. He didn't say anything, but instead picked up a spray bottle filled with clear liquid from the cleaning cart and pulled a clean white rag from his pocket. He pointed to the polished rosewood door behind the bodyguard, then to the brass handle, and spoke in a hoarse voice that sounded like it had been polished with sandpaper. Disinfection. During this special period, President Qin has ordered that key areas be disinfected with alcohol 3 times a day. His explanation is reasonable.
Especially in this flu season, it is normal for the group's senior management to pay attention to health and safety. The bodyguard's vigilance dropped slightly. After all, the other party was just a seemingly weak cleaner, and the cleaning cart was filled with common tools, so there was no threat. "Put your things down, we'll take care of it." The other bodyguard was obviously more cautious. He didn't want any stranger to get close to the door. The cleaner seemed a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said stubbornly, "No. We have regulations. We must do it by hand and take pictures for the record." As he said this, he was about to walk around the bodyguard and head towards the door. "Stop." The first bodyguard reached out to stop him again, his tone already showing a hint of impatience. Just when his palm was about to touch the cleaner's shoulder, something strange happened. The cleaner, who had been keeping his head down, twisted his body in an unimaginable angle. The spray bottle in his hand was already pointed at the two bodyguards' faces. Shoo! Shoo! Two streams of white mist shot out from the nozzle, accurately covering the mouths and noses of the two people. That wasn't alcohol at all. It was a colorless, odorless, military-grade chemical agent that could instantly paralyze the nerves. The two well-trained bodyguards didn't even have time to let out a groan before their eyes instantly became unfocused, their bodies softened, and they fell straight back. The figure of the cleaner followed like a ghost, stretching out two hands that looked thin but contained terrifying strength. Before the two fell to the ground, he steadily supported their heavy bodies, and then quietly dragged them behind the decorative potted plants next to them, perfectly hidden in the shadows. The whole process was smooth and fast as lightning, without any unnecessary sound. After doing all this, he took out a miniature electronic jammer from a secret compartment in the cleaning cart and attached it to the office door lock. With a soft beep sound, this top-level security door worth millions, which required triple passwords and fingerprint verification, was silently cracked. He slowly turned the doorknob and pushed open the door leading to the pinnacle of power in Binhai City. At the same time, on the second underground floor, the security monitoring center. Xiao Wu, the bodyguard sent by a Biao, strode in. "Brother Biao asked me to adjust the surveillance of the president's special elevator from 6 p.m. to now." He gave the order directly to the on-duty supervisor of the monitoring center. The supervisor was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Upon hearing this, he looked up from a pile of reports, adjusted his glasses, and said with some displeasure, "Adjusting the surveillance system requires a process. It needs the signature of President Qin or the executive director." "Stop talking nonsense." Xiao Wu grabbed his collar, lifted him up from the chair, and said viciously, "This is an emergency. Can you afford to take responsibility if something goes wrong?" The supervisor was so frightened by him that his face turned pale and he nodded hurriedly, Yes, I will adjust it right away." The other two security guards sitting at the control desk were also terrified and silent. They were drinking coffee to refresh themselves and didn't care about anything else at this moment. The supervisor trembled as he began to work on his computer. Soon, the surveillance footage of the CEO's elevator appeared on the main screen. In the picture, the elevator has been quietly staying on the first floor without any unusual movement. Look, everything is normal." The supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiao Wu stared at the screen intently, his brows furrowed. Something is wrong. It was too quiet, almost eerily quiet. His eyes fell on the timestamp in the lower right corner of the screen. That time is beating in real time, without any problems. He then looked at the image, at a potted plant in the corner of the elevator car. The leaves of the plant were motionless, like a still painting. His heart skipped a beat. He took out the walkie-talkie and switched directly to a Biao's private channel. "Brother Biao. There's a problem. The surveillance is fake. It's a looping video. In the fire escape. A Biao and monkey have searched the next floor, but still found nothing." At this moment, Xiao Wu's terrified roar came from the intercom. "Loop video." A Biao's blood almost solidified at this moment. The thing he was most worried about happened. Not only does the enemy have a traitor, but they have also secretly paralyzed the eyes of the entire security system. This means that the killer has most likely passed all security measures and reached the top floor. Everyone, back to the top floor. Highest alert. Seal off the CEO's office. A Biao let out a deafening roar into the intercom, then turned around and rushed upstairs with the monkey like crazy. His heart was beating wildly, and every step he took felt like he was walking on the edge of a knife. "Hurry up! Faster! Please don't let anything happen."
In the president's office.
Shin Ruoshue was looking at a financial statement with a distracted look, and the deafening thunder outside the window made it impossible for her to concentrate. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a very slight, muffled sound of something heavy falling to the ground outside the door. The sound was so soft that it was almost drowned out by the thunder. But her naturally keen hearing still caught that hint of disharmony.
A biao?
She called out tentatively. There was no response outside the door. An ominous premonition, like a poisonous snake, instantly grabbed her heart. She immediately pressed the intercom button on her desk, connecting directly to the security post at the door.
What's going on at the door?
There was only the dead sound of electricity in the receiver.
Shin Ruoshue's face turned pale in an instant. She didn't scream, nor did she panic.
The calmness she'd cultivated over the years of running such a large company, the composure she possessed in the face of adversity, was at its peak at this moment. The first thing she did was not to open the door to check, nor to hide under the table. Instead, he slowly stood up from his chair, and calmly reached out his right hand to the extremely heavy eagle ornament carved from a whole piece of obsidian on the desk that was used as a paperweight. Her phoenix eyes, which were usually as cold as ice, were now staring intently at the tightly closed rosewood door. A resolute chill was burning in the depths of her eyes. Shin Ruoshue, is not a lamb to be slaughtered.
Click.
There was a slight sound of the door lock being turned. The door opened. A thin figure in a cleaning uniform walked in slowly, pushing a cleaning cart. He closed the door again with his backhand and engaged the physical door lock from the inside. Then he raised his head, took off his hat and mask, revealing an ordinary face with a hint of sickly paleness. His eyes, like a poisonous snake, were fixed coldly on Shin Ruoshue. "Ms. Shin, our boss would like to invite you for a cup of tea." His voice was hoarse and harsh, like a rusty blade cutting glass.
"Who is your boss?"
Shin Ruoshue clenched the stone sculpture in her hand. Her voice was cold, but there was no trace of trembling in it.
"The dead don't need to know so much."
Viper grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. His smile was cruel and bloodthirsty. He slowly pulled out a slender stinger that was flashing with a cold blue light from the mop handle of the cleaning cart.
"Let me introduce myself. My name is Viper. My mission is to send you on your way. But don't worry, the process will be quick and painless."
After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot.
Quick.
Almost as fast as possible. His entire body seemed to have turned into a gray lightning, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. The poisonous stinger in his hand, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, went straight for Shin Ruoshue's snow-white neck. Faced with this fatal blow that was enough to make anyone despair, Shin Ruoshue's pupils shrank to the extreme. But she didn't close her eyes and wait for death. At the moment of life and death, she burst out all her survival instincts, and used all her strength to smash the heavy stone sculpture in her hand into the face of Viper.
Bang! A muffled sound.
Viper obviously did not expect that this seemingly weak woman would have such a fierce resistance. He subconsciously turned his head to dodge, and the stone sculpture flew past his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. But this also bought him precious time. His body paused slightly, and the stinger in his hand stabbed towards Shin Ruoshue's heart again like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole.
"It's over."
A trace of despair flashed in Shin Ruoshue's eyes.
She has no way to avoid it. Boom!
At this critical moment, a deafening thunder louder than any previous one exploded outside the window.
Right after. Crash!
The extremely thick floor-to-ceiling window in the office, which was made of special bulletproof glass, suddenly exploded from the middle. Countless pieces of glass, mixed with violent storms, poured down into the office like flowers scattered by a fairy. A black figure, soaking wet and like a demon, rushed in from the broken window with the force of thunder. Chapter 27 Demon God, descending from the sky. Time, at this moment, seems to be infinitely stretched. Viper's cold eyes reflected Shin Ruoshue's desperate yet stubborn face. The stinger in his hand was less than half an inch away from her heart.
He could even imagine the wonderful feeling of this poisonous weapon piercing warm flesh in the next second.
However, nothing he expected happened. Instead, there is an extreme shock from the physical and sensory levels.
Crash! The loud bang didn't come from my ears, but from the resonance of the entire space.
Without any warning, the special glass curtain wall, which was said to be able to withstand sniper bullets, began to spread like spider webs from the center, and then exploded with a loud bang.
This is not a shattering, it's an explosion.
A strong wind mixed with countless glass fragments, like a real shock wave, swept through the entire office. Documents, reports, decorations, everything was swept into the air by the sudden force and then turned into powder. Viper's stabbing movement was forced to stop. His well-tempered body, faced with this catastrophic impact, was shaken to the point of blood surging, and his body froze. Shin Ruoshua was blown away by the strong wind, and her delicate body hit the mahogany desk behind her. She let out a painful groan and then fell to the ground. The two of them couldn't help but look towards the source of the storm. Through the huge broken window, I saw a black figure, soaked in rain and emitting a murderous aura. Like a demon god in mythology who had broken through the sky, he rushed in against the wind and rain. In his hand, he held an arrow, ancient sword that gleamed with a chilling cold light. From the blade, water, whether it was rain or blood, slowly dripped down the blade. The flying glass fragments formed a brilliant and deadly galaxy around him, but none of them could hurt him at all. Lightning flashed behind him, making his lonely and desolate figure look like a Shura returning from hell. Shen Feng. Shin Ruoshua's pupils dilated to the extreme in an instant. She covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. It's him! He actually came. And it fell from the sky in a way that was completely beyond human imagination. Variable. For the first time, a look of solemnity and fear appeared in Viper's eyes. He instantly understood that the man before him was the greatest threat Blood Wolf had mentioned, the one who needed their two teams to join forces and lure the tiger away from the mountain. He gave up on Shin Ruoshua, who was so close to him, and suddenly lowered his body, like a poisonous snake gliding on the ground. The stinger in his hand drew a strange arc and silently stabbed Shen Feng's ankle. He knew very well that any direct confrontation against a formidable opponent of this level would be foolish. Only by catching the opponent off guard and delivering a fatal blow could an assassin's rule. However, no matter how fast he is, Shen Feng is even faster than him. At the moment he launched the attack, Shen Feng, who had just landed, didn't even look at him, but suddenly kicked back with his left foot. This kick has no fancy techniques, only the purest, most primitive, explosive power. Bang! A dull sound like a war drum. The poisonous stinger of the viper hit Shen Feng's heel hard. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Viper let out a shrill scream. The bones of his entire right arm were broken into pieces by Shen Feng's seemingly casual kick. The stinger in his hand also flew out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. One hit. Just one kick destroyed his proud killer move. A huge fear instantly gripped Viper's heart. He finally realized that what he was facing was not a human being at all, but a monster in human skin. Escape. This was the only thought in his mind. He endured the severe pain of his broken arm, slammed his other hand on the ground, and used the force to bounce his whole body up, like a cannonball, crashing into the side door of the office in an attempt to escape. Did I let you go? A cold and emotionless voice, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, sounded behind him. Viper only felt an extreme chill, rushing from the tail vertebrae to the top of the head. He turned around and saw that Shen Feng had already arrived in front of him. His handsome face was expressionless, and his dark eyes were filled with indifference, a coldness that treated everything as nothing. A silver arc of light flashed across his pupils. That was the flash of a knife. It is extremely fast and extremely beautiful. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky was pouring down at this moment. Puff. An extremely slight sound. The viper's body, which was rushing forward, suddenly froze in place. He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his chest. There were no wounds at all. He was stunned for a moment, then a trace of relief at surviving the disaster appeared on his face. Is it an illusion? He was about to say something, but found that he couldn't make any sound. Without any warning, a thin line of blood spread from the center of his forehead all the way down, across the bridge of his nose, lips, chin, neck, and finally disappeared under his collar. Next second, his body was neatly split in half from the middle. Warm entrails and blood splashed all over the floor, staining the expensive handmade carpet a shocking scarlet. Shen Feng slowly put away his knife, turned around, and pointed the tip of the knife at the ground. A drop of bright red blood slid down the blade, dripped onto the floor, and splashed out a small flower of death. The entire office fell into absolute silence. All that was left was the howling sound of wind and rain outside the window, and Shin Ruoshua's extremely rapid breathing due to extreme shock. She sat on the ground blankly, looking at the bloody and shocking scene in front of her, her mind blank. One knife. Just one knife. She chopped the top killer, who had just left her powerless to resist, into two halves like chopping wood.
What a terrifying power this is. What a domineering killing. As she looked at the man standing there with a knife in hand, covered in blood, resembling a demon, the string of fear in her heart had been completely plucked. In its place was a feeling of security she had never experienced before, a feeling that was almost trembling. Chen Feng ignored her shock. He walked to the big hole he had knocked open, lowered his head, glanced at the city night view hundreds of meters below, and frowned slightly. Just now, he used the high-speed Xingyao car to rush up the fountain slope in the square in front of the Qin building. At the moment the car body flew up, he kicked the roof of the car to pieces, used the force to jump up, and then used all his strength to throw the Tang sword in his hand like a javelin, fiercely at the weakest point of the bulletproof glass. At the moment when the Tang sword hit the glass, he took advantage of the falling momentum and used his body to complete this final and most fatal collision. The whole plan is crazy and bold, and the control of timing and strength requires precision to milliseconds. If anything goes wrong, he will be turned into a pool of meat paste. Fortunately, he succeeded. Bang! 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 At this moment, the locked door of the office was violently slammed open from the outside. Biao took the lead and rushed in like a tide with 7 or 8 bodyguards armed with guns. When they saw the scene inside the office, everyone was stunned. The ground was in a mess, a huge broken hole, a horrific corpse that was split in half, and the mysterious man standing next to Boss Qin, holding a bloody long knife. Don't move! Drop your weapons! In an instant, more than a dozen black gun muzzles were all aimed at Chen Feng. Biao's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He looked at Qin Ruoxue, who was unharmed but a little dazed, and breathed a sigh of relief at first. Then, a surge of anger and fear surged in his heart. He stared at Chen Feng intently, his eyes full of vigilance and hostility. Who are you? Put the knife down. Chen Feng slowly turned around and looked at Biao calmly with the eyes of a dead person. Just because you're a bunch of losers, you think you're qualified to point a gun at me? His voice was not loud, but it carried a terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble. Those battle-hardened bodyguards, after being swept by his gaze, couldn't help but feel their palms sweating and even breathing became difficult. Put down your guns. At this tense moment, a cold voice, yet with unquestionable majesty, rang out. It's Qin Ruoxue. She struggled and stood up from the ground. Although her face was still pale, her phoenix eyes had regained the composure and majesty of a queen. She walked to Chen Feng's side and stood in front of him without hesitation, facing her loyal subordinates. I repeat, put your guns down. He is the one who came to save me. Chapter 28 Undercurrent and Chess Pieces. Qin Ruoxue's voice was like ice beads falling into a jade plate, crisp, but with an irresistible majesty. Biao and the bodyguards were all stunned. They looked at the thin but powerful woman standing in front of Chen Feng, and for a moment they were at a loss. The person who saved her? This man, exuding blood and murderous aura, holding a weapon, and breaking in an unknown violent manner, is here to save Mr. Qin? Biao's brain went into a brief downtime. He couldn't understand the absurd scene before him. Boss Qin, you. He spoke with difficulty, trying to persuade, this person is too dangerous. Please stand behind us. Danger? Qin Ruoxue's lips curled up in a self-deprecating arc. Biao, look at this corpse. She pointed at the 2 bloody halves of the viper lying on the ground. Just now, when all of you were blocked outside this door, he killed the assassin who was about to take my life as easily as cutting vegetables. And you, the one I hired at great expense, known as the best security team in Binhai, don't even know how the enemy got in. Now, tell me, who is more dangerous? Her voice became colder and heavier with each sentence, like sharp ice picks, piercing into the hearts of all the bodyguards present. Biao's face instantly turned the color of liver. Shame, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined and surged in his chest, but in the end, they all turned into powerless dejection. Qin Ruoxue was telling the truth. They failed in their duty. And it was a fatal and irrefutable dereliction of duty. If Chen Feng hadn't appeared, President Qin would have been a cold corpse by now. And this group of bodyguards would have become the biggest joke in the entire Binhai city security community. Biao opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. The bodyguards behind him also slowly lowered their guns in shame. Chen Feng didn't even glance at them from beginning to end. His gaze calmly fell on Qin Ruoxue's back, which was slightly straightened due to nervousness. A hint of imperceptible approval flashed in the depths of his eyes. This woman had more potential to be a queen than he had imagined. Know when to show weakness and when to show your fangs. I'll leave the aftermath to you. Chen Feng finally spoke in a cold voice, "I don't want to see any news about tonight appear in tomorrow's newspaper."
After saying this, he didn't even look at the horrible corpse and walked straight to the office lounge. He needed to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Shin Ruoshua looked at his departing back, nodded slightly, then turned around. Her beautiful face had regained its former coldness and majesty.
"A Biao."
"Here." A Biao was startled and responded quickly.
"Seal off the entire building. No one is allowed to enter or leave.
Thoroughly investigate all personnel on duty tonight, especially those in the security center.
I want to know who the traitor is before dawn."
"Yes."
"Clean this place up."
Shin Ruoshua glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes.
"Clear."
Biao took the order and immediately began to direct his men to act in an orderly manner. Although they were lacking in combat effectiveness, their professional ability to handle this kind of dirty work was unquestionable.
Soon, cleaning staff and forensic consultants were secretly summoned. The entire top floor was caught up in a strange yet efficient bustle.
Shin Ruoshua stood alone in front of the huge hole, letting the cold night wind blow her wet skirt. She looked at the severely deformed Star Glory car downstairs, whose lights were still stubbornly on, and the shocking tire marks on the surrounding square. In her mind, she kept replaying the scene that was like a divine soldier descending from the sky.
Who is this man? How many unknown secrets is he hiding?
Riverside Mansion, apartment. Xiaoya curled up on the sofa, wrapped in a thick blanket, but she still felt cold all over. Ever since she made that phone call to Wang Lei and a Biao, she has remained in this position, motionless, like a sculpture that has lost its soul. Her mind was in chaos. She didn't dare to think about how Chen Feng was doing now, nor did she dare to think about whether Mr. Qin was still alive. The huge fear and feeling of powerlessness wrapped her tightly like an endless net. Only then did she realize how vulnerable her so-called growth and determination were in the face of a true life and death crisis.
She is just an ordinary girl who can't do anything.
Just when she was about to be completely consumed by self-blame and worry, the phone in her hand suddenly vibrated.
It's a text message. From Chen Feng.
Just 2 words.
Read.
No, not 2 words. It's 3 words. There was another tilde at the end, one she had never seen on him before, with a hint of playfulness.
Read.
Just these 3 simple characters were like a ray of warm sunshine, instantly piercing through the haze that shrouded her heart.
He is still alive. He's fine. He was even in the mood to joke.
Xiaoya couldn't hold back any longer and buried her face deeply in her knees. The tears that she had suppressed for so long finally burst out. Those were not tears of fear, but tears of joy after surviving the disaster. She cried for a long time, until she had vented all the anxiety and grievances in her heart, then she slowly raised her head. Although her eyes were red and swollen, there was no longer any confusion or timidity in them.
Instead, there was an unprecedented, resolute light.
She picked up her phone, wiped away her tears, and opened the half-finished action plan for Star Capital. She knew that what she should do now was not to worry here. Instead, we must complete all the tasks he has assigned us before he comes back. She wants to make herself stronger. Strong enough to truly stand by his side, instead of always hiding behind him and becoming a burden that requires his distracted protection.
Half an hour later, in the president's lounge at Qin's building.
Chen Feng took a hot shower and changed into a brand new spare suit that a Biao had prepared for him. It must be said that Qin Ruoshua had very good taste. This worn suit, both in size and cut, perfectly fit his tall figure, highlighting his calm and sharp temperament to the fullest. When he walked out of the lounge, the office outside had been cleaned and looked brand new. The shattered French windows were sealed with makeshift barriers. The bloodstains and bodies on the ground had long since vanished. The air was filled with the faint scent of disinfectant. If it weren't for the still whistling draft and the few scratches left on the wall, it would seem as if the bloody assassination had never happened.
Qin Ruoshua was sitting on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of coffee.
Her hair was still slightly damp, clearly having been freshly styled. Aside from her still slightly pale complexion, she had completely regained her usual icy demeanor as a female CEO. A Biao stood behind her straight as a pole, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. When he saw Chen Feng coming out, a Biao's eyes obviously dodged for a moment, with a hint of awe and a hint of complexity.
Have you found out?
Chen Feng walked to the sofa opposite Qin Ruoshua and sat down, pouring himself a glass of water.
I found out.
Qin Ruoshua put down the coffee cup and pushed a document in front of him. Zhang Dihai, the night shift supervisor at the security center, has worked diligently for Qins for 8 years, never making a mistake. Just an hour ago, he exploited his position to modify the core data of the surveillance system and inserted a looping video, providing perfect cover for the assassin's infiltration. Where are the people? He ran away, Abiao said, gritting his teeth. When our people rushed into the monitoring center, he was nowhere to be found. He also corroded the host hard drive with strong acid, and all the entry and exit records were destroyed. As expected. Chen Feng was not surprised. Since the other party dared to plan such a meticulous assassination, they must have also prepared a foolproof escape route for the traitor. However, a cold light flashed in Qin Ruoshue's eyes. Although he ran away, his family is still in Binhai. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. We found out that his daughter, who had been receiving medical treatment abroad for years, was suddenly taken away by a mysterious private hospital yesterday, and her whereabouts remain unknown. At the same time, an anonymous transfer of 5 million yuan was deposited into his wife's account. This is a typical case of coercion and inducement. Chen Feng pointed out the key point directly. Threatening his daughter's life, and then using 5 million to buy his conscience. For a father who loves his daughter so much, he has no choice. So what should we do now? Qin Ruoshue asked. The clue ends here. No. Chen Feng shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. The clues have just begun. He picked up the document, but his eyes fell on Zhang Dihai's 1-inch ID photo. Eye of Insight, activate. In an instant, countless data streams flashed rapidly before Chen Feng's eyes. Name, Zhang Dihai. Age, 45. Core traits, love daughter as life, cowardly. Recent key events. 18 hours ago, at the Bluefin Japanese restaurant in the south of the city, I came into contact with a mysterious man. The man had a scorpion tattoo on his right wrist. Scorpion tattoo? In Chen Feng's mind, the killer codenamed Scorpion who was beheaded by him at the West Dock instantly appeared. I see. Everything is connected in series. The opponent has more than one chess piece. Chen Feng threw the document on the table, leaned back on the soft sofa, and narrowed his eyes. Tonight's assassination was a double trap from the very beginning. On the surface, they deliberately released the base at the dock to lure me over there, and the Blood Wolf team was responsible for delaying me, or even killing me. Secretly, the more professional Viper, with the cooperation of the traitor, will sneak in here and kill you. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The plan is perfect. Qin Ruoshue and Abiao were horrified when they heard this. They finally understood how dangerous the hell they had walked through tonight. What a pity. A trace of cold mockery flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. They made a mistake in their calculations. They thought I was prey, but they didn't know that in my eyes, they were the real prey. Chapter 29, Plan B of Faking Death. Chen Feng's words were like a huge rock, thrown into the silent office, stirring up huge waves in Qin Ruoshue and Abiao's hearts. Prey? Are they the prey? What confidence and arrogance this is. You know, they were a professional assassin organization that orchestrated a series of killings and even infiltrated the Qin group's top security. But in Chen Feng's words, they seemed to be just a group of lambs to be slaughtered, not to be feared. You mean? Qin Ruoshue's breathing was a little rapid. You have already seen through their plan? It's not like I saw through it long ago. Chen Feng picked up the water cup, took a sip, and said calmly, it's just that before I took action, I habitually kept a backup plan. What he was referring to was, of course, the action of calling Xiaoya in advance and keeping the call going before going to the dock. That seemingly unnecessary step turned out to be the deciding factor in the entire battle tonight. It bought Xiaoya's remote command and Wang Lei and Abiao's emergency mobilization the most precious and fatal time difference of a few minutes. Abiao looked at Chen Feng's calm face and was shocked. Just how meticulous was this man's mind? How could he calmly lay out such a crucial backup plan just before rushing into a life or death battle? This is no longer simply a matter of strong military force, but a terrifying battlefield sense that allows one to plan strategies and win battles from thousands of miles away. Then, what about the group of people who attack you? Abiao couldn't help but ask. They are all dead. Chen Feng answered lightly, as if he was just saying that he had stepped on a few ants. Abiao's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. He had no doubt about the truth of this statement. For someone who can chop a monster of the Viper level in half with one sword, it is indeed not difficult to get rid of another team of killers. Since you have taken care of both teams, we should be safe now?
Qin Ruoshua's tense nerves finally showed signs of relaxation. Safety?
Chen Feng smiled when he heard this. There was a hint of coldness and mockery in his smile.
Boss Qin, do you think this game is over? Qin Ruoshua's heart sank suddenly. Is it, not yet? Of course not.
Chen Feng stood up and walked to the huge hole. Looking at the still violent wind and rain outside the window, his eyes became deep and sharp. If I'm guessing correctly, everything tonight, from beginning to end, is just an appetizer.
The real killer move has just begun. What?
Qin Ruoshue and Biao's expressions changed drastically at the same time.
This is impossible. Biao cried out, you've completely wiped out their 2 elite squads. What else can they do? Who told you that they were all annihilated?
Chen Feng turned around, his eyes like knives, slowly sweeping across the faces of the 2 men. In the dock warehouse, I killed a total of 5 people, including their leader, codenamed Blood Wolf.
But
Chen Feng suddenly changed the subject. While I was interrogating Viper's intercom, I discovered a detail that had been overlooked. The leader's death was too easy.
So easy, it's like he died on purpose for me to see. Intentional? Qin Ruoshue frowned tightly.
That's right. A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. A leader who can lead an elite assassin team would never be so easily stabbed in the heart by me from behind. His alertness and reaction speed are far beyond the normal range.
Unless, from the beginning, he never intended to live. Or rather,
Chen Feng's voice suddenly lowered, filled with a chilling meaning.
He's not dead at all. Suspended animation.
These 2 words, like a bolt of lightning, instantly struck Qin Ruoshue and Biao's minds. They were all smart people and immediately understood the terrifying subtext in Chen Feng's words. If the leader of the Blood Wolf faked his death to escape, then he must have activated a more sinister and deadly backup plan.
A real plan B that even the Viper team doesn't know about. What exactly is their goal? Qin Ruoshue's voice trembled slightly with fear.
They had gone to great lengths, sacrificed 2 elite teams, and set up such a complicated series of traps. Could it really be that they did it just to kill her?
No.
Chen Feng shook his head and said word by word, killing you is just one of the purposes.
Their real target is me.
Or rather, it's the so-called monstrous background behind me that they've conjured up and doesn't even exist.
At this moment, Chen Feng's thoughts became clearer than ever before.
Ever since he fabricated the fictitious star capital in front of Zhou Hai, he has gone from being a behind-the-scenes manipulator to a key chess piece on the chessboard. The other party had obviously learned of his existence through some channel and was extremely wary of him. That's why they planned this big show tonight.
This scene has 2 purposes. First, test
Chen Feng's true power.
Is he a bluffing paper tiger or a true dragon crossing the river? Second, demonstrations. Use Qin Ruoshue's life to send the most direct and bloody warning to him and the mysterious force behind him. They want to force me out of the dark and into the light.
A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth.
And now, here I am. Then, it's time to start their plan B.
Just as he finished speaking, a burst of hurried and panicked footsteps suddenly came from the silent corridor outside the office.
Boss Qin. Something bad has happened.
A bodyguard who was in charge of outer security rushed in with a panicked look on his face, without even having time to knock on the door.
Mr. Wang, something happened to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang? Which Mr. Wang?
Qin Ruoshue was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was talking about Wang Lei, the one who had just reached a cooperation with Chen Feng.
Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. The other party's movements were even faster than he had imagined. Tell me clearly. What's going on?
Biao stepped forward and shouted sternly. Just now, President Wang and his men arrived at the building. Before they could deploy their forces, his car suddenly exploded.
Boom! The bodyguard's words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's ears. Explode? What is the casualty situation?
Chen Feng's voice instantly turned freezing cold.
Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, on the spot. The bodyguard didn't dare to continue, his face full of fear. On the spot what? Dead on the spot. Chen Feng's body suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented, terrifying murderous aura, as tangible as a substance, burst out from his body.
The temperature in the entire office seemed to suddenly drop below freezing at this moment. A Biao and the bodyguard who reported the news were so frightened by the murderous aura that they retreated repeatedly, their faces pale and they couldn't even stand steadily.
Wang Lei.
The best brother who grew up with him wearing open crotch pants, who never left him when he was at his lowest point and even gave him all his savings to support him.
Actually, dead? Impossible. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with bloodshot.
He clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles made a crisp crackling sound because of the force.
He doesn't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. The other party's target was him, so why would they attack a seemingly insignificant person like Wang Lei? Unless. A terrible thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Another attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The other party used Wang Lei's death news to disturb his mind and make him confused. And their real goal is still not good. Chen Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Ruoxue. And just as he turned his head, the loyal chief bodyguard who had been standing behind Qin Ruoxue, like a benchmark, appeared. A Biao, move.
His movements were as fast as lightning without any warning.
He was not going to protect Qin Ruoxue, nor was he going to attack Chen Feng.
Instead, he pulled out a syringe filled with transparent liquid from his waist, which he had prepared long ago, and stabbed it hard into Qin Ruoxue's snow-white neck.
All this happened within a second. It was so fast that Qin Ruoxue didn't even have time to react. Puff! The needle instantly sank into the skin.
A hideous and weird smile appeared on a Biao's face.
Mr. Chen, the game is over. The real name of Plan B is Walk into the Trap. Chapter 30 The chess game between the snake and the doctor.
Time, in a Biao's ferocious smile, was frozen into an absurd and deadly picture. Qin Ruoxue's eyes were filled with incredible shock and pain. She slowly lowered her head, looking at the syringe that had been completely injected into her body, feeling the cold liquid flowing rapidly along her blood vessels towards her heart. She couldn't figure it out.
Why?
Why would the person who betrayed her be her most trusted chief bodyguard, who had been with her for 5 years, had protected her from numerous attacks, and had shielded her from both open and secret attacks?
You.
She managed to utter a single word, and then, like a tidal wave, a strong sense of dizziness washed over her. Her vision began to blur, and her body softened as she fell backwards.
A Biao caught her limp body, and the ferocious smile on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was an almost numb, dead silence. He looked at the unconscious woman in his arms, who looked like a sleeping beauty. His eyes were complicated and there was a hint of struggle, but in the end, she was covered by the bone-chilling coldness. On the other hand, after experiencing the initial 0.1 second of shock, Chen Feng's raging anger instantly turned into absolute, calm murderous intent. He was cheated.
From the moment the news of Wang Lei's death and explosion came, he fell into the psychological trap carefully designed by the other party. The other party accurately grasped his only weakness of being loyal and righteous, and used the news of his brother's fake death to successfully shake his mind, creating this unique and fatal opportunity for a Biao, the most hidden insider, to strike a fatal blow.
Good calculation. What a good plan. Let her go.
Chen Feng's voice was emotionless, like a cold wind blowing from under the 10,000-year-old black ice, enough to freeze a person's soul. The Tang sword in his hand had been clenched again without him noticing. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low humming sound that thirsted for blood.
Mr. Chen, I advise you not to be impulsive.
Ah Biao held Qin Ruoxue hostage and slowly retreated until he reached the edge of the huge hole. A strong wind rushed in from behind him, making his clothes rustle.
The substance in this syringe is what we call angel's sigh.
His voice was calm and cold. It's not immediately fatal, but it can completely destroy a person's central nervous system within 30 minutes.
The only antidote is owned by my employer, Doctor.
Doctor. The mysterious code name mentioned by the Blood Wolf leader before he faked his death.
Chen Feng's gaze narrowed slightly.
It turns out that this is the full picture of Plan B.
It's not an assassination, but a kidnapping.
Using Qin Ruoxue's life as the most crucial bargaining chip to threaten him.
Who is your boss? Chen Feng asked coldly. When the time is right, you will know.
A Biao looked over Chen Feng's shoulder and looked at the office door. There, the bodyguard who came to report the news had already taken out a pistol with a silencer, and the black muzzle was pointed at Chen Feng's back.
Attack from front and back.
At this moment, this office turned into a death cage tailor-made for Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you're very strong as a monster. Ah Biao looked at him with a glint of admiration in his eyes. If it's a one-on-one fight, no one here can be your opponent. So, we can only ask you to meet with our boss in this way. Release Wan Lei. Chen Feng ignored his threat and just put forward his own conditions. He was now 100% certain that Wang Lei was not dead. The so-called explosion was just a realistic drama in Plan B to confuse him. As long as you're willing to cooperate, Mr. Wang will be safe. A Biao said, now, please throw away the knife in your hand. Chen Feng was silent. He glanced at Qin Ruoxue, who was being held hostage by a Biao, and then felt the almost negligible threat of the gun muzzle behind him. He is evaluating. Assess the possibility of taking care of two people at the same time and saving Qin Ruoxue in an instant. The conclusion is, it's difficult. A Biao's position was too tricky. He was at the edge of the hole. If he made the slightest movement, he could easily push Qin Ruoxue down from the height of hundreds of meters before being killed. This is a dead end. An open conspiracy. The other party used the lives of Qin Ruoxue and Wang Lei, two people he could not ignore, to force him into a situation where he had no choice but to compromise. Good. Chen Feng opened his mouth slowly and said the word he was most reluctant to say. He loosened his grip on the Tang sword. Dang! The murderous blade that had drunk countless blood fell on the smooth marble floor, emitting a clear and mournful cry. Seeing this scene, a Biao and the armed bodyguard were obviously relieved. What they feared most was that Chen Feng would not care and everyone would be destroyed. Very good. A Biao nodded. Now, please turn around, hold your head, and squat down. Chen Feng did as he was told. The moment he turned around, the corner of his mouth curled up in an icy arc that no one noticed. Compromise? These two words have never appeared in his dictionary. The reason he obeyed was just to create a better opportunity to escape. Seeing his cooperation, the armed bodyguard's vigilance dropped significantly. He slowly stepped forward and pulled out a pair of specially made alloy handcuffs from his waist, ready to completely restrain the tiger. Just when he was 3 steps away from Chen Feng, something strange happened and he was reborn. Qin Ruoxue, who had been quietly held in a Biao's arms, suddenly opened her tightly closed eyes without any warning. There was no trace of confusion or drowsiness in her eyes, only clarity and a bone-chilling chill that was enough to freeze everything. She was pretending to be poisoned. The feedback from Eye of Insight instantly exploded in Chen Feng's mind. Character, Qin Ruoxue. Status, angry. Pretending to be poisoned. The spread of the poison has been temporarily suppressed using the family's secret tortoise breathing technique. Chen Feng had no time to think about why she knew this strange secret technique. His body's instinct had already made the fastest and most correct response. At the same time Qin Ruoxue opened her eyes, she used all her strength, opened her mouth, and bit a Biao's arm that was strangling her neck. Ugh! A Biao was caught off guard and let out a painful groan, and his arm subconsciously loosened. Now is the time. Chen Feng, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly exploded like a spring that had been compressed to the extreme. He did not turn around to look at the person who came, but rushed forward as if flying close to the ground. He was not going to pick up the knife, nor was he going to attack a Biao. His target was the huge hole that was temporarily blocked. Bang! He slammed his shoulder into the temporary barrier. Sawdust flying. In front of the horrified gazes of a Biao and the bodyguard, his figure jumped out of the hundreds-meter-high hole and disappeared in the vast night rain. He jumped off the building? This madman. He actually chose to commit suicide? The armed bodyguard was completely stunned by the unimaginable scene before him. And after a Biao experienced a brief loss of consciousness, an unprecedented fear of death instantly gripped his heart. He suddenly realized that Chen Feng was not committing suicide. He is. Be careful up there. A Biao let out a heart-wrenching roar. But it was too late. Just as the bodyguard subconsciously looked up at the ceiling, a foot in shiny leather shoes, like a meteorite from outer space, kicked down fiercely from above the hole above his head. It's Chen Feng. After he jumped out, he actually grabbed the upper edge of the hole with one hand and flipped back with an incredible pull-up. And his target of attack, from the very beginning, was not a Biao, but the armed bodyguard who posed the greatest threat to him. Crack! There was a teeth-grinding sound of cervical vertebrae breaking. The bodyguard didn't even make a sound as his head was kicked in the back at a weird 180-degree angle, and he fell down limply. Flash sale. Chen Feng landed lightly on the ground. He didn't even glance at the corpse. His eyes, like two unsheathed swords, locked onto the last enemy.
A Biao.
At this moment, there was no trace of blood on a Biao's face. He looked at the man who was walking towards him step by step like a ghost, and the defenses in his heart completely collapsed.
He lost. A complete defeat. Don't come over here.
He screamed in fear and tightened his arms around Qin Ruoshua's neck again.
If you come over here again, I'll die with her.
However, at this moment, Qin Ruoshue gave him a sneer full of mockery and pity. She slowly took something out of her arms. It was a syringe exactly the same as the one a Biao had just used.
However, this syringe contains light blue liquid. Antidote.
She had already obtained the antidote before a Biao took action. A Biao's pupils instantly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape. He finally understood that from the beginning to the end, he was just a discarded piece on the doctor chessboard that could be sacrificed at any time. And Chen Feng finally understood why Qin Ruoshue was okay. It seems that the mysterious doctor not only wanted to invite herself over, but also gave Qin Ruoshue a letter of allegiance that she could not refuse.
It's really a good plan with one thing leading to another. The game is over. Chen Feng's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of a Biao.
He stretched out his hand, as fast as lightning, and accurately grasped a Biao's wrist holding the syringe.
Crack!
His wrist was crushed by him. A Biao let out a scream and let go of Qin Ruoshue. Chen Feng took Qin Ruoshue into his arms, and with his other hand, he pinched a Biao's neck and lifted him up into the air with one hand like a chicken.
Tell me, Doc, where it is?
Chen Feng's voice was cold and hoarse.
A Biao's face turned purple due to suffocation.
He looked at Chen Feng, but a strange sense of relief flashed in his eyes. He struggled to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth.
Binhai, First People's Hospital. He is waiting for you.
After he finished speaking, a trickle of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The poison sac hidden in his teeth was bitten to pieces by himself. Chen Feng frowned and threw his body to the ground.
The clue is broken again.
He lowered his head and looked at the pale-faced woman in his arms, who was still holding on with a stubborn look in her eyes.
Are you okay?
Qin Ruoshue shook her head and slowly injected the blue antidote into her body.
I won't die for now.
Her voice was a little weak, but more of it was a sense of relief at having survived.
Thank you.
Bite. At this moment, the system prompt sound rang in Chen Feng's mind without any warning. Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting the A-level assassination plot and protecting the life of the SSS-level mission target Qin Ruoshue.
The stage mission is completed.
Task rating, perfect. Reward, 50 million renminbi in cash.
Special item, 1 mantra potion.
Special skill, Absolute Calm Passive. New main quest has been triggered.
Mission name, Doctor's Chess Game. Mission level, SS level.
Mission objective, find out the true identity of the mysterious doctor and crush all his conspiracies against Qin Ruoshue and the host.
Task time limit, 72 hours.
Quest reward? A gleam of light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes.
Doctor. Binhai First People's Hospital.
He seemed to have caught the tail of this poisonous snake. He supported Qin Ruoshue and walked to the sofa and sat down. Looking at the wind and rain gradually subsiding outside the window, his eyes became extremely deep.
Tonight is still very long.
And this turbulent chess game taking place in Binhai City has just begun. Chapter 31, Aftermath and the Chess Player. The wind and rain gradually subsided, but the night grew darker. The Qin group's top floor office resembled a lair ravaged by a giant beast. Two still warm corpses, a massive hole in the wall, and the lingering smell of blood and gunpowder smoke silently told of the thrilling life and death struggle that had just taken place.
Chen Feng helped Qin Ruoshue sit down on the sofa.
She was still a little weak, but in her cold eyes, a fire she had never seen before burned.
It was the anger after being betrayed, and the determination to survive.
He did not immediately ask about the next plan, but poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her lips, his eyes falling on the almost invisible pinhole on her snow-white neck.
Turtle breathing technique?
Chen Feng's voice was calm, without any emotional fluctuations, as if he was discussing today's weather. The newly acquired passive skill Absolute Calmness made his brain like an ultra-high-precision computer at this moment, blocking out all distracting thoughts and leaving only the purest analysis and judgment.
Qin Ruoshue's fingers holding the water cup tightened slightly.
She raised her head and met Chen Feng's eyes as deep as the sea.
For the first time, she did not choose to avoid him. It's a little, lowbrow life-saving method used by the Qin family. She laughed self-deprecatingly, a hint of desolation in her smile. By controlling breathing and heartbeat, the body enters a state of suspended animation, temporarily delaying the spread of poison or injury.
I didn't expect that this method would save my own life today. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. This explained why the Eye of Insight had initially determined she was poisoned. Physically, she was indeed poisoned. It was just that she had used this secret technique to buy herself the crucial reaction time. This woman hides more secrets than he could imagine. However, now is not the time to explore these.
Is there anyone here whom you can absolutely trust? Chen Feng asked. Qin Ruoshue's eyes dimmed instantly.
Biao, the man who had followed her for 5 years like a shadow, was the only person who could support her in this cold business empire after her father passed away. But it was this person she trusted the most who dealt her the most fatal blow. She was silent for a long time before she slowly squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth, no more.
Very good.
Chen Feng's answer was beyond her expectations.
Qin Ruoshue looked at him in confusion. You're safest when you don't trust anyone.
Chen Feng's tone was indifferent, yet it carried an unquestionable power.
Now, call the head of your security company and have him bring the most reliable team to handle the scene.
Remember, use your private phone and tell him that this is a top-level confidential matter.
Any leaks will be at your own risk.
His words seemed to carry a natural command. Qin Ruoshue subconsciously took out her cell phone and dialed a number as he instructed. While Qin Ruoshue was on the phone, Chen Feng closed his eyes and immersed his mind in the system panel.
Host, Chen Feng.
Assets, personal cash of 120,450,000 yuan, Xingqian capital account of 331,500,000 yuan, $50 million Riverside Mansion Villa number 1. Skills, driving skill mastery, Eye of Insight, basic absolute calmness, passive.
Item, Mantra Potion X1.
With more than 120 million in personal cash and more than 300 million in the company account, his total assets have exceeded 450 million. What really made him feel at ease were the 2 new things he had acquired. Truth Potion, after using it on a target, it will render them unable to lie for 10 minutes and will answer any questions. Note, the effect may be weakened or even ineffective against targets with willpower far exceeding that of an average person. This thing is simply a magical tool for interrogation and forced confession. If we get it sooner, maybe we can pry more information about the doctor from Biao. Absolute calmness, passive. In any extreme emotional environment such as high pressure, crisis, anger, fear, etc., the host will maintain absolute rationality and logical judgment, and heart rate fluctuations will not exceed 10% of normal values. He had personally experienced the power of this skill.
The moment he learned of Wang Lei's death, the raging rage and murderous intent threatened to consume his sanity.
However, absolute calm was like an icy barrier, instantly isolating these emotions that could affect his judgment, allowing him to make the most accurate countermeasure in a fraction of a second. This is not just a combat auxiliary skill, but also a trump card that allows him to always be invincible in any battle of wits.
Doctor. This mysterious codename emerged in Chen Feng's mind. This is a formidable opponent.
His strength wasn't in force, but in strategy and human interaction. He treated everyone as a chess piece, even his own men. Blood Wolf, Viper, Biao, Qin Ruoshue, and even Chen Feng himself were all on his chessboard.
He used the illusion of an explosion to accurately hit Chen Feng's soft spot.
He also used an antidote as a token of allegiance and successfully planted a thorn of suspicion and cooperation in Qin Ruoshue's heart.
This is a top chess player.
And now, this chess player has set up a new chess game at Binhai First People's Hospital, waiting for him to fall into the trap.
Killed him directly?
That is what a reckless man does. Chen Feng knew very well that since the other party dared to point out the location, it must have become a dangerous place tailor-made for him. Before stepping into the chess game, he must have more information, more chess pieces. When he opened his eyes, Qin Ruoshue had already finished the call.
They'll be here in half an hour. That's enough.
Chen Feng nodded, took out his mobile phone and dialed Xiaoya's number.
The call was answered almost instantly. Chen Feng. Are you okay?
Xiaoya's anxious and crying voice came from the other end of the phone.
I'm fine.
Chen Feng's voice was steady and powerful, like a reassurance, instantly soothing Xiaoya's anxious heart.
Listen to me, there are a few urgent matters that need your immediate attention.
Okay, go ahead. Xiaoya immediately put away her emotions and got into work mode. First, mobilize all your connections and channels to immediately investigate the whereabouts of my brother Wan Lei. He's not dead, but he's likely under control. I need to know his exact whereabouts and whether he's safe as quickly as possible.
Mr. Wang.
Xiaoya took a breath of cold air. Only then did she realize that the message that Biao had asked her to convey was actually false.
Secondly, the framework of Star Capital must be established as quickly as possible. Security, intelligence, and legal affairs are the top priorities. You have full access to the 300 million yuan in the company account. If you're short on manpower, recruit new personnel. If you're short on equipment, buy new ones.
Even if you're spending money, you must build a workable makeshift team for me within 24 hours. Third, establish a media company, or acquire one directly. I want to control our own voice channels. Chen Feng's instructions, one after another, were clear, decisive, and full of unquestionable courage.
Xiaoya on the other end of the phone was overwhelmed with emotion.
All her previous fear and powerlessness were replaced by a strong sense of mission and responsibility at this moment. She knew that this was not only a test of her by Chen Feng, but also a trust in her.
Understood, she answered firmly, I promise to complete the task. Be careful. Chen Feng reminded and hung up the phone.
Then he dialed another number.
Mr. Li, sorry to bother you so late. Have you not rested?
On the other end of the line came the signature, hearty laugh of Binhai's know it all Li Wenba. Brother Chen, you're joking.
My nightlife has only just begun. What's up? Do you have another big business deal for me? Let's not talk about business for now.
Chen Feng's tone became serious.
I want to ask Mr. Li for a favor. Help me check a place. Oh? Where can you, Brother Chen, speak in person? Li Wenba's interest was piqued. Binhai First People's Hospital. Li Wenba paused noticeably. Brother Chen, why are you asking about this place? It's been, not peaceful there lately. Chen Feng's eyebrows suddenly raised. I'd like to hear more about it.
I can't really explain the details, but the rumors are that the hospital was recently cleared out by a mysterious force. Many prominent hospitalized individuals were asked to leave under various pretexts, and key departments like the monitoring center and the pharmacy have been replaced with new staff.
It feels like someone's using the place as a fortress. Fortress.
A cold light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. It seems that the doctor has made all the preparations.
Mr. Li, I need the most detailed information on that hospital. Chen Feng's voice was emotionless.
Architectural diagrams, security system layout, personnel lists, especially the background information of all new security and medical staff hired in the past month. Also, help me keep an eye on all entrances and exits of the hospital. I need to know the movements of any vehicles entering or leaving, as well as any suspicious individuals.
You named the price.
There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The smile on Li Wenba's face has completely disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. He was a smart man, and from Chen Feng's words, he smelled a strong smell of blood and impending storm. This is no longer an ordinary business intelligence investigation, it is simply reconnaissance behind enemy lines before a war begins.
If you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces.
Brother Chen, who are you going to war with? He asked with difficulty. A madman who calls himself Dr.
Chen Feng did not hide anything.
He knew that being honest with someone like Li Wenba would actually help him gain his trust.
Doctor.
Li Wenba chewed on the name, searching for information quickly in his mind, but found nothing.
I'll do you a favor.
Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision.
No need for money, just consider it a friendship. Give me an hour and I'll send the first batch of information to your email. Thank you very much.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng slowly exhaled.
2 key chess pieces have already fallen.
Xiaoya is responsible for rear line coordination and rescue, while Li Wenba is responsible for intelligence gathering at the front. He was slowly setting up a dragnet for the doctor with his own hands. He turned his head and looked at Qin Ruoshua, who had been quietly listening to his phone call. At this moment, in addition to shock, there was a strange light in her eyes. He is good at planning and decisive in killing. The energy and courage displayed by this man far exceeded her imagination. Where are we going next? She asked, her tone unconsciously carrying a hint of dependence.
A safe place. Chen Feng stood up. Before going to the hospital, I must ensure your safety first. He walked to the huge hole and looked at the bright lights of the city in the distance with deep eyes. Doctor, I'm here for your chess game. Now, it's my turn to make a move. Chapter 32 The Queen's Sanctuary. Half an hour later, a black Xinhua exclusive quietly slid out of the underground garage of Qin's building and merged into the sparse traffic flow late at night. Qin Ruoshua's private security team has taken over the top floor, led by a deputy supervisor whom she can barely trust. They are strictly following Chen Feng's instructions, cordoning off the scene and cleaning up any traces in the name of emergency repair of gas pipeline leakage. No one knew that their queen had quietly left, accompanied by a mysterious man, through an exclusive secret elevator that only the chairman could activate. The car was the most inconspicuous one in Qin Ruoshua's garage. Chen Feng drove it very steadily. The quiet space inside the car isolated all the noise from the outside world, leaving only the slight sound of air blowing from the air conditioning system. Qin Ruoshua leaned back in the soft leather seat, looking sideways at the rapidly receding neon lights outside the window. The city where she grew up now seemed strange and dangerous to her, as if a pair of prying eyes were hidden behind every dark window. A Biao's betrayal, like a poisonous sting, pierced her heart. It wasn't just the loss of a capable subordinate, it was the complete collapse of her entire trust system. For the first time, she felt like the queen of a deserted island, with nothing but the cold waters to lean on. "Why me?" She suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a barely perceptible fragility, breaking the silence in the car. "What?" Chen Feng looked straight ahead and steered the wheel steadily. "I mean, your transaction partner. There are so many prominent figures in Binhai City, why did you choose me?" This was a question she couldn't understand. This man seemed to appear out of nowhere, accurately finding her in her desperate situation, and forcibly interfering in her life in a way that was almost brutal. Chen Feng was silent for a moment. He couldn't say that it was because the system randomly issued the task. Because your situation is the most dangerous, and also because you are the most valuable. He gave a rational, yet truthful, answer. An empire about to be devoured by hungry wolves versus a queen at the pinnacle of power. For investors, the former clearly offers a higher rate of return. This answer is cold, cruel, yet extremely realistic. Qin Ruoshua laughed self-deprecatingly. It turned out that in the other party's eyes, she had been a high-risk, high-return investment from the very beginning. But for some reason, this answer made her anxious heart inexplicably calm down. Pure interest relations are far more reliable than complex human hearts. "What about you?" she asked. "Who are you?" "Star Capital. I've used Qin's intelligence network to investigate, but I can't find any information about it anywhere in the world. It's like a ghost." "Ghosts are the most awe-inspiring, aren't they?" Chen Feng's lips curled up mysteriously. "You can think of it as an organization that exists specifically to solve troubles. And you are its first client in China." Qin Ruoshua looked at him deeply and did not ask any further questions. She knew that there were some secrets she wasn't qualified to touch. She only needed to understand one thing: the man before her was her only and strongest ally. The Bentley drove out of the bustling city center, along the coastal avenue, all the way east, and finally slowly drove into the legendary Binhai's top wealthy area, Binjiang Mansion. When the car stopped smoothly in front of a brightly lit mountaintop villa, even Qin Ruoshua, who was used to luxurious scenes, had a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at the futuristic architectural design and the almost exaggerated private garden. "Here it is. My new home. You'll be staying here temporarily from now on." Chen Feng turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt. The security system here was designed by the Neutral Federation's top team. It's connected to the International Security Center 24 hours a day. Any unauthorized intrusion will trigger the highest level alarm within 3 seconds. At least in Binhai, there's no place safer than this. Qin Ruoshua was silent. Her own home, the mansion known as the Qin's Manor, now seemed to her to be leaky on all sides and full of spies and traps. Ironically, her final refuge was the home of a business partner whom she had only known for a few days. Entering the villa, the soft electronic voice of the intelligent butler sounded, and the lights automatically adjusted to the most comfortable brightness. Luxurious yet tasteful decoration, artwork worth tens of millions of yuan, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window that almost took up the entire wall of the living room. Outside the window, the dazzling night view of Binhai City. Everything here demonstrates the owner's extraordinary financial resources and taste. Qin Ruoshua's heart was filled with even more mystery about Chen Feng. "The guest rooms are on the second floor. You can choose anyone. The toiletries are all new." Chen Feng pointed upstairs and walked straight to the study. "Don't leave this villa until I finish some things."
After saying that, he walked into the study and closed the heavy wooden door. Shin Ruoshua stood alone in the empty living room, watching him disappear with a mixture of emotions. This man was always like this, arranging everything with an unquestionable dominance. Yet, this dominance gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Instead of going upstairs, she walked to the bar, poured herself a glass of red wine, and then walked barefoot to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She looked down at the thousands of lights below her feet. The Qin building, which represented her power and glory, was now just an inconspicuous dot of light. Falling from the clouds is just a matter of a moment. She clenched the goblet in her hand, and the fragility in her eyes was gradually dispelled, replaced by the firmness and coldness of being reborn through tempering. In the study, Chun Feng had already opened his laptop. His absolute calm skill made his brain, like the most sophisticated instrument, run at high speed. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue as he continuously reviewed every detail of the night, trying to find any clues about the doctor. Ding ding. A new email notification popped up in the lower right corner of the computer. The sender is Li Wenbo. Chun Feng took a deep breath and opened the email. The email contains several encrypted compressed files. He deftly entered the password Li Wenbo had given him over the phone, and the files were instantly decompressed. The overall building structure diagram of Binhai First People's Hospital, the fire escape map, the power system distribution map, the security monitoring deployment map, highly confidential documents were clearly displayed on the screen. In addition, there is a personnel list of dozens of pages, which records the information of all employees in the hospital in detail, and marks in red font those who have joined or transferred positions in the past month. Chen Feng's eyes, like an eagle, quickly swept through the densely packed information. The eye of insight quietly opened, and countless data streams flashed across his retina. He first clicked on the security surveillance map. The entire hospital had a total of 1,236 surveillance cameras, covering almost all public areas. But Chen Feng soon discovered a suspicious point. On the top floor of Building A, the 17th floor, home to the VIP intensive care unit, the density of surveillance cameras was over 3 times that of any other floor. Furthermore, these cameras were all military-grade infrared motion capture cameras, completely out of place compared to the standard cameras in other areas of the hospital. He immediately enlarged the architectural diagram of the 17th floor. The entire 17th floor had only one entrance and exit, controlled by 2 independent access control systems. All windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass. At the deepest point of the floor, there was a ward labeled Special Care 01. Its walls were reinforced with reinforced concrete, comparable to a small safe. This is not a ward at all, it is clearly an impregnable fortress. The doctor is most likely right here. Chen Feng's gaze immediately turned to the personnel list. He directly selected the new employees in the security department, a total of 27 people. He looked at them one by one. Wang Chang, male, 32 years old, veteran. Li Gang, male, 28 years old, former martial arts coach. When his eyes fell on the information of a man named Zhao Hailong, his pupils suddenly shrank. Zhao Hailong, male, 35 years old. Resume, former member of an international mercenary group, skilled in demolition and counter-reconnaissance, participated in numerous armed conflicts in Africa. Reason for joining: tired of war, seeking a stable life back home. A top mercenary who makes a living by licking blood in the hail of bullets would run to a hospital to work as a security guard and seek a stable life? This kind of nonsense might be enough to fool the girl in the HR department, but in Chen Feng's eyes, it was like a firefly in the dark night, extremely dazzling. He could almost conclude that this Zhao Hailong was the core figure planted by the doctor in the hospital security system. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. It was a text message from Xiaoya. Mr. Chen, Mr. Wang's car has been found. According to Skynet surveillance, it was last seen at Pier 7 in the east of the city, an abandoned industrial area. I've sent someone there, but the signal is blocked there, and drones can't get close. Pier 7. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Another pier. The doctor seems to have a special liking for this kind of place. It was obvious that this was a trap, a ploy specially prepared for him to lure the tiger away from the mountain. On the one hand, the other party used Wang Lei's safety to attract his attention, and on the other hand, they waited safely in the fortress of the hospital for him to fall into the trap. If it were the previous Chen Feng, facing the situation of his brothers being trapped, he might really be furious and kill them regardless of the consequences. But now, with absolute calmness, he simply treated this information as another variable on the chessboard and calmly incorporated it into his own calculation model. He looked at the 17-story structural diagram on the screen, then looked at Zhao Hailong's scarred face. A bold and crazy plan began to take shape in his mind. Do you think you have laid a tight net and want me to make choices? Unfortunately, I never make choices. I'll just flip your chessboard. Chen Feng picked up his phone and sent a message to Xiaoya. Don't send anyone near Pier 7. Stay put. Also, please prepare some things for me: a hospital cleaner's uniform, a high-powered signal jammer, and a list of medicines purchased by Binhai First People's Hospital for the past week. The more detailed, the better. After sending the message, he stood up and opened the door of the study. Qin Ruoxue was still standing in front of the window, like a beautiful ice sculpture. When she heard the door open, she turned around. Got a plan? I got it. Chen Feng walked to her side, stood side by side with her, and together they looked down at the sleeping city. The doctor set up a fortress on the 17th floor and a trap at Pier 7, waiting for me to split up and rescue people. Then he could calmly defeat my people, or me, one by one in the hospital. So what are you going to do? He wants me to go to the dock? Chen Feng's lips curled up into an icy smile. Then I won't go. He thinks the hospital is his home ground? Then I'll let that place become his operating table. Chapter 33 Fatal Express Delivery. Qin Ruoxue looked at the cold and confident smile on Chen Feng's face, and a chill rose in her heart involuntarily. She suddenly felt that the man behind the scenes who called himself a doctor and was good at manipulating people's hearts seemed to have made a fatal mistake. He shouldn't treat Chen Feng as prey. Because this man is a beast from the abyss, even more terrifying and hungry. What do you need me to do? Qin Ruoxue's voice returned to its usual calmness. She knew that now was not the time to be emotional. She had to become the sharpest knife in Chen Feng's hand. I need the power of the Qin group. Chen Feng turned around and looked at her with a scorching gaze. I want you to mobilize all your business connections and put maximum pressure on the board of directors of Binhai First People's Hospital in the shortest possible time. Pressure? Yes. I want you to use the Qin Group's 5-year medical equipment purchase order and its employee health checkup agreement as leverage to demand an immediate, hospital-wide, top-level fire safety and wiring inspection. Chen Feng spoke rapidly, but every word was crystal clear. The time is set for tomorrow morning at 4. Remember, you must make this demand with an unyielding, overbearing attitude. Make them believe that this is just a gratuitous, willful outburst from a female CEO like you after experiencing some irritation. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Qin Ruoxue's eyes. For in the morning is when people are most tired and least alert. Using willfulness as an excuse can minimize the other party's vigilance. And the hospital-wide overhaul will inevitably cause a certain degree of chaos, as well as a temporary power outage. This is creating opportunities for a surprise attack. No problem. She agreed without hesitation. The vice president of the hospital was my father's former protege. I can do this. Very good. Chen Feng nodded. Secondly, I need an authorization. A supreme authorization that will allow me to mobilize the security team around you at a critical moment. Qin Ruoxue looked at him deeply when she heard this. This is equivalent to handing over the last line of defense of one's life and property to this man. Without any hesitation, she took out a platinum badge engraved with a phoenix totem from her handbag and handed it to Chen Feng. This is the Qin clan's highest level Phoenix Order. Seeing this order is like seeing me in person. With it, you can mobilize any resources under the Qin clan, including security. Chen Feng took the badge, which felt cold to the touch, and felt its heavy weight. He knew that this was not just an authorization, but also a heavy and unreserved trust. One last question. Chen Feng's gaze fell back on the deep night outside the window. What's your second uncle, Qin Shanhe, been up to lately? Qin Ruoxue's eyes turned cold instantly. I'm afraid the news of Ah Biao's betrayal has reached him by now. I bet he's somewhere celebrating with champagne. Her tone was filled with undisguised hatred. He and the people behind him must think I'm a dead fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Then let them continue to think so. Chen Feng's mouth curled up with a playful arc. After I finish dealing with the doctor, it will be his turn next. 3:30 in the morning, Binhai City, east of the city. An inconspicuous black Fengqi van was parked in a dark corner 2 blocks away from Binhai First People's Hospital. The car door opened and Xiaoya jumped out of the car. There was an unconcealable fatigue on her face, and her eyes were a little red, but her eyes were unusually bright and determined.
After receiving Chen Feng's order, she mobilized almost all her energy.
Through her father Xiao Zhengxiong's network of connections, she contacted several leading figures in the Binhai city underworld. Using a large sum of money and favors, she prepared everything Chen Feng needed in just a few hours.
Mr. Chen, everything you want is here. She opened the trunk, and inside was neatly placed a toolbox, a neatly folded cleaning uniform, and an ordinary-looking black suitcase. Chen Feng nodded and got out of the car. He had changed into a black sports suit that was easy to move in. He looked like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed, emitting an icy edge.
"Where's the drug shopping list?" he asked.
"Here."
Xiaoya quickly handed over a tablet computer.
"This is the son of a director in the hospital's logistics department. He owed the casino a large sum of money. We helped him pay off his debt, and he gave us a copy of the entire back-end database." Chen Feng took the tablet and browsed it quickly. The names and quantities of various medicines, reagents, and medical supplies flashed before his eyes like a waterfall.
Soon, his eyes locked on several of the things. High-purity ether, purchase quantity, 50 liters, stock location, special care pharmacy on the 17th floor.
Sevoflurane, a potent inhalation anesthetic, purchase quantity, 20 bottles, stock location, special care pharmacy, 17th floor. High-concentration oxygen cylinders, purchase quantity, 10 cylinders, inventory location, special care pharmacy, 17th floor.
A hint of cold understanding flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. Individually, these items are common anesthetic and auxiliary supplies used in operating rooms. However, the fact that such large quantities were stored in a VIP ward pharmacy completely unrelated to the operating room is self-evident. The doctor not only transformed the 17th floor into a fortress, but also turned it into a private torture chamber where operations could be performed at any time.
"Thank you for your hard work."
Chen Feng returned the tablet to Xiaoya and patted her shoulder.
"From now on, you don't need to participate. Go back to Binjiang Mansion and wait for my news.
Remember, no matter what happens, don't leave the villa."
"But..."
Xiaoya wanted to say something, but when she saw Chen Feng's unquestionable look, she swallowed her words back. She knew that the battlefield ahead was no longer one she could set foot on. The only thing she could do was to manage the rear and not let him have any worries.
"You must come back safely."
Her voice trembled slightly. Chen Feng did not answer, but gave her a reassuring look, then picked up the black suitcase, turned around, and blended into the deep night.
3:50 in the morning. Binhai First People's Hospital, Inpatient Department Building A, 17th floor.
Security team leader Zhao Hailong was staring at the wall of surveillance screens with a cigarette in his mouth, bored. The more than 100 images above clearly show every corner inside and outside the 17th floor. It is so quiet that even a fly flying by can be seen clearly.
"Damn it, I really don't know what the doctor is doing.
He's made this place look like the federal building.
Not even a mouse can get in."
A security guard with a crew cut complained with a yawn.
"Stop talking nonsense."
Zhao Hailong blew out a puff of smoke and glanced at him sinisterly. "You take money and help others get rid of their troubles. The price the doctor gave us is enough for us to fight outside for 10 years.
I asked you to follow me, and you have so much nonsense?"
The security guard with a crew cut felt frightened by his gaze and quickly shrank his neck, not daring to say anything. Zhao Hailong, the living devil who came back from the African battlefield, no one in this group dared to mess with him. At this moment, the red emergency phone inside the monitoring center suddenly rang shrilly.
Zhao Hailong frowned and answered the phone.
"What's up?" "Captain Zhao, the control room downstairs just received a joint notice from the Municipal Fire Department and Qin's Group, saying that our hospital has a major fire safety hazard and requires immediate emergency maintenance.
The female president of Qin's Group is like crazy, saying that if it is not repaired immediately, she will cancel all cooperation with our hospital."
An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Maintenance?" Zhao Hailong's face darkened instantly. "When?" "For in the morning, right now. The construction team is downstairs.
They said they're going to temporarily cut off the non-emergency power supply to Building A."
"Bullshit."
Zhao Hailong slammed his fist on the table and cursed. "Tell them that the 17th floor is the intensive care unit.
An important person is recuperating there. The power must not be turned off." "It's no use, Captain Zhao."
The Qin family is being very stubborn, and even the dean is almost overwhelmed. Furthermore, they say that the wiring on the 17th floor is the most deteriorating and must be repaired first.
Otherwise, no one will be held responsible if something goes wrong. Zhao Hailong's expression was uncertain. Why are we suddenly carrying out fire inspections at this critical juncture? Is it a coincidence, or? He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and switched to the encrypted channel. Doctor, this is Hailong. There's an unexpected situation. There was a hissing sound of electricity from the intercom, and then an electronic synthesized voice that was processed and could not be distinguished between male and female rang out. Explain. Zhao Hailong briefly reported the situation. There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a moment. This is Qin Ruoshue's revengeful act. She doesn't even know we exist. Cut off the power. The 17th floor has an independent backup power supply, enough to last for 2 hours. Tell the brothers to be alert and strengthen patrols. Don't let any strangers get close to the entrance to the 17th floor. Clear. After receiving the instructions, Zhao Hailong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the doctor thinks there is no problem, it should be just a false alarm. He hung up the phone and shouted at his men, "Everyone, pay attention. From now on, enter level 1 alert. Not even a fly is allowed to fly into the 17th floor." Yes. At the same time, at the other end of the hospital, there is the central waste disposal station of the logistics department. A figure wearing a blue cleaner's uniform, a mask and a hat was pushing a garbage truck full of medical waste slowly towards the freight elevator leading to the underground parking lot. He was slightly hunched over and his steps were a little unsteady. He looked like an ordinary, elderly cleaner. It was Chen Feng who had already changed his clothes. Li Wenba's intelligence network was incredibly efficient. Not only did he obtain various hospital blueprints, he even knew the exact times and routes of the daily garbage collection. For in the morning was the designated time for clearing the previous day's medical waste in inpatient building A. This freight elevator was the only one that could reach the 17th floor logistics area without losing power. Chen Feng pushed the cart and walked into the elevator smoothly. The surveillance camera in the elevator was flashing red light. He seemed completely unaware and just struggled to push the heavy garbage truck into the corner. Just as the elevator door slowly closed, he turned his back to the surveillance camera and took out a palm-sized black instrument from his arms. He pressed a button on it. A faint green light on the instrument flashed. 17th floor, Security Monitoring Center. Zhao Hailong was staring at the screen intently. Suddenly, the surveillance screen on the freight elevator leading to the underground parking lot flashed and then turned into a snowflake. "What's going on?" he shouted. A security guard in charge of technical matters quickly stepped forward to check. "Captain Zhao, this could be signal interference caused by line maintenance." "It's normal." Zhao Hailong's brows were tightly twisted into a knot. For some reason, he always had an indescribable, ominous premonition lingering in his heart. At this moment, inside the elevator car, Chen Feng had already attached the high-power signal jammer to the bottom of the monitoring probe with a magnet. He raised his head and gave the snowy screen a cold, death-like smile. He opened the black suitcase he had taken from the Wen Qi. There were no guns or explosives in the box. There were only dozens of glass bottles of various sizes and some things that looked like chemical experimental equipment. He skillfully put on a pair of rubber gloves, picked up 2 bottles of liquid, and with precise and steady gestures, carefully poured them into a special sprayer. The 2 colorless and transparent liquids did not produce any violent chemical reaction at the moment of mixing. But Chen Feng knew what would happen when this mixture met another specific substance. He assembled the sprayer and placed it deep in the garbage truck, covering it with several black medical waste bags. Then he pressed the elevator floor button. 17. The elevator began to rise slowly. A silent operation carefully prepared for the doctor is about to begin. And the express delivery he delivered would be the most deadly anesthetic tonight. Chapter 34 Silent Surgery. Bite. The elevator reached the 17th floor and the metal doors slowly slid open to both sides. A strong smell of disinfectant hit my face, mixed with a faint smell of blood. Outside the door were 2 long, dark corridors. The pale emergency lights stretched people's shadows long and thin, like ghosts. The air was so oppressive that it seemed frozen. 2 burly security guards, with bulging temples, stood like gate gods, blocking the elevator entrance. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, and their waists were bulging, clearly armed. Seeing Chen Feng pushing the garbage truck out, one of the square-faced security guards immediately stepped forward and stretched out his arm to stop him. "Stop! What are you doing?" Chen Feng hunched over and raised his head, revealing a face tightly covered by a mask and a hat.
His eyes were cloudy, and he said timidly in a dialect with a strong rural accent, I'm here to collect garbage. The square-faced security guard frowned, looked him up and down, and then glanced at the garbage truck that was emitting a strange smell. Weren't we told to suspend cleaning today for maintenance? Who told you to come up? Yes, it was arranged by Supervisor Liu. He said that the medical waste on the 17th floor is infectious and cannot be left overnight. It must be disposed of immediately. Chen Feng took out a crumpled work order from his pocket and handed it over. That work order was naturally forged by Li Wenba's men. Both the format and the seal were so realistic that they could be mistaken for the real thing. The square-faced security guard took it, glanced at it, and then used the intercom to call Liu, the logistics department's supervisor, but received a busy signal. The line was under maintenance, and most internal communications had been interrupted. He waved his hand impatiently, all right, finish this and get out. Remember, you're not allowed to go anywhere else except the logistics room. Do you understand? Yeah, okay. Chen Feng nodded and bowed repeatedly, pushed the garbage truck, squeezed through the two of them, and walked towards the logistics room at the end of the corridor. The two security guards followed him with their gazes until he turned the corner and disappeared from their sight. Damn, it stinks. Another tall and thin security guard pinched his nose and cursed. Just bear with it. Once this job is done, I'll go back to Europe and buy a small island to bask in the sun every day. Neither of them noticed that the moment Chen Feng passed by them, a colorless and odorless, extremely fine aerosol had quietly spread out from the modified sprayer in the garbage truck. After entering the logistics room, Chen Feng immediately locked the door. Various cleaning tools and supplies are piled here, and the space is narrow and messy. Without stopping, he walked directly to the ventilation duct at the innermost part of the room. He unscrewed the grill, revealing a dark square entrance. According to the drawings provided by Li Wenba, this ventilation duct is the main duct of the independent central air conditioning system on the 17th floor, connecting all the rooms on this floor, including the Security Monitoring Center and the Impregnable Special Care 01 ward. Chen Feng took out the sprayer filled with mixed liquid in several small glass bottles from the garbage truck. He opened one of the glass bottles, which contained high-purity ether. He carefully and evenly sprinkled the ether on several clean rags, and then stuffed the ether-soaked rags deep into the ventilation duct. After doing all this, he picked up the sprayer. Inside were two liquids selected from a list of medicines. They seemed unrelated but could actually produce a horrific chemical reaction: hydrogen peroxide and a special alcohol compound. When this mixture meets ether, a chain reaction called gas phase explosion will rapidly occur under specific temperature and airflow rate. This reaction does not produce open flames or loud noises, but it will instantly produce large amounts of sevoflurane and another nerve-inhibiting gas. Both of these gases are highly effective anesthetics commonly used in hospitals. When their concentration reaches a critical value in a confined space, they will become the most deadly, silent killer. Chen Feng aimed the nozzle of the sprayer deep into the ventilation duct and pressed the start button. Hiss! A mist that was almost invisible to the naked eye was slowly injected into the pipe. He looked at his watch, calculating the time silently. According to his calculations, it would take about 3 minutes for this mixed gas to spread through the air conditioning system to every corner of the 17th floor. He took out a miniature oxygen respirator from his pocket and put it on his face. Security Monitoring Center. Zhao Hailong was pacing back and forth in annoyance. Damn it, when will this maintenance be over? Why am I feeling more and more stuffy? He tugged at his collar, feeling a little short of breath. Yeah, Captain Zhao, I feel a little dizzy too. The security guard with a crew cut rubbed his temples and yawned. My eyelids are getting heavier. I didn't sleep well last night. Before he could finish his words, his head tilted and he fell on the table, snoring softly. Hey! You kid! Zhao Hailong was about to curse, but suddenly he felt dizzy and the surveillance screen in front of him began to show double images. A strong sense of sleepiness swept through his brain like a tide. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the intense pain made him sober for a moment. Not good. There's something wrong with the air. As a veteran who had crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses, his intuition about danger was far superior to that of ordinary people. He immediately realized that they had been tricked. Enemy attack, hold on. He wanted to shout a warning, but found that his throat was as if strangled by an invisible hand, and he could only utter unclear syllables. His body became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness also began to sink rapidly into a dark abyss. Before he completely lost consciousness, he used up his last bit of strength, reached out, and pressed the red emergency alarm button under the table that was connected to the Special Care 01 ward. Woo woo woo. The shrill alarm sounded suddenly throughout the entire 17th floor. In the logistics room, a cold and sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Discovered. However, this was also within his expectations. That Zhao Hailong, who was able to survive the Foreign Legion, is indeed no ordinary person. But it was too late. He threw the sprayer and respirator into the garbage truck, opened the door and slipped out. The corridor was dead silent. The two security guards guarding the elevator entrance had already fallen to the ground, unconscious. In the distance, there were faint sounds of people falling to the ground. His silent surgery was successful. Now, there is only the last and hardest nut to crack the Special Care 01 ward. Chen Feng's figure was like a black lightning, moving rapidly through the empty corridor. He did not choose to break in through the main gate. According to the blueprints, the door of that ward was a bank vault-grade alloy door, and even with explosives, it might not be easily blown open. His target was the maintenance passage located directly above the ward, which was also connected to the main ventilation duct. A few seconds later, he arrived at the corridor outside the Special Care 01 ward. He stepped on the wall, flipped over nimbly, and grabbed the ventilation duct grill above the ceiling with both hands. He pulled with all his strength, and the seemingly solid grid was torn off by him. He jumped and entered the narrow and dark pipe. In the Special Care 01 ward, the sirens were still wailing frantically. A middle-aged man wearing a white coat and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, who looked gentle and refined, was standing in front of a sophisticated instrument with a frown on his face. He was wearing a professional gas mask on his face. What's going on outside? Why doesn't Hailong answer? His voice, processed by the electronic synthesizer, became cold and weird. It was the mastermind behind all this, Doctor. Behind him stood two burly men, also wearing gas masks and holding submachine guns. They exuded a bloody aura and were clearly true killing machines. Doctor, the alarm system shows that a high concentration of anesthetic gas has been detected in the outside air. The security center has lost contact. I'm afraid they have been wiped out. One of the big men said in a deep voice. Waste. The doctor cursed softly, but there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Interesting. You actually thought of using this method to break into my fortress. Chen Feng, you really didn't let me down. He raised his head and glanced at the vent in the ceiling. He should be here soon. Get ready and give him a welcome gift. Yes. The two big men immediately raised their guns and pointed the black muzzles at the vent. At this moment, there was a sudden beep electronic sound from the door of the ward. It seems that someone is entering the password outside. The doctor and the two big men were all stunned. Shouldn't everyone outside have fainted? The green light of the combination lock came on, and the alloy door clicked and slowly opened a crack. A figure in security uniform stumbled in. It was Zhao Hailong. His face was flushed, he was breathing heavily, and he looked in a terrible state. Doctor! Hurry up! That guy is a monster! He shouted as he staggered towards the doctor. Seeing this, the two armed men subconsciously moved the muzzles of their guns from the vent to the door. However, the moment Zhao Hailong rushed to the doctor, his originally panicked eyes suddenly became cold and sharp. He is not Zhao Hailong. He is Chen Feng. He used the memory function of the Eye of Insight to record Zhao Hailong's figure and clothing in the monitoring center, and completed the disguise in the shortest time. What he had just entered at the door was not a password, but the high-power jammer that instantly burned the electronic lock of the access control system. All of this is to create this one chance to score the winning goal. Not good. The doctor reacted extremely quickly and his body suddenly retreated backwards. But Chen Feng's speed is even faster. The Tang sword in his hand had been unsheathed at some point. A bright knife light flashed across the room like lightning that cuts through the darkness. Puff! The two gunmen, who had not yet had time to turn their guns, simultaneously felt a stream of blood spurting out of their throats. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and horror, and then their bodies fell limply. Flash sale. Without any pause, Chen Feng pointed his toes and his body turned into a shadow, rushing straight towards the doctor who had retreated to the corner. The blade points directly to the opponent's heart. However, just as the tip of the knife was about to touch the doctor's white coat, a strange, victorious smile appeared on the doctor's face. He suddenly tore open his white coat. What was revealed was not flesh and blood, but rows of high-energy explosives flashing red. On his chest, there was a bright red countdown that kept beating. 003. Chen Feng, welcome to my operating table. Now, let us welcome the ultimate art together. Chapter 35 The Truth Beneath the Chessboard. 002. The countdown to death rapidly enlarged in Chen Feng's pupils. The flickering red light, like the grin of a devil from hell, was enough to make anyone lose their mind in an instant. This is a deadly trap. The doctor used his own body to make the last chess piece, a suicide truck that could die together with his opponent. He didn't even think about living. From the moment Chen Feng stepped onto the 17th floor, no matter which path he chose, the final outcome would be that he would be led to this room and then blown to pieces by this carefully planned explosion. So cruel. So crazy. However, facing this death threat that could devour everything, Chen Feng's eyes remained calm, like a pool of ice that had not melted for 10,000 years. The passive skill absolute calmness was brought to its full potential at this moment. His brain completed billions of calculations in 0.01 seconds. Back off? Too late. At a distance of 3 meters, the shockwave from the explosives was enough to tear him to pieces. Block? That's a joke. How can a flesh and blood body withstand the destructive force of high-energy explosives? The only chance of survival lies in. Keep moving forward. 001. Just when the countdown was about to reach 0, Chen Feng not only did not retreat, but instead pushed his speed to the limit. His body was like an arrow shot from a bow, no, faster than an arrow. Like a flash of black lightning, he instantly crossed the distance between life and death. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung the Tang sword in his hand from bottom to top at a tricky and strange angle, like lightning. His target was not the doctor's heart or throat, but his jaw where the gas mask was placed. A hint of surprise flashed across the doctor's eyes. He had never expected that Chen Feng would make such a crazy and unreasonable attack at the last moment. What does he want to do? The next second, he knew the answer. Clang! The blade precisely cut the buckle connecting the doctor's jaw to the gas mask. Sparks flying. The seemingly sturdy buckle broke with a sound. A huge lifting force came along the blade, blowing the gas mask on the doctor's face and the pair of gold-rimmed glasses up together. Chen Feng, with the help of this reaction force, twisted his body in mid-air in an incredible posture and shot out to the side and rear. Midnight. Boom! The deafening explosion finally sounded. The terrifying airwave, like a ferocious beast, instantly swallowed up the entire room. The reinforced concrete walls were torn and exploded easily like paper in the face of this destructive force. Countless pieces of rubble, steel bars, and debris of medical equipment, wrapped in flames, splattered wildly in all directions. The entire inpatient building shook violently. At the moment of the explosion, Chen Feng's body just flew out of the door. But the tsunami-like shock wave that followed still hit him hard on the back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His body, like a fallen leaf in the wind, was blown away directly, across the long corridor, hit the wall at the other end hard, and then fell heavily to the ground. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, his back was burning, and he didn't know how many bones he had broken. If he had not used his Tang sword to stab the ground at the last moment, relieving most of the impact, this blow would have been enough to take his life. Even so, he was seriously injured. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to get up from the ground, but his body refused to obey him. His vision went black and there was a constant buzzing sound in his ears. The explosion temporarily destroyed his hearing. Just when his consciousness was about to blur, a cold, deadly sense of crisis came from behind. Chen Feng rolled over on the spot without thinking. Laugh! A military dagger flashing with a cold blue light, almost touching his scalp, stabbed fiercely into the place where he had just been lying. A deep crack was made in the marble floor. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. He endured the severe pain, turned over and half knelt on the ground, looking up. Amidst the sea of fire and ruins, a figure slowly stood up. His white coat had been blown to shreds, and his entire body was covered in charred marks from the flames. One of his arms was even twisted unnaturally. But he is still alive. What shocked Chen Feng the most was his face. The face hidden by the gas mask finally revealed its true appearance. That was not a middle-aged man, but a young man who looked to be only 27 or 28 years old at most. His face was pale and looked sickly, but his facial features were extremely handsome.
However, between those handsome eyebrows, there was an inextricable madness and paranoia. He is not a doctor. Eye of insight, activate. Name? Disguise. Identity, silver masked man, leader of the Blood Wolf. Status, severely injured, angry, and full of murderous intent. It's him. The silver masked man who was killed by his own knife in the dock warehouse and then faked his death and escaped. Chen Feng understood instantly. From beginning to end, there was no doctor at all. In other words, this so-called doctor is just a cover, a fictional ghost directed by the man in the silver mask. He is the only player in the entire game. He used a non-existent doctor to mislead Chen Feng's judgment, making him think that his opponent was a think tank who was good at planning. He used himself as bait, put on a bomb vest, and staged a drama of mutual destruction, making Chen Feng think that the boss had finally been brought to justice. And his real killer move was to launch this fatal blow after the explosion, while Chen Feng was seriously injured and at his lowest alert. One thing leads to another, and there is a plan within the plan. This man not only has terrifying skills, but also has an extremely deep mind. Surprised? The Blood Wolf leader stepped out of the sea of fire. His voice was no longer the cold electronic synthesizer sound, but a hoarse voice with a metallic texture. He looked at Chen Feng, his crazy eyes full of cat and mouse playfulness. Do you think I'm dead? Unfortunately, the explosives I carry are only for directional blasting. The power is just enough to collapse this house and, by the way, seriously injure you, a monster. He moved the twisted arm, and the bones made a teeth-grinding crackling sound before he reconnected them. Now, the game is over. He licked his cracked lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Tell me, what exactly is Star Capital? Where is your headquarters? And what is our purpose in sending you to Binhai? Tell me, I can give you a quick death. Chen Feng leaned on his tang sword and slowly stood up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the man in front of him who thought he had one. A cold smile full of mockery appeared on his face. What, are you laughing at? The Blood Wolf leader frowned slightly. I'm laughing at you. Chen Feng straightened up, and his overwhelming momentum actually increased instead of decreasing after being injured. So much nonsense. Before he finished speaking, he moved. He did not choose to escape, but took the initiative and launched an attack. At this moment, he and his sword seemed to turn into a blood-red lightning that went against the current. Court death. A flash of rage flashed in the eyes of the Blood Wolf leader. He didn't expect that this man would dare to swing a knife at him even though he was seriously injured. He raised the military dagger in his hand and rushed forward. Dang! 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 A series of dense, rain-like sounds of metal clashing madly exploded in the messy corridor. Two figures are reaching their maximum speed. The flash of swords and shadows of daggers, illuminated by the fire, intertwined into a web of death. Every collision produced dazzling sparks. The Blood Wolf leader became more and more frightened as the fight went on. He discovered that although Chen Feng was injured and his speed and strength had decreased, his swordsmanship had become more tricky and ruthless than before. Every knife strikes directly at his vital points. Every knife strike is filled with the madness of mutual destruction. This isn't a fight at all, it's a fight for life. Madman. The leader of the Blood Wolf was forced to retreat again and again. He couldn't understand why this man could still burst out with such terrifying fighting power. What he didn't know was that what supported Chen Feng at this moment was no longer just physical strength, but a kind of belief. One is the murderous intent to completely kill the enemy who is playing with him at will. Puff! After another fierce collision, Chen Feng's blade finally found a flaw and cut a wound deep enough to see the bone on the chest of the Blood Wolf leader. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. Ah! The Blood Wolf leader let out a painful roar, took advantage of the momentum to roll over and create some distance. He covered his chest and looked at Chen Feng's eyes burning with blood-red flames. For the first time, a trace of fear arose in his heart. You, what kind of monster are you? Chen Feng didn't answer him. He just slowly raised the tang sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the opponent's eyebrows. Although he was breathing heavily and his face was as pale as paper, the aura in his body had reached its peak. Like a god, like a devil. The leader of the Blood Wolf knew that he could no longer fight him head-on. This man's willpower was beyond his comprehension. A trace of unwillingness and resentment flashed in his eyes. He made a feint, turned around and rushed towards the window at the other end of the corridor. He wants to run.
However, just as he took 2 steps, a sharp sound of breaking air came from behind him. He turned back subconsciously. The blood-stained Tang sword, like a thrown javelin, was spinning and whistling as it flew towards him with an unstoppable determination. No! He let out a desperate roar and dodged to the side with all his might. Puff! The sharp blade could not be completely avoided in the end. The Tang sword pierced through his right shoulder blade fiercely, and with a huge impact force, nailed his entire body to the wall behind him. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire floor. The Blood Wolf leader was pinned to the wall, unable to move. Blood flowed down the blade, staining the white wall red. Chen Feng dragged his seriously injured body and walked in front of him step by step. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the knife, which was still trembling slightly. Now, it's my turn to ask and you answer. His voice was hoarse and cold, like the sentence of death from the netherworld. Chapter 36 The Snake and the Queeness Invitation. Flames crackled in the ruins, illuminating the Blood Wolf leader's face, which was distorted with pain and fear. He was pinned to the wall by the Tang sword, like a bloody mural full of violent aesthetics. Every breath he took would cause the wound on his shoulder blade to tug, bringing heart-wrenching pain. Chen Feng stood before him, looking down at him, his eyes devoid of pity, only cold indifference. His injuries were equally severe. The burning pain in his back and the shock of his internal organs made every breath taste of blood. Yet, his upright figure was like an unshakable mountain. Who sent you? Chen Feng's voice was hoarse, but every word was like a knife, engraving on the nerves of the Blood Wolf leader. Did you think I would tell you? The Blood Wolf leader panted, but a crazy smile appeared on his face. Kill me. Otherwise, you will regret it. He has a backup plan. Chen Feng instantly realized this. This man, cunning as a fox and ferocious as a wolf, would never surrender so easily. Really? A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He didn't say anything more, but took out an inconspicuous small glass bottle filled with clear liquid from his pocket. It was the mantra potion rewarded by the system. The leader of the Blood Wolf looked at the small bottle, with a hint of doubt and disdain in his eyes. What? You want to poison me? Don't waste your energy, Before he could finish his words, Chen Feng had already made a lightning-fast move, pinching his chin and forcing his mouth open. The cold liquid flowed down his throat and was poured into him. What, did you give me to drink? The Blood Wolf leader struggled in fear, but he was nailed to the wall and was completely powerless to resist. The potion melted in his mouth without any taste, but a strange warm current instantly rushed to his brain. His eyes began to blur, and his struggles grew weaker and weaker. His frantic will seemed to be rapidly being shattered by an invisible force. Now, answer my question. Chen Feng released his hand, his voice carrying some kind of hypnotic power. Who is your employer? The Blood Wolf leader's lips moved uncontrollably. His mind was frantically resisting, but his body's instincts prevented him from lying. It's Snake. He uttered the word with difficulty. Snake? Another code name. Who is Snake? Where is he? Chen Feng continued to ask. I don't know. Snake is just a code name. All our missions are conducted through encrypted channels. I have never met him in person. A trace of struggle appeared in the eyes of the Blood Wolf leader, as if this question touched the core of his will. Chen Feng frowned slightly and asked in a different way, what is the name of your organization? Ouroboros. Ouroboros, an ancient mystical symbol of cycles and infinity. What is the relationship between Qin Ruoshua's second uncle, Qin Shanhe, and you? He's one of Snake's collaborators. For this operation, he'll provide the Qin group's internal intelligence, and will be responsible for clearing any obstacles. It was indeed him. Chen Feng no longer had any hope. Qin Shanhe wasn't just after the family fortune. Behind him stood a terrifying and mysterious assassin organization. Why are you targeting me? Where did you get the information about Star Capital? This is the question that Chen Feng cares about most. It's Zhou Hai. The Blood Wolf leader's breathing became increasingly rapid. After you crippled Zhou Hai, the Snake's men contacted him. From him, we learned of the existence of Star Capital. The Snake believes that any uncontrolled cross-river dragon is a potential threat to Binhai City and must be nipped in the bud. Zhou Hai. It turned out that it was this little character whom he had ignored who leaked the most crucial information. It seems that to cut the grass, we must remove the roots. One last question.
Chen Feng's eyes became extremely sharp. What trap did you set at Pier 7 in the East City? Where is Wang Lei? Pier number 7 is a trap.
The body of the blood wolf leader began to tremble violently, and blood oozed out of all his orifices. Obviously, the effect of the true word potion was having a final confrontation with his strong willpower. Thermobaric bombs are installed there. If there's any sign of life approaching the core area, they'll detonate. Wang Lei, he's been locked up in a container on the outermost. It's a decoy, and also part of the detonating device. Thermobaric bomb. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. This kind of weapon of mass destruction actually appeared in Binhai City. These lunatics. If Xiaoya's men approach rashly, the consequences will be disastrous. Boom. At this moment, the ceiling above my head shook violently, and countless pieces of gravel and dust fell down. The structure of the entire building has been severely damaged in the explosion just now, and a second collapse may occur at any time. Must leave immediately. The leader of the Blood Wolf looked at Chen Feng's solemn expression, and a strange sense of pleasure flashed in his eyes. You know now, so what? You can't save him, haha, see you, in hell. He laughed wildly, and blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. The effect of the true word potion and the conflict with his will have completely destroyed his brain. Chen Feng's eyes were as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice. He slowly pulled the Tang sword out of the body of the Blood Wolf leader. Puff. A stream of blood spurted out. The body of the Blood Wolf leader slid softly to the ground, his life force rapidly fading away. Chen Feng didn't look at him again. He turned around, dragging his severely injured body, and staggered towards the end of the corridor. There is a window leading to the external fire corridor. He must get to Pier 7 in the shortest time possible. It was 5 in the morning and the sky was getting light. Riverside Mansion number 1 Villa. Qin Ruoxue didn't sleep all night. She stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the distant skyline, which gradually changed from deep dark blue to fish belly white. She didn't know what happened at the hospital, and Chen Feng never contacted her again. This waiting was extremely tormenting for her. At this moment, her personal cell phone suddenly rang. It is an encrypted unknown number. She hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. Who? My queen, it seems that you didn't have a very pleasant time last night. A young man's gentle and charming voice came from the other end of the phone, but there was a chilling and playful tone in his voice. Qin Ruoxue's pupils suddenly shrank. This sound. Although she had only heard it once, it was already deeply engraved in her bones. The mysterious opponent who planned her first assassination attempt overseas, causing her to escape death and almost die in a foreign country. It's you. Her voice instantly turned cold to freezing point. Ha, it seems you still remember me. I'm truly honored. The man chuckled, as if reminiscing with an old friend he hadn't seen in a while. I had intended to have that mad dog, Blood Wolf, bring you greetings, but I didn't expect someone like Chang Yaojin to show up midway and disrupt my plans completely. The Chang Yaojin you mentioned has probably torn your mad dog into pieces by now. Qin Ruoxue counterattacked coldly. Oh? Really? The man's tone was full of amusement. That's really interesting. It seems that I underestimated your ability to find help. But it doesn't matter. The game has just begun. What on earth do you want to do? What I want has always been clear. The man's voice suddenly became low and oppressive. Qin, and you. My dear sister. Elder sister? These two words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Qin Ruoxue's mind. Her body suddenly stiffened, and the blood drained from her face. You are. It seems, father, you've never mentioned me to me. The man sighed meaningfully. That's right. After all, I'm just a bastard who lives in seclusion. Tonight, I've prepared a welcoming banquet for you at the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Binhai International Hotel. Bring your Chang Yaojin with you. I have some family matters that I want to talk to you about. Remember, don't be late. After that, the phone was simply hung up. Qin Ruoxue stood there holding her cell phone, her whole body cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A chill that frightened her more than a Biao's betrayal and Ouroboros's pursuit was growing and spreading crazily from the bottom of her heart. The biggest enemy hidden deep inside her was actually someone she had never met. Younger brother. At this time, at the other end of Binhai City, Pier 7. Chen Feng's figure, like a ghost, appeared silently in the abandoned industrial area. The first rays of morning light have appeared on the horizon. He stood on a tall container and observed the layout of the dock through a telescope. His injuries were extremely serious, but he simply treated the wound and rushed over immediately. Wang Lei is still waiting for him to rescue him. Soon, he found the container where Wang Lei was imprisoned at the outermost edge of the dock, as the Blood Wolf leader had mentioned. And in the central area of the dock, in an open space surrounded by countless containers, he saw a huge cylindrical object covered with canvas.
Thermobaric bomb.
Chen Feng's eyes were solemn to the extreme. He knew that if he took a wrong step, this place would instantly turn into a sea of fire. He put away the telescope, took a deep breath, and was about to plan his infiltration route. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated.
It's a text message. From a number he had never thought of. His ex-wife, Lin Shui. Chen Feng, I know you must hate me now. But I beg you, save me. Qin Shanha is a devil. He locked me up. The address is.
At the end of the text message, a location was attached. Chen Feng clicked on the location, and his pupils instantly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shape.
The location that was located was surprisingly Pier 7, Central Area. The location of that thermobaric bomb. Chapter 37, The Unsolvable Equation.
The first ray of dawn, like the sharpest blade, cut through the eastern skyline of Binhai City. The cold light shone through the silhouette of the towering crane at Pier 7, and fell upon Chen Feng's pale face, bringing no warmth. The stench of blood and the scorched odor of the ruins mingled on his body, as if he had just crawled out of the furnace of hell. Every breath he took ripped through the skin on his back, burned by the shockwave, and his internal organs, bringing waves of piercing pain. However, what froze his mind even more than the physical pain was the line of cold text on the phone screen and the glaring red location coordinates.
Lin Shui.
This name was like a poison ice needle, piercing his nerves that were stretched to the limit without any warning. Every word in the distress message was filled with panic and helplessness, like the final cry of a lamb caught in the clutches of a demon. And the location precisely pointed to the center of the dock, that forbidden zone surrounded by countless containers, where the core of the thermobaric bomb lay.
Coincide?
This thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind for a moment, but was immediately suppressed by his absolute rationality.
There is absolutely no coincidence on this chessboard carefully constructed by the snake.
Lin Shui's appearance wasn't an accident, but another crucial chess piece thrown by the other side. A deadly poison bait, coated in sugar, that could detonate the entire chess game. The passive skill of absolute calm was like an icy barrier, isolating all emotions that could affect judgment, such as anger, hatred, and suspicion.
At this moment, Chen Feng's thoughts became clearer and faster than ever before. This is an equation. A seemingly unsolvable death equation. Two variables, Wang Lei and Lin Shui. One constant, enough thermobaric bombs to level an entire dock. Trigger condition, any vital signs entering the core area. Wang Lei's position was on the periphery, the bait, the beginning of the decoy. As long as he was alive, the trap would remain in place.
Lin Shui's position was at the core, a hostage, and even more so, a trigger. Saving her was like actively pulling the trigger on a gun pointed at everyone.
This is a cruel multiple-choice question. Save your brother or save your ex-wife? No, it wasn't even a choice. Regardless of who he chose to save first, as soon as he stepped onto the dock and approached anyone, the thermobaric bomb's detonation mechanism would likely be activated.
Since the enemy was able to bring in military-grade weapons like thermobaric bombs, their surveillance must have covered the entire area. His every move was likely clearly visible to Snake. The purpose of the Snake is to put him in this dilemma, to make him make the wrong choice in anxiety and despair, and eventually turn into ashes along with the people he wants to save. He could even imagine that the Snake was sitting in a comfortable room at this moment, holding a glass of red wine, watching with great interest the mouse trapped in the maze and struggling in vain on the screen. Chen Feng slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the cold air with a salty sea breeze. The severe pain made him more conscious. Is Lin Shui's call for help true or false? From what he knew of that woman, she was greedy and selfish, willing to betray a 6-year relationship for money without hesitation. It was perfectly normal for such a person to be treated like a pawn by a tyrant like Qin Shanha. Her cry for help was probably 80% genuine. But the remaining 20% is a deadly trap. What if this was a play she had performed with Qin Shanha, or even with the Snake? What if she hadn't been kidnapped at all, and was just an actor luring herself into a trap? In Chen Feng's mind, Lin Shui's cold and resolute face appeared during the divorce. He could no longer have any trust in her. However, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that she was innocent, could he just watch her being blown to pieces? No. He could hate her, he could become a stranger to her, but he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. This has nothing to do with feelings, it only concerns his bottom line as a human being. What's more, there was Wang Lei, the brother who had grown up with him wearing open-crotch pants and who was willing to use all his savings to help him when he was at his lowest point. He must be saved. Not one can be left behind. Since this is an unsolvable equation, break it and redefine the rules in your own way. The snake wanted him to answer multiple choice questions, but he refused to do them. He wants to overturn this chessboard and the chess player who thinks he is God. A terrifying glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He raised the binoculars again, this time no longer confining his gaze to the 2 containers holding the hostages, but scanning the entire dock. Cranes, tracks, cargo ships, warehouses. The seemingly unrelated elements were quickly disassembled and reassembled in his mind. The ability of Eye of Insight gave him superhuman observation and memory. Every detail of the dock, every possible use case, was transformed into a stream of data, rapidly calculated in his mind. 10 minutes later, a plan that was so crazy that it was almost whimsical gradually took shape in his mind. This plan requires calculations accurate to the second, operations beyond the limit, and even more, external help. He no longer hesitated, took out his cell phone and called Xiaoya. The call was answered almost instantly. Chen Feng. How are you? What's happening at the hospital? Xiaoya's voice was filled with uncontrollable anxiety and worry. She had obviously learned about the massive explosion at the hospital through some channels. I'm fine. Chen Feng's voice was hoarse and calm, without a trace of emotion, as if the thrilling life and death battle last night had nothing to do with him. Listen to me, there are more urgent things you need to do now. Don't ask why, just do it immediately. Okay, you go ahead. Xiaoya immediately put away all her emotions and entered an efficient working state. First, contact Li Wenba immediately and have him mobilize all available connections to clear all personnel within a 3-kilometer radius of Pier 7 within half an hour. This is a chemical leak, and the severity level has been set as the highest. Secondly, contact Li Wenba. I need him to gain access to all the surveillance equipment at Pier 7, as well as the remote control systems for those large gantry cranes. No matter the cost, I want ultimate control within 40 minutes. Third, in the name of Star Capital, urgently rent an ocean-going freighter with a displacement of no less than 5,000 tons and a heavy helicopter of the Skyhawk class. Now, immediately, sail to the sea off Pier 7 and wait. Fourth, and most importantly, Chen Feng paused, his voice becoming grave. Contact the Binhai Port Authority. I want to rent the largest rail-mounted gantry crane at the dock, capable of lifting over 400 tons. Yes, that big blue one. Tell them I'm going to use it to lift an unconventional cargo. Xiaoya on the other end of the phone was completely silent. Every request Chen Feng made went beyond the normal business scope, even to the point of being unthinkable. Clearing the docks, hacking into surveillance systems, renting cargo ships and helicopters, and even mobilizing the giant gantry crane that could lift a small warship. What exactly does he want to do? But her good professional ethics and absolute trust in Chen Feng prevented her from raising any questions. Understood. Her voice was calm and firm. All requirements will be implemented within the hour. Is there anything else I can do? Yes. Take good care of Qin Ruoxue. Before I return, the villa will activate the highest security level. No one is allowed to enter or leave. You must be careful. Xiaoya's voice still had a hint of trembling. Rest assured. Chen Feng hung up the phone and looked up at the rising sun that had already jumped out of the sea level. The sunlight stretched his shadow very long on the cold container. Snake, you're game, I'll take over now. He leaped forward, and his figure silently merged into the huge steel maze made up of containers. The hunt begins. Chapter 38, Ghost of the Iron Forest. Pier number 7 is a steel forest made up of countless stacked containers. To protect your Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Rusty red, faded blue, and mottled white create a vast and depressing post-industrial landscape. The sea breeze, passing through the narrow gaps between the containers, echoes with a whimper, like the whispers of the dead. Chen Feng is a ghost wandering in this forest. He restrained his aura to the utmost, his footsteps as light as a cat's, each landing precisely on solid ground without making any noise. His black combat uniform, already tattered in the hospital explosion, was now stained with dust and congealed blood, a perfect disguise, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the shadows of this abandoned industrial area. Absolute calmness allowed him to block out the severe pain in his body, while Eye of Insight became his only navigation in this maze of death. On his retina, a three-dimensional map slowly took shape, constructed in real time. Every container number, every possible route, every surveillance camera's scanning angle and blind spot were clearly marked. Like a skilled chess player, he mentally deduced every move, avoiding every visible trap. The defense here was tighter than he had imagined. In addition to the cameras visible on the surface, many containers have smaller hidden cameras and infrared sensors in the gaps and high places. These devices are cross-covered, almost eliminating all the possibilities of conventional infiltration. If he didn't have that Eye of Insight, he would have been exposed the first minute he stepped onto the dock. He was like a shadow, sticking to the wall of the container, sometimes sneaking, sometimes climbing over, and rapidly approaching the area where Wang Lei was in an incredible route. Just as he was about to pass through a triangular area formed by three stacked containers, his footsteps suddenly stopped. In the Eye of Insight's field of vision, two faint red humanoid silhouettes appeared in the shadows around the corner ahead. They exuded the uniquely cold and bloody aura of the Ouroboros assassins. "It's a secret sentry." Chen Feng's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. Without the slightest hesitation, his body tensed like a fully drawn bow. He pulled out the Tang sword, which had drunk the blood of the Blood Wolf leader, from the scabbard at his leg. The next second, he moved. There was no sound of breaking air, no sound of footsteps. His figure was like a wisp of green smoke, quietly circling to the side and rear of the shadow. The two sentries were leaning against the container, vigilantly observing the open space in front of them, unaware that death was already behind them. One of them seemed a little impatient and complained in a low voice in a language that Chen Feng could not understand. The other person made a silencing gesture and replied in the same language, "Shut up, the eyes of the snake are watching us." The moment he finished speaking, a cold light, like moonlight appearing out of nowhere, flashed across his companion's neck. "Well." The complaining sentry let out a strangled gurgle, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. He reached for his neck, where the blood was gushing, but a powerful hand clamped over his mouth from behind, silencing any sound. His body, gripped by a tremendous force, collapsed silently. The secret sentry next to him didn't react until this moment. He turned around suddenly and saw a pair of emotionless and extremely cold eyes. Fear instantly gripped his heart. He subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to call for help and press the alarm on his chest. But it was too late. Chen Feng's figure appeared in front of him as if teleporting. The Tang sword, which was still dripping with blood, turned into a black lightning and pierced his entire head from bottom to top, precisely from his jaw. All the sounds and movements came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Chen Feng slowly drew his Tang sword and let the second corpse slide softly to the ground. The entire process was smooth and effortless, without a single unnecessary sound. He didn't even glance at the two corpses. In a flash, he disappeared into the deeper shadows. After clearing out the secret sentries, the road ahead became smooth. 5 minutes later, he finally arrived at his destination. It was a blue container numbered WH7703, standing quietly in the outer area of the dock, looking no different from the hundreds of similar ones around it. But Chen Feng knew that his brother, Wang Lei, was inside. He did not approach rashly, but hid behind a container several dozen meters away, carefully scanning the target with his Eye of Insight. The container's door lock was a custom-made electronic combination lock. At the top and bottom of the door, he saw two laser tripwires, thinner than a hair, almost blending in with the rust. If someone forced the door open, the tripwires would be severed, and the alarm would sound immediately. And on the top of the container, in an inconspicuous vent, is installed a miniature pressure sensor. What a thoughtful arrangement. But none of these can stump Chen Feng. He was about to go around to the back of the container and cut at the weakest point of the structure. At this moment, a slight hissing sound of electricity suddenly came from the blue container. Then, a cold and teasing voice echoed through the silent area through the tiny speaker installed on the door. "Welcome, Mr. Chen Feng. It seems that my two guards haven't caused you too much trouble." "It's a snake." Chen Feng's figure froze instantly, and a chill rose from his spine. He had actually been watching the entire time. His actions just now had completely been exposed to his surveillance. A burst of laughter came from the loudspeaker, full of a sense of intellectual superiority.
Don't be nervous, I just want to remind you the rules of the game.
Look, your brother is in there, safe and sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm-sized area on the side of the container suddenly lit up. It turned out to be an embedded micro-display. What appeared on the screen was the real-time image of the interior of the container. Wang Lei was tied to a chair and was in a coma, with no obvious external injuries on his body. But, Snake's voice turned into a demonic whisper, there's a pressure sensor connected to the bottom of his chair. Also, a heart rate monitor is strapped to his wrist. Any changes in pressure or abnormal fluctuations in heart rate will serve as signals to the gift at the dock center. In other words, you can't move him, and you can't let him wake up. Otherwise. Bang! Snake stated the cruelest rule in a light-hearted tone. The picture on the screen suddenly changed. Became Lin Shui. Her hands were bound, her mouth taped shut, and she sat in a field in a state of utter terror. Behind her was the massive thermobaric bomb covered in canvas. Tears of fear and despair silently streamed down her face. Now, the choice is yours. Snake's voice was full of amusement. Do you want to go see your brother first and unravel this interesting living bomb? Or, do you want to go to the dock center and have a romantic death date with your beautiful ex-wife? Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder, the time left for you is not much. After that, the speaker and display turned off at the same time. The surroundings were once again filled with deathly silence. Chen Feng stood in the shadows, motionless, like a petrified statue. The snake's words seemed to be showing off and intimidating, but in fact they were a most vicious tactic to attack the heart. Not only did he expose Wang Lei's double insurance, increasing the difficulty of rescue by several levels, he also used Lin Shui's real-time images to continuously attack Chen Feng's psychological defenses, making him anxious and in a dilemma. What's even more terrifying is that the other party's almost omniscient and omnipotent surveillance makes any of Chen Feng's actions restricted. He was like a gladiator trapped in a transparent glass box, and his opponent was God who was outside the box and controlled everything. This feeling is enough to make any strong-willed person collapse. But Chen Feng didn't. His eyes became even calmer, as calm as a bottomless cold pond. The more the snake wanted him to panic, the more he couldn't panic. Since the other party has revealed his cards, it means that the game has officially entered the face-to-face game stage. He slowly walked out of the shadows and came to the blue container. He knew that his every move was under the other party's observation. He left the electronic lock alone, and ignored the two laser tripwires. He walked to the side of the container, reached out his hand, and knocked gently on the cold iron sheet. Then, he raised his head and slowly raised his middle finger towards a pinhole camera that he had already discovered and was hidden in the joint of the upper crane arm. Silent provocation. It's a declaration of confidence. After doing this, he no longer cared about the possible reaction of the snake and went around to the back of the container. He drew out his tang sword and without the slightest hesitation, he accurately carved out a 1-meter square on the wall of the container. His movements were as fast as lightning, and the blade cut into the thick steel plate, but only made a slight hissing sound, like a hot knife cutting butter. After a few seconds, he put away his knife and stood up. The square steel plate he had cut off was lightly picked up by the tip of his knife, and it fell inward silently and landed steadily on the bottom of the container without making much noise. A dark entrance appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath, lowered his body, and went in. Inside the container, the light was dim and an unpleasant smell mixed with engine oil and dust hit me in the face. Wang Lei was sitting on the chair in the middle, with his head lowered and his breathing steady. It was obvious that he was just anesthetized by drugs. Chen Feng's gaze first fell on the heart rate monitor on Wang Lei's wrist and the pressure sensor under the chair. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what the snake said. This is a dead end. As long as he touches Wang Lei, his heart rate will inevitably change. As long as he tries to get Wang Lei off the chair, the pressure sensor will be triggered. And any signal will be an instruction to detonate a thermobaric bomb. Chen Feng squatted down and observed the two devices carefully. The heart rate monitor is medical grade, connected via a wireless transmitter. The pressure sensor is even more crude, a thin wire connected to a chair leg, running straight to the bottom of the container, and it is unknown what it is connected to. Time passes by every second. In the distance, the long whistle of a cargo ship entering the port was heard. Xiaoya's preparations have already begun. There really isn't much time left for him. Chen Feng looked at his unconscious brother, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He slowly stretched out his hand, without touching Wang Lei or the sensors. His hand reached out for the chair where Wang Lei was tied.
Chapter 39 Chess players outside the chessboard. Binhai International Hotel, top floor revolving restaurant.
Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling nightscape of Binhai City unfolds, with its constant flow of traffic and flashing neon lights, resembling a flowing river of stars. Inside the restaurant, melodious piano music drifts through the air, while elegantly dressed waiters circulate among the guests.
Everything appears elegant and relaxed. However, beneath this tranquil appearance, there is a suffocating undercurrent. The entire restaurant was cleared out. Apart from the waiter and the pianist, the only guest was a young man sitting by the window. He was wearing a well-tailored white suit, which made his pale and handsome face look even more sickly. He was holding a glass of scarlet wine, shaking it gently, and looking at an open laptop on the table in front of him with interest. The computer screen is divided into dozens of small grids, and each grid contains real-time monitoring images of pier number 7 from different angles. The largest grid shows the interior of the blue container.
In the picture, Chen Feng was squatting on the ground, stretching out his hand and slowly reaching towards the chair where Wang Lei was tied. The corner of the man's mouth curled up into a playful smile, like a cat playing with a mouse.
He is the snake. Interesting,
he muttered to himself, as if talking to an invisible audience.
You gave up on disabling the device and chose to attack the carrier directly? You really don't play by the rules. I'm starting to like you, Chen Feng.
He took a sip of red wine, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation.
He likes this feeling.
The feeling of having everything under control and watching the prey struggling in vain in the maze of your own design. In his eyes, both Chen Feng and his dear sister Qin Ruoxue were just two interesting appetizers before his grand banquet. He enjoyed the pleasure of being high above everyone else, looking down on everyone like a god. He believed that Chen Feng would soon find out that all his efforts would be in vain. Because that pressure sensor is not just connected to the chair.
Its actual trigger mechanism is welded to the bottom of the container.
As long as the chair is moved more than 10 centimeters, the connecting wire will be broken, and the bomb will be detonated.
This is a perfect closed loop. There is no solution.
He raised the wine glass, ready to appreciate the desperate and angry expression that would appear on Chen Feng's face next. However, the scene that happened on the screen instantly froze the smile on his face.
Inside the container, Chen Feng's hands firmly grasped the two back legs of the chair.
His arm muscles slowly tensed, veins coiling like a dragon.
A terrifying force passed from his waist and abdomen, down his arms, and then concentrated at his fingertips.
He made no attempt to lift the chair. He did something that the snake was completely surprised by. He stuck the Tang sword into the ground beside him, then grabbed the chair with both hands, leaned his body back suddenly, and used his entire back to hold the inner wall of the container tightly.
Rise! A low roar suppressed deep in the throat.
He actually used brute force to tear the chair with the sensor welded on it, along with the welded steel plate, off from the bottom of the container.
Crack, crack.
The teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting rang out clearly in the small space. The thick bottom plate of the container, centered on the welding point of the chair legs, began to show slight dents and deformations that were visible to the naked eye.
Chen Feng's face flushed crimson, and veins on his forehead bulged.
The wound on his back ripped open again from the intense force, and blood instantly stained his clothes.
The intense pain washed over him like a tidal wave. But he didn't relax at all.
Two balls of crazy flames were burning in his eyes.
Rule? Fuck the rules. When the rules become a cage that binds you, use the most brutal and unreasonable force to smash it completely. Open it for me. Another earth-shaking roar. Bang! A loud bang.
The welded steel plate, along with the chair and the still unconscious Wang Lei, were torn off from the bottom of the container by Chen Feng using his terrifying strength that exceeded human limits. An irregular hole appeared at the bottom of the container, revealing the rusty ground underneath. The thin wire connected to the pressure sensor was not broken because the steel plate was detached as a whole. He solved this deadlock in the most violent way.
Bang! In the top floor restaurant of the Binhai International Hotel, a highball glass was crushed by a snake. The scarlet wine, mixed with the broken glass, flowed down his pale fingers and dripped onto the expensive handmade carpet.
For the first time, a crack appeared on his face, pretense of elegance and composure.
Instead, there was disbelief and shock. Monster.
He squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. He designed the trap and was naturally aware of the thickness of the steel plate and the strength of the welding. How much force would it take to tear it apart?
300 kilograms? 500 kilograms? This is no longer a power that humans can possess. Who is this Chen Feng?
For the first time, a trace of solemnity flashed in the eyes of the snake. He found that he seemed to have provoked a terrifying existence that was beyond his expectations. But then, this solemnity was replaced by an even stronger excitement.
Interesting, really interesting.
He licked the blood from his fingers, a sick smile on his face.
The game is becoming more and more interesting. Chen Feng, you have successfully angered me.
He picked up the intercom on the table and issued new instructions in a cold voice. Attention all teams, the target is out of control.
Abandon the original plan and activate hunting mode. Remember, I want to live. Inside the container.
Chen Feng was gasping for breath, his whole body soaked in sweat and blood, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. The extreme outburst just now almost exhausted all his physical strength and made his injuries even worse. But he had no time to rest. He carefully placed the chair with the steel plate on the ground, and then began to deal with the heart rate monitor on Wang Lei's wrist.
This thing is more troublesome than the pressure sensor. Any forced demolition may cause severe fluctuations in heart rate. Chen Feng's gaze fell on a micro interface on the side of the monitor.
That is the port for data transfer and charging.
A bold idea formed in his mind.
He took out his cell phone from his pocket and found a spare data cable from his tactical bag. He connected one end of the data cable to the mobile phone, and held his breath as he carefully plugged the other end into the port of the heart rate monitor. The phone screen lights up, indicating that the external device is charging.
Done.
He immediately called up an audio file that had been prepared long ago on his mobile phone. It was an audio pulse signal simulating a heartbeat with a stable frequency of 70 times per minute. He turned up the volume of his phone to the maximum, and then, through the data cable, he poured the fake pulse signal directly into the heart rate monitor. The monitor's mainboard was subject to strong signal interference, and the heart rate curve on the screen became disordered for a moment, and then was covered by the fake, stable heartbeat signal. After doing all this, Chen Feng cut the sensor strap tied to Wang Lei's wrist without hesitation. The alarm did not sound. The second line of defense laid by the snake was cracked again by him using this almost black technology method. He quickly untied the rope tied around Wang Lei and carried the still unconscious fat man on his shoulders. Although Wang Lei is quite heavy, he seems to have no weight to Chen Feng at this moment. He carried Wang Lei and crawled out of the container through the hole he had torn open. He raised his head and glanced at the camera hidden on the crane arm, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Then, he carried Wang Lei and quickly disappeared into the steel jungle like a cheetah in the dark night. His destination was the edge of the pier. There, the 5,000-ton cargo ship that Xiaoya had prepared for him had quietly docked. He wanted to send Wang Lei to an absolutely safe place first. Then, come back and deal with the rest, that trigger. Chapter 40: Hunting and Anti-Hunting. The darkness before dawn is deepest. Chen Feng, carrying Wang Lei, swiftly navigated the vast maze of containers. His figure blended seamlessly into the shadows, each movement precisely eluding surveillance cameras. He was like a seasoned hunter, familiar with every inch of the forest, every breath. But now, he is no longer the only hunter. A strong smell of blood, like rust, filled the air. That is murderous intent. From all directions, countless cold murderous auras were rapidly converging towards his current position like a woven spiderweb. The hunting mode of the snake is activated. Chen Feng's footsteps didn't pause for a moment, but his senses were already heightened to the extreme. The sound of the wind, the sound of the waves, the whistle of the distant freighter, and, hidden beneath these sounds, those subtle footsteps and breathing sounds of the enemy. Everything was clearly reflected in his mind. In the field of vision of the eye of insight, red human-shaped silhouettes representing danger began to appear and flash continuously from different directions. 8, 10, 12. The number was far beyond his expectations. Snake actually deployed so many elite killers at Pier Number 7. They were armed with various weapons, coordinated well with each other, and moved quickly, encircling him in a standard tactical encirclement formation. This is a personal trap targeting him. Anyone else, carrying an unconscious burden and facing such a desperate situation, would probably have given up hope long ago. But there was no trace of panic on Chen Feng's face. His eyes were still eerily calm. Hunting? It is too early to say who the prey will be. Just as he was about to rush out of a narrow passage formed by two containers, his body suddenly stopped, and then, at an incredible angle, he was forced to move half a meter to the left. Whoosh! 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 3 crossbow arrows flashing with cold light almost brushed past his body and nailed hard into the container wall behind him, with the arrow tails still buzzing. The arrow was tainted with a dark blue poison. What an accurate predictive shot! If he had not sensed the other party's murderous intent half a second in advance, he would probably have been a corpse at this moment. Chen Feng didn't even look at the 3 crossbow arrows. He tapped the ground with his toes and instead of retreating, he rushed forward like a cannonball, heading towards the direction where the crossbow arrows came from. What he wants to do is not to escape, but to fight back. At the end of the narrow passage, 3 killers wearing black combat uniforms and holding military crossbows appeared. When they saw that Chen Feng not only did not dodge, but instead took the initiative to charge, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. But after all, they were elite soldiers who had experienced many battles. They reacted very quickly and were about to reload and shoot again. However, Chen Feng's speed was far beyond their imagination. Almost the moment they saw Chen Feng's figure, Chen Feng had already rushed in front of them. He was carrying a person on his shoulders, but his movements did not show any sign of stagnation. The Tang sword in his hand turned into a sharp blood-red streak, sweeping across the narrow passage. Puff! The killer who was rushing in the front didn't even have time to react before he was cut in half by this domineering knife. Blood and internal organs instantly filled the entire passage. The 2 killers behind were horrified by this extremely bloody scene. They wanted to retreat, but the narrow passage made it impossible for them to retreat. Chen Feng's second knife has arrived. The knife flashed like lightning. A thin line of blood appeared on the necks of the remaining 2 killers at the same time. There was still extreme fear in their eyes, and then their bodies fell limply. 3 seconds to take care of 3 people. Without stopping at all, Chen Feng carried Wang Lei and jumped over the pool of blood, then continued to run towards the edge of the dock. He knew this was just the beginning. The greater danger is yet to come. Sure enough, when he rushed out of the passage and came to a relatively open area, 4 black shadows jumped down from the top of the containers piled high on both sides at the same time. While in mid-air, they had already drawn the daggers from their waists, like 4 hunting falcons, blocking all of Chen Feng's escape routes from different angles. The dragnet suddenly tightened. At the same time, in the shadows farther away, a sniper in a ghillie suit had locked onto Chen Feng's head through the scope. If Chen Feng paused for even a fraction of a second to deal with the siege of the 4 killers, his head would be pierced through instantly. This is a decisive game. However, just as the 4 black shadows were about to fall, Chen Feng did something that no one expected. He suddenly threw Wang Lei, who was on his shoulder, upwards. Then, he bent his legs slightly, and his whole body soared into the sky like a spring. He actually took the initiative to face the enemy in the air. He was the first to arrive, catching up with Wang Lei in mid-air, grabbing his waist, and then using Wang Lei's body as a fulcrum, forcibly twisting in the air to gain leverage, and the Tang sword in his hand drew a gorgeous and deadly arc. Dang! 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 A series of crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out in the air. The 4 killers' determined attacks were all blocked by Chen Feng in this incredible way. The huge recoil force caused their bodies to be briefly unbalanced in the air. And this flaw is enough for Chen Feng. Die! A cold bite came out of his mouth. The Tang sword in his hand drew a bloody sword flower in the air. Puff! 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 4 blood arrows shot out in the air at the same time. The 4 killers didn't even have time to let out a scream before they fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, hitting the cold ground hard and turning into 4 cold corpses. Chen Feng, holding Wang Lei, landed steadily on the ground. Bang! Almost at the moment he landed, a dull gunshot came from a distance. A bullet from a sniper rifle, with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, shot accurately at the place where he had just stood. However, there was no one there. The moment Chen Feng landed, he was already holding Wang Lei, rolling on the spot, and hiding in the shadow of a container nearby. The sniper in the distance, looking through the scope, saw that his shot, which he was determined to hit, missed, and couldn't help but curse. Just as he was about to move his position and look for a new sniper spot, an extreme sense of crisis suddenly hit him from behind. He turned around suddenly. What I saw was a cold face close at hand. He didn't know when and how Chen Feng quietly got behind him. He only saw a bright knife light rapidly enlarging in his pupils. That was the last ray of light he saw in his life. After getting rid of the sniper, the murderous aura around them was obviously weakened a lot. Obviously, Chen Feng's series of thunderous counterattacks have completely intimidated the other killers of Ouroboros. They realized that they were not facing a human being at all.
But he is a murderous demon in human skin. Chen Feng did not want to fight any longer. He knew that Snake had more than just these few men under his command. He took advantage of this gap and carried Wang Lei along the way without any obstacles. Finally, after 5 minutes, they arrived at the edge of the dock. A huge ocean-going cargo ship is quietly docked at the shore. On the deck stood several men wearing crew uniforms but with unusually fierce looks in their eyes. When they saw Chen Feng, they immediately lowered the gangway. The leader came up quickly and said to Chen Feng in a deep voice, "Mr. Chen, we are sent by President Xiao to pick you up. Leave this gentleman to us. We have a professional medical team on board." Chen Feng nodded and handed Wang Lei to them. Seeing Wang Lei being safely lifted onto the freighter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Tell Xiaoya to arrange for the cargo ship to leave the port and head for the high seas immediately. Don't come back until I contact her." Chen Feng gave the final order to the person in charge. Clear. The freighter's whistle sounded again. Chen Feng watched the huge steel ship slowly sailing away from the port and disappearing into the vast morning mist. Only then did his tense nerves finally relax a little. "Wang Lei, you're safe. Now, it's time to go back and deal with that woman who's still strapped to the trigger." He turned around and looked at the center of the dock, which was still shrouded in darkness. His eyes became cold and sharp again. "Snake, your chess piece has been eaten half by me. Next, it's your turn." He moved his numb shoulders, tightened his grip on the Tang sword in his hand, and with a flash of his figure, he once again rushed into the dangerous steel forest. This time, he no longer had any scruples. He will become, most completely, deaf. Chapter 41, The Awakening of the Giant Beast. When Chen Feng's figure merged into the steel forest again, the atmosphere of the entire Pier Number 7 suddenly changed. If before, he was a lone wolf walking cautiously in the dark night, then at this moment, having unloaded all his burdens, he is completely transformed into a prehistoric beast that is broken free from its shackles. The murderous aura that was no longer concealed and condensed into substance, like an invisible storm, instantly swept across the entire dock. The Ouroboros killers, who were still searching in secret, almost at the same time, felt a shudder from the depths of their souls. That is the most primitive, instinctive fear that creatures at the bottom of the food chain have when facing top predators. Their mission is to capture them alive. But now, they began to doubt whether they had the ability to survive against the other party. Binhai International Hotel, top floor. The snake's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. On the laptop screen in front of him, the life signal lights representing his killers were going out one after another at an alarming speed. Every time it goes out, it represents the end of an elite life. And the unusually bright red spot representing Chen Feng was like a red-hot iron, running rampant on his tactical map, unstoppable. Wherever he went, his elite troops were torn to pieces as easily as paper. Trash. A bunch of trash. The snake could no longer maintain its elegance and suddenly swept everything on the table to the ground. Crystal wine glasses, expensive red wine, and exquisite tableware fell to the ground, making a sharp sound of breaking. The waiters and pianist in the restaurant were so scared that they had already hidden in the corner, trembling. He just couldn't figure it out. The dragnet he had meticulously laid out, gathering nearly half of the Ouroboros elite forces in the entire Southeast Asia, was unable to stop even one man. Why did he fail so completely and miserably? Chen Feng. Xingchen capital. The snake's chest heaved violently, and his eyes burned with crazy jealousy and unwillingness. He stared intently at the red dot on the screen that was approaching the center of the dock, with a ferocious and resolute expression on his face. "Since I can't have you, then I'll destroy you." He grabbed the intercom and gave his final orders in an almost hysterical voice. "All units, evacuate Pier 7 immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. I will manually detonate the gift in 1 minute." He wanted to abandon all the hostages, abandon all the plans, and detonate the thermobaric bomb in advance. He wanted to make the entire Pier 7, along with the man who made him taste the bitterness of failure, disappear from this world completely. Pier Center. Lin Shui curled up on the cold ground, shaking like a leaf in the wind. The sea breeze blew on her face, which was already a mess of tears and dust, bringing a biting chill. She didn't know how long she had been here, she only knew that every minute and every second was torture. Fear, like an invisible hand, tightly gripped her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She regretted it. She regretted it immensely. She regretted why she was so obsessed and betrayed the man who was ordinary but truly loved her for money.
I regret why I provoked that devil Qin Shanha. I thought I could get more from him, but I didn't expect that I would end up being a pathetic pawn who could be sacrificed at any time. If time could be turned back. Just as she was sinking into endless regret and despair, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared before her like a divine soldier descending from the sky. It's Chun Feng. He was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, and his face was scarred. He looked extremely miserable. But his eyes were surprisingly bright, like the brightest stars in the dark night. At that moment, Lin Shue's tears burst out again. But this time, it was no longer because of fear, but because of an emotion she had never experienced before, called hope. Woo woo. She tried to speak, but her mouth was sealed with tape, so she could only make inarticulate moans. Chen Feng ignored her excitement. His eyes first fell on the huge cylindrical object covered with canvas behind her. Eye of Insight activate. The internal structure of the thermobaric bomb was instantly analyzed clearly in his mind. A complex fuse device, precise pressure and infrared dual sensors, and a wireless receiving module connected to the miniature vital signs detector on Lin Shue's body. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. Sure enough, she was the trigger. As long as the detector signal on her body disappears, or any other signs of life come within 5 meters of the thermobaric bomb, the bomb will be detonated immediately. Chen Feng's brows were tightly furrowed. This device is much more difficult than the one Wan Lei has. He didn't have time to figure out how to crack it. Because, at this moment, a sharp and rapid alarm suddenly sounded from inside the thermobaric bomb. Beep. 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 On the side of the missile, a red LED display suddenly lit up. Above, a bright red, constantly beating countdown appeared. 0:59. Snake, manually detonated. When Lin Shui saw the countdown, her pupils instantly dilated, and the hope in her eyes was replaced by deeper despair. She began to struggle frantically, emitting heartbreaking sobs. However, at this critical moment, Chen Feng did something that Lin Shui and the snake who was watching all this through the surveillance on the top floor of the hotel could not understand at all. He did not try to defuse the bomb, nor did he try to rescue Lin Shui. He turned around, looked up, and looked above the dock. At that giant blue gantry crane, like a steel behemoth, was straddling the track. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile full of madness and confidence. Snake, do you think this is your chessboard? You are wrong. This is my hunting ground. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Mr. Li, it's your turn to perform. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, the entire Pier 7 seemed to wake up from its slumber. Buzz. A low and powerful sound of electric current resounded through the sky. All the indicator lights on the giant blue gantry crane, which had been silent, lit up at this moment. Its huge crane arm, which was 100 meters long, began to move slowly, making a creaking sound that made people's teeth ache, as if an ancient giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years was stretching its muscles. On the top floor of the hotel, Snake looked at the huge machine that suddenly started up in the surveillance picture. For the first time, the expression on his face changed from ferocious to confused. What does he want to do? What is he going to do? A crazy, absurd idea flashed through his mind. No, impossible. He must be crazy. Pier Center. The countdown has reached 0:30. The huge crane has moved directly above Chen Feng and the thermobaric bomb. A giant claw-like sling with 4 huge buckles dropped from the sky and landed precisely above the thermobaric bomb. Chen Feng's figure moved. He rushed to the side of the thermobaric bomb like an arrow shot from a bow, and stopped at the critical point of the detonation range. The Tang sword in his hand turned into 4 extremely fast sword lights, and slashed at the thick canvas covering the thermobaric bomb like lightning. Swish! The canvas tore apart, revealing 4 special hooks on the missile body that were specifically used for lifting. After doing all this, he turned around and ran without hesitation. Almost at the moment he left, the huge hoist that fell from the sky suddenly sank down. Crack! 4 huge locks precisely fastened the 4 hooks on the projectile. Countdown, 0:15. Boom! The gantry crane's engine made a deafening roar. The thick steel cable began to tighten upwards at an astonishing speed. The thermobaric bomb, weighing several tons, along with Lin Shui who was tied next to it, was actually lifted up from the ground by the steel behemoth. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. Rising higher and higher. Until it hovered in the air nearly 100 meters above the ground. On the top floor of the hotel, Snake stared blankly at the miraculous scene on the screen. The walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground with a click. His mind was blank. He actually hung the bomb? Chapter 42 Fireworks in the Sky. Time seems to be slowed down infinitely at this moment. 100 meters in the air, Lin Shui's body swayed helplessly in the sea breeze, carried by the massive missile. She looked down in horror, and everything on the ground seemed as small as a model. The dizziness brought on by the extreme altitude, combined with the oppressive feeling of the countdown to death, made her mind go blank, unable to even scream. On the ground, Chen Feng was running towards the edge of the dock at the fastest speed in his life. Behind him is the blue gantry crane standing like a god, the sword of Damocles of death hanging in the sky. He didn't look back. Because he doesn't need to look back. The ability of Eye of Insight allows him to clearly see everything happening behind him, and allows him to accurately calculate the speed and range of the shock wave spread. He must rush out of the most dangerous core area before the explosion occurs. 005. 004. 003. Chen Feng's lungs burned like a red-hot furnace, and every breath was accompanied by a burning pain. His legs had long since surpassed the limits of his muscles' endurance, swinging mechanically, relying solely on his unyielding willpower. 002. 001. He leaped like an eagle spreading its wings, from the edge of the dock, into the cold sea. Midnight. Boom! An earth-shaking bang that could not be described in words exploded from high in the sky. A huge orange-red fireball, brighter than the sun, suddenly expanded in the sky above Pier Number 7. The terrifying shock wave, like the roar of a god, spread madly in all directions with the explosion point as the center. The sky seemed to be torn into a huge gap. The sea surface was instantly stirred up by huge waves more than 10 meters high. In the face of this destructive force, the containers on the dock, weighing dozens of tons, were easily blown away, torn apart, and crumpled into twisted balls of scrap metal like children's building blocks. The blue gantry crane that created a miracle was the first to be cut in half among the fireworks it had sent into the sky. Its huge steel body collapsed with a loud bang and was instantly engulfed by a sea of fire. The entire Binhai city trembled violently at this moment. Countless people were awakened from their sleep and looked in horror towards the blood-red sky in the east, thinking that the end of the world was coming. In mid-air, Chen Feng's body was hit hard by the tsunami-like shockwave that followed. Even though he had jumped into the sea, the terrifying force still penetrated the water and acted on him. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the seawater around him red. At that moment, his consciousness fell into a brief darkness. His body, like a stone, sank powerlessly towards the bottomless sea. Just when he was about to be completely swallowed by the darkness, a did sound of propellers came quickly from far away. A black Skyhawk heavy helicopter flew through the thick smoke that had not yet dissipated after the explosion, and like an agile black eagle, it hovered precisely above the place where it sank. The cabin door opened, and an agile figure slid into the sea like lightning along the rappelling rope, and pulled the unconscious Chen Feng out of the icy seawater. Binhai International Hotel, top floor. The snake's body slumped limply on the expensive leather sofa. The blood drained from his face, leaving only a dead gray. He stared blankly out the window at the huge and gorgeous mushroom cloud that was slowly dissipating in the sky, his eyes filled with dismay and confusion. He lost. A complete defeat. Everything he had carefully planned, the wisdom he was proud of, and the powerful force he controlled, all became a joke in front of that man, the monster like Chen Feng. Not only did the other party break his deadlock and rescue the hostages, they even used the trap he had set to completely nail him to the pillar of shame. He could even imagine what kind of uproar would be caused in Binhai City, and even the whole world, today, because of this earth-shaking explosion. And he, as the instigator of all this, will become the target of pursuit by all forces. He has gone from being a high-ranking chess player to a stray dog that is hated by everyone. Chen Feng. He chewed on the name with his dry throat, his eyes filled with endless resentment and hatred. I'll remember you. He struggled to get up from the ground, straightened his already disheveled white suit, and restored a last bit of decency. Then, without looking back, he walked towards the back door of the restaurant. The game is not over yet. As long as he is alive, this family dinner will always be resumed one day. It was unknown how long it took before Chen Feng's consciousness slowly regained consciousness from the chaos. The first thing he felt was severe pain. My whole body was in pain, as if every part of my body had been taken apart and then roughly reassembled. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was not the cold seawater, nor the pale ceiling of the hospital. Instead, it was a strange room filled with cozy colors. The air was filled with a light, pleasant scent of orchids. He found himself lying on a large, soft bed, covered with a silky quilt, and his wounds had been professionally treated and bandaged. He struggled to sit up, but it pulled at the wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "Don't move." A cold and familiar voice came from the side. He turned his head and saw Chin Ruoshue. She was sitting on a chair beside the bed, wearing a homely silk pajamas, with all her makeup removed, revealing her beautiful, natural face. Her eyes were slightly red, obviously she had been crying. When she saw Chen Feng waking up, a layer of mist instantly welled up in her cold eyes, but she forced herself to hold it back. "How do you feel?" Her voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. "I'm not going to die yet." Chen Feng pulled the corners of his mouth, trying to smile, but found that even this simple action was extremely difficult. "Where is this?" He looked around. "My place." Qin Ruoshua replied softly, "Another villa in Binjianhaoding, not far from yours." Chen Feng nodded and stopped talking. The room fell into silence. Neither of them spoke again, but there was an inexplicable feeling flowing quietly in the air. After a long time, Qin Ruoshua spoke again, breaking the silence. "That phone call was from him." Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. "He said he is my half-brother." Qin Ruoshua's voice was very soft, as if she was stating something that had nothing to do with her, but her slightly trembling fingertips revealed her inner unrest. "He invited us to a family dinner." Chen Feng listened quietly without interrupting. Qin Ruoshua's appearance and the news she brought made him instantly understand why that snake was so hostile towards the Qin family and himself. It turns out that the root of all this is the grudges and hatreds within the family. "Do you believe it?" Chen Feng asked hoarsely. Qin Ruoshua shook her head slowly, then nodded. "I don't know." Her eyes were a little confused. "But my father did have one biggest regret in his life." She paused, as if recalling something. "When I was very young, I overheard him arguing with my grandfather. I only remember that my father kept repeating one sentence. 'That's my son too. I can't let him wander around.'" The room fell into deathly silence again. This family secret that has been buried for many years is like a blockbuster bomb, which provides answers to all the mysteries, but also leads to even bigger mysteries. At this moment, a long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the SSS level mission, the Queen's Guardian, Stage 1. Task evaluation, perfect. Task rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, 500 million renminbi in cash. Reward 2, passive skill, super speed regeneration elementary. Effect, increases body recovery speed by 500%, allowing for slow regeneration of non-fatal damage. Reward 3, item master key X1. Effect, can open 99% of physical and electronic locks in the world. Ding! The host has completed the difficult feat fireworks in the sky, triggering a hidden achievement and receiving a special reward gift from the system. System gift, 1 unlimited, designated lottery opportunity. The host can select any ability or item you want from the system prize pool and draw, increasing the probability of obtaining it by 1000%. Do you want to start the lottery now? Chen Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid. Super speed regeneration. Master key. Also, that incredible gift from the system. This time the rewards are unprecedentedly generous. However, before he could recover from this huge surprise, Qin Ruoshua's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her expression suddenly changed. He was her most capable private detective, whom she sent abroad to investigate her brother's background. Qin Ruoshua answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button. On the other end of the phone came a man's extremely frightened and hurried voice. "Boss Qin. Run. Don't trust him. He's not." Puff. The dull sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh interrupted his words. Then, a gentle and magnetic voice came from the phone, a young man that both Chen Feng and Qin Ruoshua were very familiar with. "It seems that my sister, you are still so disobedient. Originally, I wanted you to live a few more days, but now it seems that's unnecessary. I'm giving you a piece of advice. Take a good look at the man next to you. Perhaps he is hiding a bigger secret than your Qin family." Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up. Qin Ruoshua's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. When Chen Feng heard the last sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme.
He knows about the existence of the system?
Chapter 43 Trump cards outside the rules.
The busy tone on the phone echoed in the silent room like the aftermath of a death knell.
Xin Ruoxue gripped the phone, her knuckles turning white from the force. The color drained from her stunningly beautiful face at a visible speed, leaving only a bleak paleness. Her body trembled slightly, as if she would collapse at any moment. The most trusted detective was silenced, and the murderer, the man who claimed to be her brother, said the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. However, what frightened her more than the death threat was that last sentence. Perhaps he is hiding a bigger secret than your Qin family. These words were like a poison ice cone, instantly piercing through the fragile warmth in the room and injecting the most biting chill into every corner. Xin Ruoxue subconsciously looked at Chen Feng on the bed. Her eyes were complicated, showing fear, confusion, but more of a bewildered and helpless look. Chen Feng did not avoid her gaze. At that moment, his heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and even his breathing stopped for half a second. He knows the existence of the system. This thought was like a flash of black lightning, splitting Chen Feng's mind and bringing an unprecedented shudder. This was a more extreme sense of crisis than a thermobaric bomb explosion or a suicide attack by a blood wolf. This is the greatest foundation for his survival and reversal of life, and it is the trump card he hides in the deepest part of his soul. Once exposed, he will no longer be a chess player, but a test bench to be studied and slaughtered by anyone. His passive skill, absolute calmness, was activated to its fullest potential at this moment. The turbulent waves surging in his mind were forcibly suppressed by the absolute power of rationality, leaving his face, slightly pale from his severe injuries, completely devoid of any emotion. He met Xin Ruoxue's gaze and slowly shook his head. He's attacking the heart. Chen Feng's voice was hoarse, but extremely steady, like a huge rock thrown into the waves, instantly allowing Xin Ruoxue's confused mind to find a fulcrum to rely on.
What? Xin Ruoxue's lips moved.
He lost the chess game at Pier 7, completely. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as knives as he began to analyze the current dilemma. What he can do now is not to send people to kill us immediately, but to completely destroy us psychologically. He looked at Xin Ruoxue and said word by word, sowing discord is his best weapon. He deliberately said that ambiguous statement to make you doubt me and create a rift between us. An alliance that is crumbling from within is far easier to break than an indestructible fortress. Xin Ruoxue listened in a daze, and a trace of clarity gradually returned to her beautiful eyes. Yes, Chen Feng is right. That man is best at playing with people's hearts. From the initial invitation to a family dinner to the heart-piercing words at this moment, every step he took was based on the weaknesses of human nature. But, how could he know? Xin Ruoxue still couldn't understand. Chen Feng's rise was too incredible. His abilities, his methods, and the miracles he created were far beyond the comprehension of normal people. Even she herself didn't believe that he had no secrets. He doesn't know. Chen Feng answered firmly. He forced himself to sit up and lean his back against the headboard, even though this action injured his internal organs and caused a layer of cold sweat to seep out of his forehead. He was just guessing and testing the waters. He's an extremely conceited person, and he couldn't accept losing to an unknown little guy. So, he instinctively looked for an irrational explanation for my victory. Chen Feng's gaze was deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. For example, I have a larger force behind me than the Qin family, or I have received some unknown inheritance. He doesn't know what it is, but he will use this speculation as a weapon to attack our weakest link, the trust between us. His analysis is clear and logical. Xin Ruoxue's troubled heart finally settled down. She looked at Chen Feng's face, which was tired but full of confidence, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. In this world, perhaps only this man can maintain such terrifying calmness and insight in such a desperate situation. I believe you. Xin Ruoxue uttered these 3 words softly, her tone extremely firm. She walked to the bed, picked up a pillow, and carefully placed it behind Chen Feng to make him more comfortable. This simple action has already made her position clear. Chen Feng felt a little relieved. He knew that he had temporarily stabilized the situation. But he knew better that this was only a temporary measure. This move by the snake is too vicious. Once the seeds of suspicion were planted, they were difficult to eradicate. He had to find a permanent solution. His consciousness sank into his mind. The cold system prompt sound still remained on the last interface. Do you want to start the lottery now? Chen Feng's gaze fell on the unprecedented special reward.
System gift 1 unlimited, designated lottery opportunity.
The host can select any ability or item you want from the system prize pool and draw, increasing the probability of obtaining it by 1000%.
This is his way to break the deadlock. What does he lack most now? Stronger fighting skills? Faster recovery ability? No. None of these.
What he lacks most now is a brand new trump card that goes beyond the rules and can counter the all-pervasive intelligence and insight of the snake. He needs a power that can protect his secrets, confuse the enemy's judgment, and allow him to regain the initiative in this war with completely asymmetric information.
System.
Chen Feng muttered to himself.
I request a designated lottery.
I'm specifying abilities related to information confusion, cognitive defense, and fate interference. He did not specify a specific ability name,
because he doesn't know what is in the system prize pool.
But he believes that through this directed search method, the system will provide the option that best meets his current needs.
Ding. Received the host's designated direction. Currently screening from the system's highest authority prize pool EX level. Screening completed.
There are 3 eligible prizes. Please choose one and increase the probability of winning by 1000%. The next second, 3 options emitting different lights, as bright as stars, appeared in Chen Feng's mind.
Option 1, SSS level passive skill Lord of Lies.
Effect: every word you speak will carry a layer of truth that cannot be detected by any lie detection method, including technology and supernatural abilities. You can distort the facts at will, and make the listener believe it logically and instinctively. Note, this ability will be less effective against targets with willpower far exceeding the host.
Option 2, SSS level domain skill Cognitive Barrier. Effect: an invisible cognitive domain unfolds, centered around the host.
Within this domain, all attempts to explore, deduce, or foresee information about the host will be blocked or lead to erroneous results. The domain's strength and range increase with the host's mental strength.
Option 3, EX level unique concept skill Curtain of Fate.
Effect: the host will become a mist of fate. Any power attempting to observe your past, present, and future will only see a blank space. Your existence will be partially severed from the causal level, becoming an indefinable variable. Note, this skill is a conceptual ability with no specific usage instructions.
It will fundamentally alter the form of your existence.
Looking at the descriptions of these 3 options, Chen Feng's breathing almost stopped.
Every one. It's all incredible.
The King of Lies is an invincible defense at the linguistic level, allowing him to disguise himself perfectly. Cognitive barriers are a range of information defenses that can not only protect yourself, but also protect those around you.
And the third one, the Curtain of Fate. Chen Feng couldn't even fully understand its description.
Uniqueness, conceptual skills, changing the form of existence, these words have exceeded his understanding of the system's capabilities. This is no longer a skill, but a change of essence. The thread of the snake is like a sword hanging over your head, which may fall at any time.
He needs the strongest shield. Chen Feng didn't hesitate at all. System, I choose. Option 3, Curtain of Fate. Ding.
The host has confirmed their selection.
System's gift activated.
The probability of obtaining the EX level unique concept skill Curtain of Fate increased by 1000%.
Lucky draw begins.
In Chen Feng's mind, a vast and boundless cosmic roulette composed of countless stars seemed to appear. The roulette will begin to spin slowly. Among them, there is an area that exudes a deep, mysterious, and chaotic color that cannot be described in words.
That's where the Curtain of Fate is located.
With a 1000% probability bonus, the golden light representing the pointer of destiny was firmly attracted to the chaos without any suspense.
The roulette will spin slower and slower.
The pointer finally and steadily stopped above the chaos.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the EX level unique concept skill Curtain of Fate.
Skill is binding with the host's soul. Binding completed. At the moment the skill binding was completed, Chen Feng's body shook violently.
He felt no increase in strength, no physical changes. But he had an extremely mysterious feeling. It was as if I had walked out of a painting. Before, his life and every move were clearly painted on the scroll called Destiny. Anyone with sufficient ability could see the content of this painting. And now, he jumped out of the picture. He still exists in this world, but everything about him, at the level of fate, has become an eternal fog that cannot be described or observed. He opened his eyes and looked out the window.
The world outside the window seems to be the same world. But Chen Feng knew that from this moment on, everything was different. Snake, is your greatest reliance your eyes that see through everything? So now, I will personally draw the curtain to cover your eyes. It's time for me to redefine the rules of this game. Chapter 44 Under the curtain, the chess game resumes. The moment the curtain of fate was completely bound to the soul, Chen Feng felt an unprecedented sense of detachment. It wasn't a separation of soul and body, but a more profound feeling, as if being gently plucked from the web of cause and effect that was the entire world. He was still here, could feel Qin Ruoshua's worried gaze, could hear his own breathing, slightly heavy from his injuries, but in some mysterious way, he felt like a ghost standing outside the chessboard, overlooking the game, rather than just another piece that could be easily deduced and calculated. This feeling made his nerves, which were tense due to his serious injury, relax more than ever before. The threat of the snake is still deadly, but the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads seems to be obscured by an invisible fog. He looked at Qin Ruoshue. The panic and worry in her eyes had not yet dissipated, like a frightened white deer. Chen Feng reached out and gently held her cold, slightly trembling hand. His palm was slightly warm from the recent recovery, steady and strong. "Don't be afraid," he said softly, "the game has just begun." His voice was quiet, but it carried a strange power that was enough to soothe people. Qin Ruoshue raised her head and met his deep, calm eyes. The sharpness and murderous intent from before were gone, but instead there was a kind of indifference that she couldn't understand, as vast as the starry sky. It was as if the earth-shattering explosion and the phone call from hell were just a breeze blowing across the lake, failing to stir up any ripples in his heart. Qin Ruoshue's heart miraculously calmed down. She held Chen Feng's hand tightly, nodded, and said nothing more. Sometimes, trust does not require too much explanation. An hour later, the doorbell of the villa rang. The ones who came were Xiaoya and Li Wenba. Both of them had an expression of fatigue and shock that was hard to conceal on their faces. It was obvious that this night was also a huge ordeal for them. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" As soon as Xiaoya entered the room, she saw Chen Feng, who was pale but in good spirits, lying on the bed. Her heart was finally at ease and her eyes instantly turned red. Li Wenba was more direct. He walked to the bedside and carefully looked at Chen Feng. Then he let out a long sigh and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Chen, what you've done this time is really, the sky is falling." The sky really did fall. "Tell me about the situation outside." Chen Feng leaned on the pillow and motioned them to sit down. Xiaoya immediately got into work mode. She turned on her tablet and pulled out an urgently compiled report. Half an hour after the explosion, Binhai City activated its Level 1 emergency plan and imposed martial law throughout the city. Officials initially classified it as a major terrorist attack. Pier 7 was completely sealed off, and it was said not even a bird could fly in. The freighter we arranged had already entered international waters before the explosion. Mr. Wang Lei is safe, and the onboard medical team said he was only in a deep coma and not in danger of death. Mr. Li and I have already completed the follow-up work. The helicopter is registered overseas, and the pilot, an absolutely reliable person hired by Mr. Li, has already left the country overnight. All our communications use the highest level of encryption. In theory, no one can trace us back. Xiaoya's report was clear and efficient, demonstrating her outstanding ability as the steward of Xingqian capital. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Li Wenba. "Old Li, how about you?" Li Wenba's expression became a little strange. He pushed his glasses and said, "It's very strange. Logically, with such a big incident, all the underground intelligence networks in Binhai City should have exploded. But this time, there was a dead silence. I used all my channels to try to find out the direction of the official investigation, but it was like I hit an invisible wall. All the informants I contacted were extremely secretive about this matter. I attempted to infiltrate the official intranet using technical means, but discovered that all files related to this incident were classified as top secret, with unprecedented levels of access. Even more bizarre is..." Li Wenba paused, as if trying to organize his words. "All surveillance data related to Pier 7 was lost or damaged to varying degrees in the hour before the explosion. It's as if an invisible hand erased all possible clues that might point to us." He thought Chen Feng would be surprised by this, but Chen Feng's face showed only understanding. The curtain of fate has begun to take effect. It doesn't actively erase evidence, but rather, on a causal level, causes all attempts to investigate his existence to naturally slide toward erroneous or ineffective outcomes.
Damaged surveillance, silenced informants. These seemingly coincidental events are manifestations of the Veil's power.
This might be a good thing.
Chen Feng said calmly, it means that a higher level force has intervened.
The waters have been muddied, and we are actually safer.
He did not explain further.
Although Li Wenbo was puzzled, he can only attribute this to the manipulation of some big shots behind the scenes.
Qin Ruoxue brought hot tea to everyone, then sat quietly beside Chen Feng's bed. The atmosphere in the room gradually became solemn from the initial tension. Everyone knows that although the crisis at Pier 7 has been temporarily resolved, a more terrifying and unknown enemy has surfaced. Chen Feng looked around at the three people present. Qin Ruoxue, who possesses the Qin Group's vast resources and orthodox status, is their future face in the sunshine.
Xiaoya, with impeccable execution and loyalty, is the indispensable operational core of a Xingqian capital.
Li Wenbo, the king of Binhai's underground intelligence, has extensive technical expertise and is their eyes and ears. And he himself is the one who connects all of this together, the brain and the sword. A team that has taken shape and is capable of facing any storm has been born.
From today on, we officially declare war on Ouroboros.
Chen Feng spoke, his voice was not loud but powerful.
Qin Shanhai is just a pawn pushed to the front by the snake.
Our enemy is a mysterious organization hidden in the shadows, with global reach. They are ruthless and pervasive. All our previous business tactics are meaningless in front of them.
He glanced at everyone, so, we have to change the rules of our game too.
He looked at Qin Ruoxue and said, Ruoxue, from now on, the internal rectification of the Qin Group must be accelerated.
You must use the most drastic means to purge all of Qin Shanhai's former subordinates.
At the same time, mobilize all your resources to build a top-notch safe house and command center for us.
Qin Ruoxue nodded heavily, no problem.
He looked at Xiaoya again and said, Xiaoya, the framework of Xingqian capital must be established immediately. I don't care what method you use, whether it's acquisition or new registration. I want to see a real capital group with multiple departments such as security, investment, and legal affairs in the shortest possible time.
Money is not a problem. I will inject all the funds in my personal account into the company.
Xiaoya's eyes flashed with excitement, I understand.
Finally, his eyes fell on Li Wenbo.
Old Li, your mission is the most important.
Chen Feng's expression became extremely serious.
I want you to put aside everything you are doing and use all your connections and skills to investigate three things. First, investigate the identity, background, and social connections of the private investigator who was silenced, and what exactly he found before his death. Second, with the Qin family as the center, we must dig deep into all the romantic affairs of Mr. Qin's generation, especially any illegitimate children who may have been born outside.
I want a list that's accurate enough to be verified by DNA testing.
Third,
Chen Feng's eyes grew dark, I want all the information on the Ouroboros organization.
No matter the cost, I want to know its origins, its purpose, and the true identity of its leader, Snake.
Li Wenbo took a deep breath.
He knew that any of these three tasks would put him on the brink of death.
But he didn't flinch at all. Instead, he was aroused by an unprecedented fighting spirit. Mr. Chen, don't worry. Even if I have to turn the entire Binhai upside down, I will dig these things out for you.
Very good. A smile finally appeared on Chen Feng's lips. Our enemies think that they can win by hiding in the dark and shooting from behind. Then we should light up the entire darkness.
Isn't he trying to play tricks on me and make me a secret in your eyes?
Chen Feng turned and looked at Qin Ruoxue with a gentle but firm look.
Then let's play along.
From now on, the person in charge of Star Capital will be you, Qin Ruoxue.
And I will be the biggest secret hidden behind you. He wanted to completely hide himself from everyone's sight.
Utilizing the curtain of fate, he transformed himself into a true ghost, a deadly threat hanging over the head of the snake, but never able to be locked onto by him. Just as this war meeting that determined the future situation had just ended, Xiaoya's private phone suddenly rang urgently. She picked up the phone and after listening to a few words, her expression instantly became solemn. After hanging up the phone, she looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, it's inside information. Just 10 minutes ago, a special investigation team codenamed Long Yuan, which was airdropped directly from the capital, has entered Binhai City. Their first target is Qin Group headquarters.
The air in the room froze instantly.
Before one wave subsides, another wave arises. The threat of Ouroboros has not yet been eliminated, but the thunderstorm from the national level has already arrived ahead of schedule.
Chapter 45 Dragon Abyss enters the sea. Long Yuan.
Shin Ruoshua chewed on this unfamiliar code name, her brows furrowed. She had been in charge of the Qin family for many years and had contact with all levels of officialdom, but she had never heard of this name before. This just shows the seriousness of the problem. An investigation team that could bypass the local authorities and be airdropped directly from the capital represented a level of power that was beyond her previous capabilities. Their target is the Qin group. That's unusual, Li Wenba immediately pointed out. The Pier 7 explosion, from any perspective, should be investigated by the Security Affairs Department or the Special Operations Group. The fact that Long Yuan went straight for the Qin group suggests they may have some clues we don't know about. Xiaoya added, the insider also said that the person leading the team is of extremely high status. Even the city's top leader can only accompany him. Moreover, they are not here to investigate, but more like, to receive. Take over? These two words instantly dropped the atmosphere in the room to freezing point. Qin Shanha. Chen Feng's voice broke the silence. He leaned against the headboard, his eyes calm. The problem lies with him. Qin Ruoshua's heart trembled, and she instantly understood what Chen Feng meant. You mean? Qin Shanha used a channel unknown to us to report something to the higher-ups? No, it's worse than reporting it. Chen Feng shook his head. I suspect that Qin Shanha, and even Snake's entire layout in Binhai, has been Long Yuan's target from the very beginning. And we are just variables that were accidentally caught up in this storm. This inference was like a thunderclap, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. If this is true, then what they are facing is not just an Ouroboros, but a behemoth hidden deeper that represents the will of the state. They were like ants that had strayed into a fight between two giant beasts in the middle of the night and could be crushed to pieces at any moment. Then what should we do now? Xiaoya's voice was a little dry. If Mr. Qin goes to the company now, wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? No, quite the opposite. A sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. She must go, and she must go as quickly and as high profile as possible. Why? Qin Ruoshua was puzzled. Because now, whoever feels guilty first will lose first, Chen Feng explained. If Long Yuan's target is Qin Shanha, then they must already have a certain understanding of the situation within the Qin group. They know that Qin Shanha is seizing power and that you are being excluded. You are returning now openly and actively cooperating with the investigation as the group president. This in itself is a gesture. This gesture will send a message to Long Yuan, you and Qin Shanha are not in the same group, you are unaware of his actions, and in fact, you are a victim. This way, you can immediately remove yourself and the Qin group from this vortex. Li Wenba nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. Chen Feng's move was called turning the tables, turning passivity into initiative. But what about the explosion? They will definitely ask about Pier 7. Qin Ruoshua was still a little worried. Then tell them everything you know. Chen Feng's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. What? Xiaoya exclaimed. Of course, it's all processed, Chen Feng said with a meaningful smile. You can tell them that your second uncle, Qin Shanha, is colluding with a mysterious foreign organization, intending to seize your family property and even kill you. In order to protect yourself, you had to seek help from outside forces. He looked at Qin Ruoshua. As for who this external force is, you don't know. You only know that you paid a large sum of money to hire a company called Star Capital Security Company to protect you. During the Pier 7 incident, you were protected and unconscious the entire time, and you knew nothing about the explosion that followed. A perfect set of words instantly took shape in Chen Feng's mind. This statement is 9/10 true and 1/10 false. It not only explains Qin Ruoshua's motives, but also puts all the blame on the fugitive Qin Shanha and the fictitious Xingqian Capital Security Company. And he himself completely disappeared from this story. Under the curtain of fate, no one can find any trace of his existence. I understand. Qin Ruoshua was very smart and immediately understood Chen Feng's intention. She stood up, and her originally flustered look was now replaced by the calmness and decisiveness of an iceberg female president. Xiaoya, immediately notify my driver and assistant to wait for me downstairs. Also, have the company's public relations department be prepared to respond to the media at any time. Mr. Li, please use your connections to help me find information about the leader of the Long Yuan team. The more detailed the better. I need to see this information on my way to the company. Chen Feng. She finally looked at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. You, take care of yourself. Xiaohu Bot protects files from piracy. If you are looking for a book or robot, choose Shohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps.
Don't worry. Chen Feng gave her a reassuring smile. Remember, from now on, you are the protagonist. And I am just an insignificant spectator.
Qin Ruoxue looked at him deeply, then turned and left resolutely. Her back was still slender, but with an unprecedented, indomitable momentum.
Half an hour later, at the Qin Group headquarters building. Dozens of black Red Star cars with special license plates have surrounded the entire building. The atmosphere was solemn and there seemed to be an invisible pressure in the air.
All employees of the company were required to stay at their workstations, looking terrified and whispering to each other, but not daring to speak loudly. Several vice presidents and directors of the Qin Group were standing trembling at the door of the building, welcoming the uninvited guests who got out of the car and whose aura was so strong that it was suffocating. The leader was a middle-aged man in a black Mao suit, with a gaunt face and eyes as sharp as a hawk. He bore no insignia of rank or rank, yet even as he stood there quietly, he exuded an awe-inspiring authority.
Who is Mr. Qin Shanhe?
The middle-aged man spoke, his voice flat but with an unquestionable majesty.
Several executives looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them bravely stepped forward, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Boss, Vice President Qin. Vice President Qin didn't come to the company today."
The middle-aged man frowned slightly.
What about President Qin Ruoxue? Boss Qin, she hasn't been here for several days.
The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became meaningful. At this moment, a red Xinghui exclusive car, which stood out among a group of black cars, slowly drove to the entrance of the building. The car door opened, and Qin Ruoxue, wearing a white professional suit, with exquisite makeup and a strong aura, walked out of the car.
As soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. I am Qin Ruoxue.
She ignored the executives with different expressions, walked straight to the middle-aged man, and extended her hand neither humbly nor arrogantly.
I presume you are the person in charge of Long Yuan?
I am Qin Ruoxue, the president of the Qin Group.
On behalf of the Qin Group, I welcome everyone to come and guide us. We will definitely cooperate fully with the investigation.
Her words were flawless, revealing both her identity and her attitude. A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He didn't shake hands with Qin Ruoxue. He just looked her up and down and said calmly, "Boss Qin, we suspect that the Qin Group is colluding with illegal foreign organizations and endangering national security.
Now, we need you to come with us."
As soon as he finished speaking, two burly men in black suits stepped forward and pretended to take Qin Ruoxue away. The air around seemed to freeze at this moment. However, there was no trace of panic on Qin Ruoxue's face. She looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "It is my duty to cooperate with the investigation."
Of course I will go with you.
But before I go, I have two things that I must make clear.
First, the Qin Group belongs to me and the country.
If there are any bad apples within the group, I, more than anyone else, want to bring them to justice. But if anyone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to drag the entire Qin Group down with them, I, Qin Ruoxue, will be the first to disapprove. Secondly, her voice suddenly rose several notches, cold and powerful, echoing throughout the square, I am the biggest victim of Qin Shanhe's collusion with foreign organizations and his murderous intent.
I have evidence.
After saying that, she took a folder that had been prepared long ago from her assistant and handed it directly to the middle-aged man.
Here is all the evidence of Qin Shanhe's misappropriation of company funds, and his instructions to kidnap and assassinate me.
As for the organization behind him and what happened at Pier 7, I suggest we go somewhere else and talk privately. Her eyes were clear and frank as she looked directly into the middle-aged man's eyes without the slightest evasion.
The middle-aged man fell silent.
He looked deeply at the woman in front of him, and for the first time, a genuine, solemn look flashed in his sharp eyes that had seen countless people. He originally thought that this mission was just to come to Binhai and deal with a business family that was ignorant of the world. But I didn't expect that beneath the muddy water, there was such a complicated case within the case. What he didn't expect was that in this legend, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, who was forced into a desperate situation, not only did not collapse, but instead appeared in front of him with such a tough and smart attitude, and defeated him.
Interesting. Things are becoming more and more interesting.
He was silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly.
Good.
He said only one word, then turned and made a pleased gesture.
Boss Qin, my car is over there.
An invisible confrontation ended in front of the Qin Group's building in a way that no one expected. Qin Ruoxue, with her own strength, temporarily stabilized the situation and won the most precious breathing space for herself and Chen Feng. Chapter 46, Whisper of the Ghost. Inside the black Chixing sedan, the atmosphere was quiet and somewhat depressing. Qin Ruoxue sat in the back seat, next to the middle-aged man known as Commander. Outside the car window, the bustling streets of Binhai City rapidly receded, but the space inside the car seemed isolated from the world.
My name is Long Qian.
The middle-aged man broke the silence first. His voice was still calm, but it lacked the scrutiny from before and had a hint of equality.
Minister Long. Qin Ruoxue nodded slightly.
On the way here, she had received top-secret information about Long Qian from Li Wenbo.
Long Yuan Special Operations Department, Director, Long Qian. A person who hardly exists in public information.
Li Wenbo used only a few words to describe him. He has tremendous power and an iron fist, and is the sharpest and most secretive sword of the country.
Mr. Qin, you are a smart man.
Long Qian's eyes fell on the folder in his hand. He read very quickly, almost 10 lines at a glance, but Qin Ruoxue could feel that every key piece of evidence did not escape his hawk-like eyes.
So, I like talking to smart people.
Long Qian closed the folder and looked at Qin Ruoxue. Now, you can tell me everything you know about that overseas organization and that star capital. Qin Ruoxue had already rehearsed the speech Chen Feng prepared for her countless times in her mind. She took a deep breath and began her story. Her story starts with Qin Shanha's ambition, then how she was pressed step by step, and then how she came into contact with a mysterious organization, Xingqian Capital, which claimed to provide top security services by chance. She portrayed herself as a desperate victim who had no other options but to seek help from anyone. I don't know the background of Star Capital. The person who contacted me was just someone codenamed the Messenger. All our transactions were conducted through encrypted channels. I paid a huge deposit, and they promised to guarantee my personal safety and help me collect evidence against Qin Shanha. That night at Pier 7, Qin Shanha set a trap under the guise of negotiations. The people from Star Capital saw through the danger and rescued me. But on the way out, I was injected with drugs by an insider and fell into a coma. When I woke up, I was already in a safe place, and the explosion had already occurred.
Her narrative is well written, full of emotion, and every detail stands up to scrutiny.
She unreservedly revealed everything she knew about Ouroboros, including the assassin team, codenamed Doctor and Snake, and other information. This information is extremely valuable to Long Yuan. And the more she throws out, the more she proves her honesty and innocence. Long Qian listened quietly, with no expression on his face, but his fingers were tapping rhythmically on his knees.
He is thinking. Qin Ruoxue's words were logically consistent.
It was perfectly reasonable for a weak woman, driven to despair by family infighting, to seek help from a mysterious power in order to protect herself. But his intuition told him that things were not that simple. The so-called Star Capital is too mysterious and too powerful. An elite squad capable of completely annihilating the Ouroboros, rescuing hostages with ease, and even deploying such earth-shattering countermeasures at Pier 7. This is definitely not something that an ordinary security company can do. He was more inclined to believe that this was another mysterious organization of the same level as Ouroboros, or even higher. And Qin Ruoxue is most likely just a chess piece they pushed to the front.
Did that Star Capital contact you later? Long Qian asked. No.
Qin Ruoxue shook her head. After the mission was completed, the contact information of the person codenamed Messenger was no longer available. It's as if they disappeared from the face of the earth.
So, can you trace the money flow of the compensation you paid them?
All the funds were split and transferred through dozens of offshore accounts overseas. I asked the best financial experts to track them down, but in the end, nothing came of it. All the clues were cut off here.
Long Qian frowned again.
He had a feeling that he was chasing a ghost.
This organization called Star Capital is like a non-existent shadow.
It has actually set off huge waves in this world, but it has not left any traces that can be traced. This made him feel a long-lost sense of thorniness. At the same time, in Qin Ruoxue's villa, Chen Feng was listening to the entire conversation between Qin Ruoxue and Long Qian simultaneously through a miniature headset.
This is Li Wenbo's masterpiece.
Before Qin Ruoxue got into the car, he installed the latest eavesdropping and positioning device disguised as a button on her clothes.
Boss, Long Qian is an old fox and is not easy to fool.
Li Wenbo's voice came from the other end of the computer with a hint of solemnity.
Chen Feng's expression was very calm.
He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, like a true, indifferent bystander. I never expected to completely deceive him, Chen Feng said lightly.
Then we.
Li Wenbo was a little confused. What I want is not to make him believe, but to make him doubt. A mysterious arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth.
Suspect?
Right. Let him doubt how vast, mysterious, and unfathomable Star Capital is. The deeper his suspicions and the more he imagines, the more he will overestimate our strength.
And an overestimated opponent often gains unexpected respect.
This is Chen Feng's conspiracy. He used the curtain of fate to erase all traces of his existence, and then personally created a powerful and illusory ghost called Star Capital. He wanted Long Qian, Long Yuan, and even Ouroboros to focus their attention on this ghost. Let them guess, be wary, and check and balance each other. He himself can hide behind the fog created by himself and calmly set up his own chess game.
Old Li, how's your investigation going? Chen Feng changed the subject.
Progress. Li Wenbo's voice immediately became excited. The private investigator who was silenced was named Martin Su. He was a Chinese-American and very famous in European circles. He claimed that for money, he could even dig out God's secrets. I hacked into his office's server and found a torn document in one of his encrypted cloud drives that was automatically backed up before it was destroyed.
What's in the document? Chen Feng's spirits lifted.
Most of the content is corrupted, and only a small section has been recovered, but this small section contains a huge amount of information.
Li Wenbo read quickly, the target person Qin Zhe is not Qin Hongyuan's biological son. His mother's true identity is the previous generation of Ouroboros saint, codenamed Medusa.
Qin Zhe is actually the son of Medusa and Data Corrupted.
His genetic sequence shows some similarities with the Qin family.
He is suspected to be Data Corrupted, the final product of Ouroboros' internal blood contract plan. At the end of the document, there's a note from Martin Su himself: the target's identity is questionable.
He's not Qin Hongyuan's son at all.
He's more like a manufactured key.
Key?
These two words struck Chen Feng's mind like a bolt of lightning. All the previous mysteries seem to have answers at this moment.
The snake is Qin Zhe. He is not seeking revenge or fighting for the family property.
He approached the Qin family, and his ultimate goal was the Qin family itself, or in other words, a shocking secret guarded by the Qin family that could only be opened with a key. And the turtle breathing technique that Qin Ruoxue mentioned before, which has been passed down from generation to generation in the Qin family, may be just the tip of the iceberg of that secret.
Good, very good. A terrifying glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Old Li, keep digging deeper into this line. I want to know what the blood contract plan is.
Clear. After hanging up the call with Li Wenbo, Chen Feng slowly sat up from the bed. The injuries to his internal organs had mostly recovered thanks to his super-speed regeneration ability.
An unprecedented sense of urgency enveloped his heart.
He originally thought that what he was facing was just a hunt caused by a family feud. Now it seems that he is involved in a huge conspiracy that has lasted for decades, or even longer, about bloodline, inheritance, and the core plan of a huge mysterious organization.
Long Yuan's intervention made the situation more complicated.
He couldn't sit there passively, lying in bed and waiting any longer.
He must take the initiative.
His eyes fell on the item in the system inventory that was lying quietly and emitting a faint glow.
Item Master Key X1.
Effect: can open 99% of physical and electronic locks in the world. A bold, even crazy plan began to take shape in his mind.
Doesn't T. Long Chen want to track down that ghost?
Then I will let this ghost whisper something to you in a place you least expect, a whisper you will never forget. Chapter 47 Night breaking into Dragon Pond.
The night is as dark as ink.
Binhai State Guesthouse, building number 1, is brightly lit. This place had been requisitioned by Dragon Abyss as a temporary headquarters. Within a 500-meter radius, guards were stationed every 3 steps and every 5 steps, ensuring extremely tight security. Countless infrared and microwave detectors, invisible to the naked eye, formed a dragnet. Not even a fly, let alone a person, would be able to get in without setting off an alarm. In the study on the 3rd floor, Long Qian was facing an encrypted computer, checking the massive amount of data that his men had confiscated from the Qin group. Qin Ruoxue has been arranged to rest in a room on the 2nd floor, under the euphemism of protective custody. Long Qian rubbed his swollen temples, with a hint of fatigue on his face.
Qin Ruoshue's story was flawless, and the evidence of Qin Shanha's guilt was as solid as a mountain.
But the star capital that appeared out of nowhere was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, making him feel like he had something stuck in his throat. He used the highest level of authority of Long Yuan to search all the institutions named Xingqian capital in the world, but none of them met the requirements. He then asked the technical department to try to track the encrypted communication frequency band provided by Qin Ruoshua, and found that the signal source of that frequency band was actually a high-orbit military satellite belonging to the military of a major Western power.
Once again, the clue was broken. The opponent's anti-reconnaissance capabilities are so powerful that it is unbelievable.
This further deepened his fear of the ghost organization.
He even had an absurd guess: could the explosion at Pier Number 7 be a play directed and performed by Xingqian Capital in order to shift the blame to Ouroboros and intimidate Long Yuan at the same time? Just as he was lost in thought, there was a gentle knock on the study door. "Come in." His deputy, a stern-faced young officer, walked in and placed a document on his desk. "Minister, this is a global wanted warrant for Qin Shanha. It has been issued. In addition, our people found something in one of his secret villas." Long Qian opened the file and his pupil shrank slightly. There are several photos in the file. The photo showed an altar hidden in a basement, filled with an unholy aura.
In the center of the altar was a carving of an Ouroboros totem.
In another photo, there was an open notebook written in some ancient script.
The contents of the notebook were incomprehensible, but one page contained a sketch of a young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Zhe. There was a kind of enchanting beauty between the woman's eyebrows, and her eyes were full of charm.
Next to the sketch, there is a name marked Medusa.
Long Qian's breathing suddenly became a little rapid. He had seen this name in the top secret files of Long Yuan. That was the saint of the previous generation of the Ouroboros organization. A dangerous individual classified as the highest threat level in the world. Qin Shanha, is he related to her? Qin Zhe, the so-called illegitimate child, is he really? At this moment, a slight, almost imperceptible sound of electricity came from the encrypted computer in front of him.
Long Qian's gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife. This computer is the top secret of Long Yuan. It is connected to the internal exclusive network and is physically isolated. It cannot be hacked by any hacker. However, the next second, the computer screen suddenly went black.
Then, a line of white, ghost-like characters slowly emerged in the center of the dark screen.
"Good evening, Minister Long.
It's our first meeting, please take care of me.
Signed, Star Capital." The adjutant's face turned pale in an instant.
He subconsciously wanted to draw his gun.
"Don't move!"
Long Qian shouted, stopping him. Although his face was also filled with shock, it was more of the extreme excitement of a hunter seeing his prey.
The ghost finally showed up. He stared at the screen intently and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What do you want to do?"
The characters on the screen changed.
"It doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is that we and you have a common enemy.
Ouroboros, and also, Qin Shanha. We don't like people telling us what to do when we're doing household chores.
So, this is a little warning."
As soon as he finished speaking, a series of codes and files suddenly began to flash across the computer screen at a rapid speed.
Those are all the top secret files within Long Yuan about this operation.
Including their personnel deployment, action plan, and even Long Qian's own resume information are all listed.
The adjutant was terrified. How is this possible? The other party actually breached the supposedly absolutely secure internal firewall of Long Yuan in such a short time? This is no longer a hacking technique, this is a miracle.
A fine layer of cold sweat also seeped out of Long Qian's forehead.
He finally understood what a terrifying opponent he was facing.
The other party is not provoking, but demonstrating. It was showing him, in a way he couldn't understand, the huge technological gap between the two sides. Just when he thought that the other party would steal or destroy all the confidential documents, everything on the screen suddenly disappeared. The last line of words emerged.
"Qin Ruoshue is our client.
She is also a victim. We hope she will be treated fairly. Otherwise, the next time, the warning we send won't be so mild. Goodbye." The characters disappeared and the computer screen returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. The study fell into deathly silence.
The adjutant's back was completely soaked with cold sweat.
Long Qian slowly leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a complex and incomprehensible light flashed in his eyes. He picked up the internal phone on the desk and called the technical department. Check all cybersecurity systems at the command center immediately. On the other end of the phone, a technician's horrified reply soon came. Report to the minister. All systems are normal. No signs of any intrusion. No trace? Long Qian's hand holding the phone suddenly tightened. This frightened him more than discovering that he had been invaded. Outside the state guesthouse, in a small woods 1 kilometer away, Chen Feng withdrew his hand from the military-grade signal amplifier and breathed a long sigh of relief. His face was a little pale. Everything that seemed so easy just now was actually a huge drain on him. He did not really hack into the Long Yuan network. He just used the omnipotent master key. Master key can open 99% of physical and electronic locks in the world. In a sense, the internal network of Long Yuan is also a complex electronic lock composed of countless codes and permissions. Chen Feng used the external node provided by Li Wenba as the keyhole and extended the concept of master key into it. He did not try to crack the firewall, but directly enabled the highest access rights to Long Qian's computer. He became the only owner of that computer at that moment. Therefore, the technical department could not find any traces of intrusion. Because, according to the rules, everything that just happened was a legal operation. This is a dimensionality reduction attack that goes beyond the scope of existing scientific and technological understanding. After doing all this, Chen Feng did not stop at all. He put all his equipment into a backpack, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the thick night like a ghost. He had already given Long Qian enough warnings and respect. Next, it depends on Long Qian himself to make the choice. And he has more important things to do. He is going to meet a key person who can solve all the mysteries for him. A person who should have been dead. Chapter 48 The Living Dead in the Cemetery. Haitian Cemetery, western suburbs of Binhai City. At 4 in the morning, the cemetery is so quiet you can hear the wind whimpering through the pines and cypresses. This is where countless lives ended, and beneath the cold tombstones lie buried stories and memories that were once vivid. Chen Feng walked alone on the winding stone steps. His injuries hadn't fully healed, but the powerful effects of super regeneration had already restored him to 70% to 80% of his mobility. The sea breeze blew against his black windbreaker, making him look like a vengeful spirit blending into the night. He finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous tombstone. There is no photo on the tombstone, only a line of words engraved, "Tomb of my beloved wife Lin Shui." The person who erected the monument, ex-husband, Chen Feng. This grave was a cenotaph he had someone build for Lin Shui after her death. There were no ashes inside, only a few of her favorite clothes. No matter how much harm Lin Shui had caused him, when a person dies, all debts are settled, and he finally gave her the last bit of dignity. Chen Feng stood quietly, but his eyes did not look at the cold tombstone. His gaze passed the tombstone and fell on the thick and impenetrable shadow under a dense pine tree nearby. "Come out." His voice was soft, but clear, echoing in the empty cemetery. In the shadows, there was no movement. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. "Do you still want me to treat you?" Xin Shanhe. The moment the words fell, the shadow finally moved. A hunched man with a stubbled face and a haggard appearance like a devil slowly walked out from behind the tree. It was Qin Shanhe, the man who should have been wanted by the whole city but disappeared mysteriously. At this moment, he no longer had any of the high spirits he once had as the vice president of the Qin Group. His eyes were cloudy and bloodshot, and his face was filled with fear and despair, like a stray dog that had been chased by hunters for 3 days and 3 nights. How do you know I'm here?" Xin Shanhe's voice was as hoarse as 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. "Because this is the safest place in all of Binhai City," Chen Feng said calmly. Who would have thought that a fugitive wanted by the entire city would hide next to the grave of the woman he had killed? This is the most dangerous hiding place, and also the one that is most in line with human logic. Xin Shanhe laughed bitterly, which was considered as his agreement. "Are you here to kill me?" He looked at Chen Feng. There was no hatred in his eyes, only a kind of numbness as if he accepted his fate. "Kill you? That's too easy for you." Chen Feng shook his head. "I came here to ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, perhaps I can give you a quick death." Xin Shanhe's body trembled violently. He knew he had no choice. "What do you want to know? What exactly is the blood contract plan?" Chen Feng went straight to the point. Hearing this name, Qin Shanha's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. His face showed an expression of fear even more than seeing a ghost. How do you know this? He screamed as if he had heard some forbidden words. Answer my question. Chen Feng's voice was emotionless. The muscles on Qin Shanha's face twitched violently, as if he was having a struggle between himself and his conscience. After a long time, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed to the ground and uttered a desperate whisper like a dream. That's the Devil's Pact, a crazy plan that's been going on for 100 years. Each generation of Ouroboros saints selects the most exceptional genes within the organization, nurturing a descendant with the purest bloodline. From birth, this descendant is cultivated as a weapon, or perhaps, a vessel. Their ultimate goal is to use this container to open the Qin family's ancestral land, which has been sealed for thousands of years. That's where the Qin family's true roots lie. Legend has it that buried within are treasures that once made the Qin ancestors rich enough to rival a nation, and power enough to overturn the world. Qin Shanha's voice was intermittent, but it revealed a shocking and horrifying secret. A huge wave rose in Chen Feng's heart. The Qin family's ancestral land? A force that could subvert the world? This has completely gone beyond the scope of business struggle and has risen to a mysterious realm that he has never imagined. What about the key? What does it mean that Qin Zhe is the key? Chen Feng asked. To open the ancestral land, two things are needed. Qin Shanha's eyes became increasingly empty. One is a direct descendant with the purest Qin bloodline, who will serve as the guide. The other is the vessel with the saint's bloodline, which will serve as the key. Only when the blood of the guide and the key drip simultaneously onto the stone gate of the ancestral land will that door open. Qin Ruoxue is the most perfect guide of this generation. And Qin Zhe is the one they spent decades meticulously crafting to finally succeed in opening this door. That unique key. Everything is clear now. The ultimate goal of the snake is not the Qin group, but Qin Ruoxue herself. What he wants is her blood. Murderous intent surged in Chen Feng's eyes. One last question. His voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the air. Where is the ancestral land? Qin Shanha shook his head, a strange smile appearing on his face. I don't know. This is the Qin family's highest core secret. Only the head of each generation and the chosen guide will be informed. But his smile became even crazier. I know how to force her to tell it. Ouroboros has a secret medicine called heart-eating powder. If she takes it, within 7 days, she'll be unable to live or die. By then, let alone the secrets of the ancestral land, even if she... Ha ha ha. His laughter stopped abruptly. Because a cold blade was already against his throat. It's Chen Feng's Tang sword. It's time for you to get going. Chen Feng's voice was emotionless. Qin Shanha looked into those cold eyes and knew that he was doomed. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come. However, just as Chen Feng was about to swing his knife, an old and gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Young man, spare his life. Chen Feng's body tensed up instantly. He turned around suddenly. I saw that in the dim light of the morning not far away, there was an old man standing there, wearing a gray tang suit, with white hair and beard, and with an immortal look. The old man had a faint smile on his face and was leaning on a dragon-headed cane in his hand. He seemed to appear out of thin air, and Chen Feng's perception, which was comparable to that of a wild beast, did not even detect any trace of him in advance. Who are you? Chen Feng's voice was extremely solemn. He felt an unfathomable aura from the old man, which was far more terrifying than the snake and even than himself. That is the aura of an absolutely strong person who truly stands at the top of the food chain and looks down on all living beings. The old man did not answer his question, but just cast his gaze on Qin Shanha, who was on the ground and was frightened out of his wits. Shanha, I gave you a chance. The old man's voice was filled with disappointment. Unfortunately, you disappoint me so much. The moment Qin Shanha saw the old man, he was as if he had seen a ghost. He rolled and crawled, then fell to his knees on the ground, kowtowed madly, and wailed incoherently. Father? Aren't you already dead? Father? Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. This old man turned out to be the father of Qin Ruoxue and Qin Shanha, the former chairman of the Qin group who had long been announced to have passed away due to illness. Qin Hongyuan. A living dead man who should be lying in the grave. Qin Hongyuan ignored Qin Shanha's wailing. He turned his head and looked at Chen Feng again. Those eyes, which seemed cloudy but seemed to be able to see through everything, looked Chen Feng up and down. Then he said something that made Chen Feng feel like he was struck by lightning.
You are the one chosen by the system, right? Chapter 49 System Observer.
In the early morning in the cemetery, the air was as cold as an ice-hardened knife, scraping against the face, causing a burst of fine stinging pain. The words "the one chosen by the system" resonated like a thunderbolt from the heavens, exploding deep within Chen Feng's mind. Every word became a tangible sound wave, shaking his soul to the point of shattering. His mind instantly sank into a chaotic blank.
Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this moment.
He could clearly feel his heart stop beating for a moment, then pound against his chest with the frenzied force of a drum. An icy chill shot up from his tailbone, up his spine, and up to his crown, freezing his blood.
System.
This was his biggest secret since his rebirth, his most core support. It was the ultimate trump card that enabled him to go from a loser who was kicked out by his ex-wife to where he is today, and to dare to compete with behemoths like the Qin family and Ouroboros. He never revealed a single word to anyone, not even to his closest friends, Wang Lei and Xiaoya. He believed this was an adventure unique to him, a secret of the divine realm that only he knew. However, at this moment, this secret was revealed so calmly by a living dead who should have been dead for many years. It felt like a gambler who thought he had hidden all his cards perfectly, but at the final poker table, he found that his opponent had already seen every one of his cards clearly. All the advantages, all the calculations, all the confidence collapsed in this moment. His proud EX level skill, Curtain of Fate, which claimed to be able to cut off his own information from the causal level and make him an absolute defense of unobservable variables, was like a thin layer of window paper in front of this mysterious old man and was easily pierced through. This is no longer a simple difference in strength, it is a crushing blow in the dimension of life. The passive skill Absolute Calm was operating frantically, like injecting a stream of extremely cold ice into boiling magma, forcibly suppressing his emotions that were almost out of control. Chen Feng's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, staring intently at the old man in front of him who looked like an immortal, yet exuded an endlessly eerie aura Qin Hanyuan. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash.
Who is he? Why does he know about the system's existence? Is he also the system's host? Or, the system's creator, or perhaps its administrator? He's been faking his death for so many years, what is he planning? Is he friend or foe now that he's reappeared?
Every problem was like a heavy mountain, weighing him down to the point where he could hardly breathe. Compared to the turbulent waves within Chen Feng, Qin Hongyuan appeared calm and composed. His seemingly cloudy old eyes seemed to be able to see through all the illusions in the world. He just looked at Chen Feng quietly, without hostility or kindness. Rather, it was more like the scrutiny of a researcher regarding a rare specimen, with a touch of curiosity, a bit of understanding, and a subtle sigh.
It seems I guessed right.
Qin Hongyuan spoke slowly, his voice gentle but filled with unquestionable authority.
Your reaction has already told me the answer. Don't be nervous, young man. If I were to harm you, you would be a corpse by now.
Chen Feng said nothing, but tightened his grip on the Tang sword. The blade remained firmly pressed against Qin Shanha's throat. The cold touch was the only reality he could sense at that moment. Qin Shanha, lying on the ground, had already been completely terrified by this scene beyond his comprehension. He looked at his father, then back at Chen Feng, his mouth making strange ho-ho sounds like a broken bellows, his body shaking like sieves, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. "Father, ghost, you are a ghost,"
he muttered incoherently.
Qin Hongyuan didn't even glance at him, as if his biological son on the ground was just a piece of insignificant air. All his attention was focused on Chen Feng. "Your growth rate has exceeded my expectations." Qin Hongyuan seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be explaining to Chen Feng, from an ordinary person with nothing, to stirring up the Binhai situation and even being able to compete head-on with Ouroboros, it took you less than a month. This kind of miraculous leap, other than the intervention of the system, I can't think of any other possibility. His words once again verified Chen Feng's guess. The other party not only knows the term system, but also has a deep understanding of the functions and roles of the system. Chen Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that in such an absolute disadvantage, any lies and sophistry would be meaningless and would only make him look even more stupid and ridiculous. He slowly retracted his Tang sword, lowering the tip to point at the ground. This action represented a temporary relinquishment of his hostility. "Who are you?" Chen Feng's voice was hoarse, but his tone returned to calm.
"My name is Qin Hanyuan."
As you can see, I am Qin Ruoshua's father.
Qin Hongyuan replied indifferently. A dead person won't speak.
Chen Feng's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's.
What I'm asking is, who are you really?
Hearing this question, Qin Hongyuan finally showed a smile of approval on his face.
That's right.
You have lived up to the system's choice of you by being able to maintain your rationality and courage under such a huge impact. The dragon-headed cane in his hand lightly paused on the ground, making a dull sound.
You can think of me as an observer. A gravekeeper, observing the true direction of this world. Gravekeeper? Chen Feng frowned tightly.
This word made him feel an inexplicable chill.
As for why I know about the system. Qin Hongyuan raised his head and looked at the dawn like light on the horizon.
His eyes became distant and profound.
Because, you are not the first person to be chosen by the system.
Not the first. This sentence shocked Chen Feng more than all the previous shocks combined.
It turns out that he is not the one and only chosen one.
In this world he does not understand, there may be other system hosts like him.
The water in this world is much deeper than he imagined. You mean?
What I'm saying is, this world is far more complex than you see. Qin Hongyuan interrupted him, returning his gaze to him. You can imagine the world as a vast, ever-flowing river, with its fixed course and direction. I call these anchors of destiny.
The Qin family's inheritance, the Uroboros' plan, and even the succession of nations are all part of this anchor of destiny.
While they may stir up waves, they ultimately cannot alter the river's course.
However, there are always accidents.
Variables that don't belong to the river itself, but possess immense power, will appear out of nowhere. Every time they stir, they could change the river's course, even triggering devastating floods that completely overturn the existing world. Qin Hongyuan stretched out a finger and pointed at Chen Feng. You, or rather, the system within you, is just such a most unstable variable. Chen Feng fell silent. Qin Hongyuan's theory of river channels and variables had opened a whole new door for him, leading to the truth of the world. For the first time, he began to examine himself and the system's existence from a higher dimension.
So, you, the observer, are here to erase me, the variable? Chen Feng asked coldly. No. Qin Hongyuan shook his head, a complex smile on his face.
Variables represent both risks and opportunities. Sometimes, when a river is about to be polluted or dry up, a powerful variable can break through the dam and open up a brand new river channel full of vitality. I came to you not to erase you. I wanted to see where this variable, you, will lead this great river. Will it be destruction, or rebirth? His words were full of mysteries, but Chen Feng understood the core.
Qin Hongyuan wasn't here to kill him. At least, not now.
He is more like an observer of an advanced civilization, observing a primitive tribe that has just mastered nuclear weapons, wanting to see whether this tribe will eventually use this power to destroy itself or create a new era. At this moment, Qin Shanha, who had been limp on the ground, seemed to have grabbed a last straw. He rolled and crawled to Qin Hongyuan's feet, hugged his legs, and cried out with tears streaming down his face, "Father!
Father, save me! I know I was wrong. It was Uroboros who forced me to do this. It was that bastard Qin Zhe. He was the one who forced me to do this."
Qin Hongyuan finally lowered his head and glanced at his good-for-nothing son, his eyes filled with disgust and coldness. "Force you? If you weren't filled with greed and jealousy, who could force you?" His voice was emotionless. "You colluded with foreign enemies, murdered your brothers and sisters, and even pushed the entire Qin family into an abyss of no return. Among the ancestors of the Qin family, there is no such unfilial descendant as you."
"No. Father. I..."
Qin Shanha wanted to make some excuses, but Qin Hongyuan had lost his patience. He slowly raised his hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and gently touched Qin Shanha's forehead. There was no earth-shattering noise, not even any sound. But Chen Feng's eye of insight clearly saw that an invisible force like water waves seeped in from Qin Hongyuan's fingers and instantly flowed through Qin Shanha's whole body. Qin Shanha's wailing stopped abruptly. His body froze, the fear and madness in his eyes quickly fading, replaced by a complete, baby-like emptiness and bewilderment. He knelt on the ground, drool dribbling from the corners of his mouth, grinning foolishly, like an idiot whose sanity had been instantly wiped out.
One finger, and the soul is broken. Chen Feng's pupils contracted violently again.
This method has completely exceeded the scope of martial arts. It is more like a spiritual, mysterious secret technique.
Just how powerful is this old man before me? Death is too easy for him.
Shin Hongyuan withdrew his hand, his tone as calm as if he were crushing an ant. His broken body still has some other uses. I will make him atone for his sins. After saying that, he stopped looking at Qin Shanha and looked at Chen Feng again, and his tone returned to its previous gentleness. Now that the outsiders have been dealt with, we can get down to business. Chen Feng's palms, gripping the Tang sword, were already covered in cold sweat. He knew that the real conversation that would determine his fate had only just begun.
Chapter 50, The Observer's Transaction.
The first golden rays of dawn penetrated the mist and gently sprinkled on the cold tombstone, coating this silent place of death with an illusory warmth. However, this warmth could not dispel the coldness in Chen Feng's heart.
Business?
Chen Feng repeated the words, his voice raspy, even though he wasn't aware of it. He slowly stood up straight, looking Qin Hongyuan in the eye. Although he had a slight height advantage, his aura made him feel as if he were looking up at an unfathomable peak. Qin Hongyuan nodded slightly, and Chen Feng's vigilant and solemn face was reflected in his calm eyes. You are very curious about why I knew about the existence of the system and why I allowed the Uroboros plan to proceed to this point, right? He seemed to see through all the doubts in Chen Feng's mind.
Chen Feng did not deny it.
This was exactly the answer he wanted to know most at this moment. To understand all this, you first need to understand the first principle followed by us so-called observers, or guardians. Qin Hongyuan stretched out a skinny finger. That is the principle of non-interference.
Non-interference? Chen Feng frowned.
You just crippled your own son.
This doesn't count as non-interference. Ha, Qin Hongyuan chuckled meaningfully.
Rules always have their scope of application. Qin Shanha has betrayed the Qin family's bloodline and become part of the source of pollution.
It is my duty as a guardian to eliminate him.
But this is different from interfering with the direction of the anchor of destiny. He paused, as if giving Chen Feng time to digest it.
Ouroboros is a very ancient organization. They don't believe in destiny, nor do they revere gods or Buddhas.
They worship only chaos and the end. They believe that this world is a vast cage, and those anchors of destiny are the chains that constitute this cage. Their ultimate goal is to break all chains and release the primordial chaos sealed at the bottom of the world. They are the world's virus, and we, the Guardian family, are the world's immune system. For ages, we have maintained a delicate balance. However, the appearance of Snake, or Qin Zhe, has disrupted this balance.
Qin Hongyuan's tone, for the first time, took on a hint of solemnity.
He is not simply a key, he is the culmination of Ouroboros' century-long plan, a perfect virus matrix deeply contaminated by chaos. His very existence poses an unprecedented threat to the anchor of destiny in the Qin family's ancestral land. Chen Feng listened quietly as a vaster, more bizarre world unfolded before him. Everything he had faced before, the so-called family infighting and business wars, seemed as insignificant as dust in this level of competition. According to the rules, I can't attack him directly, Qin Hongyuan continued, because his birth has already been accepted by the torrent of fate and has become a fait accompli. If I forcibly erase him, the causal backlash it triggers could directly destroy the anchor point that I swore to protect with my life.
The consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Feng understood instantly.
It wasn't that Qin Hongyuan didn't want to intervene, it was that he couldn't. He was like a superpower armed with nuclear weapons, but bound by countless rules and treaties, unable to easily press the launch button on a terrorist armed with biological and chemical weapons.
So, you need a variable. Chen Feng's eyes became sharper.
A variable that doesn't belong to the original rules and is not bound by cause and effect, to do for you what you can't do.
Talking to smart people saves effort.
Qin Hongyuan showed a satisfied smile on his face.
That's right. This is why I came to see you today. I need you, Chen Feng.
Or rather, I need the power of the system in you.
His true intentions were finally revealed.
Chen Feng's heart, on the other hand, completely calmed down at this moment.
The most terrifying thing was the unknown.
When the other party revealed their cards and demands, the game truly began.
What can I get? Chen Feng asked.
This is a transaction, so both parties should have their own price. What you want most, Qin Hongyuan answered without hesitation. About this world, about the system, about everything you don't know, the truth of everything. He looked at Chen Feng, and his eyes became extremely seductive.
Do you want to know where the systems come from?
I can tell you that they are seeds of civilization from higher dimensions, released into countless worlds like ours. They are neither good nor evil, their sole purpose is to find suitable hosts, create variables, and observe the evolution of different civilizations when faced with the singularity.
Do you want to know if there are other hosts besides you? I can tell you that there are.
In other corners of this country, and even overseas, there are people chosen by different types of systems. Some have become wealthy business tycoons, some have become invincible underground boxing champions, and some have become mysterious prophets who can predict the future. You are potential collaborators with each other, but also, your most dangerous competitors.
Do you want to know what lies within the Qin family's ancestral land?
I can tell you that what's sealed there isn't any gold or silver treasure, but a fragment of the foundation stone of the world. Once it's obtained and contaminated by the Ouroboros, the stable order of the entire eastern continent will collapse from the very foundations. Natural and man-made disasters will ensue, and the world will be transformed into a purgatory. With every word Qin Hongyuan spoke, Chen Feng's heart sank a little.
Any piece of this information is enough to overturn a normal person's worldview.
He was like a player who had just left the novice village, only to be told by the game GM that this game was actually a brutal clash of the gods affecting countless servers.
These are my prices.
Qin Hongyuan looked at Chen Feng's shocked eyes and said slowly, in exchange, I need you to do 3 things. First, continue your mission and protect Ruoxue at all costs. She is not only my daughter, but also the guide to the ancestral land.
Her bloodline must not fall into the hands of Ouroboros. Second, stop Qin Zhe.
You can use any means, kill him, or imprison him, as long as you can prevent him from approaching the ancestral land. You, the variable, are the only one who can attack him without triggering a large-scale causal backlash. Third, Qin Hongyuan's eyes became more serious than ever before. If the situation reaches the worst point, and the seal of the ancestral land becomes irreversibly loosened.
I need you to kill Ruoxue with your own hands.
What?
Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and a surge of anger burned uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. She is your biological daughter.
Precisely because she's my daughter, I can't let her become the sinner who destroys this world. Qin Hongyuan's expression remained unwavering, and his voice was filled with a cruel calmness. This is the fate that the Qin family's guide has carried since birth.
Either become a guardian, or end your life before you are contaminated. There is no third way.
Chen Feng stared at him intently. He couldn't see a trace of hypocrisy or affectation in his eyes. What he said was true. For the so-called foundation of the world, he could really sacrifice his own daughter.
What a cold realization this is.
The cemetery fell into a long silence. Only the wind, blowing through the pines and cypresses, made bursts of mournful cries.
Chen Feng's brain was weighing the options rapidly. Reject? He couldn't imagine the consequences of refusing.
Although Qin Hongyuan had said he wouldn't erase him, a terrifying being capable of easily destroying Qin Shanha would likely have countless ways to make him disappear. More importantly, he would lose his only window into the truth of the world. He would continue to rush around like a blind man on this chessboard fraught with danger. Accepting this would mean being completely drawn into this terrifying conflict, akin to a battle between gods. He would face the frenzied retaliation of the entire Ouroboros organization, and he would bear the heavy burden of potentially killing Qin Ruoxue himself. After a long time, Chen Feng slowly exhaled.
I accept. He had no choice.
From the moment he was chosen by the system, perhaps, he had no way out.
But I also have my conditions.
Chen Feng raised his head and looked directly at Qin Hongyuan without flinching. This isn't your order, but our cooperation. I need you to provide all the information on Ouroboros, including their bases, personnel, and Qin Zhe's current location.
Okay. Qin Hongyuan nodded. I need you to provide support at a level I can't handle.
For example, pressure from the national level, or threats from other system hosts. Qin Hongyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised that Chen Feng could think of this.
Yes. Within the rules I allow. One last point, Chen Feng's tone became playful.
Since our cooperation is to protect the world's stability, then, after all this is over, the Qin group will belong to me.
Isn't that too much?
Qin Hongyuan was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha. Interesting, what an interesting young man. He clapped his hands and laughed, his eyes full of admiration.
At a time like this, you're still thinking about these material things.
Fine. I promise you.
As long as you can defeat the Ouroboros and protect our ancestral land, I won't mind giving you the Qin family.
It's a deal. Chen Feng stretched out his hand. Qin Hongyuan looked at the hand he extended, but did not shake it. He just looked at Chen Feng deeply. Remember your promise, variable. Don't let me down. Otherwise, I'll make you understand that there are things in this world that are far more terrifying than death. As the words fell, his figure began to become illusory, like a reflection in the water, gradually blending into the morning air. Before he completely disappeared, a voice sounded directly in Chen Feng's mind. Information about Ouroboros will be delivered to you soon. As for that useless Qin Shanha, I'll send someone to deal with him. When the last word fell, Qin Hongyuan's breath had completely disappeared in the cemetery, as if he had never appeared. Only Chen Feng was left, and Qin Shanha, who was kneeling on the ground, looking stupid and drooling. The sun has risen completely. The golden sunlight dispelled all the haze and illuminated Chen Feng's face, which was full of solemnity and determination. He knew that from this moment on, the game had truly begun. Chapter 51, The Chess Game of Variables. The early morning sunshine completely dispelled the last trace of coldness in the cemetery. Chen Feng stood there, like a silent statue, letting the warm sunlight wash over him, yet he felt no warmth at all. His blood remained icy cold. Qin Hongyuan's words were like a spiritual storm, turning his existing world upside down and then reconstructing it in a grander, more brutal way. Seat of civilization, system host, world cornerstone, guardian, virus. These words echoed repeatedly in his mind, each one representing a vast, unknown realm he had previously never dared to contemplate. He was no longer the reborn, striving simply for revenge and money. He had been passively, or perhaps destined, to be thrust onto a vast chessboard, a game that hinged on the survival of the world. And he is the variable that can disrupt the entire chess game. He lowered his head and glanced at Qin Shanha, who was still kneeling on the ground, foolishly playing with the dirt with his hands. This once arrogant man, who had brought him endless humiliation, was now a soulless shell. Chen Feng felt no joy in his heart. When your enemy becomes a higher dimensional being that can be easily cleaned up as garbage, revenge loses its original taste. His vision was forcibly raised. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and dialed Li Wenba's number. "Boss. Are you okay?" Li Wenba's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. He had been in a state of high tension since Chen Feng left the villa. "I'm fine." Chen Feng's voice was calm and without a trace of emotion. "Find a clean car and send me its location. Also, prepare a new set of clothes for me and send it to my villa in Binjiang. I'm currently at Haitian Cemetery." "Cemetery? What are you going there for?" Li Wenba asked subconsciously, but then realized he had said too much and immediately changed his words. "Yes. I'll do it right away." Also, Chen Feng added, "Qin Shanha is with me. But don't worry about him. Someone will come to pick him up soon." "What?" Li Wenba was shocked. Qin Shanha, the city's most wanted man, was actually in his boss's hands? But he quickly understood the implication of an order from Chen Feng's unquestionable tone. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng put away his phone. Without even glancing at Qin Shanha, he turned around, started walking out of the cemetery. The sunlight stretched his shadow very long behind him. Half an hour later, at the top-floor mansion of Riverside Mansion. From the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Feng gazed down at the city below, which had just awakened from its slumber. The city was bustling with traffic, bustling with people, and filled with the vibrant atmosphere of life. However, in his eyes, beneath this bustling scene lay hidden undercurrents and crises that ordinary people could never glimpse. He had washed off the dust and coldness from his body and changed into clean casual clothes. His physical fatigue was rapidly receding under the effects of super-speed regeneration, but the mental pressure was like a mountain. In front of him, a huge holographic projection screen lit up, and Xiaoya and Li Wenba's faces appeared at the same time on both ends of the screen. "Boss." The two greeted in unison, their expressions showing a hint of unconcealable worry and curiosity. "From today on, we need to make some adjustments to our plans." Chen Feng went straight to the point, his tone calm and powerful. He didn't explain his whereabouts last night, nor did he mention Qin Hongyuan or the shocking secrets. He knew the truth was too heavy and too dangerous for Xiaoya and Li Wenba. His only task now was to exploit the vast information gap between him and them to guide them and execute his next move. Xingchen Capital can no longer be a ghost that only exists on the internet and in legends. Chen Feng's voice was resounding. "I need it to become a real, powerful business empire that can stand out in the open and compete head-on with any force."
Xiaoya was stunned for a moment. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and calmly analyzed, "Boss, your idea is bold. But to build a truly multinational capital group, you need more than just capital, you also need connections, resources, and a reputation that can intimidate your competitors. Right now, we have almost nothing except the several hundred million in our account." "Money is not a problem," Chen Feng said calmly, his tone revealing an absolute confidence that was unfamiliar to Xiaoya and Li Wenba. "We can get the connections and resources. As for fame, we already have it." He looked at Li Wenba and said, boldly, "The signature of Xingchen Capital that you left behind when you hacked into Long Qin's computer is our best business card." Li Wenba instantly understood Chen Feng's intention, and his face lit up with excitement. "Boss, you mean, we want to make this tiger skin real?" "That's right." Chen Feng nodded. "I want you to immediately register a series of investment, technology, and security companies around the world named Xingchen. I want you to spare no expense to poach the top financial analysts in global financial centers, recruit the most talented programmers in global technology valleys, and contact the most capable security contractors in the gray area. Our first step is to weave a massive net covering the global information and financial sectors. I want to make the name Star Capital an entity that no one can ignore in the shortest possible time." Xiaoya's heart surged with emotion, but her rationality still made her ask the most crucial question, "Boss, all of this requires a huge amount of money. I'm afraid the funds we have now are not enough to even start." "I told you, money isn't a problem," Chen Feng interrupted her. He didn't explain the source of the funds, but simply looked at her with an unquestionable gaze. "Xiaoya, from today on, you are the CEO of Xingchen Capital. I give you the highest authority and an unlimited budget." Unlimited budget. These 4 words made Xiaoya, a Harvard student who was used to big scenes, gasp. This is no longer a business plan, this is creating a myth. "Yes. Boss." Although her mind was filled with countless questions, Xiaoya took on this seemingly impossible task without hesitation out of absolute trust in Chen Feng. "Boldly, your mission is to cooperate with Xiaoya to build the world's top intelligence and network security system. I want our network to be able to hear any sound we want to hear in this world and see any picture we want to see." Chen Feng turned to Li Wenba. "I guarantee to complete the task." Li Wenba's face flushed with excitement. "Go ahead." Chen Feng waved his hand. "We don't have much time left. Projection is off." The living room was quiet again. Chen Feng walked to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of water. He looked at his young, yet weathered face reflected in the water, and his mind became clear. He knew the order he had just issued was borderline insane. But he knew even more clearly that the enemy he was facing was a behemoth like the Ouroboros, a behemoth that had occupied the world for centuries and infiltrated every sector. Using conventional business methods to confront it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. He must use a more unreasonable and brutal way to build up his own power in the shortest time possible. He wanted to use countless money and talents to fill the fictitious tiger skin of Star Capital into a real tiger that could devour everything. Just then, his personal cell phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Qin Ruoxue. Chen Feng's heart tightened slightly. He picked up the phone, and his voice softened unconsciously. "Hello. Are you okay?" Qin Ruoxue's voice, a hint of fatigue and deep concern, came from the other end of the phone. She had obviously not slept all night. "I'm fine. I just finished taking care of some things." Chen Feng walked to the French window and looked at the distant skyline. "How about you? Did Long Qian give you any trouble?" "No." Qin Ruoxue sounded relieved. "It's strange. Long Qian's attitude took a complete turn this morning. Not only did he lift his guard on me, he also offered to provide the Qin group with the highest level of security to help us track down the fugitive Qin Shanhe." The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up in an understanding arc. It seemed that last night's warning had been very effective. Long Qian, a smart man, had made the right choice. "That's good. Chen Feng." Qin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, then asked, after Pier 7, "I always feel like you seem to have changed. Are you hiding something from me?" Women's intuition is terrifyingly sharp. Chen Feng's heart sank suddenly. He thought of Qin Honyuan's most cruel condition. "If the worst comes to the worst, I will kill Ruoxue with my own hands." This thought, like a poisonous thorn, pierced deeply into his heart. He was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke in a low and firm voice, "Ruoxue, believe me. No matter what happens, I will be by your side to protect you." This promise, at this moment, has a completely different and heavy weight. Shin Ruoshua responded softly, as if she felt the reassuring power in his words. Then you should also pay attention to your own safety. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the doorbell rang suddenly. Chen Feng's eyes instantly became sharp. He looked out through the peephole and saw a man wearing a common courier's uniform standing outside the door. In his arms, he was holding a silver metal suitcase that was half a meter square. Here we come. Chen Feng opened the door. The courier handed over the suitcase without saying a word, then turned and left. The whole process was seamless, and his movements were as standard as a robot. Chen Feng took the suitcase into the house and closed the door. The box feels heavy and cold, with no manufacturer's logo or latches. There's only a palm-shaped groove in the center. Chen Feng did not hesitate and pressed his right hand on it. Ding, identity confirmed. A slight mechanical sound was heard, and the suitcase opened automatically and silently. There were no complicated instruments in the box, only a pitch-black, thin as a cicada wing datapad lying quietly on the black velvet. Chen Feng picked it up. The datapad automatically lit up, and in the center of the screen, an Ouroboros totem appeared, constantly devouring its own tail. Then, a massive amount of data stream, like a waterfall, began to flash across the screen. All the core secrets of the Ouroboros organization from its inception to the present. Secret bases around the world, lists of core members, high-level insiders infiltrated in the political, business and military circles of various countries, detailed information on the blood contract plans of all generations, even Qinzhe's all-secret growth experiences and genetic data from childhood to adulthood are all listed. Qin Hongyuan gave him a deadly weapon that was enough to paralyze this century-old organization in an instant. Chen Feng's mind was completely shocked by this massive amount of information. However, just when he was about to take a closer look, the long-lost, cold system prompt sound suddenly rang out in his mind without any warning. It has been detected that the host has come into contact with the core causal line of the World Foundation Stone. The Helping Women for Fun system module is undergoing an urgent upgrade. Upgrade completed. The ultimate quest chain, Keystone Guardian, has been activated. First phase mission released, weaving a web. Mission objective: transform the fictitious star capital into a real, global superconsortium with assets exceeding 100 billion, and global influence, giving it the initial qualifications to engage in a head-on war with the Ouroboros organization. Quest reward? Penalty for mission failure: the host's soul will be completely obliterated by the law of cause and effect. Newbie support gift package has been distributed. $10 billion in startup capital has been deposited into an anonymous bank account in a neutral country. Chapter 52, $1 billion ambition. $10 billion. When the system's cold prompt sounded in his mind, Chen Feng felt his breathing stagnate. It's not like he'd never seen money before. Whether it was the 500 million cash reward from the system or the 1 billion he'd received from Qin Ruoshue, it had already put him in a wealth class that ordinary people could never reach in their lifetime. But these figures, when compared to the unit of $10 billion, instantly paled in comparison, like a firefly competing with the bright moon. This is no longer just a simple sum of money, it is terrifying capital that is enough to leverage the economy of a small country and shake the global financial center. What shocked him even more was the ultimate quest chain released by the system, called Cornerstone Guardian. Weaving a web. Increase the asset scale of Xingchen Capital to 100 billion. Note that the system here doesn't specify whether it's in US dollars or RMB. Regardless of which one it is, it means he must multiply his $10 billion startup capital by at least 10 times within a limited time frame. The punishment for mission failure is unprecedentedly cruel. The soul will be completely wiped out by the law of cause and effect. This was no longer a simple deduction of rewards or physical damage. This was the most complete annihilation from the existential perspective, reduced to ashes. A terrifying glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Pressure. Unprecedented pressure, like a literal tsunami, crashed down upon him. But at the same time, an even stronger, almost frantic excitement and fighting spirit blazed from deep within his bones. He likes this feeling. When there is no way to retreat and one can only fight towards death, a person's potential will be truly squeezed to the limit. Interesting. He muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. He no longer thought about the consequences of failure, but instead focused all his attention on the seemingly impossible task before him. $10 billion in startup capital, and the data tablet sent by Qin Hongyuan containing all the core secrets of Ouroboros. These two things are the two sharpest swords in his hands. One is the indestructible sword of capital. One is the sword of information that can provide foresight. With both swords combined, he will have the qualifications to create a huge wave on the chessboard of this world. He immediately called Xiaoya again. The call was answered almost instantly, and Xiaoya's calm and efficient voice came from the other end. "Boss, any new instructions?" "There have been some minor changes to the previous plan."
Chen Feng's voice was calm but carried an undeniable strength. "I have just applied for a sum of startup capital for you from an overseas angel investor.
How much is it?" Xiaoya asked immediately.
She was prepared to hear a shocking figure. In her opinion, considering Chen Feng's mysterious nature, being able to come up with 10 billion or 800 million renminbi was already the limit.
10 billion. 10 billion. RMB?
This amount is enough for us to leverage a very considerable.
It's US dollars.
Chen Feng interrupted her lightly. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds. Xiaoya's strong heart, which had never been disturbed by the storms in the global financial center, seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible big hand at this moment.
10 billion US dollars? No matter how rich her imagination was, she had never dared to imagine such an exaggerated scene. This is no longer an angel investment, this is a miracle.
"Boss, are you sure I heard it correctly?"
For the first time, Xiaoya's voice trembled noticeably. "You heard correctly." Chen Feng's tone remained calm.
"The funds have been deposited into the anonymous account with the highest level of confidentiality that you opened in an anonymous bank in a neutral country.
Now, it's yours.
Or rather, it belongs to our star capital. Xiaoya, the unlimited budget I mentioned earlier was not a joke.
Now, you have the capital to make it a reality." Xiaoya's breathing became rapid.
She felt her blood burning. As a top financial operator, her biggest dream in life was to manage a massive fund capable of influencing the global financial landscape. And now, this dream had come true in a way she could never have imagined.
"I understand, boss."
Her voice had regained its usual composure, but beneath that composure lay a volcanic surge of passion and ambition.
"Please rest assured.
I will never betray your trust. Give me 3 months, and I'll make the name Star Capital resound throughout every corner of the world's financial centers."
"I'll wait and see." Chen Feng hung up the phone.
He believed in Xiaoya's abilities. With this terrifying startup capital, this financial giant trapped in the shallows would surely stir up a monstrous wave that would captivate the entire world. He himself needed to focus on another thing. His gaze fell back on the dark data slate.
The expansion of capital takes time.
But before that, he must first remove the most deadly fangs that Ouroboros has planted in Binhai City.
He began to quickly browse the information on the data board.
The organizational structure of Ouroboros is extremely strict and presents a pyramid-like structure. At the top, of course, is their leader, the Snake Lord. Each generation of the Snake Lord is mysterious and unpredictable, and even the core members of the organization may not have seen their true appearance.
Beneath the Serpent Lord are the 12 roundtable executives.
Each of them represents the highest authority in a particular area of the organization, overseeing intelligence, assassination, finance, technology, infiltration, and other departments.
Codenamed Doctor and Blood Wolf, they serve under the third executive, Pluto, who oversees assassination.
Qin Zhe's identity, however, was even more special. He was a product of the blood contract plan, the future Holy Son, possessing a transcendent status that even allowed him to control the 12 executors in certain areas.
Chen Feng's focus fell on the information of the infiltration department.
He saw a series of shocking names.
Deputy Mayor of Binhai City, Wang Jiangwo. Deputy Commander of Binhai City Garrison, Zhao Lijun. President of Binhai Bank Head Office, Zhou Minghui.
These bigwigs in Binhai City, who could cause an earthquake with just a stomp of their feet, were actually all high-level insiders who had been lurking for years as Ouroboros. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Chen Feng's back. He finally understood why Qin Shanha could so easily mobilize so many resources and set up such a perfect killing plan as the one at Pier Number 7. Because, from top to bottom, from government to business, everything has been infiltrated by the Ouroboros and turned into a sieve. Qin Ruoxue seems safe, but in fact, she has been living in a giant web woven by countless poisonous snakes. I must tear this net into pieces first. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. But he knew not to act rashly. These individuals held such high positions that even a single move could have far-reaching consequences.
Simply handing this list to Long Qian would certainly cause a major upheaval in the officialdom, but it would also easily alert the Ouroboros core forces, forcing them to hide prematurely. He needed a more ingenious and deadly plan. A perfect plan that can catch all these people in one fell swoop and convert all their resources into nutrients for star capital. His eyes scanned back and forth across the data board, his brain, like the most sophisticated supercomputer, working rapidly, integrating all the information. Soon, his sight fixed on a name. President of Binhai Bank, Zhou Minghui. Data shows that this individual, driven by greed, abused his position to launder tens of billions of dollars in illicit funds for the Ouroboros. He also personally amassed a staggering fortune through illegal lending and insider trading. His biggest weakness is his only daughter, Zhou Qianqian, who is studying abroad and whom he regards as his precious darling. The outline of a plan slowly began to emerge in Chen Feng's mind. He picked up the phone again, and this time, he dialed Li Wenbao's number. "Old Li, help me check someone out." Chen Feng's voice was emotionless. "The president of Binhai Bank, Zhou Minghui. I want everything about him, including all evidence of his illegal income, and all the information on his daughter, Zhou Qianqian, who is studying abroad in the Western Federation." Zhou Minghui? Li Wenbao was stunned for a moment. "Boss, this guy is of quite a high rank." "I know." Chen Feng's tone was as cold as iron. "I want you to put the things on my desk within 3 days. Is there a problem?" "No." Li Wenbao replied immediately, "Don't worry, boss. Give me 1 day, not to mention 3 days, and I can even find out what color underwear he's wearing." "Very good." After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng walked to the window and looked at the city below where undercurrents were surging. He knew that a storm far more thrilling than the explosion at Pier 7 was about to brew in his hands. This time, he was no longer on the defensive. He wants to take the initiative. He wanted to let Ouroboros and all the enemies hiding in the dark take a good look. A variable selected by the system will become a terrifying existence when he has tens of billions of dollars in capital and a god's perspective that sees through everything. The chess game has been set. And he, Chen Feng, is the only chess player. Chapter 53 The Prey's Weakness. Under the night sky, the lights on the banks of the Milky Way and Thames are bright, like a galaxy flowing with gold and starlight. In this cosmopolitan metropolis, where history and modernity intertwine, countless young dreams are taking root, including Zhou Qianqian. As the only daughter of Binhai Bank President Zhou Minghui, her life has been paved with a thick layer of gold foil since birth. She attended the UK's top art school, lived in a luxury apartment, and drove a red Phantom sports car. She was known among her friends as a white, rich, and beautiful princess. She was used to being admired and envied by others, and was also used to the dream castle her father had built for her in China, where she could live a carefree life and spend lavishly. However, she didn't know that an invisible net had crossed a distance of nearly 10,000 kilometers and was silently covering her. At this moment, she was sitting in an elegant star-rated gourmet restaurant, stirring the expensive caviar in front of her somewhat absent-mindedly. Sitting across from her was a blonde, blue-eyed young man from the Western Federation with a charming smile. His name was Arthur. He was a well-known heartthrob at school, and among Zhou Qianqian's many suitors, the most attentive and the one who most attracted her. "Dear Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Are you not liking today's food?" Arthur's voice was as gentle as the spring breeze in April. "Nothing, just I miss home a little." Zhou Qianqian forced a smile. For some reason, she had been feeling uneasy since yesterday, with her right eyelid twitching constantly. She had called her father several times, but no one answered, which made her feel inexplicably irritated and uneasy. "Oh, poor little princess." Arthur sighed exaggeratedly, and then, like magic, he took out an exquisite velvet box from his pocket. "But I guess this little thing might make you feel a little better." He opened the box, and a huge pink diamond ring shone with dazzling brilliance under the soft light of the restaurant. "Oh my God! Arthur! This is..." Zhou Qianqian covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She recognized this ring. It was the legendary pink diamond Heart of Venus that had recently sold for a whopping 3 million federal coins at the Universal Auction House. "I give it to you, my most beautiful Qianqian." Arthur gazed at her affectionately. "Only this is worthy of your finger." The huge surprise instantly dispelled any uneasiness in Zhou Qianqian's heart. She was so excited that she almost cried. She knew Arthur came from a wealthy family, but she had never expected him to be willing to spend so much money on her. "Arthur, I love you." she excitedly threw herself into Arthur's arms. Arthur held her in his arms, still with that charming smile on his face, but deep in his eyes, there flashed a trace of coldness and mockery that no one noticed. At the same time, in Binhai City, the top-floor luxury house of Binjiang Mansion, Chen Feng was quietly looking at the holographic screen in front of him. On the screen, it was the scene of Zhou Qianqian and Arthur hugging each other affectionately in the restaurant. The image was so clear that one could even make out the flush of excitement on Zhou Qianqian's face. Their conversation was also transmitted through the microphone, word for word. On the other side of the screen was Li Wenba's face, filled with excitement. "Boss, you're truly amazing." Li Wenba's tone was filled with admiration. "This kid named Arthur is indeed suspicious. I traced the flow of his funds and discovered that he's not some wealthy second-generation kid at all. All the money in his account comes from a shell company registered in an offshore island. And this company is inextricably linked to the Ouroboros organization's peripheral funding network." There was no trace of surprise on Chen Feng's expression. All this was within his expectations. The document Qin Hongyuan had given him detailed the common tactics Ouroboros used to control important figures. Their most effective tactic was weak point control. They would locate the target's closest relatives, especially children who had been sent overseas. Then, they would dispatch trained agents, disguised as various individuals, to approach them, using emotional connections, incentives, or drugs to keep them firmly under their control. In this way, the target far away in the country is like being put in an invisible but deadly noose. Zhou Qianqian is Zhou Minghui's weakness. And that Arthur was the hand sent by Ouroboros to hold the noose. It seems that Ouroboros doesn't completely trust Zhou Minghui, this dog. Chen Feng said lightly. That's right. Li Wenba nodded. I guess they've been wary of Zhou Minghui for a long time and might have second thoughts. As long as Zhou Qianqian is in their hands, Zhou Minghui will have to work for them for the rest of his life. Very good. A cold light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Now, it's our turn to snatch this noose from their hands. He turned to the other side of the screen, where was Xiaoya's figure. At this moment, Xiaoya was already in a luxurious office in Rhine City, a city in the Neutral Federation. Behind her stood a massive trading team comprised of dozens of blonde, blue-eyed, top-tier financial elites. Each person worked nervously and methodically on their computers, their massive screens scrolling with real-time data from global financial markets. In just one day, with the support of $10 billion in capital, Xiaoya has built the first core base of Xingqian capital in Europe. Xiaoya, how is the manpower arrangement going in Thames City? Chen Feng asked. Boss, everything is ready. Xiaoya's voice was calm and confident. We've deployed a 12-man special operations team to Thames City through our partner, a top security company. They're all retired members of a certain country's elite special forces, experienced and well-equipped. With just one command from you, they can detain the target within 10 minutes. Very good. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Operation codename, Broken Chain. The goal is not to capture them alive, but to rescue them. Rescue? Xiaoya was stunned. That's right. Chen Feng's lips curled up in a meaningful arc. I want Zhou Qianqian to be kidnapped by a group of unidentified thugs. Then, our people will rescue her from the kidnappers like gods descending from heaven. During this process, that kid from the Western Federation named Arthur will heroically die at the hands of the kidnappers in order to protect her. Finally, our hero will safely escort the frightened little princess Zhou Qianqian to the absolutely safe castle we have arranged in advance. Li Wenba and Xiaoya instantly understood Chen Feng's entire plan. This is a carefully planned drama of a hero saving a beauty. Not only do they want to snatch Zhou Qianqian, the hostage, from the hands of Ouroboros, but they also want to completely break down her psychological defenses in this way, and make her have absolute trust and dependence on Xingqian capital, the fictional savior. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron, and the cuckoo will take over the magpie's nest. This move is really too cruel. I understand, boss. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will personally oversee this operation and ensure that every step is perfect. Oldly, Chen Feng turned to Li Wenba. Your mission is to hack into Thames City's surveillance system and erase all traces of our actions. At the same time, fabricate clues about the kidnappers and direct the blame towards a rival gang in Europe. I want Ouroboros to fight its own battles. No problem. Boss, this kind of framing job is what I love the most. Li Wenba rubbed his hands together. The action will begin tonight. Chen Feng gave the final order, wait until Arthur brings Zhou Qianqian back to his apartment.
Thames time, 11 p.m. A red speedster drove into a luxury apartment building in the West End of Thames City. Arthur opened the car door for Zhou Chanxian like a gentleman, put his arm around her soft waist, and walked into the elevator. Under the catalysis of alcohol and love, Zhou Chanxian's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and she was completely immersed in the dizziness of happiness. She didn't notice that the moment she walked into the apartment building, several black figures in the shadows of the surrounding streets began to move silently like cheetahs. She didn't even notice that thousands of miles away, a pair of cold eyes were quietly watching her every move through countless cameras hidden in the corners. The atmosphere in the apartment was extremely ambiguous. Arthur gently pushed Zhou Chanxian down on the soft sofa, leaned over and was about to kiss her. However, just as his lips were about to touch Zhou Chanxian, there was a loud bang, accompanied by flying glass fragments all over the sky. The thick, tempered glass floor-to-ceiling window of the apartment was unexpectedly shattered by a huge force from the outside. Immediately afterwards, several burly men wearing black combat uniforms, skull masks and holding assault rifles rushed in, rolling like evil spirits crawling out of hell. Ah! Zhou Chanxian let out a scream that pierced her eardrums. She had never seen such a horrific scene before. She was completely terrified. "Don't move! Get down!" Arthur's reaction was extremely fast. He roared and pinned Zhou Chanxian down tightly. At the same time, he pulled out a loaded tactical pistol from under the sofa. However, his movements were fast. The opponent's bullets are faster. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Arthur's body shook violently. A terrifying bullet hole appeared in the center of his forehead, oozing blood and foam. The expression on his face was frozen in that moment of shock and resentment. Even until his death, he couldn't understand why the other party would shoot at their own people. His body fell limply onto Zhou Chanxian's. Warm blood mixed with white brain matter sprayed all over her head and face. Zhou Chanxian completely collapsed. She felt that her world collapsed at this moment. Just when she thought she was about to be shot, the door of the apartment was kicked open again. Another team of masked men wearing different uniforms and better equipped rushed in like divine soldiers descending from the sky. "Drop your weapons. We are diplomatic security. Protect the target person." Fierce gunshots instantly filled the small apartment. Zhou Chanxian curled up behind the sofa, covering her ears, and completely lost consciousness in endless fear. In the last moment before she fell into coma, she seemed to see a tall figure breaking through the hail of bullets, coming in front of her, and gently picking her up. That embrace is so warm and safe. Chapter 54 Invitation from the Snake. Binhai City, late at night. The lights in the office of the president of Binhai Bank were still brightly lit. Zhou Minghui paced back and forth impatiently behind his large mahogany desk, his usually well-maintained face now etched with anxiety and uneasiness. He glanced at the priceless antique pendulum clock on the wall. The hour hand already pointed to 2 in the morning. Just half an hour ago, he received an encrypted call from the Western Federation. The call was from the head of Ouroboros' European branch. In a cold and emotionless tone, the other party told him a piece of news that made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. His daughter, Zhou Chanxian, and the agent Arthur who was responsible for monitoring her disappeared. The disappearance took place at Arthur's private apartment. Signs of a fierce exchange of fire were found at the scene. Arthur died instantly from a gunshot wound to the head, while Zhou Chanxian was never found alive or dead. Waste. A bunch of waste. Zhou Minghui fiercely smashed the cigar in his hand to the ground, his handsome face twisted with anger. A living person just disappeared out of thin air on your territory? He couldn't imagine what his daughter was going through right now. Was she kidnapped? Or murdered? When he thought about his precious daughter, whom he had held in his hands since childhood and to whom he was reluctant to say even a harsh word, suffering inhuman torture, his heart felt like it was being madly torn apart by countless poisonous scorpions, and he felt excruciating pain. He knew that this was definitely not an ordinary kidnapping case. The power of Ouroboros is deeply rooted in Europe, and anyone who dares to challenge it is definitely not an ordinary person. Was it the work of the organization's enemies? Or, someone else knew his secret and wanted to use Chanxian to blackmail him? Countless terrible thoughts were swirling wildly in his mind, nearly bringing him to the brink of collapse. Just when he was feeling extremely upset, the red internal telephone on his desk suddenly rang. Zhou Minghui's body trembled violently. He knew what this phone represented. It was the highest level, single-line communication method within the organization.
Only the 12 executive officers, or that lord, had the authority to dial directly. He took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and picked up the microphone tremblingly. Hello. There was no sound from the other end of the phone, only deathly silence. But Zhou Minghui could clearly feel an invisible, cold pressure like a poisonous snake spreading along the telephone line and strangling his throat. Which sir is it? He asked cautiously. Finally, a young and magnetic voice, with a hint of playful laughter, slowly came out from the microphone. President Zhou, how are you? Hearing this voice, Zhou Minghui's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. He will never forget this voice in his life. It was the snake. It was Qin Zhe, the one within the organization who held a high position, acted erratically and cruelly, and was known as the Holy Sun. Snake. Lord Snake. Zhou Minghui's voice instantly became extremely respectful, even carrying a hint of flattery that penetrated deep into his bones. Why would you contact me personally? Ha ha. Qin Zhe chuckled. That chuckle, to Zhou Minghui's ears, was even more frightening than the devil's roar. I heard that your precious daughter was lost in Thames City? Zhou Minghui's heart skipped a beat and sank to the bottom. Yes, sir. I am preparing to report to the organization. No need. Qin Zhe interrupted him, I already know. And I also know who did it. Who is it? Zhou Minghui cried out, his tone filled with urgency and overwhelming hatred. Sir. Please tell me. No matter who it is, I, Zhou Minghui, will make him pay for his blood debt with blood, even if it means losing everything I own. Blood debt must be paid with blood? Qin Zhe's tone became playful. President Zhou, are you sure you have the ability to do this? The one who kidnapped your daughter is not a gangster, nor an enemy of the organization. Qin Zhe's voice slowly uttered a name that Zhou Minghui could never imagine. It's Star Capital. Xingshan Capital? Zhou Minghui was stunned. The name sounded familiar to him. Oh, that idiot Qin Shanha seemed to have mentioned this name a few days ago after the Pier 7 project failed. A third-party force that is said to have an extremely mysterious background and unfathomable strength. That's right. Qin Zhe's tone became a little excited, like a hunter who had found interesting prey. This Star Capital is very interesting. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. There is no background to be found, but it possesses intelligence and operational capabilities that even surprise me. They seem to be very interested in us, Ouroboros. Zhou Minghui was no longer interested in thinking about the origins of a Xingshan capital. He was only concerned about his daughter's safety. Master Snake. How is Qianqian now? Why did they kidnap her? Don't worry, she's safe now. Qin Zhe's answer made Zhou Minghui feel a little relieved, but the next words made his heart hang in his throat again. As for why they kidnapped her. Of course, it was for you, our respected President Zhou. For me? It seems like someone's caught you in a trap. Qin Zhe's tone was filled with gloating. Xingshan Capital is trying to turn you, our most important money bag that our Ouroboros keeps in Binhai, over to them. Zhou Minghui's face turned pale in an instant. He knew he was finished. Whether he falls into the hands of Xingshan Capital or is labeled a traitor by the organization, his fate will be only one death. No. Sir. You have to believe me. I am loyal to the organization and have no second thoughts. He defended himself at the top of his lungs. Your loyalty is worthless to me. Qin Zhe's voice suddenly turned cold. I'll give you a chance to prove your loyalty. Speak, sir. No matter what, I will not refuse even if I die. Xingshan Capital will contact you soon, Qin Zhe said slowly. They will use your daughter's life to threaten you and make you work for them. And all you have to do is pretend to agree to them. I want you to be a spy, a spike stuck in their heart. I want you to report their every move and every plan to me in detail. I need you to help me thoroughly uncover this mysterious Star Capital hiding in the dark. Zhou Minghui understood. He was used as bait. This was a life or death mission, as he would have to walk a tightrope between two behemoths, both powerful enough to crush him to dust. One wrong step will lead to eternal damnation. But he had no choice. For my daughter and for my own life. Yes. I understand, sir. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Very good. Qin Zhe seemed very satisfied with his answer. Remember, don't try to be clever. My eyes will always be on you. And
Shinzei's tone suddenly became a little strange, with a hint of indescribable anticipation and excitement.
Please help me pass on a message to the mastermind behind Star Capital. Just say, I, Shinzei, want to invite him for a cup of tea. I'm very, very interested in him, and the secret he holds that's even more interesting than the Qin family's ancestral land. After saying this, the phone was hung up with a click. The office fell into deathly silence again. Zhou Minghui held the microphone and stood there, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. He knew that the sky in Binhai City was about to change completely. A terrifying storm, triggered by the disappearance of his daughter and involving the highest levels of two mysterious organizations, is about to come. And he was the pathetic pawn at the center of the storm. At the same time, in the neutral Federation, Rhine City. An ancient castle hidden deep in the snowy mountains. This is one of the highest level safe houses that Xiaoya secretly built for Xingqian capital. Zhou Chanxian woke up slowly from a soft and comfortable big bed. She looked around at the luxurious and elegant decorations that looked like a medieval royal palace. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether she was in reality or a dream. Last night's nightmare-like gunfight and Arthur's tragic death are still vivid in my mind.
Are you awake?
A gentle female voice came from the side. Zhou Chanxian turned her head and saw an oriental woman wearing a well-fitting professional suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with an intellectual and elegant temperament, smiling at her. It was Xiaoya who flew here from Rhine City overnight. You, who are you?
Where am I?
Zhou Chanxian's voice was still a little hoarse and frightened from surviving a disaster. My name is Xiaoya, and I'm an executive at Star Capital.
Xiaoya's smile was filled with soothing power. This is our safe house in the neutral Federation. You are absolutely safe now. Xingqian capital. Zhou Chanxian murmured, repeating the name.
Yes. Xiaoya walked to her bedside and handed her a glass of warm water. Ms. Zhou, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this turmoil. We've received intelligence that the Ouroboros organization seems to have some misunderstandings about your father, Mr. Zhou Minghui. Therefore, they sent people to kidnap you to use as a bargaining chip. Fortunately, our people arrived in time and stopped them. Xiaoya's rhetoric was flawless, perfectly portraying Xingqian Capital as a righteous company willing to go head-to-head with evil organizations to protect the families of its partners.
Zhou Chanxian believed it.
In other words, after experiencing such horror, she was willing to trust anyone who offered her a helping hand.
Then how is my dad?
What she cared about most was her father.
Mr. Zhou is currently safe, Xiaoya said. However, in order to completely resolve this problem, we need you to cooperate with us and put on a show. Acting?
Yes. A gleam of light flashed in Xiaoya's eyes.
We need you to call your father in person.
A Mission Impossible drama centered around Zhou Minghui, a double agent, is about to begin. However, neither Qin Feng nor Qinzei knew. It is located on the shore of Star Lake, less than 100 kilometers away from this ancient castle.
In the top-floor suite of a private nursing home that is not open to the public.
An old man with a haggard face and legs covered with a blanket, sitting in a wheelchair, was quietly looking at a piece of top-secret intelligence in his hand.
On the cover of the intelligence report, there was a flaming sword emblem. Long Yuan. Observer. Variable. Ouroboros. Star Capital.
The old man recited slowly in a voice that only he could hear, and his turbid eyes flashed with a wise and profound light.
This game of chess is becoming more and more interesting.
Beside him, a young man in a neat military uniform with a general star on his shoulder stood respectfully with his hands hanging down.
Surprisingly, it was the person in charge of Long Yuan Long Qian. Chapter 55 Chess Piece in the Eye of the Storm.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, Binhai City was completely silent, like a giant steel city sunk into the deep sea. Zhou Minghui, however, felt like he was being roasted on the edge of a volcano, every second a torture. That phone call with Snake was like a poison ice spike, piercing the depths of his soul and chilling him from head to toe.
Double agent.
This word, once heard only in movies, had become his only chance of survival, and his shortcut to hell. His office, once a symbol of power and wealth, now seemed to him like a splendid, leaky cage. He knew that from this moment on, countless eyes, from a dimension he couldn't perceive, were coldly observing his every move. He didn't dare think about his daughter's safety, because the thought would consume his last bit of rationality with a piercing fear. He also didn't dare speculate on the snake's true intentions, because he knew very well that in the eyes of that adult, he was barely worthy of being a chess piece, more like a stone that could be discarded at any time to test the depth of the trap. The only thing he could do was wait. He waited for the mysterious force called Star Capital to contact him. Then, according to the snake script, he put on another mask and began his life-threatening performance. Buzz buzz. A low, vibrating sound broke the dead silence in the office. It wasn't any phone, but a spare cell phone he'd kept in his pocket, one he'd almost forgotten about. He kept this phone for special occasions, its number known only to a select few, and it had never been used in public. The other party was able to find this number accurately. Zhou Minghui's heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. He took out his cell phone tremblingly. The screen showed a virtual number from the Neutral Federation that had undergone multiple encrypted jumps. Here we come. He took a deep breath, tried to make his voice less trembling, and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? He deliberately made his tone carry a hint of fatigue and impatience of being disturbed. President Zhou, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. It was calm and professional, with the composure and confidence of someone who had long held a high position, as if she wasn't conducting a secret midnight call but presiding over a multinational board meeting. Who are you? Zhou Minghui frowned and asked vigilantly. My name is Xiaoya, CEO of Xingchen Capital. The woman spoke directly, without the slightest hesitation. I believe that President Zhou is very curious about the whereabouts of your daughter, Miss Zhou Chanshan. Even though he'd already learned the answer from the snake, Zhou Minghui's body still stiffened uncontrollably when he heard the confession himself. He roared into the microphone, suppressed with rage, You kidnapped my daughter. What do you want? You want money? Name the amount. I'll pay you whatever it takes. He had to act like a father who was truly kept in the dark and loved his daughter deeply. President Zhou, I think you've misunderstood. Xiaoya's tone remained calm. We're not kidnappers, but Miss Chanshan's savior. If our people hadn't arrived in time, she would have fallen into the hands of Ouroboros and become a tool for them to threaten you. Ouroboros? Zhou Minghui's acting skills reached their peak at this moment. He cried out in shock, as if he had just heard the name for the first time. What is that? I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to know where my daughter is. How is she? She's safe and receiving the best care. Xiaoya seemed to have anticipated his reaction and said calmly, To reassure you, I can allow her to have a short video call with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Minghui received an encrypted link on his phone. He clicked on it, and a real-time video screen appeared on the screen. In the picture, his daughter, Zhou Chanshan, was sitting on a comfortable-looking sofa, covered with a soft cashmere blanket. Although her face was still pale and her eyes were filled with fear, she had no injuries and seemed to be in a stable mental state. Chanshan. Zhou Minghui's voice choked instantly. This time, it wasn't all acting, but genuine worry. Dad. Seeing her father's face, Zhou Chanshan's tense nerves finally gave way and tears welled up in her eyes. Dad. I'm so scared. Arthur, he's dead, so many people shot. Don't be afraid, Chanshan, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Zhou Minghui's heart was broken. He used all his strength to calm his daughter's emotions. In the video, Xiaoya appears next to the camera. She gently pats Zhou Chanshan's shoulder, hands her a cup of hot milk, and whispers a few words of comfort. Miraculously, Zhou Chanshan's emotions slowly calm down. She looks at Xiaoya with eyes filled with gratitude and dependence. President Zhou, you've seen it. Xiaoya took over the call again. We have no ill will towards Miss Chanshan. On the contrary, we are protecting her. The video call is now interrupted. Zhou Minghui clutched his phone, breathing heavily. He knew how skillfully the other party had executed this move. Not only had they demonstrated their formidable ability to act, but through this method of rescue, they had completely controlled their daughter's mind. Now, it's his turn to make a choice. What exactly do you want from me? His voice was filled with powerlessness. What we want is very simple. Xiaoya's tone finally took on a sharp edge. We want your cooperation. Cooperate? Yes. Governor Zhou, you've done countless shady things for Ouroboros. I think you know it best. Do you think they truly consider you one of their own? No, in their eyes, you're just a dog, a money launderer. When you're no longer useful, or to plug a hole, they won't hesitate to use you and your family as scapegoats. Every word Xiaoya said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhou Minghui's most fragile nerves. But we at Star Capital are different.
Her voice slowed, a hint of temptation in it. We are the enemy of Ouroboros. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. We have the ability to completely rescue you and your daughter from this quagmire. We can even provide you with a lifetime anonymous account in an anonymous bank in a neutral country, and a generous salary that will allow you to live a luxurious life in any country for the rest of your life. Of course, the premise of all this is that you have to show us your value. Zhou Minghui was silent. He knew that this was a deadly poison wrapped in honey. He has to accept it. How can I trust you? He asked the last and most crucial question in a hoarse voice. You have no choice but to trust us. Xiaoya's answer was simple and brutal, yet also incredibly truthful. Your daughter is in our hands now. This is the only basis of trust between us. Okay. I promise you. Zhou Minghui closed his eyes and said this, as if he had exhausted all his strength. What do you want me to do? It's simple. Xiaoya's voice regained its original calmness. As a sign of cooperation, I need you to provide a list within 24 hours. What list? This is a list of all the Ouroboros' peripheral members and contact points in Binhai City. Remember, this is a complete list. Don't try to be clever. Our intelligence capabilities far exceed your imagination. If you dare to conceal or deceive, the next time we send you might be one of Miss Chanqian's fingers. The phone was simply hung up. The office fell into dead silence again. Zhou Minghui slumped in his chair, his clothes completely drenched in cold sweat. He felt like he had just taken a step on a tightrope 10,000 meters in the air. And this is just the beginning. He didn't dare to delay for even a moment and immediately picked up the red internal dedicated phone and dialed a number that he hoped he would never have to dial again for the rest of his life. The call was quickly connected, and on the other end, it was still the voice of Snake with a hint of playful laughter. How was it, President Zhou? Our lifesaver's performance was pretty impressive, wasn't it? Snake. Lord Snake. Zhou Minghui's voice trembled uncontrollably. They contacted me. It was exactly as you expected. He repeated the entire conversation with Xiaoya word for word. Oh? A list? Qin Zhe seemed quite amused by this request. It seems they're testing your credentials. There really is a clever man behind this star capital who enjoys playing chess. Sir, then what should I do? Zhou Minghui asked cautiously, this list, should I give it to you or not? Give it, of course. Qin Zhe chuckled, and give it beautifully. Not only should we list all the peripheral waste that we have long wanted to clean up, but we should also include a few insignificant so-called secret bases. But Qin Zhe suddenly changed the subject, and a chilling chill appeared in his voice. Replace the line that the third executive officer, Pluto, had planted within the doc union with the second executive officer, Doctor, a marginal scholar developed at Binhai University. Zhou Minghui's heart skipped a beat. Although he was on the periphery, he was vaguely aware that the 12 Ouroboros officers were not united, but rather factions and conflicts abounded. This was especially true between Pluto, who oversaw assassinations, and the Doctor, who oversaw technological development. The two had a long-standing feud. Lord Snake's move may seem like a simple name replacement, but in reality, he wants to use Star Capital as a knife to chop off his internal political enemies. By the way, the sacrificed Doctor can also be used to test the action capability and attack desire of Star Capital. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. What a cruel plan. Zhou Minghui's back was once again drenched in cold sweat. He finally realized the terrifying existence he was playing this deadly game with. I understand, sir. I'll do it right away. Go ahead. Qin Zhe's voice regained its lazy and playful tone. Perform well, my Mr. Two-Faced. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises you can bring back for me from that interesting opponent. The phone was hung up. Zhou Minghui sat there for a long time before he tremblingly took out a pen and a piece of paper from the drawer. He knew that when he wrote the first word, the wheel of fate would spin wildly at a speed he could not control. And he, the chess piece in the eye of the storm, is destined to have a bad ending no matter which side he ultimately sides with. Chapter 56, The Invisible Chess Player. Binhai, top floor of Binjiang Mansion. Chen Feng stood quietly in front of the huge French window, overlooking the sleeping city. His gaze was deep, as if he could penetrate the layers of steel and concrete and see the unknown undercurrents surging beneath. He didn't rush or get impatient. He was like a patient hunter, quietly waiting for his prey to step into his long-laid trap. Zhou Minghui was just a mouthpiece.
What he was truly waiting for was what message the venomous snake, codenamed Snake, hiding behind Zhou Minghui, would convey through this mouthpiece. "Boss, the fish has taken the bait." Li Wenba's voice echoed through the encrypted communicator in the room. A hint of suppressed excitement was in his voice. Zhou Minghui just sent a document via a one-time encrypted mailbox.
"I've run a triple security scan and confirmed it's correct." "Open it." Chen Feng's tone was calm. A massive holographic screen unfolded before Chen Feng.
On it was a detailed list. 27 names and 13 addresses were listed. Each name was followed by a brief description of their identities, ranging from street thug leaders to managers of entertainment venues to several influential brokers in the gray area. Those 13 addresses were labeled as Ouroboros' secret bases in Binhai City, used for transactions, hiding, and communication.
"It seems this old fox is quite sensible," Li Wenba analyzed quickly.
"I checked a few of the people on the list, and they are indeed prominent figures in the Binhai underworld, with strange behaviors and mysterious backgrounds. Their bases are also inconspicuous warehouses, abandoned factories, or private clubs. On the surface, this list seems quite sincere."
"On the surface?" Chen Feng keenly caught the subtext in Li Wenba's words.
"Yes, boss." Li Wenba's tone turned serious.
"This list is too clean.
All the people and places on it belong to the outermost part of the organization, pawns that can be sacrificed at any time. Not one of them can truly reach the core of Ouroboros in Binhai. This is more like a token of allegiance than a true betrayal." The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up slightly.
"Of course he doesn't dare. He's just a trembling mouse caught between two tigers. So what should we do now? Should we follow this list and eliminate these peripheral forces?" Li Wenba asked.
"That way, we can both scare Zhou Minghui and give him an explanation."
"No rush."
Chen Feng shook his head slowly. "If there isn't even a decent Easter egg in a list of names used for acting, then the show would be too boring." He tapped his finger lightly in the air, and another, even larger and more complex, screen of light quietly emerged beside the list. On this screen of light appeared a three-dimensional star map, interwoven from countless dots of light and lines. Each dot represented a member or stronghold of the Ouroboros organization, while the lines represented the intricate network of commands and connections between them.
"This is the most real and complete map of the power network of Ouroboros in Binhai City."
It came from the data tablet given by Qin Hongyuan, which records all the core secrets of the organization. This is the sharpest scalpel in Chen Feng's hand. It is also a god's perspective that Snake can never predict. Chen Feng's gaze, like the most sophisticated scanner, scanned the two screens, comparing them back and forth. He activated his eye of insight, and all the information was rapidly disassembled, reassembled, and analyzed in his mind. In his eyes, the names and addresses on Zhou Minghui's list became illuminated coordinates. Soon, the hint of amusement on his face became more and more intense.
"Found it," he said softly.
Li Wenba immediately turned his gaze to the location where Chen Feng's finger was pointing.
It was the most inconspicuous name on the list.
Zhang Haitao, male, 43 years old, associate professor of history at Binhai University. Note, responsible for identifying and developing available talent within the academic community for the organization.
"Is there something wrong with this scholar?"
Li Wenba was puzzled. "I checked his background, and it's spotless. He's a quiet, kind person at school. Putting him here seems a bit out of place."
"Sudden, that's right." Chen Feng's finger lightly stroked the light spot representing Zhang Haitao.
On his complete star map, the light spot Zhang Haitao is connected to a core node code named Doctor through a faint blue line.
The Doctor is one of the 12 executive officers of Ouroboros, ranking second.
He is in charge of the organization's technological research and development and biological transformation. He is a loner with great ambitions. He has been at odds with the third executive officer, Pluto, who is in charge of assassinations. Chen Feng slowly read out the introduction of the Doctor on the data board. Then, his finger moved to another area that did not exist at all on Zhou Minghui's list, the Dock Workers Union of Binhai Port. On Chen Feng's star map, in that area, there is a light spot code named Iron Fist, which is closely connected to another core node through a deep red line.
That node is Pluto. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. He understood it completely.
The snake move was really beautifully played. He asked Zhou Minghui to hand over a list that contained 9 truths and 1 lie. The 90% of truth consisted of discarded, peripheral garbage, used to lull himself into believing Zhou Minghui's sincerity. And that 10% of fake is the most deadly trap. He deliberately concealed the important backchannel in the Doc Union belonging to Pluto and replaced it with an insignificant fringe scholar belonging to Doctor. He did this for at least 3 purposes. First, test Zhou Minghui to see if he would carry out his orders to the letter. Second, he wanted to test Star Capital. He wanted to see if his newly arrived force was merely brute force or a skilled chessmaster with insight. If he truly followed the list and eliminated that scholar, he would be unknowingly helping Qin Zhe stab his political enemy, the doctor, in the back. The third, and most insidious, point is that he wants to use this to judge the extent of the intelligence capabilities of Star Capital. If he couldn't see through this little trick, then in his eyes, the threat posed by Star Capital would be greatly reduced. On the other hand, if he saw through it, he's inviting me. A cold smile played on Chen Feng's lips. He's inviting me to join their power game within Erebaros. Boss, I understand. Li Wenba also reacted, a layer of cold sweat seeping out of his back. This is simply a plan within a plan, a ring within a ring. So what should we do now? Turn the tables and really go after that scholar? No. Chen Feng shook his head. That would play right into his hands. It would be like playing chess with him on his chessboard, according to his rules. It would be too passive. Then, should we just go and take down that Pluto's hidden agent? That won't work either. Chen Feng denied it again. While that would demonstrate our intelligence capabilities, it would also completely expose Zhou Minghui. It would be a shame to ruin this nail that we worked so hard to plant. Li Wenba was completely confused. Then, what should we do? There was a bright and dangerous light in Chen Feng's eyes, like a cold star. Only children make choices. And I want them all. He turned around and connected to Xiaoya, who was far away in the Neutral Federation. Xiaoya, we can start closing in on Binhai now. Boss, please give me your instructions. Xiaoya's voice was as calm as ever. The first step is a big cleanup. Chen Feng's voice was emotionless. Except for the scholar named Zhang Haitao, all other targets on the list, I give you 12 hours to wipe them all out of Binhai City. We must act quickly, ruthlessly, and with a loud noise. I want the entire Binhai underground world to know that a mysterious force is using thunder and lightning to purge them. I want the snake to see our strength. Clear. Step 2, the scalpel. Chen Feng's tone suddenly turned cold. I want that scholar named Zhang Haitao on the list to disappear from the face of the earth. Don't leave any traces, don't alert anyone. Make it look like a perfect accidental disappearance. I want the doctor to be suspicious, but not be able to find any evidence. Receive. The third step, and also the most crucial one, is luring the enemy into a trap. Chen Feng's gaze fell on the light spot codenamed Iron Fist, with murderous intent in his eyes. The Pluto's undercover agent, deliberately hidden by Snake. I want you to send our top task force to visit him. Xiaoya's breathing stagnated slightly. Boss, you mean? Don't kill him, and don't touch him. I just want you to leave something in his office. Chen Feng looked out the window at the dawn, and said slowly. Just leave a blank card with our Star Capital logo printed on it. I want to let Pluto know that we can move his people at any time. But we didn't. I want to let that clever snake take a good look. Who is the chess player who truly controls the chessboard? Chapter 57 Thunder, Scalpel and Invitation. Night is the most active time for the Binhai City underground world. However, the darkness of this night is shrouded in an unprecedented and deeper fear. A silent, efficient, yet extremely bloody housecleaning is taking place simultaneously in every dark corner of the city. In the west of the city, inside the imperial box of the Golden Splendor Entertainment Club, a man known to the underworld as Brother Leopard was surrounded by women, pouring a glass of foreign liquor worth tens of thousands of yuan into the mouth of a heavily made-up woman. He was one of Zhou Minghui's targets, responsible for providing a place of consumption and money laundering for peripheral members of the Murabaros gang. Suddenly, the heavy soundproof door of the box was silently pushed open from the outside. Who the hell? Brother Leopard's words were stuck in his throat before he could finish them. At the door stood 3 men in black combat uniforms and full-face tactical helmets. They bore no markings, looking like ghosts from hell. Behind them, Leopard Brothers' personal bodyguards, known as the Double Flower Red Sticks, had silently collapsed onto the hallway carpet. Fear instantly gripped the hearts of everyone in the box. Without waiting for anyone to react, one of the men in black raised his hand and pulled the trigger at the huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The silenced assault rifle emitted only a few muffled puffs. But in an instant, the $1 million crystal chandelier transformed into a shower of crystal shards, like a deadly rain of glass. Screams came one after another. The entire operation, from start to finish, took no more than 30 seconds. When the club's security arrived, the only people left in the Imperial box were a few women, terrified and incontinent, and a mess on the floor. Brother Leopard, along with several of his most important men, had disappeared out of thin air, as if they had never existed. At the same time, inside an abandoned cannery in the south of the city, a secret drug deal was underway. Both parties involved were listed as targets. Just as they were about to exchange money and goods, several dark figures, like ghosts, quietly descended from the ventilation ducts on the factory's roof. There were no gunshots, only a few short, crackling sounds of electricity and the muffled sound of broken bones. 5 minutes later, when a team of fully armed special police rushed into the cannery based on a mysterious anonymous tip-off, they saw only 7 or 8 drug dealers tied up like dumplings, with rags stuffed in their mouths and unconscious, as well as tens of millions worth of high-purity heroin piled in front of them. Similar scenes are constantly happening in every corner of the city. In some cases, the buildings are deserted, leaving only a pool of blood that has not yet dried. In some cases, entire strongholds were razed to the ground by a sudden gas explosion. Some were target persons who were smashed into scrap metal along with their vehicle by an out-of-control dump truck in full view of the public. 12 hours. From early morning to noon. The underworld of Binhai City experienced an unprecedented earthquake. With the exception of one name on Zhou Minghui's list, the remaining 26 targets, along with the 13 strongholds they controlled, were completely uprooted with near miraculous, lightning-fast methods. The entire gray area of the city was plunged into unprecedented panic and chaos. Countless pairs of eyes were terrified, observing this mysterious force that had suddenly appeared, acted ruthlessly, and yet remained invisible. They don't know who this force is. They only knew that the sky in Binhai City was about to change. Compared with the bloody storm that swept the entire city, the campus of Binhai University remained quiet and peaceful. Zhang Haitao, an associate professor of history, spent the night, as usual, poring over the piles of old papers in the library. He adjusted his reading glasses, rubbed his sore eyes, packed his briefcase, and prepared to go home. He was an unremarkable figure at school. His teaching skills were average, his research abilities were mediocre, and his personality was even somewhat cowardly. Unbeknownst to anyone, the seemingly harmless, good-natured man was actually Dr., the second in command of Ouroboros, and one of its most secret eyes planted within the academic world. He walked out of the library door and the cool night breeze made him shiver. He has been walking the way home for 20 years, and he can feel it with his eyes closed. However, tonight, when he walked to the tree-lined path lined with plane trees, which he had to pass through, his steps subconsciously stopped. It's too quiet. It was so quiet, it was a little eerie. Even the most annoying sound of insects on weekdays has disappeared. An inexplicable chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The beast-like instinct he had developed from years of secret work was frantically sounding an alarm. He turned around suddenly, and there was no one behind him. He immediately quickened his pace, almost jogging, and rushed towards the bright area with streetlights at the end of the path. At this moment, a black commercial vehicle without any license plates slid out silently from the darkness beside him like a ghost and stopped steadily in front of him. The car door slid open to the side. Inside, there is bottomless, pure darkness. Zhang Haitao's heart stopped beating instantly. He tried to shout, but found his throat, as if gripped by an invisible hand, tightly gripping it, making no sound come out. He tried to run, but his legs felt like lead, unable to move. 2 men in ordinary maintenance worker uniforms got out of the car. Their movements were neither hurried nor slow, and there was even a hint of a gentle smile on their faces. One of them gently poked Zhang Haitao on the neck. Zhang Haitao felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Immediately, a strong sense of sleepiness washed over him like a tide. His body fell down limply. 2 men, one on each side, lifted him up and stuffed him into the car. The entire process was smooth and effortless, without making any unnecessary noise. The black business car slid into the darkness silently again and disappeared at the end of the boulevard. A few seconds later, a gust of night wind blew by. A pair of reading glasses fell from the branches of the sycamore tree, and with a bang, they hit the ground, and the lenses shattered into several pieces. There is nothing else besides this. It was as if Zhang Haitao had simply disappeared from this world out of thin air.
Marina Port, Dock Workers Union. In an elegantly decorated office, a burly man with a fierce face and a dragon tattooed across his arm was smoking a cigar and examining the surveillance screen in front of him. His name is Wu Gang, the chairman of the trade union, and he is known as Iron Fist on the street. But his true identity was the most capable ace agent under the command of Pluto, the third executive officer of Ouroboros. Binhai Port, the city's largest logistics hub, was his independent kingdom. He had just received information about the massive purge in the city. There was no fear on his face, but instead a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Star capital, interesting. He muttered to himself, finally, a decent opponent has arrived. He was absolutely confident in his security. The entire Union building, inside and out, was covered in state-of-the-art, military-grade surveillance and defense systems. Not even a fly flying in could escape his sight. He leaned back comfortably in his boss chair, picked up the whiskey on the table and prepared to have a drink. However, when his eyes swept over the huge desk in front of him, which was made of precious rosewood, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. It was on the mirror-like table that he had just wiped with his own hands 10 minutes ago. I don't know when, but there was something that shouldn't have existed. That's a card. A pure white, hard card without any extra decoration. In the center of the card, there is only a spiral emblem made up of countless stars. Wu Gang's body froze instantly. Every hair on his body stood on end. He turned sharply and glanced at the surveillance screens behind him. 16 split-screen images showed every corner of the building, inside and out. Everything was normal. No record of any unusual intrusion. He checked the doors and windows of the office again, and found that all of them were locked from the inside. So, how on earth did this card appear? A chill that penetrated deep into his bones instantly swept through his entire body. This frightened him more than if dozens of gunmen had charged directly at him. This means that the other party possesses the terrifying ability to ignore all his defenses and enter and exit his absolute domain at will. The other party can put a card on his desk. Of course, you can also put a knife on his neck. This is not an attack. This was a silent, yet extremely arrogant warning. Wu Gang trembled, reached out his hand and picked up the card. The card was cold and heavy in my hand. He knew that he had to immediately report this news, which would shock the entire organization, to his master, Pluto. And he knew better. From this moment on, the way of playing this game in Binhai City has completely changed. Chapter 58, Ripples on and off the chessboard. This underground storm in Binhai City not only shook the dark world, but the ripples it created also quickly spread under the sunlight, stirring up muddy waters at a higher level. In a highly confidential meeting room at the Binhai City Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere was as heavy as solidified cement. Chief Liu Genoa, a tough-minded figure with 30 years of experience in the Binhai police force, stared intently at the large screen in front of him, his brow furrowed. A digital map of Binhai City was displayed on the screen, with a dozen locations marked in glaring red where serious crimes had occurred in the past 12 hours. Explosions, disappearances, gang fights. 12 hours, 13 major cases, over 30 dead or missing. Liu Genoa's fingers drummed heavily on the table, his voice filled with suppressed rage. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Have our intelligence agencies and anti-gang units become blind and deaf? In the conference room, all the senior police officers were silent, not daring to make a sound. They felt unprecedented suffocation and fear. The frustrating thing was that all the crime scenes were handled too cleanly. Aside from the deliberately left evidence, there were no valid clues pointing to the mastermind behind the crimes. The enemy's anti-reconnaissance capabilities were simply incredible. What was terrifying was the precise, efficient, and ruthless execution displayed by this force. This wasn't just any ordinary gang fight, it was more like a surgical, targeted elimination, launched by a professional military organization. Director Liu, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Corps, stood up, steeling himself. We suspect this isn't the work of local forces. Based on analysis of ballistic traces left at the scene, the weapons they used are most likely custom-made models from a special forces unit in a cold zone country, never seen before in our country. Special forces? Liu Genoa's brows furrowed even deeper. At that moment, the door to the conference room was gently pushed open. A stern-looking young man in a black windbreaker walked in. He held a document in his hand and walked straight up to Liu Genoa. Seeing the newcomer, all the police officers in the conference room stood up straight involuntarily, with a hint of awe in their eyes. The person who came was none other than the liaison officer of Longyuan stationed in Binhai City. Director Liu, this is Minister Long Qian's handwritten order.
The young man handed over the document.
Liu Genoa took the document and quickly glanced through it. His expression instantly became extremely complicated.
The content of the instruction is very simple, just one sentence. Regarding the recent series of serious cases in Binhai City, the local police system has ceased all investigations. All files have been sealed and handed over to Long Yuan, who will take full control.
This. Liu Genoa's lips moved, wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. He knew what this meant.
This means that behind this storm lies a game at a higher level that even someone at his level has no right to interfere with.
I understand. He finally nodded weakly.
The young man put the documents away, turned around, and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he seemed to remember something, turned back, and added something.
Oh, by the way, Director Liu. The minister also asked me to bring you a message.
He said that the wind in Binhai City has been quite strong recently.
He asked you to take care of your own people and watch your own door.
For some chess games, we can just be quiet spectators. After saying that, he opened the door and disappeared at the end of the corridor.
The conference room fell into deathly silence again. Everyone understood the subtext of that sentence. Chess game.
These so-called law enforcers who maintain urban order are not even qualified to be pawns in this invisible chess game. At the same time, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, in a heavily guarded biological laboratory hidden deep in the mountains, a middle-aged man wearing a white research coat and gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and elegant, was looking at the communication screen in front of him with a grim face. He is the second executive officer of Ouroboros, Dr. On the screen, a subordinate who was also wearing a research suit was reporting to him tremblingly.
Doctor, we've completely lost contact with Zhang Haidao. He was last seen on the campus of Binhai University.
We've used every technical means available, but haven't been able to track him down.
It's like he's vanished from the face of the earth. Waste.
A violent glint flashed in the doctor's eyes, forming a stark contrast to his elegant appearance.
A living person is gone just like that? What did you do for a living?
Doctor, we suspect someone deliberately erased all traces of him. Their technology is incredibly advanced, even superior to ours.
Still above you?
The doctor sneered. In this world, there are no more than 3 people who can surpass me in network technology.
Who could it be? Could it be that old immortal Matrix taking action personally?
The Matrix he mentioned is the first executive officer of Ouroboros, a mysterious entity in charge of intelligence and cyber warfare.
No. I don't know. The subordinate's voice trembled even more.
The doctor ignored him and cut off the communication. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the laboratory and looked out at the various strange-shaped biological specimens soaked in huge petri dishes. His brain was working rapidly. Zhang Haitao was a spare chess piece he had planted in Binhai, a piece of minor importance. But the fact that the other party had been able to remove this chess piece so cleanly and neatly without his knowledge was, in itself, an extremely dangerous signal.
Was it done by someone inside the organization?
The first thing that came to his mind was the face of his mortal enemy, Pluto. But he quickly rejected the idea. Pluto, that idiot who only knows how to think with muscles and bullets, definitely does not have such delicate technical means.
So, could it be the Xingchen capital that has caused quite a stir in Binhai recently? If it was them, how did they know that Zhang Haitao was a hidden chess piece that was little known even within the organization? Could it be that little bastard snake sold my information?
When the doctor thought of Qin Zhe's face, which always had a playful smile on it, a trace of undisguised disgust and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Just as his thoughts were swirling, the intercom on his desk rang. After the call was connected, a cold and hoarse voice, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, came out.
Doctor, my people have received an interesting gift. It's Pluto.
I'm not interested in hearing about your filthy spoils of war, the doctor responded coldly.
Haha, you'll be interested.
Pluto's voice was filled with a hint of gloating. It's a card with the Star Capital logo printed on it. It appeared in one of my most secure offices.
What?
The doctor's pupils suddenly shrank. It seems we've all been tricked by that group called Star Capital. Pluto's voice grew increasingly sinister. They know not only your people, but mine as well.
They're declaring war on us all at once. No.
A flash of inspiration struck the doctor's mind, and he instantly figured out all the connections.
This isn't a declaration of war. This is alienation. He understood.
Behind Shinchan Capital, there must be an expert who knows the power struggle within Ouroboros very well.
The other party knew the conflict between him and Pluto.
Therefore, the opponent pulled out his own insignificant hidden chess piece, but only warned Pluto, the crucial chess piece. This move seemed to hit both of them at the same time, but in fact, it planted a deeper thorn of suspicion between them. He would suspect that Pluto and Star Capital had teamed up to stage this drama in order to weaken their own power. And Pluto will also suspect whether he leaked his information to Star Capital in order to take revenge. What a good move, killing two birds with one stone, driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Pluto, we might all be used as a gun by that little bastard, the doctor said, gritting his teeth.
You mean Snake?
Hades' voice also became solemn.
Who else could it be besides him?
Two executives who were fighting each other to the death within the organization, at this moment, had the idea of joining forces for the first time because of a common, invisible enemy and another, visible insider.
What they don't know is,
all this happened thousands of miles away, and was within Chen Feng's expectations.
This is exactly the effect he wants. He wanted to make the interior of Ouroboros riddled with holes due to suspicion and infighting.
In this way, he could find the most appropriate time to uproot this seemingly lush poisonous tree.
Chapter 59 Tea Party and Invitation.
The wind in Binhai City has indeed stopped. The bloody storm that engulfed the entire underworld had come and gone as quickly as it had. When the sun once again shone upon the earth, everything seemed to have returned to its former calm.
However, everyone involved knew that this was merely a brief and eerie ebb before the tsunami.
Zhou Minghui felt like he had died once. Over the past 24 hours, he had experienced the most extreme fear and torment of his life. He was like a puppet, being pulled back and forth by two invisible hands, and every step he took was on the edge of a knife. He followed the snake's instructions and handed over a list of 9 true and 1 false. Then, in accordance with the requirements of Star Capital, he watched helplessly as those people on the list, those colleagues who had once been brothers with him and shared countless secrets with him, were wiped out from this world cleanly and neatly by an irresistible force. He didn't even dare to ask about the fate of those people, because he knew that it was likely a microcosm of his future. And now, he has waited for the third phone call that will determine his fate. It's still that encrypted number from the Neutral Federation.
President Zhou, it seems we've received your sincerity.
Xiaoya's voice on the other end of the line sounded quite satisfied.
Our boss really appreciates your performance.
Then my daughter. Zhou Minghui's voice was hoarse and humble.
Don't worry, she's fine.
Xiaoya's tone softened slightly. To reward your cooperation, we've moved her to a more comfortable and safer place. You can video call her anytime. Zhou Minghui's heart was half relieved. He knew that as long as his daughter was still in the hands of the man, his life would still have value for the time being.
Next, what do I need to do? He asked proactively.
Next, all you need to do is wait, Xiaoya said.
Wait for your other boss to give you new instructions. Then, tell us everything you have said. I understand.
Zhou Minghui swallowed hard. He knew that his identity as a double agent had been clearly seen by the other party. The other party did not kill him, nor did they expose him. Instead, they chose to use their own tactics against him. This frightened him more than killing him directly. This means that he has completely become a probe used by Shinchan Capital to reversely spy on the snake. His life and death no longer depends on himself, but on the outcome of the game between the two invisible chess players.
Oh, right.
Just as the call was about to end, Xiaoya seemed to remember something and added, "Our boss also has something he wants me to pass on to you, Mr. Snake."
What?
Just tell him that the tea is ready. I'll be waiting for you anytime. In the suburbs of Binhai City, in a private garden that is not open to the public.
The scenery is extremely elegant with pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water.
Xinzhe, wearing a loose white tang suit, was sitting under a century-old pine tree, leisurely fiddling with the precious purple clay tea set in front of him. In front of him, a trembling middle-aged man was kneeling.
Surprisingly, it was the president of Binhai Bank, Zhou Minghui. So, this is how they responded to me?
Xinzhe pushed a cup of freshly brewed golden tea in front of Zhou Minghui, with that harmless, playful smile still on his face.
Yes, Lord Snake.
Zhou Minghui lowered his head and didn't even have the courage to look at him. He repeated verbatim the actions of Shinchan Capital and Xiaoya's last message.
Xinzhe listened and said nothing.
He simply picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then closed his eyes, as if savoring the sweetness and bitterness of the tea. The air around was eerily quiet. Zhou Minghui could even hear the thumping sound of his heart that was about to jump out of his chest. He didn't know how this moody lord would react after hearing his report. Would he become enraged and kill him on the spot because his plan had been perfectly seen through and countered by the other party? Time passes by minute by minute. To Zhou Minghui, every second seemed as long as a century. Finally, Qin Zhe opened his eyes. There was no anger or murderous intent in his eyes as Zhou Minghui had expected. On the contrary, those deep eyes flashed with an almost fanatical excitement and appreciation. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, a clear and unrestrained laugh that echoed endlessly in the empty garden. Interesting. Really interesting. He said interesting twice in a row, and the smile on his face became brighter. What a spring cleanup. What a scalpel. And even better, a silent invitation. He stood up, walked to the edge of the pond, and looked at the koi swimming leisurely in the water. He saw through all my intentions. Not only did he know that the list was fake, he also knew exactly where the fakes were. He even knew the trump card I had deliberately hidden. He had no choice but to help me deal with the doctor, nor did he choose to help Pluto clean up his mess. He chose to offend them all. No, to be more precise, he was using the most arrogant, yet clever, way to warn them both. He was letting them know that there was a deadly traitor among them. He's forcing my two high-minded executive officers to put aside their prejudices and join forces to deal with me. Qin Zhe's tone was full of admiration, as if he was admiring a most perfect piece of art. Zhou Minghui knelt on the ground, listening, confused and frightened. He only knew that he seemed to be involved in a fight between gods that was far beyond his imagination. Master Snake, then we should. We? Qin Zhe turned around and glanced at him, his eyes looking at a somewhat useful gadget. You, just continue to be a good mouthpiece. Remember, do whatever they ask you to do. Say whatever they ask you. Don't hide anything or act on your own. Ah? Zhou Minghui was completely stunned. But if that happens, then wouldn't I become a true traitor? Traitor? Qin Zhe smiled, a smile that was somewhat pitiful. President Zhou, it seems you haven't figured out your own position yet. From the moment your daughter was rescued by them, you no longer had any choice. Your value now doesn't lie in how much intelligence you can provide me. It lies in how perfect a conduit you can be. A channel that allows me to exchange information with that interesting opponent. I'm becoming more and more curious about him. Qin Zhe sat back on the stone bench and poured himself another cup of tea. A person who possesses intelligence capabilities that even I cannot match. A person whose style of action is ruthless and decisive, yet also impeccable. A madman who dared to challenge me and two executive officers at the same time. The most important thing is? In Qin Zhe's eyes, there flashed a trace of indescribable desire and greed. He also has a similar sense of disharmony to me. It's like he doesn't belong to this world, as if he's been blessed by some higher dimensional power. It seems that old man Qin Hongyuan was right. I'm definitely not the only one who's been chosen in this world. He picked up the teacup and saluted from afar at the empty table opposite him. I've prepared the tea, too. Now, it depends on which of us will be the first to lose our composure and go to the other side's Hongmen feast. Chapter 60 The King's Invitation. The chess game has come to a temporary truce. Chen Feng stood on the top floor of Binjiang Mansion, holding a cup of warm black tea in his hand, and looked calmly at the city below, which was gradually returning to order after the shock of last night. He won the first round. Cleanly. Through a carefully planned perfect storm of intelligence warfare, psychological warfare, and thunder operations, he successfully achieved all his strategic goals. He demonstrated to the snake the unfathomable intelligence and operational capabilities of Star Capital, completely shattered the other party's temptation, and turned the tables, firmly grasping the initiative of the game in his own hands. He successfully planted a fatal thorn of suspicion between the two core executives of Ouroboros, Dr. and Pluto, intensifying the internal conflicts of the organization. Most importantly, he transformed Zhou Minghui from a passive double agent into an information channel under his control that could spy on the enemy's movements at any time. Boss, everything's been handled. Xiaoya's voice came over the holographic communication. At this moment, she had returned to the headquarters of the Neutral Federation in Rhine City. In the background was the busy and tense scene of the European trading team of Star Capital. Binhai's operation was even more effective than expected. Not only did it completely destroy the Ouroboros' peripheral forces, but more importantly, it caused a huge stir throughout the Southeast Asian underworld. Now, the named star capital has become synonymous with mystery and power.
Many middlemen are trying to contact us through various channels. Very good. Chen Feng nodded. Capital expansion requires a resounding enough name.
This is just the first step.
Also, Xiaoya continued, Miss Zhou Chanxian's mood has completely stabilized.
She has become extremely dependent on our staff, especially the counselor responsible for her psychological counseling. It can be said that she is now our most loyal friend.
Well done. Chen Feng smiled.
Let Zhou Minghui continue to talk to her. I want him to always remember that his daughter's safety is directly linked to his own loyalty.
Clear.
After ending the call with Xiaoya, Chen Feng drank the black tea in the cup in one gulp. He knew that the snake would not make any new moves for the time being. That opponent, whose intelligence was almost demonic, must be reassessing his own strength and pondering his next move.
This brief moment of peace is exactly what he needs most.
He needed time for Xiaoya and Li Wenbo to fully operationalize the massive war machine of Star Capital and transform the terrifying $10 billion in capital into a true force capable of shaking the world. However, just as he was about to relax and enjoy this rare peace, that cold, long-lost voice sounded in his mind without warning.
Ding!
Detected that the host has initially established a front against Ouroboros and successfully posed an effective deterrent to Qi Qinze. The final quest chain, Cornerstone Guardian, Stage 1, Weaving the Web, has had its completion rate increased by 5%.
Special rewards are being distributed. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special item Eye of Providence, one-time use.
Eye of Providence, also known as the Eye of God.
Upon use, you gain omniscient insight into a designated area no more than one city for 24 hours. Within this area, no secrets can be hidden from you.
Omniscient level, information insight. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat.
This reward was even more exciting to him than giving him 10 billion in cash. This meant that once he used it, he would become a true god in Binhai City. Before he could recover from this huge surprise, the system prompt sounded again.
Ding!
A new high-threat causal line has been detected, converging towards Binhai City, triggering a new SSS-level limited-time mission, Guardian Under the Moonlight.
Mission name, Guardian Under the Moonlight. Mission level, SSS. Mission objective, protect world-class piano artist Lin Wanner and ensure her safety during the Moonlight Sonata at the Binhai Grand Theater. Mission background, the Ouroboros organization has designated Lin Wanner as a top priority target for elimination or capture. The specific reason is unknown. Mission time, 72 hours. Reward for successful mission, EX level concept skill, absolute control. Penalty for mission failure, randomly deprive the host of one existing skill and deduct 10% of the completion rate of the Weaving Web mission. Lin Wanner?
When he saw this name, Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He was very familiar with this name. She was a pianist hailed as a once-in-a-century queen, a true legend at the pinnacle of world music. Tickets to her concerts were incredibly hard to come by, and countless royalty, politicians, and wealthy individuals were proud to hear her perform in person. More importantly, in his previous life, when Chen Feng was still an ordinary poor man, Lin Wanner's heavenly piano music was his only spiritual comfort in countless desperate nights.
He could never have imagined that the next SSS-level mission issued by the system would be related to her. Moreover, the target of Ouroboros was actually her? Why? A pianist, no matter how famous, is ultimately just an artist. What connection could there be between her and a terrorist organization like Ouroboros, whose goal is to subvert the world? Chen Feng immediately realized that behind this incident, there must be a shocking secret that he didn't know about. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately retrieved the data tablet Qin Hanyuan had given him, which contained all the secrets of Ouroboros, and entered the name Lin Wanner into it. The search results are displayed quickly. No such person exists. Chen Feng's brows were tightly furrowed. This data board is said to record all the core secrets of Ouroboros since its founding. Even the detailed information of the 12 executive officers and the internal power struggles are recorded clearly. But unfortunately, there is no information about Lin Wanner. There are only two possibilities. Or, the information Qin Hanyuan gave him was incomplete. Otherwise, the Ouroboros' plot against Lin Wanner is an ultimate secret that is even more confidential and more core than the internal struggle within the organization. No matter which one it is, it means that the danger of this mission will be far greater than any previous one.
Old Li. Chen Feng immediately connected to Li Wenbao's call. Use all resources to investigate Lin Wanner. I want every bit of information on her from birth to present day. Focus on her recent itinerary and any possible threats to her. Lin Wanner? The one who plays the piano? Li Wenbao had obviously heard of this name before. Boss, why are you suddenly interested in her? Don't ask so many questions, just do it immediately. Chen Feng's tone left no room for doubt. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng looked out the window again. He knew that the peace had been broken. A deadly killing spree set by Ouroboros surrounding the piano queen will officially begin in Binhai City in 72 hours. And he must save her life in this murderous situation. Just as his thoughts were racing, the private cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. This is a completely unfamiliar local number. A hint of vigilance flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. This number was only known to a very few people, those closest to him. He hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button. Hello. On the other end of the phone came a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. The voice was young, magnetic, and had a hint of laziness and playfulness that seemed innate. Hello, Mr. Chen Feng. It's our first call, please be kind. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qinzhe. It's a snake. Chen Feng's mind suddenly started. He actually called his own private phone directly. It seems that you don't intend to drink my tea. Chen Feng's voice suddenly became as cold as iron. So, it's your turn. Have you treated me? I just think that maybe we can skip those tedious intermediate steps. Qinzhe's voice was still relaxed, as if he was chatting with an old friend. After all, our time is precious, isn't it? Tell me, what do you want to do? It's very simple. Qinzhe chuckled and slowly said something that made Chen Feng's blood almost freeze in an instant. I know you are very interested in the pianist lady who will be coming to Binhai soon. Why don't we meet in person? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, in my garden, we can drink tea and have a good chat about all her secrets. Chapter 61, King Meets King. The moment the phone was hung up, the entire penthouse suite fell into absolute silence. It was a silence more oppressive than the clamor. The air seemed to solidify, and every speck of dust hung suspended in a beam of light, listening to a silent storm. Chen Feng stood quietly in front of the French window, the ordinary-looking phone in his hand seeming to carry a tremendous weight. Qinzhe's voice, that frivolous and playful tone, yet with the confidence of someone who knew everything, seemed to linger in his ears, like an invisible thread extending from the other end of the phone, precisely entwining itself around the strings of his fate. This is more than just a call. This is a declaration of war, an invitation, and even a naked demonstration. In this most direct and arrogant way, the snake declared to Chen Feng, all your disguises are worthless in my presence. I not only know you exist, I even know your most private contact information. You think you're a chess player, but on my chessboard, your every move is under my watchful eye. What's even more terrifying is that he accurately threw out the bait that Chen Feng could not refuse at the moment Lin Wanner's secret. This proves three things. First, Qinzhe's intelligence network, in some aspects, even surpassed Qin Hongyuan, the observer. He knew some core secrets that even Qin Hongyuan could not access, or in other words, deliberately concealed. Second, he possessed an astonishing insight into Chen Feng's motives. He seemed to have accurately calculated that the system had just released a task regarding Lin Wanner, or rather, he knew that the behavior patterns of variables like Chen Feng would inevitably be drawn to this kind of causal line. Third, he had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that even if Chen Feng knew this was a Hongmen banquet, he would definitely come. This was because the information gap regarding Lin Wanner was a fatal shortcoming that Chen Feng could not make up for at the moment. Chen Feng slowly put his phone back into his pocket, his expression unchanged. His EX-level skill, absolute calmness, had completely smoothed out any potential emotional fluctuations from shock, anger, or vigilance, leaving only a calm rationality as still as a 1,000-year-old glacier. He walked to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of ice water, feeling the chill sliding down his throat into his stomach, making his brain clearer. To go or not to go? This is not a multiple-choice question at all. He has to go. Giving up this meeting would be tantamount to surrendering the initiative in the game. He would be forced to passively respond to the Ouroboros' subsequent, stormy assassination campaign, completely unaware of Lin Wanner. Such a defense would be like battling a ghost in the dark, passive at every turn and frightening at every step. What's more, the word retreat has never appeared in Chen Feng's dictionary. From the moment he was betrayed by Lin Shui, kicked out of his home, and activated the system, his life had already embarked on a path of no return. He had faced desperate assassins, dismantled deadly bombs, and even personally detonated his ex-wife and a thermobaric bomb at 10,000 meters in the air, completely burying everything in the past.
Compared with these experiences, what is a tea party with the ultimate enemy?
Shin Zhe wanted to meet him, and he also wanted to see with his own eyes who this key that Ouroboros had used all its resources to create was.
He wanted to see what kind of soul lay behind those cynical eyes. Was it madness? Paranoia? Or was it a fellow being like himself, chosen and given a mission by some higher power?
Thinking of this, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth.
Hongmen Banquet? That also depends on who is Xian Yu and who is Liu Bang.
He picked up another encrypted communicator and quickly dialed Li Wenba's number.
Boss?
Li Wenba's voice, slightly tired but still full of energy, came from the other end of the line. He was obviously still working all night to investigate Lin Wanner's case.
Old Li, is there any progress in the investigation of Lin Wanner? Chen Feng asked straight to the point.
Boss, this situation is very strange.
Li Wenba's tone grew serious.
We've mobilized all of Star Capital's global intelligence resources, including the highest level data purchased from the dark web, but we've discovered that Lin Wanner is as clean as a blank slate.
What's the meaning? All of her public information is flawless.
Born into a musical family, she started piano lessons at the age of 3, performed on stage at the age of 5, and won the gold medal at the Chopin International Piano Competition at the age of 15, thus launching her legendary career. Every performance, every award, and every interview she gave is well documented, forming a flawless resume. Li Wenba paused, then continued, but the problem is, it's too perfect. Our people tried to delve into her family background, her early experiences, and even every school she attended, but they discovered that all relevant original files seemed to have been cleansed by a mysterious force.
Everyone with access to her inner circle kept their mouths shut like a locked safe. Her private life, aside from piano practice and performances, was practically a blank.
No scandals, no friends, no social life. She was like a work of art living in a sterile chamber.
This is not normal.
Chen Feng pointed out incisively.
Yes, it's extremely abnormal.
Li Wenba's voice was filled with a hint of frustration. It feels like someone anticipated her becoming a global sensation before she became famous, and constructed an impeccable persona for her in advance. The power behind this manipulation is so powerful and far-reaching that it's simply chilling.
After listening to Li Wenba's report, Chen Feng's guess was confirmed to some extent.
Behind Lin Wanner stood a powerful force, perhaps even several, no less formidable than Ouroboros or the Observer. She herself was likely the core of some earth-shattering plan. This also explains why Qin Hongyuan's intelligence contained no information about her, because the causal relationship she was involved in had already exceeded the scope of the Ouroboros organization.
Continue investigating. Chen Feng's tone left no room for doubt. Change direction. Stop focusing on her.
Investigate all the people who had close contact with her but mysteriously disappeared or died. Investigate all the unexplained abnormal events that occurred in the cities where she held concerts within a month before and after.
I don't believe that such a huge vortex would not have a trace.
Understood. Li Wenba immediately accepted the order. Also, help me check a place.
Chen Feng's eyes grew deeper.
It's in the southern suburbs of Binhai City, a private garden called Jingxin Garden. I want to know who its owner is, the internal structure, the security deployment, and all the surveillance and evacuation routes within a kilometer.
Send me all the information before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Li Wenba's heart trembled.
He immediately realized that the boss was about to make a big move.
Yes. I promise to complete the task.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng dialed Xiaoya's number, who was far away in the Neutral Federation.
Boss.
Xiaoya's voice is always so calm and efficient. Xiaoya, activate the Watcher protocol.
Put all level action teams lurking in East and Southeast Asia on 24-hour standby. Lock onto my position.
If my signal is interrupted for more than 10 minutes, or if I issue the highest level burn the city order, mobilize all forces, regardless of the cost, to completely wipe Binhai City's tranquil garden off the map. Xiaoya on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped breathing.
The Watcher Agreement, personally drafted by Chen Feng, was Star Capital's highest level emergency plan.
Once activated, it would mean the boss himself would be personally exposed to the dangers of a near-death situation. The burn the city order represented the ultimate means of total destruction. She didn't ask why, but responded in a decisive tone, got it. Star Capital's 1,300 global security elites, 17 A-level action teams, and 30 top-tier mercenary groups we hired on the dark web will all be on combat readiness. With just one command from you, we can turn Binhai City into a veritable hell on earth within 6 hours. Very good. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. This is the Xingqian capital he built. It is not only a financial behemoth that amasses wealth, but also a terror machine that can launch war at any time. He was going to a banquet, but he was never the only one attending a banquet. Behind him stands a huge empire that is enough to make any opponent fear it. After completing all these arrangements, Chen Feng finally relaxed. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the lights of the city. The night is as dark as ink. But dawn will eventually come. He was very curious about what tomorrow's cup of tea would taste like. Is it sweet, or bloody? Chapter 62 Tea and Chess in Jingxing Garden. The next morning, the sky over Binhai City was a rare azure blue. Sunlight pierced through the mist, casting a warm and peaceful golden edge over the city, which had just experienced an undercurrent. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng's encrypted communicator vibrated. On the screen was a triple encrypted detailed report on Jingxing Garden sent by Li Wenba. The content of the report is concise and deadly. Jingxing Garden, covering over 300 acres, nominally belonged to an offshore foundation registered in an offshore archipelago. However, after layers of investigation, its ultimate source of funds vaguely pointed to several secret accounts in the Neutral Federation with inextricable ties to Ouroboros. This was Qinzai's most central lair in Binhai, and indeed in all of East Asia. The park's security system is staffed by a team of retired elite Shadow Blade Special Forces, who patrol the area 24/7. The entire park is encased in state-of-the-art signal shielding and anti-reconnaissance equipment, preventing any unauthorized electronic signals from entering or leaving. The architectural layout, reminiscent of the Qimen Dunjia 18 Dragons, encompasses seemingly elegant pavilions, rockery, and flowing water, but in reality, they form strategically placed, easily defended, and difficult-to-attack crossroads. The report even used infrared thermal imaging to highlight several potential sniper positions hidden in commanding heights. This is not a private garden at all, it is clearly a modern military fortress disguised under a landscape painting. Chen Feng calmly read through all the information, then with a flick of his fingertips, completely deleted the file. His face was expressionless, as if he was heading off to a seemingly ordinary weekend outing, not a dangerous place. He changed into a well-tailored casual outfit and carried no weapons. Even his powerful tang sword, which could cut through iron like mud, was left in the suite safe. Alone, he walked into the underground garage and got into a Tianqing RS7, which looked ordinary on the outside but had been heavily modified on the inside. The engine let out a low roar, and the vehicle slid silently into the traffic flow of Binhai City like a black lightning. As the car headed south, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded behind us. The roadside scenery changed from a forest of tall buildings to a shady landscape of trees. When the car finally left the main road and turned onto a winding mountain road, the world around us had become almost too quiet. The air is filled with the fragrance of grass and trees after the rain. Occasionally, a few crisp bird calls can be heard from the dense forest, which only highlights the depth and silence of this place. Half an hour later, a simple, heavy, vermilion gate appeared at the end of the road. In front of the gate, there was no plaque or guard, only two majestic stone lions, quietly guarding it. However, in Chen Feng's vision, with his eye of insight activated, he discovered that behind the seemingly ordinary door lay at least 4 heat signals and 2 passive infrared sensors. Above the door lintel, a pinhole camera, disguised as a decoration, was flashing a barely perceptible red light. Chen Feng parked the car steadily 10 meters in front of the door, turned off the engine, and got out. He did not go forward to knock on the door, but just stood there quietly, with his hands in his pockets, looking calmly, admiring the surrounding scenery. He is waiting. In this way, he told the owner behind the door, I am here, and I know you have seen me. Now, it is your turn to greet me. Time passes by every second. The mountain breeze blew the corners of his clothes, making a rustling sound. A minute later, the heavy vermilion door slowly opened inward with a low mechanical sound. A graceful young woman, dressed in a simple purple cheongsam, emerged from behind the door. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a pretty face and a cool demeanor. Her almond-shaped eyes held a certain scrutiny. Is that Mr. Chen Feng? The woman's voice was as clear and crisp as the sound of jade colliding, but without any emotion. It's me.
Chen Feng nodded. The master of the house is waiting for you. Please follow me.
The woman turned sideways and made a pleased gesture. Her words were polite but distant. She didn't ask what to do with Chen Feng's car, nor did she offer any means of transportation. It seemed she wanted him to walk the long way into the park. This was a kind of silent show of force. Chen Feng seemed unaware of anything. He took a step forward and walked into the gate calmly. Once you enter the garden, it feels like you have entered another world. Pavilions, towers, winding paths, towering rocks, and swaying bamboos abound. A clear stream meanders through the garden, emitting a gurgling sound. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and water vapor, a refreshing blend. However, beneath this extreme elegance, Chen Feng felt the omnipresent murderous intent. His eye of insight captured the miniature camera hidden behind the cracks in the rockery. He saw the outline of the sniper in a ghillie suit lying in the shadow of the attic. He even heard the deliberately suppressed but still existing steady breathing sounds deep in the bamboo forest. This garden, like its owner, is elegant on the outside, but inside, it is a ferocious beast covered with fangs and claws. The cheongsam-clad woman named Az led the way, her steps light and graceful, yet she always maintained a distance of 3 steps from Chen Feng. Not too much, not too little. This was a safe distance that allowed for both respect and the ability to react instantly. She said nothing, but occasionally, she would secretly glance at the man behind her out of the corner of her eye. She is very curious. I'm curious about what's so different about this man that the head of the family described him as interesting for the first time. However, she was disappointed. From the moment he entered the house until now, the man's face had shown no emotion. No admiration for the garden scenery, no vigilance against the hidden dangers, and not even the slightest hint of nervousness or uneasiness. He walked calmly, as if strolling through his own backyard. His inherent calmness and composure made even she, a personal bodyguard who had undergone the most rigorous training, feel a slight, inexplicable palpitation. This man is unfathomable. This was the first definition that Az gave him in her heart. After passing through a bamboo forest and going around a 9-curve corridor, the view ahead suddenly becomes clear. A turquoise lake appeared before my eyes. In the center of the lake stood a pavilion, transparent on all sides. A long, bluestone-paved plank road connected the lakeshore to the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a white figure was sitting cross-legged. Before him lay a simple tea set. A wisp of smoke curled up from the spout of the purple clay teapot, filling the air with the refreshing aroma of tea. That person was Qin Zhe. Az stopped and turned sideways again. Mr. Chen, the head of the family is just ahead. Please make yourself at your leisure. After saying that, she stepped aside, like a lifeless sculpture, leaving the final stage to the 2 protagonists who were about to perform against each other. The card floated in the muddy rainwater, as if mocking all of Chen Feng's efforts and dignity over the past 3 years. That deep. He didn't walk over immediately, but stood there, quietly, looking at the other person. Qin Zhe wore an exquisitely handcrafted white tang suit, the fabric gleaming like silk in the sunlight. He had long, dark hair and skin so pale it bordered on sickly. His features were handsome, almost unreal, like a graceful young man stepping out of a classical painting. He was concentrating on performing the complex yet elegant tea ceremony. Warming the cup, placing the tea, brewing the tea, each movement was smooth and full of a pleasing rhythm. He seemed to be completely immersed in his own world and was oblivious to Chen Feng's arrival. Chen Feng knew that this was the last psychological line of defense. Qin Zhe was using this silent arrogance to create an aura of absolute dominance. He was telling Chen Feng, "Here, I am the one who makes the rules. Your time must obey my rhythm." The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly. He did not show any impatience, nor did he speak to break the deliberately created tranquility. He simply lifted his foot and, step by step, stepped onto the bluestone plank road leading to the pavilion in the center of the lake. His footsteps were light, yet extremely clear. Da-day-day. Every step seemed to be in accordance with some kind of strange rhythm, blending perfectly with the surrounding sounds of wind, water, and birdsong. It was an aura that made one take the initiative. He is using his own rhythm to dissolve the rhythm created by the other party. When Chen Feng finally walked to the front of the pavilion, Qin Zhe had just completed the last step. He placed a cup of emerald green tea with a fragrant aroma in front of the empty seat opposite him. Then, he slowly raised his head. Their eyes met. At that moment, Chen Feng finally saw clearly the pair of eyes hidden under the handsome appearance. What kind of eyes are those? Deep and bright, it seems to contain the entire starry sky. There wasn't any of the murderous intent, cruelty, or madness Chen Feng had anticipated. Instead, there was pure, utter curiosity. Like a child seeing a new toy for the first time, filled with a desire to explore and research.
Welcome, Chen Feng.
Qin Zhe's face blossomed with a sincere and brilliant smile. Or, should I call you, a fellow?